You have awakened the hidden profession of a necromancer. Passive trait Death Rebirth. When summoned entities are slain, they absorb the essence of death, randomly enhancing the host's attributes such as strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Supreme talent. Necromancer. All necromantic skills have no cooldown, and every 5 levels grants an additional supreme trait. Trait, Death Plunder. When summoned entities eliminate enemy units, they may seize opposing traits. Trait, True Damage of Death. For each summoned entity that perishes, all summoned entities gain 1 true damage. Trait, Damage Transfer. Any damage received is fully redirected to the summoned entities. Trait, Devour Evolution. Consuming corpses may randomly enhance resistance to various elemental forces. Trait, Domain of Death. The range of all skills is amplified by 999 times. Thus, Lin Ye took flight. While others remained in school attending classes, he had already infiltrated large-scale dungeons. While others were grinding levels in novice villages, he had swept through the 99th floor of the underground demon palace. While others attacked famous mountains and rivers, he had ventured into outer space, conquering the celestial rivers beyond. Years later, when the myriad races of the void descended upon Blue Star, after expending countless resources to annihilate the dense army of the undead, they witnessed Lin Ye rise and applaud. Congratulations on defeating my undead army. Now you may face the true boss. Chapter 1. Summoned entities grow stronger upon death. Skills with no cooldown. Have you thought this through? Are you truly ready to join the Suicide Squad? The missions undertaken by the Suicide Squad are predominantly of nightmare-level difficulty. With your capabilities, the mortality rate is a staggering 100. In a pitch-black prison, a middle-aged man dressed in military attire reclined with his legs crossed, offering a cigarette. He lit it. From the depths of the shadows, a young man exhaled a cloud of smoke. Without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I've made up my mind. I will join the Suicide Squad." The young man's name was Lin Ye. At 18 years of age, he was a reincarnated traveler. In his past life, he had been directly thrust into this world by the child of destiny from that realm. Upon his rebirth, he leveraged the intellect gained from 2 lifetimes to excel among his peers. However, as he matured and gained deeper understanding, he discovered that this world was far from simple. It resembled a game world, where the city was a sanctuary for human activity, while the outskirts teemed with endless beasts, immortal and indestructible. Even if slain, they would resurrect after a time. Fortunately, every individual awakens a profession upon turning 18. This grants them the power to combat these beasts. Just yesterday was Lin Ye's 18th birthday, and during the awakening ceremony at school, he unlocked the hidden profession of necromancer. Before he could even examine his status panel, he was seized by the captain of the arbitration division. The reasoning was rather absurd. They were executing a covert mission. His own brother, Lin Ye, had betrayed him. He had joined the ranks of the criminals, directly leading to the demise of the entire elite squad. According to the Alliance's regulations, as a traitor's relative, whether wronged or not, he would be implicated. While it wouldn't lead to death, he would certainly face a prolonged confinement. Lin Ye could hardly endure this. By the time he emerged, he would be too late. Of course, his decision to join the Suicide Squad was fueled by the courage bestowed upon him by his awakened profession. During this lengthy half-day of imprisonment, he began to grasp the fundamentals of his profession. The hidden profession, necromancer. In this era, hidden professions are considered rare, with an awakening probability of 1 in 10,000. Not exceedingly high, yet not low either. Some are powerful, while others are weak. Despite the inherent uncertainty, hidden professions are widely anticipated as formidable. Lin Ye was fortunate. The necromancer is a potent profession, indeed one of exceptional strength. Had it not been for his brother's betrayal, he would have been comfortably counting his riches at home, awaiting invitations from prestigious academies. Yet, he found himself entangled in this troublesome affair. There was little he could do. The arbitration division claimed to possess irrefutable evidence. The black box left by the elite squad recorded conversations between Lin Ye and the criminal hierarchy. Moreover, 2 squad members had perished due to Lin Ye's signature move, Lightning Dragon Drill. Even traces of Lin Ye's DNA were found beneath his fingernails. All evidence pointed to Lin Ye's culpability. Even so, regardless of what others said, Lin Ye could not believe that his brother Lin Ye would betray him. Only the 2 of them understood the truth. Thus, he found himself in a deadlock. If he remained in prison, the outcome would inevitably be bleak. He could only wait for Lin Ye's capture or a rare amnesty. To break the stalemate, he needed to escape, become stronger, achieve merit. This would not only clear Lin Ye's name, but also restore his own freedom. And for a prisoner seeking to gain merit, the quickest route according to the Alliance's laws was through the Suicide Squad. Make up your mind and follow me. With that, the middle-aged man placed a blindfold over Lin Ye's eyes. Once they exited the prison and boarded the transport vehicle, he released the blindfold. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the vehicle was sealed, entirely white, with only 2 rows of seats and no other amenities. 2 armed soldiers guarded him, weapons in hand, their gazes sharp. Lin Ye glanced at them. Before his eyes, 2 white traits appeared. Ordinary soldier. This indicated their trait information, a unique power of the new world. Each person possesses their own trait information upon awakening. Ordinary soldier represents their profession. White signifies the threshold of strength. The known profession tiers include white, ordinary, green, excellent, blue, superior, purple, perfect, gold, legendary, red, peerless, and rainbow, supreme. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's necromancer belongs to a hidden profession. In a sense, it is a mutated and ultimate enhancement of the necromancer class. Thus, to outsiders, his title appears as necromancer. Grade: excellent, green. However, as a hidden profession, both the upper and lower limits are determined by the strength of the battle power traits. Some may be weak, akin to those of the lowest tier, while others may surpass even the Rainbow Supreme. The limits are beyond imagination. Lin Ye's thoughts raced. Before him, a virtual panel appeared, visible solely to him. Personal panel. Name: Lin Ye. Profession: necromancer, green. Hidden profession: necromantic cataclysm. Level: LV1. Passive trait: death rebirth. Unique: when summoned entities perish, they absorb the essence of death, randomly and permanently enhancing the host's attributes of strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Initial traits: necromancer. All necromantic skills have no cooldown, and every 5 levels grants an additional supreme trait. Strength: 7. Initial maximum value is 10. Constitution: 8. Wisdom: 10. Agility: 6. Skills: summon skeleton warrior. Consumes 10 mana to summon a skeleton warrior from the underworld. Summon space: 0/infinite. Death rebirth. Lin Ye focused his spirit. This could be said to be the foundation of his comeback. As long as summoned entities are killed, the attributes of the necromancer's physical form can be randomly enhanced. It is akin to sacrificing allies. Point 1 can infinitely and comprehensively enhance oneself. It is indeed conceivable that by sacrificing trillions of allies, his health, defense, agility, and mana would be augmented to an extraordinary degree. Such a being would deliver a dimensional strike against any adversary or creature. Even if the global players were to attack him for a century, they might not be able to breach his defenses while he remains still. Prior to this, during his time in confinement, he had conducted experiments. Mana is intrinsically linked to intellect. The formula for mana is equal to 10 times the intelligence attribute. Currently, he possesses a maximum intelligence of 10, which translates to an initial mana value of 100. The skill to summon skeletal warriors requires a consumption of 10 points of mana and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. In 100 minutes, he could summon 10 skeletal warriors. Mana regenerates at a rate of 10 points per hour, meaning to replenish it entirely would take 10 hours. Thus, the maximum he could summon in a single day would be 20. Of course, this applies to an ordinary necromancer. However, for the necromantic calamity, the effects are vastly different. If the passive ability, Death Rebirth, serves as the foundation for a comeback, then the initial attribute, Master of the Undead, which grants any necromantic skill no cooldown, acts as an inexhaustible fuel source. This modification transforms the 10-minute cooldown for summoning skeletal warriors to an astonishing 0. It is pure, unbridled firepower. As long as Lin Ye is willing, he can instantaneously summon 10 skeletal warriors within mere seconds. Moreover, as the summoned skeletons are vanquished, the wisdom gained from their demise allows for their immediate resummoning. They die, they are summoned again. This creates a positively virtuous cycle, an infinite accumulation, and endless exploitation of bugs out of course. All of the above are merely Lin Ye's conjectures. The specifics require practical application to ascertain. Chapter 2. The Nightmare Instance, Howling Moon Forest. 2 hours later, the transport vehicle came to a halt, revealing a clandestine encampment on the outskirts of the city. Bustling with a multitude of warriors, each adorned with an array of peculiar titles above their heads: healer, warrior, researcher, explorer. As they ventured further in, Lin Ye beheld a clearing where a mesmerizing vortex of light hovered, surrounded by an array of research instruments. A group of 10 or so individuals, drenched in sweat, operated the equipment, while injured personnel were occasionally ejected from the vortex, crashing into several large trees. Medical staff, already on standby, rushed forward to assist the wounded. "Damn it! Another failure!" exclaimed a burly officer, his face contorted with rage as he delivered a fist that shattered a nearby tree with terrifying force. "Captain, the Howling Moon Forest is a nightmare-level instance. It's not easily conquered. Do not despair, there will be a way," quickly reassured his aide, Zhao Xiaobo. "We're out of time. Zhangfang's third company has successfully conquered 3 master-level instances within a month, leading us by 50 points. If we do not conquer the nightmare-level Howling Moon Forest within a week, my chances of winning next month's Vanguard Camp election will be virtually non-existent." Captain Lu Feng's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhao Xiaobo and inquired, "How many members are left in the Suicide Squad?" 5. "No, wait. There's a new addition. 6, Zhao Xiaobo replied after consulting the records. However, he hesitated. But Captain, the newcomer hasn't adapted to the new era yet. Sending them in would be tantamount to a death sentence. Forget the details. Inform the Suicide Squad that they need not conquer the entire instance. They only need to identify the weaknesses of the monsters. They will earn credit for their findings. Prepare yourselves. We must secure the Howling Moon Forest instance within a week. Lu Feng commanded. Understood. Zhao Xiaobo nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was escorted to a disheveled tent, a cramped space where 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, all aged between 20 and 30, were bound by sea tower stone handcuffs. A fleeting glance revealed their basic titles: healer, white; fist fighter, green; swordsman, blue; warrior, white; archer, green. 1 blue, 2 green, 2 white. All members of the Suicide Squad. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. With such capabilities, their chances of surviving to earn absolution were exceedingly slim. Upon his entrance, most merely glanced at him before returning their gazes downward, their spirits as stagnant as still water. Moments later, the calm was shattered by the hurried footsteps of Zhao Xiaobo as he entered the tent, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Listen up, you little rascals. An opportunity for atonement has arrived. The Howling Moon Forest is a level 10 nightmare instance. The difficulty is immense, but not insurmountable. We are currently stuck at the 2nd stage. Your task is simple. Identify the weaknesses of the Ironhide Boar and the Berserk Sheep within a time limit of 120 minutes. Once the time is up, a teleportation passage will open. Do you understand? Understood, the group nodded. Next, Zhao Xiaobo's gaze fell upon Lin Ye, and he tossed him a set of novice gear. A soldier hurled a snakeskin pouch containing several worn white items, all of mediocre quality. After equipping himself, Lin Ye felt a boost. His strength and constitution increased by 2 points, intelligence by 3, and agility by 1. His intelligence now stood at 13, allowing him to summon 3 additional skeleton warriors. His spirits lifted. Let us move. Zhao Xiaobo led the way. Upon reaching the entrance to the instance, he signaled the soldiers to unlock everyone's handcuffs. Casting a glance over the group, he spoke. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Your survival now hinges on luck. If you have any final words, now is the time. Please pass my military merits to my mother, the blue swordsman stated succinctly. The green fist fighter grinned. Tell my girlfriend that if she dares to cheat on me, I'll haunt her as a ghost. Also, I have 30,000 in the toilet lid. She can use it. I have no family. The white healer shook her head. Please convey to my stepfather that he must clean his dog's head. When I get out, he still owes me 3 arrows, the green archer said with a fierce expression. Lastly, the white warrior and Lin Ye remained silent, offering no words. All right, I've noted everything, Zhao Xiaobo declared as he tossed each of them a watch and a monster compendium. The countdown for the 120 minutes began. The compendium was to record the weaknesses of the Ironhide Boar and the Berserk Sheep. With preparations in place, the 6 individuals stepped through the space vortex. As time and space twisted around them, they found themselves grounded at last, greeted by the sight of a fragmented little world. Above, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky. To the east lay a stream, to the south a thicket, to the west a grassy plain, and to the north a dense forest. In the distance, the faint sound of wolf howls echoed, a sign that the Howling Moon Wolf boss claimed this territory. The blue swordsman gazed northward, his expression grave. Nightmare-level bosses were exceedingly formidable, their health, defense, and attack capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary instance bosses. For them, mere mortals, they were but crumbs to be devoured. According to the intelligence provided by Zhao Xiaobo, the first stage was the Eastern River, which they had already conquered. Now, they had descended into the southern thicket, where numerous Ironhide boars roamed, monsters with tough hides and substantial health, making them difficult to fell. It's merely a matter of finding weaknesses. It shouldn't be too difficult. I'll lure one over to test it, the green archer stated as he knocked an arrow, aiming at a black wild boar 100 meters away. The others neither supported nor objected to his plan. With a smirk, the green archer released the arrow. Whoosh! The projectile sliced through the air, striking the Ironhide boar with a resounding clang. All present turned pale at the sound of the metallic clash. Such formidable defense. Lin Ye marveled internally. The green archer's attack power was not to be underestimated, and with equipment aiding him, his output should have been around 30. Yet, the attack barely scratched the surface, indicating a physical defense exceeding 30. Roar! The Ironhide boar, in pain, glared at them with its blood-red eyes. Upon spotting Lin Ye and the others, it let out a furious roar and charged at them frantically. I'll take the front. You all find its weaknesses. The blue swordsman, the strongest among them, drew his steel greatsword and charged at the Ironhide boar. Clang! 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 The two clashed, sparks flying as they collided. Suddenly, a feeble light descended from above, enveloping the blue swordsman. Chapter 3. The Divine Reward and the Onset of the Death Rush. The Divine Reward. Exhilaration surged through me as my strength and constitution attributes increased by 2 points. The swordsman erupted with laughter, and envy glimmered in the eyes of the others. A divine reward. This was the blessing of the world's will. Any adventurer could trigger it during battle, albeit with an exceedingly minuscule probability. Once activated, it would randomly enhance 4 core attributes by 13 points. However, the likelihood was dismally low. Even the most fervent players could only trigger it 2 or 3 times a day, while an ordinary individual would consider themselves fortunate to achieve it even once. Count me in. The green-clad archer seethed with jealousy and loosed another arrow. Alas, the chaos of the skirmish caused it to veer off course, striking not the iron-skinned pig but instead glancing off the back of the blue-clad swordsman's sword, nearly dislodging his weapon. Damn it, don't mess with me. The blue swordsman cursed angrily. In that moment of distraction, the iron-skinned pig seized the opportunity to bite his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The searing pain extinguished the thrill brought on by the divine reward, leaving him no choice but to devote himself entirely to the fray. Meanwhile, the white-clad healer was not idle. She swiftly cast a healing spell. A pale light descended, though the amount of healing was rather meager. The swordsman's wounds mended at a sluggish pace. I'll assist you. On the opposite side, the green fist fighter seized the moment, closing in with a powerful punch that struck the iron-skinned pig's abdomen with precision and ferocity. With a resounding thud, the pig's flesh jiggled, but it quickly regained its composure. The iron-skinned pig turned its gaze toward the fist fighter, locking onto him with fierce intent and charging forward with a furious roar. Legs, front limbs, rear end. Damn it, none of those. The archer gritted his teeth. In mere minutes, he had unleashed over 10 arrows, nearly exhausting his mana reserves. Yet he still failed to discern the pig's weakness. The swordsman and fist fighter were also nearing their limits. This iron-skinned pig was far too resilient, impervious to their assaults. And its speed was astonishing. A momentary lapse in attention could result in a vicious bite or a brutal collision. The little healer's healing was undeniably subpar, both in volume and cooldown duration. If this continued, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the iron-skinned pig. With a furious howl, the iron-skinned pig, incensed by their relentless assault, reared back and bellowed. Suddenly, the rustling of foliage echoed through the thicket. A horde of iron-skinned pigs emerged in the distance, charging toward them. Holy hell, run! The expressions of the 5 shifted dramatically. If one iron-skinned pig was a formidable challenge, dozens would spell their doom. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than they dashed away, fleeing from the territory of the iron-skinned pigs. Once they had distanced themselves, panting heavily, they paused to catch their breath. Where's the newcomer? One of them suddenly recalled, and they all turned back in alarm, only to find that Lin Ye had already vanished. Damn it, coward! What a fool! To retreat at such a critical moment. Let us report him. Anger flared among the group. Let us fall back for now. We'll devise a plan later. Exchanging glances, they retreated to the stream in the east. As for Lin Ye, he did not flee. Instead, he found himself perched atop a large tree 100 meters from the iron-skinned pig's territory. After confirming there was no danger, he spread his fingers, and a wondrous hexagram appeared before him. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, a feeble skeletal warrior emerged from the array. Its gaze swept across the scene, revealing its information. Summoned entity, skeleton warrior. Level 1, strength 4, constitution 5, intelligence 5, agility 3, quite weak, Lin Ye mused, shaking his head. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind. Being weak might be advantageous for attribute grinding. He spread his fingers once more. Boom, boom, boom. Under the enhancement of the necromancer trait, the summoning of the skeleton warrior transformed into an unending barrage. In mere seconds, 13 skeleton warriors manifested, ready to charge the iron-skinned pigs. Lin Ye commanded them to throw themselves into the fray, and all the skeleton warriors, wielding bone blades, surged into the underbrush. Before long, they were spotted by 2 iron-skinned pigs. With a deafening roar, the pigs charged into the throng of skeletons. Crash! 3 skeleton warriors were caught off guard, instantly shattered upon impact. Ding! Your skeleton warrior has been slain. Death rebirth. Your strength 1, constitution 1, intelligence 1, agility 1. Ding! Your skeleton warrior has been slain. Death rebirth. Your strength 1, constitution 1, intelligence 1, agility 1. Ding! Your skeleton warrior has been slain. Death rebirth. Your strength 1, constitution 1, intelligence 1, agility 1. As these notifications echoed, 3 streams of dark energy surged into Lin Ye's body. The transformation of his attributes was palpable. Strength soared from 9 to 12. Constitution increased from 10 to 13. Intelligence climbed from 13 to 16. Agility advanced from 7 to 10. This was real. This was not a dream. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he felt the rush of energy coursing through him, invigorating his body without a hint of discomfort, as if it were his birthright. Even the mana pool he had just depleted surged back with 32 points, 30 from the newfound boost in intelligence, and 2 from natural recovery. He could summon again. Lin Ye was ecstatic. Just as he had surmised, this could allow for infinite exploitation of bugs. What was he waiting for? Boom, boom, boom. Another trio of summons unfolded, and 3 fresh skeletons appeared. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the newly summoned skeleton warriors seemed slightly larger. Without time for further contemplation, the death rebirth prompt flashed before him. During his summoning, 5 more skeleton warriors were ruthlessly crushed by the iron-skinned pigs. Ding. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Agility 5. His intelligence had reached 21. Lin Ye was filled with exhilaration. The efficiency was astonishing. The foundational 4 core attributes were essential to all classes. Strength determined the upper limit of physical damage. Constitution dictated the health and sturdiness of tanks. Intelligence governed mana and spell damage, while agility influenced evasion and movement speed. Each attribute was immensely significant. However, for other adventurers, the means to enhance these attributes were woefully scarce, limited to 3 known methods. 1. Leveling up, granting a fixed 5 free attribute points with each ascent. 2. Divine rewards, reliant on sheer luck. 3. Rare treasures, each a paragon of magnificence, fetching exorbitant prices. But this, death rebirth, shattered conventionality. Each time a summoned entity was killed, it provided limitless enhancement to his 4 core attributes, akin to a guaranteed divine reward. And in greater numbers. Truly terrifying. Summon. At this moment, with an invigorated spirit, Lin Ye summoned an additional 50 points of mana and wielded his dilapidated staff in a fervent display. As the smoke cleared, 5 skeletal warriors emerged. Upon reaching the battlefield, 100 meters away, they found that the previous 8 skeletons had been obliterated by the ironhide boar. Ding. Strength 8, Stamina 8, Intelligence 8, Agility 8. It had reached 29. My heavens. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. His overall attributes surged dramatically, with even the lowest agility soaring to 23. Such exaggerated attribute values were on par with a versatile level 5 warrior. The enhancement of his attributes greatly benefited him. The once cumbersome equipment he wore now felt as light as paper, almost imperceptible. He summoned another 8 skeletal warriors. This time, Lin Ye perceptibly noted the difference. The newly summoned skeletal warriors surpassed their predecessors in height, bone density, and coloration. Upon inspecting the summoned creature's information, he discovered a transformation. Chapter 4. Exploiting bugs for attribute enhancement. Summoned creature, skeletal warrior. Level 1, Strength 11, Stamina 12, Intelligence 11, Agility 12. Overall quality had more than doubled. Lin Ye was astonished and quickly grasped the correlation. The attributes of the summoned creatures were directly proportional to his own strength. The stronger he became, the more formidable his summons would be. However, against the nightmare-level ironhide boar, they remained too feeble, facing a near one-sided onslaught. Yet, Lin Ye was undeterred. With Death Rebirth and Necromancer's Dominion, surpassing the ironhide boar was merely a matter of time. Bang, bang, bang. One skeletal warrior after another was shattered. Fresh skeletal warriors emerged to take their place. With each passing second, both Lin Ye and his summons grew stronger. Simultaneously, he noticed that with the summoning creature's enhancement, the points gained from Death Rebirth had also increased. From an initial gain of 1 point, he could now occasionally receive 2 points. The rate of attribute enhancement had significantly accelerated. After 3 minutes, the ironhide boar could no longer instantly annihilate the skeletal warriors. It required at least 5 or 6 strikes to defeat a single one. Roar, roar. Their eyes glowed crimson as they emitted furious growls. Summoning allies? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It was this very tactic that had previously frightened others away. Glancing at the time, he opened the monster encyclopedia and marked a question mark above the 2-minute mark. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, a response resonated from the thicket. Whoosh, whoosh. Over 30 ironhide boars charged forth in a collective assault, akin to a convoy of pickup trucks barreling through. Crack, crack. In an instant, the skeletal warriors were annihilated. A flurry of rebirth notifications flashed before his eyes. Ding. Strength 66, Stamina 66, Intelligence 66, Agility 66. By the heavens, what a thrill. He could summon 66 skeletal warriors once more. Summon, summon. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed, his tattered staff whipping through the air. Bang, bang, bang. 1 per second. Even so, it took him just over a minute to complete the summoning of 66 skeletal warriors. If only he could acquire a staff that enhanced casting speed, Lin Ye mused. Casting a glance at the newly summoned skeletal warriors, a smile gracing his face. All attributes had increased by over 32. Their combat power surged. Go, Lin Ye commanded. This time, it was not a mere sacrifice. The fortified skeletal warriors now possessed considerable foundational attributes. Though they might not rival the ironhide boar, they were no longer defenseless. Moreover, with 66 against 35, he held a numerical advantage. In the ensuing clash, a cacophony of boar charges erupted. This time, only 19 skeletal warriors fell, while the remaining warriors withstood the onslaught, engaging in a fierce melee with the 35 ironhide boars. Thwack! A shimmering bone blade sliced through the hide of an ironhide boar. HP 25. The defenses had finally been breached. Elation lit up Lin Ye's eyes. Although the damage was minimal, it ignited a spark of hope for vanquishing the ironhide boar. Concentrate fire. Kill that flat-headed ironhide boar. Lin Ye commanded. Instantly, all skeletal warriors charged forth without hesitation. Thwack, thwack. Blood splattered as numbers indicating damage appeared above the ironhide boar's head. 25, 24, 26, 27. In less than 5 seconds, it succumbed to a flurry of strikes. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 7 ironhide boar. Experience gained, 700. Boom. A cascade of golden light descended from the heavens, marking his level up from 1 to 2. After leveling up, 156 points of mana were instantly replenished. What a delight. Before advancing to level 3, he summoned one final wave. Lin Ye danced with excitement. Summon, summon. Bang, bang, bang. One summoning array after another materialized. After 4.5 minutes, a staggering 262 new skeletal warriors emerged. During this time, without Lin Ye's guidance, the previously summoned 66 skeletal warriors had engaged in chaotic skirmishes and were quickly overwhelmed by the ironhide boar horde. Ding. Strength 105, Stamina 105, Intelligence 105, Agility 105. Now, his attributes had undergone a momentous transformation. Strength 259, Stamina 261, Intelligence 262, Agility 257. With a single punch, I could obliterate a level 10 swordsman, Lin Ye thought as he swung his fist, leaving an indentation in a tree. With a health pool of 2,610, he was even bulkier than a level 10 Blood Bowl Knight. As for agility, he discovered that he could easily leap to a tree 10 meters away. His straight-line running speed also exceeded that of the ironhide boar's charge. As for evasion rate, he had yet to test it, but he presumed it wouldn't be low. Lastly, in terms of intelligence, he had reached a remarkable peak, enabling him to summon a staggering 262 skeletal warriors. The attributes of the skeletal warriors had entered a new echelon. Level 2, Strength 147, Stamina 149, Intelligence 142, Agility 145. These attributes were overwhelmingly superior to those of the ironhide boars. Charge forth. Annihilate them. Lin Ye laughed heartily as he commanded the 262 skeletal warriors behind him to launch an immediate onslaught. In terms of numbers, who could stand against them? Roar, roar. The ironhide boar army was momentarily intimidated by the spectacle, swiftly summoning reinforcements from afar. Tap, tap, tap. In no time, over 60 more ironhide boars joined the fray. Upon their arrival, it was once again a charge. A charge. Nearly 110 pigs formed a formidable formation, akin to a fleet of mud trucks barreling forward. Smoke and dust swirled around, creating a magnificent spectacle. It was no wonder the military struggled to subdue them. At this moment, the forestry expert finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, nightmare-level dungeons proved exceedingly challenging. These 10 pigs, if not slain individually within 2 minutes, would incessantly summon their comrades. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, their charge skills could compound exponentially in power. A wave of them surged forth, an unstoppable tide. Nearly impossible to withstand within the same tier. This was precisely why the military was so determined to uncover their weaknesses. After all, entry into such minor dungeons was conditional. The party size could not exceed 10, and levels could not surpass level 10. Without identifying weaknesses, the chances of success were nearly nil. However, for him at this moment, it was exceedingly simple. Boom. The front line collided, producing a deafening roar. Over 90 tin pigs charged forward in relentless waves, akin to crashing waves of the sea. Tumultuous and overwhelming. Yet, with an absolute advantage in attributes, the Skeleton Warrior Legion stood like an unyielding fortress. With the mere sacrifice of 3 skeleton warriors, they effortlessly repelled the onslaught. The remaining 252 skeletal soldiers seized the opportunity during the skill cooldown, unleashing a flurry of assaults on the trapped tin pigs. Squelch, squelch, 103, 105, 119. Blood splattered like ink as the frontline tin pigs howled in agony, one after another collapsing into pools of blood, their health depleted. In stark contrast, the skeleton warriors, with their superior strength and overwhelming numbers, swiftly turned the tide of battle into a harvesting phase. Chapter 5. The new supreme attribute, Death Plunder. Ding. You have slain a tin pig, gaining 600 experience. Ding. You have slain a tin pig, gaining 600 experience. Boom, boom. In a matter of seconds, 2 beams of golden light descended, signifying a double level up. He ascended to level 4 and was rapidly advancing toward level 5. Lin Ye squinted. At this moment, due to the level up, his mana was fully restored. Yet, he refrained from summoning immediately. His gaze fell upon the numerous tin pigs, their health values visibly diminishing. After a quick comparison, he soon discerned a pattern. The skeleton warriors' attacks were consistent, albeit with varying damage values. Notably, the closer he struck to the crown of their heads, the higher the damage inflicted. A weakness? Lin Ye circled the information in the monster compendium. Next, he consciously controlled one of the skeleton warriors, raising its bone blade to launch a surprise attack on a tin pig caught between enemies. Squelch. The bone blade struck true at the crown, and in an instant, A red damage value appeared, 217. It was indeed a weakness. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. Nearly double the damage. It was undeniably a weakness. To ensure accuracy, he conducted 3 more tests, achieving nearly 100% trigger rate for double damage. Victory was at hand. Lin Ye promptly inscribed the weakness information into the monster compendium, then turned his gaze toward the rapidly falling tin pigs, a multitude of corpses strewn about. Boom. Another beam of golden light signaled his ascension to level 5. Damn. They perished too quickly, Lin Ye lamented. The time spent identifying their weaknesses had squandered 3 full mana opportunities, all of which could have summoned at least 300 to 500 skeleton warriors. However, upon witnessing the piles of corpses yielding over 10 pieces of green equipment and 2 skill books, his frustration swiftly transformed into joy. Truly, the nightmare-level dungeons boasted a drop rate hundreds of times higher than ordinary dungeons. Lin Ye chuckled with delight. These green-quality items, even with lackluster attributes, would fetch at least several thousand coins when sold. The 2 skill books, one for the warrior's flying axe skill and the other for the necromancer's corpse explosion skill, were particularly enticing. Ignoring the flying axe skill, he touched the corpse explosion skill book, prompting the system to announce, "Ding. Current level is level 5. Do you wish to learn corpse explosion?" Yes. Lin Ye instantly confirmed. A radiant glow enveloped him as the skill book transformed into a stream of light, merging into his consciousness. Moments later, a new skill appeared on his skill panel. Corpse explosion, green detonate a corpse, consuming no mana, dealing 100 to 150 intelligence-based explosive damage with a blast radius of 2 meters. Upgrade conditions, release 300 times. Curious to test its effects, Lin Ye surveyed the battlefield littered with tin pig corpses. Spreading his fingers, he locked onto a corpse 10 meters away. As he clenched his fist, boom. The corpse erupted violently, flesh and bones splintering into projectiles. 493, 493, 493. Nearby, 3 tin pigs were instantly obliterated. Blast, blast, blast. With no cooldown or mana cost, Lin Ye unleashed a triad of explosions, delighting in the chaos. In the blink of an eye, he had annihilated the remaining tin pigs. This was exhilarating. Lin Ye laughed heartily, then glanced at the remaining tin pig corpses, his eyes spinning with a plan. He decided to take them all along for a little explosion demonstration later. With that, he commanded 70 skeleton warriors to carry the corpses away. As for the unexamined green equipment, he temporarily entrusted it to one of the skeleton warriors until they exited. Before leaving, Lin Ye noticed a black vortex appearing above the heads of the skeleton warriors transporting the bodies. The vortex swirled, seemingly devouring a certain special substance from the corpses. What is happening? Lin Ye was astonished. He quickly discerned the cause, the supreme attribute. The characteristic of the undead plague granted a new supreme attribute every 5 levels. Now that he had reached level 5, he had just acquired a new attribute. It appeared to be quite intriguing. Opening the attribute panel, he read, Death Plunder. Supreme summon creatures that kill enemy units can plunder their attributes. Plunder? This is possible. Lin Ye was taken aback. His gaze shifted to the skeleton warriors. At that moment, they absorbed the black energy released from the numerous tin pig corpses. A system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Your summoned creatures have plundered the attributes of tin skin and charge. The details are as follows. Tin skin, green reinforces skin, increasing physical defense by 20 to 10. Upgrade conditions, consume 300 tin pigs of the same level. Charge, blue a charge skill, increasing charge speed by 150, with a collision force equal to 130 strength, and a chance to forcibly interrupt casting. Upgrade conditions, consume 300 tin pigs of the same level. Excellent. A smile spread across Lin Ye's face. The current strength of the skeletal warriors stands at 147, with an initial strength of merely 34 points in 2010. While this may seem insignificant at first glance, it promises boundless potential for growth in the long run, akin to an infinite defensive technique for the skeletal warriors. The second attribute, charge, may appear unimpressive when unleashed singularly. However, when deployed en masse, it transforms dramatically. He eagerly anticipates the spectacle of his skeletal army executing the charge en masse. Subsequently, Lin Ye cast his gaze towards the grassy expanse to the west. This territory was the domain of the rampaging sheep. The journey there spanned approximately 5 kilometers. It was time to proceed, for the ironhide boars could no longer provide him with any substantial advancement. Lin Ye rose, directing his skeletal legion forward, positioning himself at the center of the formation. As he walked, he invested all 25 surplus attribute points gained from leveling up 5 times into intelligence. His total intelligence now reached 287, having just leveled up. His mana was replenished to full capacity. After allocating his points, he activated the frenzy of summoning. Shortly thereafter, 5 figures emerged in the thicket. They were none other than the members of the suicide squad who had departed earlier, having lingered by the stream for 10 minutes. They felt that the ironhide boar team had likely dispersed, emboldening them to venture closer. However, as soon as they stepped into the thicket, their expressions shifted dramatically. A heavy scent of blood saturated the air, and the ground was strewn with devastation. Every 7 or 8 meters ahead, massive 2-meter-wide craters gaped open. Remnants of ironhide bore flesh and bone littering the pits. A large-scale battle had evidently transpired here. The swordsman surveyed the chaotic array of footprints with a grave countenance. But where were the bodies? Why had none been found? The brawler scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion. The archer approached a crater, crouching to touch the blood and fragments within. His pupils constricted as he declared, "This is the corpse explosion technique. I witnessed a necromancer employ it during the boss fight in Qingshi town. It is a low-level spell of the necromancy school, possessing formidable single-target potency." A necromancer? The swordsman exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that it was that newcomer who did this?" At this, the healer and the others turned their gazes towards the archer. In this regard, they were all novices, mere bystanders to the unfolding drama. Chapter 6. Blood Frenzy and Leaping Tread. "No, that is also a point of my confusion," the archer replied, shaking his head. "Although that newcomer is indeed a necromancer, his level is far too low, and his equipment is woefully inadequate. Yet, the power of this corpse explosion technique rivals that of the level 20 necromancer I have encountered. Furthermore, the sheer number of chaotic footprints suggests that a substantial number of summoned undead must have been involved, at least over 100, and their strength is terrifying. They must have utterly overwhelmed the ironhide boars at nightmare difficulty. Otherwise, the battlefield would not be so pristine after a one-sided massacre. If it wasn't he that newcomer, then who else could have fought here? Has the military dispatched others?" speculated the swordsman. 10 minutes prior, upon their arrival at the instance, everything had appeared tranquil, devoid of any battle scars. "That possibility cannot be ruled out," the archer conceded. "Each teleportation allows for 10 slots. We occupied 6, leaving 4. Perhaps they did not wish to squander their teleportation resources." "Do you think there is a chance," the brawler interjected, clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention, "that the newcomer is feigning weakness, concealing his true power? After all, a necromancer is a rather rare combat profession. It seems too coincidental. I refuse to believe that. The lad is far too young, likely a student who has never even ventured beyond the outer city. How could he have gained such strength?" remarked the young warrior. "What shall we do now?" the healer posed, her voice laced with concern. "Let us follow the footprints, regardless of who this person is. Since we entered the Xiaya forest instance together, he is our ally. The more powerful assistance we have, the smoother our path to glory will be," the swordsman stated. And the others readily concurred. The 5 of them lowered their heads and cautiously advanced. Along the way, the ground was stained with blood. Every few dozen meters, crimson splatters marred the earth, instilling trepidation in each heart, as they feared a sudden ambush from the ironhide boars. Yet, after traversing several kilometers, not a single hair was spotted. Instead, the footprints multiplied alarmingly. "Has the military recruited that many necromancers?" The archer and the swordsman exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with excitement. With a necromancer clearing the path, their level of danger would plummet. They immediately quickened their pace, eager to discover which formidable individuals lay ahead, while also hoping to reap some credit for their efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Ye led his skeletal army towards the western grasslands. This 5-kilometer journey had yielded significant progress, with the number of skeletal warriors increasing by 287, bringing the total to 539. During this time, his proficiency in summoning skeletons reached a remarkable 300, elevating the skill to level 2. The upgraded summons had made substantial advancements. The information was as follows: Summon Skeleton Warrior. Consumes 20 mana, summons 2 skeleton warriors. With an increase in summoned attributes by 5, upgrade condition, cast 1,000 times. Summoning 2 at once greatly enhanced efficiency. In terms of combat, he had slain over 100 ironhide boars. Following devouring and plundering, the attributes of ironhide and charge garnered 185 experience points, leaving just 115 more for upgrade. Simultaneously, Lin Ye leveled up once more, achieving level 6. His expended mana was replenished to full. Finally, Lin Ye stepped onto the grass and beheld a distance filled with robust white sheep, each resembling a bull, their heads bowed as they grazed. Perhaps sensing the presence of intruders, these sheep lifted their heads, instantly entering a combat state. Their eyes glowed red, and their wool began to redden. Once transformed, they became irritable, stamping their forelegs upon the ground before charging forward with reckless abandon. "Come on." Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he lacked the detection spell to discern the statistics of the rampaging sheep, he felt no trepidation. He commanded his legion of over 500 skeletons to charge forth. As they drew near, he decisively issued the command: "All of you, charge!" Boom, boom. In an instant, an eerie black radiance enveloped all the skeletal warriors, resembling flames in their intensity. Their speed surged dramatically as they propelled their bony legs forward, racing across the ground with astonishing velocity. A cloud of dust was kicked up behind them, resembling a rolling torrent surging forth. The scene was grand, the momentum formidable. Crash! Upon contact, the front line of rampaging sheep was obliterated, a torrent of blood erupting forth. The physicality of the skeletal warriors surpassed that of the sheep, and with the enhancement of charge, their impact was maximized. The rampaging sheep, now in a frenzied state, remained oblivious to fear. Instead, he became immensely exhilarated by the blood of his companions. The frenzied sheep in the middle and back rows, after accelerating and gathering strength, suddenly leapt high into the air, soaring 7 or 8 meters above the head of the skeletal warrior. Like a meteor from the heavens, it crashed down with a thunderous impact. The force of the stomp was not to be underestimated, inflicting a significant 1/6 of the skeletal warrior's health. Moments later, it was violently smashed into a puddle of flesh by the oncoming boar charge. Lin Ye took out the monster encyclopedia, documenting the basic information of the frenzied sheep. Crimson in hue, ferocious, highly aggressive, and lacking in intelligence. Its skill, jumping stomp, possessed formidable attack power. As for its weaknesses, he conducted an experiment with a dozen skeletal warriors attacking a single frenzied sheep. After a brief while, he concluded that both its forelimbs and anus could inflict double critical hits. The weaknesses were confirmed, yielding 2 achievements. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, but then turned his gaze in frustration. Although the frenzied sheep was stronger than the iron-skinned boar, it was not by much and failed to inflict large-scale casualties on the skeletal army. As long as the skeletal warriors remained unyielding, he could not continue to enhance his attributes. This was vexing. He resolved to venture northward in search of the Howling Moon Wolf King boss. With determination, Lin Ye immediately began to clear the battlefield. He collected 3 pieces of first-tier green equipment, 1 piece of blue equipment, and a skill book titled Frenzy for Warriors. To Lin Ye, these were of no use, and he discarded them to the nearby skeletal warriors. The other skeletal warriors seized the corpse of the frenzied sheep, devouring it as they walked. In less than a few dozen seconds, they successfully looted the following information: Blood Frenzy, green entering a frenzy mode, enhancing all attributes by 20. Losing rationality, level up condition, devour 300 frenzied sheep. Jumping stomp, blue leaping into the air, diving down to stomp. Inflicting 150 to 170 damage with a stomp impact. Level up condition, devour 300 frenzied sheep. Losing rationality, this is excellent. A must-have for the reckless playstyle. Lin Ye was delighted. He turned and led his large troop toward the northern forest, summoning as he walked. He was close to leveling up to level 7. If he didn't T-summon now, he would waste another opportunity to utilize his full blue energy. Moreover, he could now summon skeletal warriors at level 2, allowing him to conjure 2 skeletal warriors at once, significantly increasing efficiency. Bang! Bang bang! Clouds of dust swirled as one skeletal warrior after another emerged from the chaos, growing ever stronger. Soon after, the fearless squad of 5, trembling with trepidation, arrived. They were dumbfounded at the sight of the countless corpses of frenzied sheep strewn across the ground. However, the greater shock lay behind them. The air was thick with the stench of blood. From a distance across the grassy field came the relentless thundering of stomps. It's the frenzied sheep herd. The swordsman squinted. Damn it, run. The archer, possessing keen eyesight, recognized the army of frenzied sheep from afar. Given the massive scale of the horde, there were likely 100 or 200 of them. They immediately bolted in panic. The others turned pale, hastily fleeing toward the stream. They needed to devise a long-term strategy. Chapter 7. Howling Moon Wolf King, Rapid Advancement. 20 minutes later, the formidable skeletal army emerged at the edge of the northern forest, sweeping through with overwhelming force. Boom. A radiant light of upgrade enveloped him as he ascended to level 7. He poured all his free attribute points into intelligence. Intelligence, 297. Delightful. Lin Ye beamed as he sat upon a log, supported by 4 skeletal warriors. The current total number of skeletal warriors, 826. After leveling up, he could summon an additional 297 skeletal warriors, directly surpassing 1,000. Before he could summon, a flurry of turquoise wind blades erupted from the forest. With a series of sharp sounds, over 30 skeletal warriors were swiftly dispatched without warning. Wind magic. Lin Ye was taken aback. The skeletal warriors, at this moment, lacked wind attribute resistance, meaning every strike dealt genuine damage, causing rapid health depletion. This was precisely in line with his intentions. Time for another attribute enhancement. The next moment, a pair of malevolent eyes emerged from the depths of the forest. All around, they were everywhere. These eyes belonged to a multitude of azure-furred giant wolves. An initial estimate suggested over 200. Howling moon wolves. They were nightmarish in strength, each comparable to the elite monsters outside. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. These creatures were living, breathing, free laborers. He immediately commanded, "Do not attack, let them fight." The skeletal warriors immediately stood at attention, remaining motionless. In response, the howling moon wolves revealed their cruel gaze, opening their mouths to unleash their fury. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A barrage of wind blades rained down on the skeletal army without restraint, quickly resulting in numerous casualties. Keep it up. Spray away. Watching the swift flow of death feedback notifications, Lin Ye was overjoyed. He stood firm, exchanging blows with the howling moon wolves. As the howling moon wolves struck, he summoned more. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Over 200 howling moon wolves collapsed to the ground, their mouths frothing at the edges, having depleted their magical energy multiple times. They were virtually out of combat power. Useless, I haven't even exerted myself yet, Lin Ye muttered. Just then, the system delivered a summary. Ding. Death feedback, Strength 287, Constitution 287, Intelligence 287, Agility 287. Current attributes, Strength 546, Constitution 548, Intelligence 584, Agility 544. I am incredibly powerful now. Lin Ye clenched his fist and suddenly unleashed a strike. Boom. The massive tree embraced by two individuals exploded, with shattered branches flying like arrows, instantly turning a dozen howling moon wolves into a sieve. Simultaneously, all skeletal warriors received a tremendous boost. Mysterious energy coalesced from within their bony structures, and their previously pale bones became dark and solidified. Both their density and attack power saw significant improvement. Testing their strength, Lin Ye seized one of the howling moon wolves and aimed it at the skeletal warriors. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of metallic clashing rang out. The dark yellow bones merely bore a few white marks, and damage was reduced to double digits. To slay the current skeletal warriors, one would need to land dozens of hits. Not useful. Just kill it. Lin Ye casually tossed the howling moon wolf into the forest, where it vanished from sight. He looked at his palm and soon realized that his strength had surged too rapidly, and he had yet to fully adapt. On the other side, upon hearing the command, the soul flames within the skulls of all skeletal warriors flickered with impatience. They surged forward in a frenzy. A reckless charge. Bang, bang. The immense force struck like a bulldozer hitting glass, shattering it with the slightest touch. The skeleton warriors in the rear, unwilling to be outdone, charged forth with renewed vigor. They then unleashed a powerful jump stomp, soaring into the air. With each descent, they effortlessly crushed a howling moon wolf beneath their feet. The tide of battle turned decidedly in their favor. Splatter, splatter. Blood erupted like a waterfall, as one howling moon wolf after another fell, lifeless in pools of crimson. In less than 5 minutes, they were all exterminated. Boom. A cascade of golden light heralded a level up, elevating them to level 8. Intelligence surged, totaling 589. It was astonishingly swift. Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not even depleted his mana reserves before achieving this advancement. During this time, he had summoned a total of 268 skeleton warriors, and after accounting for the 189 that had just perished, the total count stood at 905. Only a little over 100 more proficiency points were needed for the skeletons to reach level 3, which would significantly enhance their combat prowess. Lin Ye's expression turned hopeful. Next, he surveyed the battlefield. 7 pieces of first-tier blue equipment had dropped, mostly suited for warriors and archers. He collected them all. The corpses of the howling moon wolves were already being devoured by the leading skeleton warrior, and in just a few minutes, they would all be consumed. Just as he prepared to summon more skeletons, a long, mournful howl resonated from the depths of the forest. The sound grew closer, rapidly approaching. The Wolf King? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Along the way, howling moon wolves from all directions responded in kind. In an instant, the entire northern forest was enveloped in their haunting cries. There were quite a few. Lin Ye's gaze flickered. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed, growing louder. When the noise peaked, swoosh. A magnificent silver-haired wolf leaped from the forest, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon seeing the multitude of wolf corpses, the Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching wail. Then, with its silver eyes fixed menacingly on Lin Ye, it bared its teeth. Suddenly, it unleashed a colossal wind blade, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, it cleaved through the front line of 10 skeleton warriors. Excellent. Lin Ye clapped his hands in approval. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the howling moon wolves from other areas of the forest also converged, joining the fray. The numbers were at least 400, and with the boss included. It was a fool's errand for ordinary classes to hope for victory. Lin Ye shook his head, gesturing with his hand. The vast army of skeletons split into 2, with 500 confronting the 400 howling moon wolves, while the remaining 400 surged forward to block the Wolf King's advance. Summon, summon. Seizing this opportunity, I can soar. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bam, bam, bam. The summoning array appeared with increasing frequency. 2 skeletons emerged each second. The howling moon Wolf King was equally relentless, its form darting like lightning into the heart of the skeleton army, crushing 3 with its left paw and shattering 5 with its right. Occasionally, it would unleash colossal wind blades, forcing the skeleton warriors into retreat. Ding. Your skeleton warrior has been slain, receiving death feedback rewards. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Intelligence 2, Agility 2. Ding. Your skeleton warrior has been slain, receiving death feedback rewards. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Intelligence 2, Agility 2. The notifications continued. The speed of Lin Ye's summoning was also on the rise. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Your skeleton warrior has plundered the entries, Gale Technique, and Windblade. The details are as follows. Gale Technique. Consumes 3 mana per second. Increases movement speed by 30. Upgrade condition. Devour 300 howling moon wolves. Windblade. consumes 30 mana, unleashes a wind blade spell with an output of 150 to 190 intelligence, upgrade condition, devour 300 howling moon wolves. Chapter 8, Annihilating the Boss, Perfect Grade Monster Egg. The plunder was successful. A smile spread across Lin Ye's face. The newly acquired entries were immensely beneficial. One enhanced movement speed, while the other provided wind-based magical output. Originally, the skeleton warriors were purely physical fighters, but now, they could be considered magic swordsmen. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the chaotic battle. The combat strength of the skeleton warriors surged dramatically, their movements becoming agile enough to effortlessly evade the wind blades of the howling moon wolves. In a split second of evasion, they would retaliate with a swing of their swords, launching a green wind blade that cleaved a severely wounded howling moon wolf in two. The power was commendable. However, it was time to exercise caution. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth as he commanded the skeleton army to slow their pace of slaughter. The Wolf King still held value at this moment. Let it claim a few more kills. Besides, the full mana of 5,890 couldn't be wasted. Thus, he immersed himself entirely in summoning skeletons. Summon, summon, boom, boom. The summoning array appeared at an astonishing rate. One skeleton warrior after another emerged, charging fearlessly toward the Wolf King, offering themselves as fodder. Awoo! The Wolf King unleashed its might. In its fervor, it would emit excited howls. After spending an extended period in the dungeon, it had not experienced such exhilarating monster slaying in quite some time. It plunged into the midst of the skeleton army, weaving in and out with flair. Slaughter! Slaughter! Lin Ye chuckled with delight. 10 minutes later, 589 brand-new skeleton warriors entered the battlefield. In an instant, they surrounded the Wolf King in a multi-layered encirclement. Ding! The proficiency for summoning skeletons has reached its maximum, elevating to level 3. The information updated. Summon skeleton warriors. Consumes 60 mana. Summons 3 skeleton warriors. The attributes of summoned entities increase by 10. Upgrade condition. Cast 3,000 times. Now he could summon 3 at once. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the mana cost had doubled, the efficiency was a significant gain. Simultaneously, the feedback notifications chimed in. Ding! Death feedback. Strength 468. Constitution 468. Intelligence 468. Agility 468. The Wolf King was indeed formidable. Lin Ye was thoroughly astonished. Losing over 300 skeleton warriors had yielded him several thousand free attribute points. A tremendous profit. Now, all attributes had surpassed 1,000. The data was as follows. Strength 1,014. Constitution 1,016. Intelligence 1057. Agility 1,012. With such a dramatic increase in attributes, Lin Ye felt an immense transformation within himself. His vitality surged like a raging dragon, his fists generating explosive bursts of air. With each step, his feet crushed the ground, shattering stones beneath him. The power was overwhelming. He would need to return and cultivate a warrior system to better control his physical strength. Lin Ye pondered. Not only he, but the skeleton warriors had also undergone a qualitative change. With an average attribute of over 400, the recent level increase in summoned skeletons granted them an additional 10 in attribute boosts, raising their totals past 500. Such a terrifying enhancement in attributes had, to some extent, already surpassed that of the Wolf King boss. The once formidable Wolf King found itself in dire straits. Even the wind blade magic could only manage to inflict serious injuries upon a handful of skeleton warriors. The Wolf King widened its eyes, sensing a shift in its mentality. If the Wolf King was struggling, the ordinary howling moon magic wolves were utterly powerless, proving no match whatsoever. It was futile. Thus, a swift execution was warranted. Lin Ye commanded all skeleton warriors to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of wind blades erupted from the bone blades. The howling moon magic wolves attempted to resist, unleashing their own barrage of wind blades. However, the inherent attributes of the skeleton warriors far exceeded those of the howling moon magic wolves. The wind blades they released were naturally more potent. Only for a brief moment did the howling moon magic wolves manage to hold their ground before their wind blades collapsed. The wind blades continued unabated, raining down upon the howling moon magic wolf army like arrows piercing the sky. Thud, thud. One by one, wolf heads fell to the ground amidst anguished howls, blood splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, Lin Ye joined the fray, hurling the corpses of the iron-skinned pigs he had previously collected into the battle. Corpse explosion, corpse explosion, corpse explosion. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed in succession. Within a mere moment, over 300 howling moon magic wolves lay slain, while others sustained varying degrees of injury. Their combat effectiveness drastically diminished. In stark contrast, the skeleton warriors grew ever stronger, their numbers multiplying with each passing moment. Initially, it was 500 versus 400. In no time, the count swelled to 900 versus 300, and this figure continued to rise significantly. Boom. Not far away, a beam of golden light signifying an upgrade descended, marking Lin Ye's ascension to level 9. His mana was fully restored, and he could summon once more. Lin Ye grinned, observing the Wolf King. Now besieged by hundreds of skeleton warriors, feeling confident of victory, he continued to summon. At level 3, summoning skeletons consumed 60 mana and could bring forth 3 skeleton warriors at a time. With 570 mana available, he could summon a staggering 528 skeleton warriors, taking only 3 minutes. Moments later, 3 minutes passed, and the number of skeleton warriors increased by 528, bringing the total to 179. Meanwhile, the ordinary Howling Moon magic wolves had been completely annihilated. The victorious skeleton warriors unleashed a devouring vortex, swiftly absorbing various materials. Shortly thereafter, the system sent a congratulatory message. Ding! Your skeleton warriors have consumed 467 Howling Moon magic wolves, upgrading the skills Gale and Windblade. Information updated. Gale, LV2 consumes 5 mana per second, increasing movement speed by 35, upgrade condition. Consume 1,000 Howling Moon magic wolves. Windblade, LV2 consumes 60 mana. Unleashing a Windblade spell with 180 to 200 intelligence. Upgrade condition. Consume 1,000 Howling Moon magic wolves. The enhancements were significant. Lin Ye gazed at the skeleton warriors besieging the Wolf King. Their overall speed had increased by 5, and the damage inflicted by their Windblades had risen dramatically. With their intelligence attributes approaching 500, a single Windblade dealt 180 damage, striking the Wolf King. Even with its wind resistance, it lost over 400 health. A barrage of hundreds of Windblades descended, ultimately slaying the Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the nightmarish boss Howling Moon Wolf King. Ding! Experience gained. 30,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the Howling Moon Forest dungeon. Would you like to immediately settle the dungeon rewards? No. Lin Ye shook his head. The military had allotted 120 minutes, and glancing at his watch, he noted over 20 minutes remained. There was ample time to sweep through the territories of the iron-skinned pigs and the rampaging sheep. With a bit of luck, he might even reach level 10. At which point he could activate new supreme attributes. Of course, skills like Iron Skin and Charge could further evolve. Oh, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, noticing a flicker of purple light emanating from the boss's corpse. Something had dropped. His eyes brightened. The loot from a nightmarish boss was sure to be exceptional. He hurried over to inspect the body. As expected, a monster egg radiating purple light lay before him. Touching it revealed the following information. Monster egg, Howling Moon Wolf King. Quality, purple, perfect. Hatching conditions, 1,000 energy crystals. Chapter 9, SSS rating, record broken. The Howling Moon Wolf King egg. A perfect quality specimen. Lin Ye was astonished. The drop rate for monster eggs is exceedingly low. Even a single egg can fetch a fortune, let alone one of perfect quality. If nurtured properly, this creature could surpass even legendary human class experts. Moreover, the Howling Moon Wolf lineage was not merely a monster pet, it could serve as a mount. Favored by the elite for its aesthetics, speed, and stability. It was indeed splendid, but hatching required 1,000 energy crystals, which was rather costly. Lin Ye grimaced. Energy crystals were one of the vital resources in the New World, highly sought after for crafting equipment and enhancing energy-based skills. On the open market, a single energy crystal could sell for 1,000 coins. 1,000 crystals amounted to a staggering 1 million coins, enough to purchase a house in a regional city. Best to stow it away for now. Lin Ye shook his head, wrapping the egg in his clothing and nonchalantly tossing it to the skeleton warrior behind him. Having dealt with the monster egg, he proceeded with the original plan, beginning his onslaught on the rampaging sheep territory in the western grasslands from the northern forest area. Charge. Leap and stomp. Gale. Gale. With all buff attributes activated, the return journey, which had taken several minutes, transformed into a swift torrent of steel in less than 5 minutes. Bah! The rampaging sheep army roared in fury, their hooves pounding the ground in a desperate attempt to resist. Alas, thousands of wind blades descended, raining down the remnants of countless rampaging sheep from the sky. Before they could take flight, they were reduced to a bloody rain scattered across the ground. Plunder! Plunder! Lin Ye commanded. Experience points surged before his eyes. Minutes later, all 4 attributes successfully leveled up. The information was as follows. Blood Frenzy. LV2 enters a frenzy mode, enhancing all attributes by 25, but loses rationality. Upgrade condition. Consume 1,000 rampaging sheep. Leap and stomp. LV2 soars into the air, diving down to stomp, dealing 180 to 190 strength impact damage. Iron Skin. LV2 reinforces skin, increasing physical defense by 30 to 15. Upgrade condition. Consume 1,000 Iron Skin Pigs. Charge. LV2 a charge type skill, increasing speed by 180, with a collision force equivalent to 140 strength, possessing a chance to forcibly interrupt spellcasting. Boom. As the final tin pig collapsed, a radiant golden light descended, and Lin Ye joyfully ascended to level 10. His mana was fully replenished, and he had unlocked a new supreme attribute, Infinite Domain. Supreme, all necromantic summons possess an unrestricted control range and share a unified perspective. This was astonishingly powerful. Lin Ye felt invigorated, throwing a punch into the air. This effectively translated to an unlimited viewpoint combined with remote automation. In future dungeons, he could effortlessly level up without taking a single step. Finally, glancing at the time, he noted there were less than 5 minutes remaining. Summoning, maximizing his strength. Lin Ye dismissed any distractions and began to earnestly summon skeletal warriors. Boom, boom. Amidst the swirling dust, fresh skeletal warriors emerged from the magic circle. Ding. Skeletal warrior count, 533. Total, 2012. Over 2,000. Lin Ye whistled. This number, coupled with the formidable attributes of the skeletal warriors, could easily sweep through the outer military encampments. That said, he still wished to tread the path of the daring. On one hand, the risks were high, allowing for continual growth. On the other, investigating the disappearance of his brother Lin Ye would necessitate cooperation with the military. Securing a foothold would certainly alleviate many troubles. Lost in thought, he noticed several furtive figures lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the group of 5 swordsmen gasped in shock. What kind of necromancer can summon so many skeletal warriors? They were utterly flabbergasted. In conventional understanding, a necromancer could summon at most a few dozen or even 100. Only the most powerful could control several hundred. Yet, the skeletal army before them must number in the thousands, perhaps even 2,000. Bro, I see that newcomer, said the fist fighter, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, he's definitely not just awakened. The swordsman speculated through gritted teeth. He could be a scion from some noble family, equipped with legendary gear, enabling him to summon such a multitude of skeletal warriors. Crazy, a scion joining the daring squad. What on earth is he thinking? The archer cursed under his breath as well. The healer and warrior were itching to approach him for support, but hesitated, daunted by the throngs of skeletal warriors encircling them. Buzz. Soon, time was up, and a spatial vortex appeared. Before departing, the settlement page reappeared before Lin Ye's eyes. What? No way. Oh heavens. The dungeon was completed? When did that happen? I had no idea. The 5 swordsmen were once again dumbfounded. They had done nothing, yet the system had declared them victorious in the nightmarish Howling Moon Forest dungeon. What a bewildering turn of events. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Ye, their expressions a mixture of complexity and, soon, overwhelming joy as they immersed themselves in the rewards. Lin Ye was no exception. The settlement page spun rapidly. Ding, kills, Tin Pig X609. Ding, kills, Frenzied Sheep X724. Ding, kills, Howling Moon Demon Wolf X823. Ding, kills, Howling Moon Demon Wolf Boss X1. Ding, time taken, 120 minutes. Overall rating, SSS. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first person to clear the nightmarish Howling Moon Forest dungeon with an SSS rating. Prestige, 100. Reward, 2 first-tier perfect boss chests. The details were as follows. Item, boss chest. Level, first tier. Quality, perfect. Effect, opening the chest will yield unexpected treasures. Ding. Would you like to open the boss chest immediately? Yes. Lin Ye confirmed. No sooner had he spoken than boom, boom. The 2 boss chests exploded, scattering treasures everywhere. Ding. First tier perfect Howling Moon Demon Wolf set X1. Ding. First tier skill enhancement scroll X1. Ding. First tier perfect spatial ring X1. Ding. Perfect yellow gemstones X3. What a bountiful haul. Lin Ye was in high spirits. The first Howling Moon Demon Wolf set was incredibly powerful, considered top-tier equipment at the first level. The 6-piece attribute bonuses would hold their own even against second-tier sets. Once he had them identified, he could equip them immediately. The second item, a first-tier skill enhancement scroll, was a highly practical one-time treasure that could directly elevate any first-tier skill level without the need for proficiency, instantly advancing it to the second tier. The third item made Lin Ye's eyes light up. The 10th chapter spatial equipment, the Howling Moon Wolf King's Ring. Spatial equipment. His luck was phenomenal. Lin Ye beamed with delight. Spatial gear belonged to the realm of rare artifacts, and even a first-tier quality piece would be fiercely sought after upon its emergence. Given its immense utility in dungeon runs and monster slaying, he turned to ask the swordsman and others for an identification scroll. Tearing it open, a beam of light descended upon the spatial ring. The details were as follows. Equipment, Howling Moon Wolf King's Ring. Type, spatial. Level, first tier. Quality, purple, perfect. Storage space, 9 cubic meters. Not bad, a 3x3x1 space. Lin Ye was exceedingly pleased. With a flick of thought, he gathered the green and blue equipment, skill books, and monster eggs from the skeletal warriors into the ring's space. After a few tests, he effortlessly mastered the ring's usage and stowed it away. His gaze shifted to the 4th treasure, the perfect yellow gemstone. How fortunate to have found such a gem. Lin Ye smiled. There are many types of special gemstones. Red for strength, purple for constitution, green for agility, and yellow for intelligence. Their value is, in many respects, comparable to that of spatial equipment. For him, they might even prove more beneficial. As he spoke, he pinched a nail-sized, inverted triangle yellow gemstone. The feedback was as follows. Perfect yellow gemstone. Enhances equipment. Permanently increases intelligence by 50 points. 1 gem adds 50 points. 3 would yield 150. Incredible, Lin Ye exclaimed, taking all 3 yellow gemstones to embed into his white equipment. After all, they could be removed at any time, no big deal. In an instant, the embedding process was complete. Ding, intelligence, 150. Total intelligence, 1217. Delight surged through Lin Ye. He glanced at the other 5, still caught up in the settlement process. With nothing else to do, he dashed to the corpses of the tin pigs and frenzied sheep, unleashing corpse explosion after corpse explosion, creating a symphony of booming sounds. Boom. In no time, his proficiency in corpse explosion skyrocketed. Meanwhile, the thunderous detonations reverberated in the air. The group of 5 swordsmen was taken aback. This gentleman is truly fearsome. The little healer bared her teeth, appearing quite frightened. Regardless of his ferocity, we are all destined to perish. Whoever offers us salvation, whoever grants us a reprieve, shall be our master, our father. I am indifferent to your opinions. I have firmly decided to follow him. The boxer wore a serious expression. In this nightmarish level instance, the mortality rate soared to 90. This meant that among the 5 of them, it was highly probable that 4 would meet their demise. He never considered himself exceptional, so he was certain he would be among the deceased. However, with Lin Ye's involvement, the dangers seemed to vanish, and they even acquired a white-quality boss chest without cost. Where could one find such fortune? If one wishes to be a sycophant, one must first ascertain if the esteemed personage desires such company. The archer scoffed. Spare me your sarcasm. If you are so bold, then hand over your boss chest, for it was my father who vanquished it. The boxer retorted defiantly. You are courting death. The archer, incensed, shot back. Enough. We are all but half a step away from our graves. Let us keep our tongues in check. The swordsman lightly coughed, intervening to separate the two. His gaze shifted towards the densely packed army of skeletons, his face a portrait of envy. This gentleman is no ordinary necromancer. He possesses not only legendary equipment, but has also attained an advanced hidden class of necromancer. The death squad cannot confine him for long. So while he is present, it is prudent to cling to his coattails. Perhaps our chance of survival hinges upon his whims. Upon hearing this, a fervent desire for survival ignited within the eyes of everyone present. The death squad suffered casualties daily. If they could live, none wished for death. Even the fiercely proud archer fell silent at this moment. After 7 or 8 minutes, amidst the many craters in the woods, Lin Ye clapped his hands in satisfaction. He had triggered explosions hundreds, if not thousands, of times. The spectacle was exhilarating. Simultaneously, his proficiency in the corpse explosion skill ascended 2 levels. The information updated. Corpse explosion, LV3 detonate 3 corpses simultaneously, consuming no mana, inflicting 180 to 200 intelligence worth of explosive damage, with a blast radius of 8 meters. Upgrade requirements. Detonate the corpse explosion 3,000 times. Now able to detonate 3 corpses, the range had expanded 4-fold. Delightful. Lin Ye's spirit soared. From now on, as long as there were corpses, he could unleash the corpse explosion over a wide area, maximizing damage. His intelligence now stood at 1217. Leading to a base explosive damage of 2,614, still within the area of effect. Should he traverse the Howling Moon Forest once more? He was confident he could reduce the time to 20 minutes. Most of the time was spent merely traveling. Otherwise, he could have been even swifter. Upon his return to the teleportation point, he discovered the other 5 members of the death squad lined up, who, upon spotting him, bowed in unison and saluted. Boss. They called out, presenting him with 5 white-quality boss chests. You wish to align yourselves with me? Lin Ye squinted, instantly discerning their intentions. Boss, you saved our lives. Your benevolence surpasses the heavens. From this day forth, you shall be my rebirth parents. Whatever you command, I shall obey without hesitation. The boxer proclaimed fervently, leading the charge in expressing their allegiance. The others, in their quest for survival, quickly followed suit. I shall consider it, Lin Ye replied as he accepted the 5 boss chests. At this, the boxer and the others erupted in joy. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, the military will press us. Lin Ye raised his gaze to the swirling spatial vortex and stepped inside, leading the way. With a whoosh, dazzling beams of light enveloped them. And in the next moment, the 6 returned to the main world. No casualties, not even a scratch. Upon their emergence, the aged Zhao Xiaobo was taken aback. This was a nightmare-level instance. Even the soldiers of their military sustained injuries each time they ventured forth. Have you discovered their weaknesses? The commander Lu Feng, uninterested in such details, fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Ye and the others, demanding answers. Here, Lin Ye tossed over the monster compendium. Have you found them? Lu Feng's initial surprise swiftly transformed into elation as he opened the compendium. Ironhide pig weakness. Striking the crown has a high probability of dealing double damage, allowing for a solo kill within 2 minutes without summoning allies. Berserk sheep weakness. Front limbs, anus, low intelligence, can be ensnared in traps. Howling moon wolf weakness. Low mana, Low magic defense. The more Lu Feng read, the more astonished and delighted he became. This information was more detailed and comprehensive than what their military had uncovered through their own explorations. If utilized wisely, they could conquer this nightmare-level instance within 3 days. Commander, what do you think? Zhao Xiaobo inquired, noticing the myriad of expressions crossing Lu Feng's face. You read for yourself. Lu Feng cautiously handed the compendium to Zhao Xiaobo. Then, turning his gaze to Lin Ye and the others, he smiled broadly, saying, well done. Shortly, our personnel will descend to test the findings. If verified, you will have achieved a significant feat, each of you earning 40 merit points. I also authorize you to visit the logistics department for a gathering in the outer city to unwind. After this proclamation, arrangements were made for Lin Ye and his companions to return to the camp. Along the way, each individual was filled with exhilaration. Chapter 11. Oath of Loyalty, Absolute Fidelity. 40 merit points. This is an overwhelming reward. A single instance yielding the rewards typically accrued from 6 or 7 instances. When has Lu Feng ever been so generous? The boxer and the others felt a surge of excitement. According to the Alliance's regulations, members of the Death Squad could be granted amnesty upon accumulating 100 merit points. Having previously completed 3 instances, they had amassed 17 merit points. With this latest endeavor, their total stood at 57. In the past, they had scarcely glimpsed any hope of survival, feeling as stagnant as a pool of stagnant water. Yet now, by merely participating with Lin Ye once, they had secured 40 merit points without risk. A couple more endeavors like this, and amnesty will be assured. The eyes of everyone turned to Lin Ye, brimming with fervor. Before long, the group returned to the camp. Whether due to their significant achievement or not, Lu Feng had kindly dispatched someone to address sanitary issues. The rations were no longer the meager rice porridge, but instead consisted of hearty military stew, complete with meat and vegetables, accompanied by rice. Delightful. Each of the 6 consumed 3 large bowls, feeling thoroughly satiated. Lin Ye then produced the 5 boss chests. The swordsman, boxer, and others cast envious glances at them, though they had willingly offered them to Lin Ye. Witnessing them again stirred some reluctance within. However, Lin Ye paid them no mind, methodically opening each one. Bang, bang, bang. A cascade of dazzling loot cascaded to the ground. Ding. Berserk Sheep set X3. Ding. Ironhide Pig set X2. Ding. Shattered Yellow Gem X12. Ding. Energy Crystal X15. Ding. Skill Book Blessing Hammer. Ding. Skill Book Thunder Fist. Sensing the fervent gazes behind him, Lin Ye cast a glance at them, pondered for a moment, and spoke. If you wish to join me, it is permissible. However, I have a condition. Please, do tell, boss. Fist Fighter responded earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. I appreciate obedient subordinates. Let me be clear. I demand absolute obedience. Lin Ye's gaze swept across each individual, and none flinched. Excellent, he nodded and continued. There is but one opportunity. Your first command is to leap into the cesspit behind you. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures surged forth, unhesitatingly plunging into the pit. What madness! Someone has jumped into the cesspit. Quick, save them. Outside, chaos ensued. Meanwhile, within the camp, Lin Ye glanced at the bewildered expressions of swordsman and warrior. A sigh escaped him. He had anticipated that the most compliant would be swordsman, fist fighter, or healer. Instead, the most rebellious, archer, had taken the place of swordsman. It must be said, fate is capricious. The swordsman attempted to speak, but was silenced by Lin Ye. He had stated that there was only one opportunity, and thus, it was indeed singular. After approximately 10 minutes, 3 disheveled figures were returned. They were drenched, and despite having been rinsed multiple times, an unbearable stench lingered. Upon their return, they eagerly gazed at Lin Ye. Loyalty 90. Loyalty 90. Loyalty 95. As Lin Ye beheld the newly displayed loyalty metrics above their heads, a smile crept onto his face. In this world, words may deceive, but data does not lie. A loyalty exceeding 80 essentially guarantees against betrayal. Surpassing 90 signifies core allegiance, and 100 denotes absolute loyalty, willing to die without hesitation. Among them, the highest loyalty was undoubtedly that of Fist Fighter, at 95, tantalizingly close to 100. The remaining 2 were a novice, healer, and an archer. While their talents were lacking, the strongest, archer, and fist fighter, were both of green quality. However, their compliance rendered them somewhat useful for the time being. This is yours, Lin Ye announced, producing the Ironhide Pig and Rampaging Sheep sets, 1 for each. He also bestowed upon the archer a blue quality bow of level 1 that had previously dropped. This is far too precious, exclaimed the archer, tears welling in her eyes. She had never experienced such kindness before. In her upbringing, her mother had been akin to a vampire, draining her of her hard-earned money, while her stepfather was a brute who would strike her upon drinking, even laying hands on her inappropriately. She had joined the death squad after nearly shooting her stepfather, ultimately sent away by her mother. In comparison, Lin Ye felt warmer than her own family. Ding, loyalty 9. From the archer, it's at 99. Lin Ye was quite taken aback. While it was known that members of the death squad would sacrifice much to survive, this was remarkably swift. Just a piece of equipment could evoke such emotion? This was beyond his comprehension. He then provided the Fist Fighter with 2 skill books, Blessed Hammer and Thunder Fist. I adore you, boss. Fist Fighter exclaimed, exhilarated. With the rampaging set and these 2 tomes, his combat prowess could triple. Ding, loyalty 5. From the Fist Fighter. What the hell? 100. Lin Ye was left dumbfounded. Turning to the Fist Fighter, and unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, what is your name? Boss, I am Jiang Jingfu. The Fist Fighter replied promptly. Lin Ye was speechless. Lastly, it was the little healer. No items had been given yet. Ding, loyalty 10. It reached maximum. Boss, don't underestimate me because I'm small. I have excellent luck. Next time we open a treasure chest, I'll guarantee you'll draw the best every time. Perhaps fearing Lin Ye's disdain, the healer mustered courage and offered herself. Very well, Lin Ye smiled. At least she was a diehard fan. He tossed out a few pieces of equipment that would enhance healing capacity. With the distribution of equipment complete, the 3 subordinates' combat power surged, elatedly dancing about. On the other side, swordsman and the young warrior exchanged glances, regretting their decisions deeply. In a mere few minutes, Lin Ye had gifted items worth tens of thousands. Such a benevolent leader was hard to come by. If only it was just jumping into a cesspit. Damn, had I known this, I wouldn't have hesitated for a second. I would have been a fool. Most importantly, Lin Ye exhibited immense potential. To survive, they must cling to Lin Ye's coattails. With this thought, swordsman and the young warrior slapped themselves twice in regret. Alas, these actions were meaningless in Lin Ye's eyes. Missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed. His focus now lay on enhancing his strength. How to enhance? 1. Equip better gear. 2. Send skeleton warriors to their demise. 3. Acquire mana recovery techniques or potions. 4. Learn new necromancy skills. Most of these required purchases at the market. Lin Ye frowned. Fortunately, Lu Feng was efficient. That evening, Deputy Zhao Xiaobo arrived, informing them that the military had dispatched experts to verify the information in the monster compendium. It was entirely accurate. The 40-point military merit reward had been credited to each individual's identity information. Furthermore, he urged Lin Ye and his comrades to rest well, as a logistics vehicle would depart for the outer city assembly early the next morning, ready to transport them. After Zhao Xiaobo departed, Lin Ye and the others, feeling fatigued, collapsed into slumber. Chapter 12. Outer City Assembly, profiting $1 million. The following dawn, Lin Ye awoke early. He glanced at his mana points, after a night's rest. Over half had been restored. 789. Lin Ye shook his head. His intelligence attribute was exceedingly high, far surpassing that of his peers, resulting in a recovery rate that could not keep pace with the demand. This further solidified his intention to purchase a mana recovery technique. Perhaps it was too early, as the transport vehicle had yet to arrive. The archer, Xiao Mo, picked up the blue bow, practicing her aim. Fist fighter, Jiang Jingfu familiarized himself with his new skills. Blessed Hammer and Thunder Fist against a tree stump. The little healer, Zhang Yu, was equally determined, repeatedly casting healing to improve her proficiency. Swordsman and the young warrior were inspired and joined in the training. The entire death squad thrived with vigor. Summon forth. Let the skeletons multiply. So we may prepare for the inevitable demise, Lin Ye murmured. With fingers spread wide, he exclaimed, boom, boom, boom. 3 skeleton warriors materialized. At that moment, the level 3 summon skeleton skill reached its full potential. In under a minute, 39 skeleton warriors filled the death squad's tent. With a wave of his hand, in the midst of Jiang Jingfu and others' horrified gazes, everything transformed into smoke and vanished. Summoning space, skeleton warrior, 2051 infinite. The boss's power is growing ever stronger. The archer's eyes gleamed with fervor. A typical necromancer? How could their skill cooldown be so swift? It was nearly akin to infinite firepower. Who wouldn't be dazed upon witnessing it? Good heavens, what have I done? The swordsman and the young warrior were left in despair. They could have been the boss's right-hand men, just like Jiang Jingfu. From the glory of the dragon, they had perfectly missed out. Slap, slap. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, delivering a few self-inflicted slaps. Beep. At that moment, the sound of car horns echoed from outside. They have arrived. Lin Ye opened his eyes and rose. Boss, the market in the outer city is quite lively. I grew up there, so I know it like the back of my hand. Let me tell you, there are many exciting shows inside. I'll take you to see them. Jiang Jingfu grinned mischievously. We'll see when we get there. Lin Ye smiled in response. As they spoke, under the watchful eyes of the guards, the group exited the tent and boarded the transport vehicle. Along the way, Jiang Jingfu was filled with excitement. His home was not far from the market. Perhaps this time he might catch a glimpse of his girlfriend. Rocking and swaying. 2 hours later, the transport vehicle halted before the towering city gates. The group disembarked, instantly captivated by the sight before them. The lengthy city walls resembled a steel dragon, sprawling across the land, seemingly endless. How magnificent! Xiao Mo exclaimed. I've only seen this on television. This is my first time witnessing it in person. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Astonishing, isn't it? This is our territory now. Whatever you wish to play, just let me know, and I guarantee your satisfaction, Jiang Jingfu boasted proudly, thumping his chest. Aren't you going to see your little girlfriend? Lin Ye teased. Hee hee. As you say, my girlfriend pales in comparison to the boss. Of course, the boss is more important, Jiang Jingfu chuckled sheepishly. No need to mind us. Just go and come back quickly. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively. How can I do that? Jiang Jingfu scratched his head. However, after the guards permitted their passage, he dashed into the market at the first opportunity, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 3 hours later, gather at the entrance. Those who are late shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing the guard's words, Lin Ye glanced at the numerous surveillance cameras and patrolling troops, shaking his head. He then led Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu into the market. The swordsman and the young warrior exchanged glances, wishing to follow but lacking a reason to do so. With a wry smile, they could only attend to their own needs and procure supplies. The market was vast, with 10 horizontal streets and 7 vertical ones. Also known as 17 alleys. It gathered 1/3 of the entire profession community of the Great Han City and served as the primary supply station for hunting fierce beasts in the outer city. Each district had its specific function. There were vendors selling equipment, weapons, gemstones, potions, bounty guilds, pet eggs, and auction houses, everything one could possibly desire. Boss, look at that knight riding the great black bull. How impressive. On the bustling street, Zhang Yu, seemingly astonished by the sights, exclaimed. The Black Bull Knight, a hidden profession. His level obscured, should be at least level 20, Xiao Mo calmly informed. You seem quite knowledgeable about these things, Lin Ye remarked, glancing at her. I too am a hidden profession, but the awakening conditions require special catalysts, Xiao Mo replied after a moment of silence, continuing, for instance, the blood of other hidden professions. The stronger, the better. At this, her gaze became fervent as it fell upon Lin Ye. How intriguing, Lin Ye chuckled, beginning to understand her motives for aligning herself with him. However, without a loyalty of 100, such thoughts should remain unconsidered. Subsequently, the three followed the signposts, traversing 3 streets until they arrived at a shop named the Treasures Pavilion. Dear customer, how may I assist you today? Upon entering, a young lady in a cheongsam approached them eagerly. Please find me an appraiser. I wish to sell dozens of green and blue quality items, Lin Ye stated, intending to gather the necessary funds. He needed a considerable amount to purchase everything he required. Fortunately, he had just cleared the Howling Moon Forest dungeon, accumulating a plethora of useless equipment. Selling them off should net him a fair sum. Upon hearing this, the cheongsam-clad lady's eyes sparkled. Dozens of items? This is no small business. She promptly led Lin Ye and the others to the depths of the courtyard. Inside were 3 small dark rooms. The lady explained. Each room has an appraiser corresponding to tiers 1, 2, and 3. Choose whichever you prefer. After saying this, she departed. Lin Ye glanced around and took Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu into the first room. The small dark room was modest, about a dozen square meters. At the end of the room was a counter where an elderly man with antiquated glasses sat. Place the items you wish to appraise on the counter. Everything else is unnecessary, the old man grumbled. Very well, Lin Ye nodded, raising his hand. The Howling Moon Wolf King ring emitted a faint glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One piece of equipment after another fell onto the counter, quickly filling it. Goodness, you've cleared quite a few dungeons, haven't you? The old man was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Ye closely. Although the equipment's levels weren't high, the sheer quantity rivaled that of a small army's production. Such a feat was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Observing Lin Ye's youth, he immediately retracted any condescension. After over half an hour of solemnly appraising the equipment, the old man cleared his throat. 75 pieces of Tier 1 green equipment, 9 green weapons, 62 pieces of Tier 1 blue equipment, and 7 blue weapons. The attributes are quite decent, and here are the quotes. Can you accept them? Tier 1 green equipment is priced at 3,000 per piece, ordinary green weapons at 10,000, with 5 of them, and 4 slightly better ones at 20,000 each. Tier 1 blue equipment is priced at 8,000 per piece, and ordinary blue weapons at 20,000, with 3 of them, while the remaining 4 are superior quality, each at 40,000. In total, that amounts to 1,071,000 yuan. Chapter 13, A Shopping Frenzy. Bye. Am I really a millionaire now? Lin Ye was astonished, though he had anticipated a considerable profit. He never imagined that his first dungeon run would yield such an astonishing sum. This didn't even account for the Wolf King egg, space ring, perfect quality Wolf King set, skill books, and more. Truly unbelievable. Beside him, Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu were equally dumbfounded. Others might not comprehend, but they were fully aware. Thus the shock they felt was beyond the understanding of outsiders. This only solidified their resolve to follow Lin Ye. Young man, if there are no objections, we can consider this deal finalized, the old man inquired tentatively. Certainly, Lin Ye nodded, handing over his bank card number. The efficiency of the Treasures Pavilion was remarkable. In less than 5 minutes, a system notification chimed. Ding. Income, 1,071,000. During this time, Lin Ye headed to the exhibition hall. The treasure hall, apart from acquiring equipment, also engages in the sale of gear. After a brief survey, Lin Ye discovered an array of valuable items. His gaze was drawn to two second-tier staves, with the following details. Weapon 1, Staff of Swift Lance. Tier, 2nd. Quality, blue. Attributes, Intelligence 130. Spell damage increase 15. Casting speed increase 20. Weapon 2, Staff of Tranquil Laziness. Tier, 2nd. Quality, blue. Attributes, Intelligence 140. Spell damage increase 15. Mana regeneration speed 30. One enhances casting speed, while the other augments mana recovery. Lin Ye pondered for a few moments before ultimately opting for the increase in casting speed. There are specific potions and meditation techniques for mana recovery. However, the boost to casting speed significantly amplifies all non-cooldown necromantic spells. He swiped his card and completed the transaction. Ding. 120,000. Such fine items do not come cheap, he thought, shaking his head. Before departing, he purchased 1,000 identification scrolls, each costing 100, totaling 100,000. Immediately, he tore open 6 scrolls, revealing the set of the Howling Moon Wolf King. A radiant glow enveloped the items as the sealing words shattered, revealing the following information. Equipment 1, Helm of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Level, 2nd. Quality, purple, perfect. Attributes, Intelligence 80. Agility 100. Equipment 2, Battle Helm of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Level, 2nd. Quality, purple, perfect. Attributes, Intelligence 80. Agility 100. Set bonus, gain the skills Wind Gale and Cross Wind Blade. All attributes 100. Wind Gale effect increased by 30. The range of Cross Wind Blade is expanded by 2 meters, and damage is increased by 200. Equipping all items, his stats surged dramatically. Ding. Intelligence 480. Ding. Agility 600. Ding. All attributes 100. Remarkably, it also granted the 2 skills of the Wolf King. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a quick thought, he cast Wind Gale. A swirling turquoise wind elemental enveloped him, dramatically enhancing his speed. With a single stride, he had already exited the treasure hall, arriving at the bustling streets. Suddenly, a slicing sound pierced the air. From his fingertips, a large and formidable cross wind blade was unleashed. With the double damage and his intelligence boost, his spell damage soared to an impressive 8,000. A single target strike that rivaled that of a level 20 or 30 mage. Truly formidable. Lin Ye felt exhilarated. If it weren't for the marketplace, he would have loved to test its efficacy. However, given the omnipresent surveillance and the numerous high-ranking patrolling guards, he deemed it unwise to invite trouble. Dismissing the spell, he equipped the Staff of Swift Lance once more. Ding. Intelligence 130. Total, 1927. Magnificent. Sensing his mana increase substantially, Lin Ye expressed his approval. His next destination was the skill bookstore. On the 8th street of the market, an array of skill bookstores lined the thoroughfare. Lin Ye sought out the most prominent establishment. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the general merchandise section, where he found a technique for synchronizing physical strength, minor yoga. His physical power had escalated too swiftly and required regulation to avoid complications. Next, he perused the necromancer's section. Glancing over the offerings, he noted that there were few skills available for level 10, a total of 3. The mana recovery skill, basic meditation, the defensive skill, skeletal armor, and the offensive skill, bone spear. The prices were not insignificant. Meditation at 30,000, armor at 50,000, and spear at 50,000. Since he had ample funds, he decided to purchase them all. Ding. You have learned basic meditation. Ding. You have learned skeletal armor. Ding. You have learned bone spear. Basic meditation, LV1 when entering meditation. Mana recovery speed is increased by 100. Upgrade requirement, 300 proficiency. Skeletal armor, LV1 summons a layer of whirling skeletal armor, increasing physical defense by 200, inflicting 150 strength and skeletal whirlwind damage. Upgrade requirement, 300 proficiency. Bone spear, LV1 summons a piercing bone that penetrates all struck enemies, dealing 180 intelligence damage. Upgrade requirement, 300 proficiency. Next, he turned his attention to summons. As a necromancer, Lin Ye held a keen interest in summoned entities. He browsed through the limited summoning skill tomes available at this store, finding only the Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Mage, and Undead Knight. Higher-tier summons such as liches, succubi, bone dragons, and nether phoenixes were absent. The Skeleton Archer required level 15, the Mage 25, and the Knight 35. Without hesitation, he acquired all 3 summoning skill tomes. He also procured an invisibility spell and blessing light for the little healer, Zhangyu. As for Xiao Mo, she requested nothing, citing that her hidden class had yet to awaken, rendering any purchase futile. Ding. 370,000. Lin Ye's lips twitched. The money earned quickly vanished just as swiftly. Fortunately, it was an investment in himself, and he swiftly brushed the thought aside. The third stop was the potion shop. After perusing the vast array of potions, Lin Ye's knowledge expanded significantly. Healing potion restores 800 health points within 1 minute, priced at 500. Mana potion restores 1200 mana points within 1 minute, priced at 600. Attack Potion. Increases strength by 100 for 3 minutes, priced at 1,000. Armor Potion. Increases armor by 100 for 3 minutes, priced at 1,000. Agility Potion. Increases agility by 100 for 3 minutes, priced at 1,000. Mental Potion. Increases spell damage by 10 and casting speed by 10 for 5 minutes, priced at 2,000. Fear Potion. In a 2-meter radius, all enemy units are frightened and controlled for 2 seconds, priced at 3,000. After a brief overview, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To be honest, he desired all these potions. Currently, he lacked defensive measures, relying solely on physical attributes and equipment for hard defenses. The little healer had yet to grow stronger. Prior to this, healing, armor, agility, and fear potions were essential purchases, crucial in life-threatening situations. Meanwhile, mana and mental potions were equally vital. One served as a material for summoning skeletons, while the other enhanced casting speed. He calculated his remaining budget, which stood at 480,000. The challenge lay in maximizing his purchases. This posed a question. Chapter 14. Remarkable Progress. An army of 30,000 skeletons. Lin Ye's mind raced, swiftly arriving at a solution. 100 healing potions, 20 each of armor and agility potions, 10 fear potions, 50 spirit potions, and the remainder all wagered on mana. This configuration is quite intentional. It encompasses considerations for survival, escape, control, efficiency, and room for enhancement. Upon glancing at the list, the opponent, initially perceiving her merely as a penniless student, instantly transformed into a radiant figure, her ample bosom almost bursting forth. With a flurry of activity on the calculator, she ultimately exchanged 480,000 for 100 healing potions, 20 each of armor and agility, 10 fear potions, 50 spirit potions, and 433 mana potions. Thus, a total of 1,070,000 was expended, reducing him to square one. Lin Ye, still yearning for more, found temporary pleasure in shopping, an endless cycle of gratification. This pathological consumption pattern provided immense satisfaction on a psychological level. If he possessed another 1,000,000, he would unhesitatingly purchase 1,000 energy crystals to hatch the Warcraft egg. Of course, that is a matter for another time. After completing his purchases, it was nearly time to return to the market entrance. Just as the final seconds ticked away, Jiang Jingfu returned, brimming with satisfaction. Boarding the transport vehicle, the group safely made their way back. Upon reaching the tent, Lin Ye commenced rigorous training, simultaneously contemplating the little yoga technique while enhancing his summoning capabilities. With a plethora of mana and spirit potions at his disposal, and in conjunction with a speed-enhancing staff, the efficiency of summoning skeleton warriors soared dramatically. Over the following 4 days, results were promising. He grasped the fundamentals of the little yoga technique, gaining mastery over his own strength, effortlessly controlling the ebb and flow. In terms of summoned entities, there was also significant advancement. All 433 mana potions and 50 spirit potions were consumed, thanks to the absence of cooldowns. He summoned skeletons a staggering 660 times, each time conjuring 3, leading to an increase of 980 skeleton warriors. The total count reached 28,031. Simultaneously, his skill level experienced a remarkable leap, advancing to level 5. Upon reviewing the skill description, Lin Ye blinked in surprise. Level 5 is the pinnacle for an ordinary necromancer, but not for one of the undead scourge. This realization brightened his mood. For the vast majority of necromancers, skeleton warriors become mere cannon fodder around level 20, unworthy of further investment, leading to their abandonment for new summons. However, his situation was different. Unlimited upgrades signified boundless potential. If properly enhanced, this could pave a luminous path toward invincibility. He promptly opened the summoning panel to assess the true worth of his level 5 skeleton warriors. The information was as follows: summoned entity, skeleton warrior level, 10 strength, 507 constitution, 508 intelligence, 510 agility, 503 attributes, Ironhide, LV2, charge, LV2, blood frenzy, LV2, jump stomp, LV2, gale, LV2, blade of wind, LV2. These statistics surpassed many level 20 warriors equipped with elite sets. Lin Ye brimmed with pride. Yet, upon reflection, a wave of sadness washed over him. The stronger the skeletons, the harder they were to perish. How could he farm attributes under such circumstances? As anticipated, in the subsequent 3 dungeon expeditions, the army of skeleton warriors swelled to 30,000, sweeping through the enemies with ease. The foes therein were less formidable than those in the Howling Moon Forest. They couldn't even breach the defenses of the skeleton warriors, let alone defeat them. To those witnessing the scene, such as Jiang Jingfu and Xiao Mo, it appeared as though a deity had descended. Even though he effortlessly secured 30 military merits, Lin Ye's spirits were dampened. A miscalculation. Inside the tent, he pounded his chest in frustration. After calming down, he sat cross-legged and began contemplating solutions. The dungeon levels within Lu Feng's jurisdiction were generally low. Without the ability to enhance the dungeon's difficulty, the only recourse was to reduce his own strength, such as by weakening the skeleton warriors. Over the course of 2 weeks, through extensive research of materials borrowed from Zhao Xiaobo, Lin Ye discovered a feasible method. The attributes of the skeleton warriors are directly linked to his own. Thus, weakening himself would correspondingly weaken all summoned skeletons. There were 2 methods to achieve this. The first was a weakness potion, inexpensive but with a short duration, lasting only a few dozen seconds before returning to normal. The second involved cursed equipment, such as the infamous Broken Crown of Sin, rumored to double experience gains but reduce all attributes by 50, accompanied by a stroke of bad luck that rendered drop rates nearly non-existent. He decided to visit the market to see if he could procure the Broken Crown of Sin. If successful, combining the weakness potion with the curse from the crown should provide a dual debuff, potentially resolving his dilemma. With this in mind, Lin Ye set out. The guards along the way stood in respectful silence. Although he still bore the title of sinner, his astonishing performance over the past 2 weeks not only elevated Lu Feng's prospects of becoming a battalion commander, but also enhanced the capabilities of all the garrison soldiers. After all, every dungeon conquered directly benefited these defenders. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that Lin Ye had become a celebrated figure within the entire camp. Everyone he encountered offered him a thumbs up. In the command center, Lu Feng radiated confidence. Over the past fortnight, he had led the team to conquer 1 nightmarish dungeon and 2 master-level dungeons. He was now absolutely certain of securing the top spot in the battalion competition. In just a few days, he would transform from a company commander into an official battalion commander. How exhilarating! Even from a distance, his hearty laughter could be heard. Upon seeing Lin Ye enter, Lu Feng waved eagerly. Xiaolin, I have good news. Our company has applied for 2 level 15 dungeons in a couple of days. I'll take you there. If all goes smoothly and you complete these 2 challenges, your military merits will reach 100, granting you a pardon. At that point, I'll apply to transfer you to our battalion. What do you think? Sounds good. Lin Ye nodded enthusiastically. Entering the military headquarters was indeed one of his aspirations. Joining any company would suffice, and with Lu Feng as his guarantor, many hassles would be circumvented. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Lu Feng laughed heartily, quickly regaining his composure, and inquired, by the way, you came to find me for a reason? Yes, I wish to visit the market, Lin Ye replied earnestly. That is simple enough. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward Zhao Xiaobo, instructing him to arrange a transport vehicle and have the logistics team replenish supplies, while also taking Lin Ye and his companions along. Immediately, Zhao Xiaobo gave an affirmative gesture. A few minutes later, Lin Ye and his companions boarded the transport vehicle, setting off toward the outer city market. Chapter 15. The invitation and the auction house. Why are there so many people at the market today? Upon arriving at the outer city gate, Zhang Yu gaped in astonishment at the throngs of people and the road choked with vehicles. Wait for me a moment, Jiang Jingfu exclaimed, darting into an alleyway where he jovially linked arms with an elderly gentleman smoking a cigarette. After a brief interval, he returned with a beaming smile. Boss, today is the anniversary celebration of the Jinheng Auction House, hosting a grand auction. I've heard there are numerous treasures, including rare beast eggs of various qualities. Even professionals from the inner city have come to hear the news. An auction? No wonder, Lin Ye nodded. In this world, peril lurked at every corner. Not only were there dungeons, but the outer city was also rife with ferocious beasts. If professionals did not enhance their strength, the probability of peril was exceedingly high. Hence, auctions like that of Jinheng, which provided high-quality resources, were immensely popular. Each event was a full house, especially since this occasion marked their anniversary. Boss, should we go take a look? Jiang Jingfu was brimming with enthusiasm. Not yet. Let us first visit the treasure pavilion to sell some equipment. Lin Ye shook his head. We've amassed quite a collection from the 3 recent dungeons. Although their levels are not high, their quantity is substantial, and they can fetch a good price. The treasure pavilion. Jiang Jingfu elongated his voice, chuckling with delight. Enough, be off, and don't forget the main task at hand. Lin Ye waved him away. All right, I'm off, Jiang Jingfu shouted as he turned and dashed away. After his departure, Lin Ye, accompanied by 2 companions, headed toward the treasure pavilion. Following their previous transaction, he now held the status of a super VIP at the pavilion, bypassing the usual formalities and heading directly to the backyard. He was greeted once more by the elderly gentleman from room 1. Lin Xiaoyu, have you brought new merchandise? The old man beamed with enthusiasm. The last batch netted us a tidy profit of 200,000. It's only been 2 weeks, and you've returned already. Truly a valued customer. Let us get to it. Lin Ye opened his spatial ring, and a cascade of equipment poured forth. Although the majority were of green quality, with a few blue items, the sheer volume was impressive. Excellent, excellent. The old man's eyes sparkled as he repeated his praises thrice. Ordinary equipment is always in high demand. With this batch, our profits will surely soar. He promptly summoned 3 young ladies in kipeos to assist in sorting. The identification process was lengthy. So Lin Ye wandered into the equipment sales hall. After a thorough search, he found no sign of the shattered evil crown. Upon inquiring with the pavilion's sales champion, he learned that it was not just absent from the treasure pavilion. Even searching the entire market yielded no results. Such uniquely effective equipment was typically eschewed, used only by the offspring of affluent families during their leveling up, for the misfortune a tribute it bore could severely impact a merchant's fortunes, potentially leaving them unable to sell any equipment for months. The esteemed guest may wish to try the Jinhang auction house. They have sacred relics that are immune to any filth. Perhaps during this anniversary celebration, the shattered evil crown will be auctioned, the sales champion suggested, noting Lin Ye's interest. The Jinhang auction house. Lin Ye pondered. He had heard Jiang Jingfu mention it before and had initially intended to avoid the commotion. Yet now it seemed he had no choice but to attend. If you wish to go, we have a few invitation letters available at the treasure pavilion. But the allocation must be approved by the store manager, who is responsible for your identification needs, the sales champion kindly reminded him. Thank you, Lin Ye nodded. He then purchased 3 weapons from the sales champion, a Tier 2 Frost Bow, a Tier 2 Holy Staff, and Tier 2 Explosive Gauntlets. The Frost Bow was designated for Xiao Mo, the Holy Staff for Zhang Yu, and the gauntlets were kept for Jiang Jingfu. In the past 2 weeks, with the assistance of the skeletal army, they had all rapidly leveled up to level 12. Using Tier 1 weapons at this stage would be quite inadequate. The 3 weapons totaled 320,000. Although somewhat pricey, they would serve well for levels above 20. After a while, once the account was settled, Lin Ye returned to the backyard with his companions. From a distance, he spotted the old man, drenched in sweat and busily engaged in his work. After sipping a cup of tea, the old man finally calculated everything. Wiping his brow, he cheerfully presented the invoice. Lin Xiaoyu, your goods are ready. 255 pieces of Tier 1 green equipment, 53 weapons, including 31 common and 22 slightly better items, 83 pieces of Tier 1 blue equipment, with 22 weapons, comprising 15 common and 7 slightly better items. The price remains the same as before. What do you think? The price is acceptable, but I have one condition, Lin Ye stated, looking at the old man. Let us hear it, the old man replied with a squint and a smile. The invitation letter for the Jinhang auction house, Lin Ye said directly. You're quite well informed, my young friend. The Jinhang auction house and our treasure pavilion are partners, and we do have a few invitation letters left. It's rare for me to grant such requests, but as you are a valued customer of Wang Fugui, I shall make an exception, the old man chuckled. In the future, I shall only come to you. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Ye understood the implications behind his words. Upon receiving a positive response, the old man's smile brightened even further as he produced an invitation letter adorned with golden patterns and handed it over. Simultaneously, the payment for the equipment was processed. After deducting the 320,000, Lin Ye was left with 24,390,000. Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, Lin Ye glanced at the invitation letter. The starting time was set for 3 p.m. With 20 minutes remaining, arriving now would be just right. As Lin Ye contemplated, the items at the auction house were indeed enticing, yet the potential for price inflation was exceptionally high. Who knew if some foolish heir from a wealthy family would outbid him this time? He could only hope for a smooth experience. With these thoughts in mind, the 3 of them strolled leisurely toward the Jinhang auction house. Located in the heart of 5th Street, it was not far from the treasure pavilion. After navigating through a food street, they soon arrived at the bustling Jinhang auction house, its resplendent entrance radiating grandeur. A row of dozens of fair-skinned, beautiful receptionists stood at the entrance. After presenting their invitation letters, Lin Ye and his companions stepped inside. Before them lay an elongated red carpet leading into a spacious, towering exhibition hall. Esteemed guests, your room is VIP room 34. A receptionist bowed respectfully, guiding them up a spiral staircase to the 4th room on the 3rd floor. I shall remain just outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me, she said with a smile before gracefully departing. How wonderful it is to have wealth, Zhang Yu remarked, akin to a curious child, exploring the room. The area is relatively modest, spanning merely a few dozen square meters. However, the ambience is exquisite, with an overall structure leaning towards a traditional Chinese aesthetic. The predominant hue is a rich dark brown. At the center rests a spacious, solid wood long bench, capable of accommodating 3 to 4 individuals, adorned with a soft, delicate animal hide. In front of it lies an expansive tea table, measuring 3 meters in length, laden with an array of tea and delicacies, complemented by a selection of engaging paid performances. The room's forefront connects to a floor-to-ceiling glass window, offering a direct view of the auction stage and the throngs of ordinary seats below. At this moment, the space is bustling with individuals entering the venue. Before long, the auction is set to commence. A portly middle-aged man ascends the auction podium, delivering a series of expressions of gratitude, followed by a brief recounting of the history of the Jinhang auction house. He thanks the heavens, the earth, his parents, friends, and brothers, and after this superfluous preamble, the auction formally begins. Chapter 16. The crown of sin is within reach. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the floor resonates in everyone's ears. Crisp and attention-grabbing, swiftly drawing all eyes toward the source. As the drapes on the auction stage draw back, 9 statuesque women, each standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, with porcelain skin and voluptuous figures, clad in striking red kipeos, stride forth with elegant long legs, carrying gleaming red wooden trays, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, the owner of Jinhan Auction House gestures toward the item concealed beneath the wooden tray, exclaiming, "Today marks our anniversary celebration. And at Jinhan Auction House, we never indulge in frivolities. To start, we present for auction a first-tier blue-quality shadow leopard beast egg, requiring 600 energy crystals for hatching and capable of being refined at level 1. It serves as the most formidable guardian for novice adventurers." With that, he dramatically lifts the red veil, revealing an egg radiating with a brilliant blue light. Through its translucent shell, a shadowy figure of a black leopard can be discerned. It is indeed the shadow leopard. Oh my, this item is notoriously rare. With innate skills of invisibility and enhanced speed, if utilized wisely, it can accompany one through levels 30 to 40, proving to be an exceptional life-saving beast in the early stages. If my son were to acquire this beast egg, he would undoubtedly excel in the high school entrance exams. I must secure this egg at all costs. Instantly, the crowd's enthusiasm ignites, a palpable fervor sweeping through the attendees. Observing this, the owner of Jinhan Auction House appears delighted, raising his hand to quell the noise, continuing, "Dear family members, please remain patient. I understand your excitement. Without further ado, let us commence the auction. The starting price is set at 500,000, with each subsequent bid no less than 10,000. Let the bidding begin." No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of bidders erupted, shouting out their offers. 500,000, 550,000, 610,000. In less than a minute, the price skyrockets past 1 million. Ultimately, it settles at 1.82 million, claimed by a VIP bidder on the second floor, with a premium of over 300,000. The last auction for the Shadow Leopard Beast Egg was 1.5 million. These individuals certainly know how to profit. Xiao Mo sighed lightly, recognizing the nature of the game. Lin Ye pondered as he touched the Howling Moon Wolf King Egg within his spatial ring. If a first-tier exceptional quality beast egg could fetch such a high price, his second-tier perfect Wolf King Egg would surely soar even higher. With this thought, he opened the tablet beside him, a privilege reserved for super VIPs, allowing him to preview all items up for auction. Following the Shadow Leopard Beast Egg, the subsequent offerings were all first-tier elite equipment, weapons, boasting formidable attributes. The dream of every novice adventurer. However, none of these concerned Lin Ye, as he had a singular purpose for attending, the Shattered Crown of Sin. After flipping through a couple of pages, he soon spotted a dark yellow, cracked crown among the second-tier auction items. It truly exists. Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. During the lengthy wait, he instructed Xiao Mo to keep watch while he settled into a meditative posture. His mana was currently at an impressive 19,270, and each consumption required a significant recovery time. Thankfully, the meditation technique significantly reduced this duration. Moments later, he entered a focused state. Mana 10. Mana 10. 2 hours later, Lin Ye was roused by Xiao Mo's voice. Through the glass, he beheld the broken crown on the wooden tray. The owner of Jinhan Auction House, his tone invigorated, proclaimed, "Dear family members, the ultimate artifact for rapid leveling has arrived. As we all know, the higher the level, the lower the experience yield from defeating monsters and completing dungeons, which has troubled many leveling service providers. However, today, Jinhan, with a heart dedicated to our family members, has acquired this unique piece, the Shattered Crown of Sin. I trust you are all familiar with its rarity. It is an extremely uncommon experience set. According to our auction house's masters, wearing the Crown of Sin, players below level 30 will experience a doubling of their experience. In terms of efficiency, it is undoubtedly the top choice for leveling teams. Of course, as with all things, there are pros and cons. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the negative aspects. For those interested, feel free to bid. For those who are not, Jinhan Auction House has even more treasures awaiting your discovery, surely something that will catch your fancy. Now, the starting price is set at 800,000, with each bid no less than 20,000. Let the auction commence. With his words, a brief silence fell upon the room. This type of leveling set is an exceptional piece of equipment for novice adventurers and leveling services alike. Yet, this particular item carries an air of trepidation. Its drop rate is negligible, and it is also cursed with misfortune. Should one's luck falter, they may find themselves beset by fearsome beasts upon leaving, leading to dire consequences. In contrast, while other experience sets may be expensive, they do not entail such risks. This creates an awkward situation. Affluent heirs might opt for safer, higher-tier options, while ordinary families may not mind a bit of bad luck. The starting price is exorbitantly high, unless absolutely necessary. It would be wiser to reserve funds for equipment that enhances one's tangible abilities. Nevertheless, exceptions always exist. In the ordinary seating area below, a young man sporting a golden serpent mask raised his bidding paddle. 830,000. Many turned their gazes upon him. Some, well-versed in the scene, recognized his identity. A member of the Golden Serpent Studio, specializing in leveling services. How audacious. He is unafraid of potential setbacks. Truly a bold youth. Hearing the praise from around him, the masked young man clasped his fists and declared with a hearty laugh, "Friends, should anyone have children in need of leveling in the future, feel free to reach out to us at Golden Serpent Studio. Our speed is unmatched, our efficiency unparalleled, with top-tier sharpshooters leading the way, ensuring safety." Coughing lightly at the young man's blatant advertisement, the owner of Jinhan Auction House interjected, 830,000 for the first time. Are there any other bidders? 850,000. 870,000. Other studios, eager for this item, quickly joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, the bid surpassed 1 million. At this price point, it had already exceeded its base value. Any higher, and one could simply seek out experience sets devoid of negative effects. Thus, the vast majority of studios withdrew from the bidding, leaving only the Golden Serpent Studio to persist, buoyed by the impact of their recent advertisement. Many proprietors have inscribed their names. Purchasing fame with money is not a loss. 1.03 million for the first time. 1.03 million for the second. Is there any further bidding from the owners? Boss Jinhan appears to be in high spirits, able to transact at a premium. They too stand to profit. In the private room, Lin Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Mo, who immediately understood and raised the bidding paddle. 105 million. The esteemed guest number 34 bid 850,000. Boss Jinhan's eyes sparkled as he turned to the Jinshi agent. The pressure was palpable. The Jinshi agent, though vexed, could not afford to offend anyone present in the private room. He made a token increase, but refrained from further bidding. In the end, Lin Ye secured the Shattered Crown of Sin for 1.09 million. It was finally in his grasp. Moments later, the staff entered with the crown, processing the payment with a card. After completing the procedure, Lin Ye took possession of the crown, and data appeared beneath his eyelids. Chapter 17, Bloodline Evolution, the Netherwolf King. Equipment, Shattered Crown of Sin. Level, Tier 2. Quality, Perfect, Damaged. Special attributes, Double experience for upgrades. -1, Cursed with Misfortune. -2, Suppressed all attributes by 50. Remarks, collect 3 Shattered Crowns for a chance to reforge into the new legendary equipment, the Crown of Sin. A trifecta that allows for the reconstitution of legendary gear. Lin Ye's lips twitched. If the Shattered Crown is this troublesome, who would dare to synthesize a legendary one? However, while others may fear, he remained undeterred. With that thought, he removed the Howling Moon Wolf King's helmet and donned the Shattered Crown of Sin. The moment he placed it upon his head, an invisible sealing force descended, causing a rapid decline in his attributes. In an instant, they plummeted to half their original values. Correspondingly, the skeletal warriors summoned from the void also suffered a significant reduction. Yet even so, his strength and other attributes remained above 500, still remarkably potent. Lin Ye shook his head, realizing he needed to purchase weakness potions and continue collecting other crowns of sin. With this in mind, he pressed the call button beside his seat. The sound of crisp high heels echoed as the previously seen fair-skinned beauty entered, approaching Lin Ye with a bow and a smile. "How may I assist you?" "I wish to commission Jinhan Auction House to help procure Shattered Crowns of Sin. What steps should I take?" Lin Ye inquired. "You have already spent 1 million, automatically granting you the status of Super VIP at Jinhan Auction House. For collecting equipment, you simply need to register your information, and we will notify you upon receipt. However, please be aware that a 10 service fee may apply to the collection price," the young lady replied softly. "Money is not an issue. Here's a phone number. Please inform me immediately upon acquiring any." Lin Ye promptly provided Zhao Xiaobo's contact. "Certainly, esteemed guest." The young lady noted the number and swiftly departed. Subsequently, the auction showcased numerous remarkable items, including Tier 2 elite equipment, various attribute gems, and energy crystals. With 1.34 million at hand, Lin Ye spent 900,000 to acquire 800 energy crystals. Although he paid a premium of 100,000, given the substantial quantity, it was still a worthwhile investment. Adding the previous dungeon loot, he had exactly 1,000 energy crystals. With some time to spare, he retrieved the Howling Moon Wolf King pet egg. Instantly, a system prompt resonated. Ding. Conditions for hatching met. A drop of blood will immediately initiate hatching. Lin Ye, speechless, squeezed a drop of deep crimson blood towards the pet egg. Xiao Mo, witnessing this, trembled, her eyes revealing an intense desire. She sensed that acquiring this drop of blood would undoubtedly trigger an unparalleled super hidden profession. Alas, this drop did not belong to her. As the blood landed upon the eggshell, an esoteric and intricate magical array materialized, with the blood serving as its nucleus. A dark vortex emerged. In the next moment, all energy crystals transformed into pure black beams that surged into the beast egg. The shell began to tremble, the force intensifying. With sharp cracking sounds, fissures spread like a spider's web across the entire eggshell. As the cracks expanded to their limit, a purple radiance erupted from the crevices. However, the instant Lin Ye's blood fell, Imprinting the essence of life within the egg, a transformation occurred. Purple light inverted to gold, shimmering into a pure golden hue. This is... Zhang Yu stared wide-eyed. With her limited experience, she could not comprehend the event, but felt it was undeniably significant. Bloodline evolution. This is a bloodline evolution. Xiaomo's eyes shone with fervor. Bloodline evolution is an exceedingly rare mode of advancement. Typically, a life form cultivates to a certain level, enhancing its bloodline through personal endeavors to reach a higher tier. Once evolution is successful, one's power surges dramatically. In abnormal cases, one may consume rare materials to shatter their own limitations, achieving a metamorphosis of bloodline. This beast egg, originally a perfect quality Howling Moon Wolf King egg, had consumed that drop of blood, instantly ascending to legendary quality, its growth potential skyrocketing. If placed at auction, it would fetch a staggering price. After all, the last appearance of a legendary bloodline beast egg in Dahan City was 30 years ago, and its owner had since become the strongest within the inner city. A single drop of blood from the boss could facilitate the evolution of the beast egg's bloodline. If it were me, I would start at the legendary hidden profession. Legendary status, an existence destined to stand atop the pinnacle of humanity. Xiaomo's gaze transformed. In that moment, Lin Ye appeared to her as a deity capable of creating all things. Across from her, Lin Ye's eyes flickered. It was his first realization that his blood could indeed catalyze the evolution of other life forms, directly elevating the perfect quality Howling Moon Wolf King egg to legendary quality. The cost was merely a reduction of 200 points in all attributes. Did this imply that as his level increased, he could further amplify his capabilities? Legendary? Supreme? Even the possibility of the exalted. Not only that, but this also served as a means to weaken oneself. He had lost 200 in all attributes, and the group of skeletal warriors had diminished by another 100, leaving him with only 400 in total. If he were to consume a weakness potion, applying multiple debuffs, he could nearly restore his attributes. Wait, a glance caught sight of the little healer. If the beast egg could evolve, could a person's profession also be enhanced? Lin Ye's mind raced, though he refrained from immediate action. In the auction room, who knows if there were surveillance cameras? The evolution of the beast egg could easily be attributed to the consumption of vast amounts of energy crystals, an organic evolution. Although the likelihood is low, it is not entirely impossible. However, should the evolutionary objective shift from a monster egg to a human, the implications would be terrifying. It is likely that by that very night, he would become the subject of experimentation for various top-tier factions. Suppressing the urge to enhance Zhang Yu, he redirected his gaze towards the monster egg. At this moment, the bloodline evolution had completed, and a paw-sized, silvery-furred Howling Moon Wolf King emerged from the shell, eagerly devouring the remnants. With each morsel consumed, its aura intensified, and its size visibly increased. How adorable! Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing the eggshell, the little Wolf King had grown from the size of a palm to that of a small ball. It tilted its head, curiously surveying its surroundings. Its gaze swept past Zhang Yu and Xiao Mo, and the unfamiliar environment caused it to tremble. Upon spotting Lin Ye, it leapt into his arms with a joyful howl, nuzzling its tiny head against him with exuberance. This little creature brought a smile to Lin Ye's face, as if his spirits had been lifted. He gently stroked its fur, and information about the little one appeared before his eyes. Pet, Nether Wolf King, mutated. Level, LV1. Bloodline, legendary, evolvable. Attributes, wind, dark dual type. Entry 1, Gale Art. Entry 2, Cross Windblade. Entry 3, Devour Evolution. Chapter 18, The Grand Treasure, Hell Level Dungeon Key. Goodness, not only had it evolved to a legendary bloodline, but it also possessed mutated attributes. Lin Ye was astonished. The Howling Moon Wolf King had previously been purely wind type, but after absorbing his blood, it had mutated into a dual type of wind and dark. While its wind skills remained unchanged, it had gained a dark skill, Devour Evolution. The details were as follows. Devour Evolution. Gold absorbs blood and flesh energy to evolve itself. Its future is limitless, Lin Ye mused to himself. Devour-type evolutions are widely acknowledged as one of the strongest evolutionary paths, being straightforward and immensely popular among adventurers. In future dungeon explorations, the corpses of fierce beasts would become its sustenance. Howl, howl. The little Wolf King seemed to sense Lin Ye's thoughts and emitted a cheerful sound. Lin Ye chuckled, picking up some jerky from the coffee table to feed it. Perhaps still unsatisfied, the next moment, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a small black hole within. Whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying suction force erupted, pulling both the meat and the plate into its mouth. With a few loud crunches, it devoured everything entirely. After finishing, its sapphire-like eyes shimmered with a glimmer of desire as it gazed at Lin Ye. Its tail wagged vigorously, seemingly trying to please him. All right, I'll go out and buy you some meat shortly, Lin Ye said, shaking his head with amusement. The little Wolf King appeared to understand, yawning and curling up in his arms to fall asleep. Lin Ye handed it over to Zhang Yu, who was overjoyed. Boss, let's give it a name, Zhang Yu suggested playfully while teasing the little Wolf King. A name was indeed necessary. Lin Ye pondered for a moment before saying, let's call it Little Wolf. Little Wolf blinked at Zhang Yu. Upon first hearing, it seemed somewhat ordinary, and upon reflection, it still felt quite plain. Fortunately, it rolled off the tongue nicely. Little Wolf. Little Wolf, you have a name now, haha. Zhang Yu exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The little wolf, still drowsy, occasionally licked Zhang Yu's palm, displaying an endearing demeanor. Even Xiao Mo couldn't resist giving it a gentle pat. Lin Ye glanced over, then shifted his focus towards the auction taking place downstairs. As the event progressed, the items grew increasingly valuable, with several exceptional pieces already unveiled. The bidders were highly spirited, and the grand finale treasure was approaching. Lin Ye squinted his eyes, and indeed, after a few more rounds, Boss Jin Han emerged, beaming, accompanied by 3 bodyguards clad in black. They're here. The crowd held its breath, with many notable figures from the inner city sitting up straight. If the rumors were true, then the most coveted treasure of this anniversary celebration would be revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, Boss Jin Han raised his hand, capturing everyone's attention. I believe you've all received the news. Indeed, it is true. The final treasure is an unclaimed key to a hell-level dungeon. Although it is merely a LV20 dungeon, the drop rate has reached an astonishing 200, with the triggering rate for divine rewards surpassing the norm by 120. If utilized properly, this key could yield dozens of exceptional, perfect quality items and allow 10 adventurers to enhance their attributes by over 100 points. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. 200 drop rate. Divine rewards can also be doubled. Oh heavens, is this true? If completed, we'll be guaranteed riches. It is well known that the drop rates for beginner, intermediate, and advanced dungeons are generally below 50. The chances of obtaining valuable items are minimal. Only at the master and nightmare levels do the rates improve, and even then, they are limited to green excellent and blue exceptional gear. However, in hell-level dungeons, the baseline is blue exceptional, with the potential for numerous purple perfect items. This illustrates the vast disparity. Moreover, this hell dungeon comes with a rare entry, significantly increased probability for divine rewards. This is an irresistible perfect entry for any adventurer, as divine rewards pertain to the 4 fundamental attributes. Normally, triggering them is nearly impossible. Now that the opportunity has arisen, no one would dare to pass it up. Even if they cannot conquer it themselves, they can benefit future generations of their families. With all they had, they must secure it. At this moment, nearly all the prominent families shared the same thought. Pairs of fervent eyes seemed to burn through the glass, fixated on the dungeon key concealed beneath a red veil. Observing this, Boss Jin Han felt the atmosphere was ripe and was very pleased. He dramatically pulled back the veil, revealing a stone key the size of a juju pit, entirely black with mysterious runes engraved on its surface. Without further ado, this hell-level dungeon key, imbued with a rare affix, will be auctioned immediately, starting at 5 million. With each bid no less than 100,000. As soon as the words left his mouth, a frenzy ensued. 5, 2 million. 5 million. The staggering amounts swiftly eliminated 99 of the casual adventurers. Before long, the bidding among the fervent noble families skyrocketed to 8 million. Furthermore, the bids continued to rise at an astonishing pace. Among the bidders, one particular individual in VIP room 13 on the second floor drew Lin Ye's attention. This person possessed immense financial resources. Initially, they had spent over 1.8 million to purchase the Shadow Leopard monster egg and still had a considerable amount of capital to compete for the dungeon key. Each of their bids was a staggering increase of 500,000, clearly indicating an affluent fool, inciting the ire of numerous noble families. Yet, even more infuriating events were yet to unfold. A derisive sneer emanated from room 13. A bunch of useless fools. This key to the dungeon, I, Chu Jun, shall claim it. This proclamation incensed the affluent bidders. Chu Jun, do not be so arrogant. Your Chu family may be formidable, but it does not imply that you, Chu Jun, are invincible. When the heavens rage, rain falls. When men become reckless, calamity ensues. Tread carefully, lest misfortunes spring from your words. Do you truly believe that only your Chu family possesses wealth in the grand city of Dahan? I'll bid 10 million. If you dare, continue. The fire of contention ignited swiftly but extinguished just as rapidly. 4. Chu Jun immediately escalated the bidding to 20 million, obliterating any thoughts of competition with an overwhelming advantage. Humph, bold indeed. We shall see. Several bidders, their faces darkened, stormed out in frustration, leaving many spectators, including Lin Ye, utterly disheartened. Soon, the grand anniversary auction came to an end. Lin Ye dusted himself off and led 2 burdensome companions away, turning right upon exiting. They walked a few hundred meters to the apothecary they had visited previously. Welcome, esteemed guest. You've finally graced us with your presence. We have recently introduced several rare potions. Would you care to take a look? The proprietress, with a keen eye, remembered Lin Ye's appearance despite the passage of 2 weeks. No need for that. I'll take 100 bottles of the weakness potion and convert the remaining funds into mana potions. As he spoke, Lin Ye transferred the entirety of his remaining 440,000 from his card. Ding. XX treasure, 440,000. Upon hearing the notification, the proprietress's face nearly split with joy. Where could she find such a generous customer? She promptly instructed her staff to prepare the order while she engaged Lin Ye in amiable conversation. The pristine white of the large thunderclap subtly swayed before him, showcasing a profound yet alluring cleavage. Before long, 7 or 8 staff members arrived, each laden with boxes brimming with potions. Brother Lin, as per your request, here are the 100 bottles of the weakness potion. Our store's price is 200 per bottle. But since you are a valued regular, I will grant you a price of 1,000 each. The remaining 340,000 will be converted into mana potions, approximately 566 bottles. Here are 600 bottles. The excess is a personal gift from me to you. The proprietress exhibited remarkable generosity, her poise radiating elegance. Oh, my sister is so considerate of me. I shall treat her to hot pot next time, Lin Ye jested. After finalizing his order, he collected the radiant beams of light and stowed them within his spatial ring. Upon leaving the potion shop, his pockets were as empty as his face was clean. The 2 million he had just acquired had scarcely warmed his hands before it was entirely spent. However, the silver lining was that he had not only secured the shattered crown of sin and the weakness potions, but had also successfully hatched the little wolf. Subsequently, he awaited Zhang Jingfu at the rendezvous point. Once the group boarded the transport vehicle, they sped towards the camp. Inside the carriage, as they listened to Lin Ye's tales, Zhang Jingfu felt envious. Regrettably, his own mission prevented him from participating. Boss, regarding the matter you entrusted me with, I'll report back once we return. Lin Ye abruptly interrupted, his gaze fixed on the window. Oh well, at that moment, the little wolf in Zhang Yu's arms sprang to attention, its azure eyes fixed intently on the leader, emitting low growls intermittently. Boss, what is happening? Xiao Mo withdrew her frost bow, bracing for action. There had been a skirmish ahead, and it was drawing alarmingly close. Lin Ye's expression turned grave. He promptly tapped the window, beckoning the driver. Turn, take the small road. Yet the driver hesitated. The transport vehicle had a predetermined route, and any deviation could lead to dire consequences for him. If you wish to survive, follow my orders. Lin Ye's tone was placid yet authoritative, earning the trust he had cultivated over the past fortnight. Everyone knew that Lin Ye could evade blame and become Captain Lu Feng's confidant. Thinking this, the driver gritted his teeth and sharply veered onto a side road. After a few minutes, the sounds of battle grew increasingly louder. Boom, boom. The explosions drew nearer, and even the driver noticed the commotion. Damn it, they're intentionally drawing us in. Zhang Jingfu cursed angrily. Just then, a fiery explosive orb landed ahead of the transport vehicle, unleashing a tremendous energy that blasted a 2-meter-wide hole before halting the vehicle in its tracks. Find a safe place to hide, Lin Ye commanded. With a casual toss, he hurled the driver into the woods and stepped out of the vehicle, his demeanor unfazed. In moments, a dozen figures approached rapidly. The 3 foremost individuals, upon spotting the transport vehicle, displayed expressions of delight as they ran while shouting for help. Which regiment is ahead? We are from the inner city Chu family, pursued by thieves. Please offer your assistance, and our Captain Chu shall reward you handsomely afterward. The mention of the Chu family made Lin Ye's brow arch, as if he sensed something amiss. A glance confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, he recognized a familiar face among them. The leading young man was none other than the arrogant Chu Jun from the Jinhan auction house. Just moments before leaving, he had cast a glance back. Little did he expect to encounter such chaos so soon. The scene was a stark contrast to his previous bravado. Now he was fleeing from a horde of masked assailants. It was evident that the source of this turmoil was the coveted key to the Hell Dungeon. Wealth can warp the heart. Other families would not allow Chu Jun to escape unscathed. Understanding the situation, Lin Ye had no intention of meddling in their troubles. He turned to leave with Xiao Mo and the others. Suddenly, a flurry of projectiles whizzed toward them. Since we VE spotted you, prepare to die? The masked assassin sneered. Upon closer inspection, they discerned Lin Ye and his companions' levels. 1 at level 13 and 3 at level 12. Hardly a threat. Perhaps a mere handful of their weapons would suffice to eliminate them. However, in the next moment, a towering skeletal warrior materialized before Lin Ye, shielding him. Clink, clink. The sound of projectiles striking the skeletal warrior echoed as they shattered against its form, losing their potency and tumbling to the ground. Not dead. The assassins were momentarily taken aback, as were the fleeing members of the Chu family. The elder of the Chu family, his eyes twinkling, exclaimed, "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. These brutes are assassins from the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families, ruthless in their methods. Be cautious, do not lose your life." With that, he led Chu Jun away without a backward glance. "You lot, stay behind to silence him. The rest follow me to pursue." Upon seeing Chu Jun escape, the leader grew anxious. Although he sensed something was off about Lin Ye, he paid it little mind. Leaving a few underlings behind, he prepared to chase after them. One sought to harm me, while the other aimed to kill me. There exists a path to demise. Let it remain. Lin Ye smirked coldly. He removed the shattered wicked crown of sins and donned the howling moon wolf king's helm. Boom. In an instant, all attributes were restored to their prime. The skeletal warriors summoned from within the space experienced the same rejuvenation. Concurrently with the equipment change, he brandished his staff. Whoosh! A crossblade of wind, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, was shot forth through the air, moving at an extraordinary speed. It swiftly pierced through the 3 members of the Chu family. Splatter! Flesh and blood fell to the ground. Instant kill. A pure instant kill. The assassins were left dumbfounded. Retreat. Years of experience in assassination prompted them to sense the imminent danger. Just as they contemplated fleeing in different directions, whoosh, 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 radiant light descended, and a multitude of skeletal warriors materialized out of thin air, surrounding the group of over a dozen black-clad figures in layers upon layers. What is this? Skeletal warriors. Good heavens. There are far too many. Enough of the chatter, let us slay them. They are merely skeletons. Their numbers are their only strength. I can take down 10 with a single blow. The seasoned assassins remained composed, seizing their weapons and charging fiercely into the skeletal horde, intent on breaking through the encirclement. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the frenzied slashing, the assassins grew numb to the chaos. Clash. With the relentless ringing of metal, some weapons shattered. In stark contrast, the skeletal warriors remained unscathed. No, how is this possible? I refuse to believe it. Another wave of frantic assaults ensued, and the assassins were on the brink of collapse. Are these truly skeletons? They are reputed to be the most worthless of necromantic summons. Yet they cannot be breached? This is absurd, utterly absurd. However, even more terrifying events were yet to unfold. Whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of wind blades sliced through the air, darkening the sky. Astonishing and surreal. My goodness. Skeletal warriors wielding magic? Is this a jest? The assassins' worldview shattered. Before they could react, they were annihilated in an instant by thousands of wind blades. Chapter 20. The Phantom Leopard King. Key to the Hell-level dungeon. All were dead. This is far too swift. Jiang Jingfu, Xiao Mo, and the others were astonished. The preceding series of events transpired in the blink of an eye. And before it even commenced, it had concluded. Most crucially, they had stirred up trouble. The 3 individuals from before appeared to be from the inner city's Chu family. The Chu family is a formidable force, one of the 4 prominent families of Dahan City, with deep-rooted foundations. In recent years, they have even gained a foothold in the military. The most renowned among them is the strongest practitioner of the new generation, the Beastmaster Chu He, who has already ascended to the position of regiment commander on the southwestern front of Dahan City, enjoying great renown. The other black-clad individuals were not inconsequential either. According to what the Chu family member uttered before his demise, the Zhao family, Bai family, Sun family, and others are also esteemed families within the inner city. Now, they had been entirely wiped out, effectively offending 6 or 7 influential families. Boss, perhaps we should flee. Jiang Jingfu gulped nervously. We could escape to the city of Sin. It is a realm for the damned, beyond the reach of military hands. Xiao Mo suggested calmly. I shall collect our belongings. Zhang Yu rose to retrieve items from the vehicle. Why are you all so frightened? Lin Ye cast a curious glance at them. We are merely members of a suicide squad, with limited strength. The fate of these noble heirs bears no relation to us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Though it sounded absurd, there appeared to be a semblance of logic to it. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Ye commanded with poise. Jiang Jingfu moved the corpses, while Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu stripped the equipment and spatial rings. Howling and yelping, the little wolf jumped anxiously in Lin Ye's arms. Hungry? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. How? The little wolf nodded pitifully. Very well. Lin Ye released his hold. Whoosh. The little wolf darted like an arrow to Jiang Jingfu's side, opening its small cherry-like mouth. Buzz. In an instant, a black vortex emerged, devouring one corpse after another. Moments later, all the bodies vanished without a trace. Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu gathered 2 spatial rings and a plethora of second-tier equipment and weapons. Among the items, one ring contained a considerable number of energy crystals, an exceptional quality shadow leopard beast egg, and the key to a hell-level dungeon. Boss, how should we handle these? Xiao Mo inquired. Hand me the beast egg and the dungeon key. Lin Ye took the beast egg. Energy crystals for hatching. Blood for recognition. Buzz. A blue luminescence burst forth. Yet after absorbing the blood, the blue light underwent a dramatic transformation, as if enhanced by some mysterious energy. The powerful energy fluctuations surged, breaking through constraints, evolving from blue to purple light. In just a few breaths, it transformed again from purple to golden legendary radiance. Once more, a bloodline evolution. It can even achieve a double jump. Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu's pupils constricted, although they had previously witnessed the little wolf's evolution. That was a transition from purple perfect to legendary. Now, the leap from blue exceptional to legendary was tenfold more astonishing. As for Jiang Jingfu, he simply exclaimed in disbelief, his head buzzing. Crack, crack. Under the astonished gazes of the others, the egg shell fractured. A pitch-black little leopard emerged. After consuming the shell, its entire form expanded significantly. The information was as follows. Pet, Phantom Leopard King, mutated. Level, LV1. Bloodline, legendary, can evolve. Attributes, dark. Trait 1, Phantom Stealth, Permanent Invisibility. Trait 2, Rapid Assault. Trait 3, Devour Evolution. Devour Evolution? Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. The little wolf exhibited such a phenomenon, and now the Phantom Leopard King did as well. One could count as a coincidence. Two occurrences could not simply be chance. Does my blood bestow this trait skill? For the time being, it remains a question mark. The specifics can only be tested later. Whimper. The little leopard, just born, first bounded to Lin Ye's feet, then spotted the scattered equipment. Its black eyes instantly brightened, circling around the gear with enthusiasm. Master, it seems to have a keen interest in the equipment, Xiao Mo surmised. Do you wish to eat? Lin Ye's gaze flickered. The trait of Devour Evolution appears similar, yet there are subtle distinctions. The little wolf devours flesh, while the little leopard seems to have a penchant for equipment. Whimper. The little leopard nodded repeatedly. It's all yours. Lin Ye pushed the equipment toward it, just when he was vexed about how to deal with these black items. If it could devour and evolve, that would be most splendid. Clatter. At the command of its master, the little leopard was overjoyed. With a grand opening of his mouth, a golden vortex similar to that of the little wolf was unleashed, sweeping away all equipment like the wind dispersing clouds. After consuming the spoils, he let out a belch, feeling dazed and lightheaded, before transforming into a dark light that drilled into the back of Lin Ye's hand, coalescing into a diminutive ghostly leopard tattoo. On the other side, the little wolf underwent a similar transformation, becoming a spectral wolf king tattoo. With one on the left and the other on the right, they complemented each other perfectly. At present, the only remaining loot was the key to a hell-level dungeon. Lin Ye cast a glance at it, knowing that there was no way he could abandon it. The most prudent course of action was to utilize it directly. Unlike fixed teleportation points, these dungeon keys were single-use items. Once employed, they vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck his mind. Let us go, back to the camp. Lin Ye immediately sprang into action. Before departing, hundreds of skeletal warriors sprang into action, swiftly erasing all traces of the battle, even scrubbing away the blood until it was spotless. After confirming that everything was in order, they retraced their steps. Along the way, they stumbled upon the corpse of the driver, a hidden weapon embedded in his chest. Clearly, this individual had disobeyed orders and had been discovered by the assassins, leading to his demise. We should take him with us, Lin Ye sighed. The journey continued in silence. 2 hours later, the group successfully returned to the camp. Upon learning that the transport driver had been murdered by an unknown gang, Lu Feng was consumed with rage and prepared to lead his men to seek revenge. However, upon seeing the hidden weapon on the corpse, he darkened his expression, uttering not a word, and suppressed the matter. He even instructed Zhao Xiaobo to give the driver a proper burial and send compensation to his family, stating that he had fallen victim to a savage beast attack. Thus, the incident was temporarily put to rest. Over the following week, while the surface remained tranquil, the inner city was rife with undercurrents. In the Chu family's mansion, a commotion arose. What? Chu Jun is missing? Impossible. My Chu family is renowned in the Han dynasty. Who would dare lay a hand on Chu Jun? The 7 uncles of the Chu family spoke with conviction. Opposite them stood a tall, youthful military officer, his face marred with distress, his sharp gaze fixed upon the uncles. Chu He, let us not be hasty. Chu Jun might simply be indulging in some leisure. He will surely return in 10 to 15 days, consoled his third uncle. Chu Zhonghai, this time is different, Chu He replied, his gaze penetrating. My brother and I have a direct line of communication. Even if he were to be having fun, he wouldn't ignore my calls. I tried reaching him a dozen times half an hour ago, but there was no response. I fear he may have encountered an accident. At this revelation, the uncles began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chu Jun was Chu He's younger brother. They had lost their father at a young age, making Chu He both a brother and a father figure to him. Thus, their bond ran deep. If something were to happen to Chu Jun, it was likely that Chu He would go mad. Chapter 21. Entering the dungeon, madly farming for heavenly gifts. A military group leader was in a frenzy. If this matter was mismanaged, the consequences would be dire. Wait, let us investigate the last known time and location of Chu Jun, he asserted. Results would soon emerge. As he spoke, Chu Zhonghai and the others began pulling out their phones. The Chu family had extensive connections in the Han city. It would be relatively easy to trace through surveillance footage. They took turns making dozens of calls. 2 hours later, all the information was compiled. Chu Zhonghai received the analysis report from the intelligence team. The last known sighting of Chu Jun was at the north city gate of the outer city. Heading towards the outer city, 1 week prior at the Jinhan auction house, where he had spent 20 million to acquire a hell-level dungeon key, competing against the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families. This was the visible outcome. After that, he had completely vanished. Was it the Zhao, Bai, or Sun families who were responsible? Queried the fourth uncle. Chu Zhongyue, his brow furrowed. It remains uncertain. Chu Zhonghai shook his head. Then we shall investigate each one. Notify the surveillance room at the north city gate. I want the information of all adventurers who left through the north gate on the day of the auction. A manic gleam flickered in Chu He's eyes. And also, demand that the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families surrender those brats. Anyone remotely connected to my brother's death will pay the ultimate price. Observing Chu He's retreating figure, Chu Zhonghai, Chu Zhongyue, and the other uncles felt a wave of dread. If this momentum continued, the Han City would surely be thrown into chaos. Let him indulge this once. It is also time to send a message to the other families, so they understand who the true king without a crown is in this Han City. With a few deep sighs, the uncles of the Chu family revealed a ruthless glint in their eyes. A dozen orders were dispatched, and in an instant, the vast Han City was abuzz with hidden currents. Meanwhile, far away at the northern camp, Lin Ye and his companions set out. After a week of accumulation, he had made significant progress. With 600 bottles of mana recovery potions, each restoring 1200 mana, he had regained a total of 720,000 mana. His level 5 summon skeleton spell consumed 100 mana per use, summoning 4 skeletal warriors each time. Having exhausted all mana recovery potions, he had summoned a total of 7,200 times, resulting in 28,800 skeletal warriors. The total number of skeletons now stood at 56,831, a staggering increase in power. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a fixed teleportation point. Shaolin, this is the level 15 master dungeon. The difficulty is not high. Your task is still to gather information on the monster's weaknesses, with a validity period of 120 minutes. Can you manage that? Zhao Xiaobo pointed at the teleportation vortex with a smile. Await our good news, Lin Ye responded, giving an okay gesture before leading the fearless team members into the vortex. With a whoosh, time and space twisted, and the 6 appeared in a mysterious realm. System information unfolded before their eyes. Dungeon, Bloodthirsty Highway. Level, 15. Difficulty, Master. Time limit, 120 minutes. With a flash, a seemingly endless road appeared ahead, scattered with bloodthirsty zombies. Ignore the minor monsters. Let us push deeper, Lin Ye called out. Sprinting forward with Xiao Mo and the others at breakneck speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The swordsman and warrior exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness. It's only been 3 weeks, and the gap has already widened so much. Even the weakest healer, Zhang Yu, surpasses them by a significant margin. Indeed, choosing rightly means a lifetime of comfort. Conversely, it means forever eating dust, this swordsman sighed. Let us find a place to hide. At least if we can tag along and earn some battle merit, it would be a silver lining, he added. That's true, the warrior nodded in agreement. With that, the two dug a small hole by the roadside and burrowed into it. In the distance, Lin Ye located a suitable spot, teeming with zombies, over 1,000 in number. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, they surged forward en masse. The group remained unfazed. In a swift motion, Lin Ye extracted a palm-sized stone key, applying sudden force that resulted in a sharp crack as the key shattered. Mysterious runes activated a spatial array, conjuring a swirling vortex reminiscent of an inverted galaxy. As they entered the dungeon, he mused that surely no one would be able to trace their movements. With a self-satisfied clap, he and his companions leaped into the vortex just as an immense horde of zombies surged towards them. The space spun, and the four found themselves in a new scene. Before their eyes appeared a notification. Dungeon, Mangrove Forest Level, LV20 Difficulty, Hell, 6-fold Attack, Health, and Defense. Entry 1. Increased quantity of drops of superior quality by 200. Entry 2. Increased probability of divine rewards by 120. Time limit, 120 minutes. These entries were indeed formidable, Lin Ye thought, nodding to himself as he gazed into the depths of the forest, where vine-laden branches obscured the sky. His heart raced with anticipation. It had been ages since he had last enhanced his attributes. He hoped this dungeon would not disappoint him. Just before departing the safety zone, Jiang Jingfu interjected, "Boss, I received a message from Lingling before we came here. The location of the person you seek has been confirmed. Tell her not to act rashly. In a couple of days, once we are free, we will go see her ourselves." Lin Ye instructed, having not remained idle during his time with the Death Squad. Prior to his brother's incident, he had contacted an individual who might possess some clues. For the past 3 weeks, he had been unable to move, relying instead on Jiang Jingfu's girlfriend to investigate the inner city. Fortunately, everything had proceeded smoothly. "All right, boss." Jiang Jingfu nodded eagerly as the four stepped out of the dungeon's safety zone. The distant scenery shifted dramatically, revealing a vast expanse of crimson forest. Towering trees cast an eerie shadow over the area. After only a few steps, a piercing sound echoed through the air. "Thunder Fist!" Jiang Jingfu shouted, charging forward. His explosive gauntlets unleashed a torrent of blue lightning, crackling as it struck the shadowy figure. With a resounding boom, the lightning shattered, scattering charred branches. "Tree demon?" Jiang Jingfu scoffed derisively. "With such meager skills, they dare to ambush me? Do they think I'm a pushover?" At that moment, golden light descended from above. Attribute Boost 1. Goodness, a divine reward? Jiang Jingfu's eyes widened. Although the dungeon's entries had provided some clarity, he never anticipated such absurdity. To trigger a divine reward upon entry was far more favorable than outside. "I want him too," Xiao Mo exclaimed, thrilled by the prospect. She drew her frost bow, knocking an arrow and releasing it in one fluid motion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen arrows struck the tree demon in a perfect formation. with a cry of agony. Another divine reward fell, this time claimed by Xiao Mo Agility 1. This is real, Xiao Mo exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Count me in. Zhang Yu eagerly joined the fray. Soon, the scene transformed into a lively spectacle. Every few seconds, a divine reward would descend, prompting joyous laughter among the group. Chapter 22. Overlapping debuffs, sacrificial flow, let the sacrifice begin. Not far away, Lin Ye nodded discreetly. The value of this dungeon key exceeded all expectations. It was no wonder that the families from the inner city dared to take such risks to hunt the infamous Chu army. Even he couldn't resist attempting a few runs himself. Boom. Indeed, he secured 2 divine rewards. Ding. Intelligence 2. While it was beneficial, he found it rather slow. For other professionals, this efficiency was undoubtedly worth striving for, but for him, it barely sparked his interest. Come forth, skeleton minions, Lin Ye commanded, summoning a magical array in the air. With a clatter, countless skeleton warriors poured forth from the summoning space like dumplings. Within mere minutes, 50,000 skeletal warriors filled a significant portion of the mangrove forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the forest, numerous tree demons were provoked, frantically launching a barrage of thorny vines. The sheer volume was reminiscent of 1,000 swords converging. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Yet, the front line of skeleton warriors only lost a few hundred points of health, suffering minimal casualties. They can breach defenses. There's hope. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly donned the shattered crown of sin. Buzz. A unique power enveloped him, suppressing his attributes by 50. The entire legion of skeleton warriors experienced the same reduction, their statistics plummeting to just over 500. Swoosh, swoosh. The second wave of vine spikes surged forward. 871, 886, 915. The damage soared into the hundreds. Lin Ye's spirit sword. The weakened skeleton warriors had only over 5,000 health, meaning they could be obliterated with just 6 hits. Let us accelerate this. Lin Ye retrieved a bottle of weakness potion from his spatial ring. The information materialized. Weakness potion. Consuming this potion reduces all attributes by 30, lasting for 2 minutes. He uncorked the bottle and downed it in one go. Instantly, his attributes dipped another 30. The skeleton warrior statistics fell below 300, their health and defense drastically diminished. With this mini debuff stacked, it was time to grind. Lin Ye's face gleamed with fervor. Sacrificial flow, let the sacrifices begin. Uft, uft. In an instant, numerous skeleton warriors were pierced and gravely injured by the vine spikes. While not every strike resulted in instant death, on average, 2 to 3 hits were sufficient to eliminate a skeleton warrior. Against the tree demons, such rapid-fire assaults were their forte. A single tree demon could unleash dozens of vine spikes simultaneously. With 100 tree demons, that amounted to 1,000 strikes. With 1,000, it escalated to tens of thousands. Certainly, there would be repeated attacks, but the efficiency remained swift. Moreover, this was the tree demon stronghold, granting them a geographical advantage. The ever-increasing number of tree demons unleashed a relentless barrage of vines, undeterred even by the 50,000 strong skeleton army. Clang, clang, clang. The spikes continued to reap skeleton warriors at an alarming rate. In the rear, Lin Ye's grin widened. Notifications of death feedback flashed before his eyes. Half an hour later, over 8,000 skeleton warriors had perished, resulting in an explosive harvest. Ding. Death feedback. Strength 140,000, Constitution 140,000, Intelligence 140,000, Agility 140,000. Though it was undoubtedly a boon, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Utilizing the infinite domain entry, he could keenly perceive the entirety of the battlefield. A clear sensation washed over him as he perceived the rapid decline in the death rate of the skeletal warriors. A moment of reflection brought enlightenment. With the acceleration of reciprocal nourishment, his attributes had averaged an impressive 150,000. Even with an 80-point reduction, he still boasted over 3,000 attributes, translating to approximately 1,500 points per skeletal warrior. When converted into health, that amounted to a formidable 15,000 health points, and their defenses would multiply several times over. Currently, the tree spirit spiny attacks required at least 10 strikes to fell a single skeletal warrior, resulting in a reduction of efficiency by 5 to 6 times or more. He needed to continue diminishing his own power. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Ye caught sight of the beast tattoos adorning his arms, and a sudden realization struck him, igniting his gaze with fervor. Boom. The beast tattoos unfurled, transforming into radiant streams of light that fell gracefully at his feet. One to the left and one to the right. How? Oh. The little wolf and the little leopard gazed up in confusion, having been roused from a deep slumber by their master. Let me bestow some benefits upon you. Lin Ye squeezed forth several drops of blood. The last time he had facilitated their bloodline evolution, it had cost him several hundred points across all attributes. This time, the stakes were significantly higher, and he could only wonder at the magnitude of the outcome. Crimson droplets shimmered in midair, emanating an alluring aroma that even drew the attention of the distant tree spirit army, which charged forward in a frenzied rush towards the skeletal warriors. Alas, the skeletal warriors had grown too formidable. Even with an 80-point reduction in attributes, each skeletal warrior could withstand a dozen attacks. The remaining 40,000 strong army possessed an impenetrable defense, rendering any breakthrough impossible. How? The little wolf was ecstatic, gulping down 7 drops. The little leopard, not to be outdone, leapt up and consumed the remaining 7 drops entirely. Boom. In an instant, a colossal pillar of energy erupted from within them, causing their bloodline power to surge exponentially. Mid-level legendary, late-level legendary, pinnacle legendary, breaking the limits. Boom. The golden bloodline began to transform, a sliver of red emerging amidst the gold. As the immense energy replenished them, the red intensified at a visible rate. When the last vestige of gold vanished, it was replaced by an unparalleled pure red. Evolution successful. Lin Ye was beside himself with joy. Red symbolized the extraordinary, a bloodline quality that was a rare gem on a national scale. Simultaneously, he was elated to discover that the energy that enabled the little wolf and little leopard to break through had consumed 1,000 points of his total attributes per drop of blood, 14 drops in total, amounting to 140,000 points. In the blink of an eye, his attributes plummeted to just over 1,000. After the 80-point reduction, he was left with a mere 200 points. If he was in such dire straits, the skeletal warriors were in an even more precarious position, with their total attributes dipping below 100. Faced with the ferocious tree spirit army, they swiftly became fodder for the relentless onslaught. Thud, 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 thud. A vine pierced through, skewering the skeletal warriors like candied hawthorn on a stick, dispatching more than a dozen with a single strike. The pace had quickened. It was astonishingly fast. Lin Ye laughed heartily. The death feedback notifications flashed before him, now arriving several times quicker than before. Summon. He was not idle either. This state could not be maintained for long. Once his mana surged past 10,000, the pace would inevitably slow again. Seizing the moment, with his mana restored to 140,000, he prepared to bolster his skeletal inventory. Bang, 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 bang. With his level 5 summoning spell, he summoned 4 skeletal warriors per second. 10 minutes later, 560 skeletal warriors emerged just as his mana was depleted. Once again, the familiar notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Death feedback. Strength 140,000, Constitution 140,000, Intelligence 140,000, Agility 140,000. In the distance, the tree spirit army's grass-cutting speed plummeted, as if they had struck a stone, clattering in frustration. The tide had turned. Lin Ye turned to the little wolf and little leopard, who wagged their tails, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 23, Supreme Bloodline, Hundredfold Amplification. As per tradition, he prepared 14 drops of blood. Slurp, slurp. The little wolf and little leopard, adhering to the principles of martial ethics, each consumed 7 drops. Boom, boom. In an instant, 2 beams of energy re-emerged, immediately entering bloodline evolution mode. Early stage extraordinary, mid-stage extraordinary, late-stage extraordinary, pinnacle. As the red energy transformed into a deep crimson, it hesitated at the peak. The evolutionary energy was insufficient. Lin Ye realized that thanks to his sacrificial investment, the skeletal warriors had once again become utterly ineffectual. Swiftly cut down by the tree spirit army. Minutes later, he sacrificed 6 more drops of blood, 3 for each of the little wolf and little leopard, and finally met the conditions for breaking the limits. With a whoosh, the deep crimson bloodline material erupted in a myriad of radiant beams. In the next moment, a rare streak of colorful luster emerged, sweeping over the entire crimson sea with overwhelming force. In less than 3 minutes, the transformation was complete. The Red Sea had turned into a colorful ocean. Supreme Bloodline. The most potent apex divine beast in the world. Lin Ye's spirit sword. Who could have imagined that through his own efforts, he had forged 2 supreme divine beasts in mere minutes? Now, the information had drastically changed. Pet, Desert Reaper, mutated. Level 1, Bloodline, Supreme, Hundredfold Amplification, capable of evolution. Attributes: Wind, Earth, Dark. Attribute 1, Supreme Gale Technique. Attribute 2, Blade of the Storm. Attribute 3, Devour Evolution. Attribute 4, Desert Reaper. Supreme Gale Technique. Consumes 10 points of mana per second. Increases movement speed by 300. Blade of the Storm. Unleashes a wind blade storm within a 10-meter radius. Devour Evolution. Consumes anything to level up, with a 100-fold increase in consumption speed. Desert Reaper. Activates Reaper mode. Masters the desert. The desert is me. And I am the desert. Strength 1,000. Constitution 1,000. Intelligence 1,000. Agility 1,000. At level 1, all attributes are already 1,000. Lin Ye was exhilarated. This was a 100-fold enhancement compared to the innate full 4-dimensional attributes of 10, and it even came with an additional Desert Reaper, Earth-type Supreme attribute. Testing the effects, he glanced back at the Tree Spirit army. With the Little Wolf's terrifying foundational attributes, the Tree Spirits would find it exceedingly difficult to kill it. Whoosh! The Little Wolf instantly grasped the situation, its body transforming into a fleeting phantom, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This speed was far beyond that of a transport vehicle. Lin Ye was astonished. In a mere moment, the Little Wolf had plunged into the heart of the battlefield. As soon as it arrived, it unleashed its ultimate ability, entering Desert Reaper mode. Boom! The body swelled, transforming into a deity towering 3 meters high, resembling a humanoid with a canine head. Surrounding him was a swirling mass of gray-black sand and stone energy, radiating power. Suddenly, a tree demon approached the Little Wolf, launching 7 or 8 vine-like spikes through the air. They concentrated their force, swiftly shattering the protective earthen barrier shielding the Little Wolf. The spikes continued their relentless advance, piercing the wolf's body. No injuries. Lin Ye was astonished. The tree demon's attack, amplified 6-fold within the hellish realm, had clearly breached the defenses. Yet no damage values appeared above the Little Wolf's head. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the Little Wolf, in its death god state, was imbued with an elemental effect. The body that the spikes penetrated resembled living sand, rendering it immune to all harm. Moreover, at the precise moment the spikes pierced through, the Little Wolf seized one of the vine spikes with ferocity. The earth trembled violently as torrents of sand surged back, reminiscent of a burial in a desert from an anime. In an instant, the tree demon was buried beneath the sand. Clenching his fist, Lin Ye heard the tree demon emit a piercing wail, blood gushing from its head. 1960, 2140. Skill enhancements exceeded 200, and this was just level 1. Lin Ye was left in shock. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as the tree demon perished beneath the sands. Boom! 2 golden beams of light descended, signaling the Little Wolf's ascension to level 3. The allocation of free attribute points reached an astonishing 1,000. This equated to an increase of 500 free points with each level gained. The upgrade multiplier was 100-fold, truly formidable. Lin Ye was awestruck, howling with delight. The upgraded Little Wolf, now fully invigorated, was eager to plunge into the ranks of tree demons, ready to unleash carnage. Come back, Lin Ye called urgently. These tree demons were his precious resources for attribute farming. It was not yet the time for slaughter. The Little Wolf whimpered, puzzled by its owner's restraint, but obediently returned, transforming into a playful pup trailing behind Lin Ye. He affectionately patted the wolf's head, his gaze filled with anticipation as he turned to the little leopard. With the Little Wolf's remarkable strength, the similarly upgraded Supreme Bloodline Little Leopard should be equally impressive. In his line of sight, the little leopard had undergone a transformation, shifting from a pitch-black feline form to a 3-headed black panther. Data information flickered into view. Pet, Hell 3-headed panther. Level, LV1. Bloodline, Supreme, 100-fold amplification, capable of evolution. Attributes, Wind, Darkness, Fire. Trait 1, Godspeed. Trait 2, Entering the Dark Realm. Trait 3, Devour and Evolve. Trait 4, Hell Beast Transformation. Godspeed, consumes 20 mana per second, increasing movement speed by 400. Entering the Dark Realm, the body melds into the dark dimension, becoming elusive and undetectable. Normal attacks cannot lock on. Devour and Evolve, consuming anything can lead to upgrades. With a 100-fold increase in consumption speed, Hell Beast Transformation activates Hell Beast mode, mastering the elements of wind, darkness, and fire. Strength, 1000. Vitality, 1000. Intelligence, 1000. Agility, 1000. The attributes were comparable to the Little Wolf's, yet the speed was even greater. Lin Ye was astonished. Simultaneously, he noticed a change in the little leopard's traits. The original ghostly invisibility had evolved into entering the dark realm. Invisibility merely refracted light, rendering the enemy unable to see it. However, facing indiscriminate and large-scale attacks, it could still be hit. In contrast, entering the dark realm was akin to slipping into another dimension. Without special means, it was completely immune to all attacks. It could be said, "You cannot see me, yet I can see you. You cannot strike me, but I can strike you." Such a cunning tactic. The final Hell Beast transformation was reminiscent of the Little Wolf's desert death god. While its attack power was slightly inferior, it boasted diverse abilities, capable of unleashing 3 distinct elemental attacks simultaneously. This was particularly lethal against wood-based foes. A single blast of hellfire would severely wound a tree demon, and the subsequent burning effect would incinerate a level 20 Hellgrade tree demon alive. An instantaneous kill. Impressive. Lin Ye gave a thumbs up, feeling that if the little leopard were allowed to act freely, it could single-handedly annihilate the entire grove of tree demons. The little leopard tilted its head, obediently returning at Lin Ye's command. There was still ample time. He needed to farm more attributes. Minutes later, a chime sounded, indicating Death's return. With all attributes soaring to 10,000. Surpassing 10,000 attributes, the skeletal warrior's death rate slowed considerably. I must weaken myself, Lin Ye pondered, then turned his attention to Jiang Jingfu and the others. Chapter 24, Legendary Profession, Elemental Master. My blood can enhance the little wolf and little leopard. Perhaps it can also strengthen human practitioners. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with this thought. He had contemplated it before, but the timing had not been right. The outside world was far too perilous. Should this information leak, he would become a mere test subject. In this hellish realm, layered with 2 dimensions. If anyone could still track him down, it would be truly extraordinary. The only drawback was that Xiao Mo's loyalty was at 99, not yet reaching 100. He decided to observe further. Lin Ye beckoned Jiang Jingfu over. Boss, this dungeon is incredible. In such a short time, I've already farmed over 90 attribute points. Jiang Jingfu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Good job, Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. Enough chatter, I need to test something. Stand still. As he spoke, he squeezed out a drop of blood and flicked it. Whoosh. The blood soared through the air, landing in Jiang Jingfu's mouth. What is going on? Jiang Jingfu was bewildered. Though confused, he had complete trust in Lin Ye and did not resist. Moments later, an explosive beam of radiant energy erupted, enveloping Jiang Jingfu entirely. Boss, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to explode. Jiang Jingfu collapsed amidst the energy surge, his skin tearing, blood spilling everywhere. Endure it. Do not resist this power. Accept it, embrace it, and refine it. Lin Ye's gaze was piercing. He felt the all attributes within his body plummeting at a rapid pace, faster than that of the little wolf and others. This confirmed his hypothesis. However, the direction of evolution differed. The little wolf and the others evolved their bloodlines, while humans evolved their professions. It seemed Jiang Jingfu had heard Lin Ye's words, relaxing to absorb and refine the energy. The pain diminished significantly as the absorbed energy surged. The originally green, Fistmaster, profession began to undergo a transformation. When the green hue reached its zenith, a streak of azure light materialized. This streak spread like ink dispersing in calm waters, instantly transforming the green attributes into a sky blue shade. Boss, my profession has evolved. It has transitioned from green excellence to blue superiority. Jiang Jingfu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. In this world, occupational talents represented everything. Had it not been for his abysmally low occupational talent, how could he have been stripped of his family emblem by the main house and relegated to the chaotic outer city markets? Furthermore, he would never have found himself in a death squad, fighting for a chance at survival. The widely accepted truth was that advancing occupational talent was an arduous endeavor. Aside from the exceedingly rare treasures of the world and various opportunities hidden within top-tier dungeons, an ordinary person could not hope to change their fate in a lifetime. Yet now, that truth was being vividly shattered before his eyes. Mere moments ago, he was a green Fistmaster, and now he stood as the vibrant blue, Flame Fistmaster. Both his potential and combat prowess had multiplied several-fold. This was merely the beginning. He was encouraged to relish the journey of becoming a formidable force. Lin Ye smiled, immediately intensifying the infusion of energy. After 2 enhancements involving Little Wolf and Little Leopard, he had discerned how to utilize blood to fortify others. Blood served as the bridge between them, allowing the effortless transfer of all attribute points, dictated solely by intention. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted. The energy enveloping Jiang Jingfu surged in potency, the energy column expanding from 1 meter to 5. The blue, Flame Fist Master designation above his head deepened, progressing through initial, mid, and peak stages, culminating in the extraordinary purple perfection. But that was not the end. The enhancement speed accelerated exponentially. In mere moments, he broke through barriers and ascended to Golden Legend, transitioning from pale gold to pure gold, and finally to dark gold. The amplification of energy gradually subsided. With 10,000 points in all attributes, he could only elevate to the pinnacle of legend. Lin Ye could not help but lament Jiang Jingfu's truly dismal qualifications. Had it been Little Wolf or Little Leopard, they would have easily achieved red supremacy or even colorful supreme status. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfu was in a daze. Having just evolved from green excellence to blue superiority, he was already astounded. Little did he realize that this excellence was merely the starting line. With the boss's assistance, a single drop of blood enabled him to leap through 3 stages, from blue superiority to purple perfection, and finally halting at Golden Legend. Not just any legend, but the peak of legend, only a hair's breadth away from the exceedingly rare extraordinary tier. A resonant hum filled the air as the attributes shifted. 5 elements Fist Sect, Gold all attributes 500. Each learned 5 elements martial art increases power by 500. Holy moly! Jiang Jingfu's eyes widened in disbelief. 500 all attributes. Moreover, each martial art amplifies damage by 500. With 5 elements, that amounts to 2,500, 25 times the damage increase. Oh heavens! Not far away, Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu were equally astonished, having witnessed the ascensions of Little Wolf and Little Leopard. They were already aware that the boss's blood could enhance the bloodlines of pets. But Jiang Jingfu was different. He was human, a practitioner. Yet, astonishingly, the boss's blood still proved effective, although they were unaware of the 5 elements fist sect attributes. Witnessing Jiang Jingfu's promotion from green, fist master, to legendary profession left them utterly overwhelmed, shattering their defenses in an instant. Boss, I want it too. I want it too. Zhang Yu rushed over, no longer concerned about any heavenly rewards. After all, divine bestowals were fleeting, while occupational levels were matters of a lifetime. Xiao Mo approached as well, her emotions running high. She looked earnestly at Lin Ye and said, Boss, it's not that I am unwilling to offer 100 loyalty points. I have my own grievances. I carry deep-seated enmity, and once I am liberated from the death squad, I will seek vengeance against my stepfather, Guo Yuanshan. Guo Yuanshan is a disciple of the Guo family in the inner city, and the Guo family is one of the 4 great families in Dahan City. Alongside the Chu family, their influence is vast, and any connection with them brings no benefit. But now, I implore you, boss, grant me a drop of your blood. I need formidable power to exact my revenge. If you have reservations, you may poison me. Once I avenge myself, I will meet my end, ensuring that not a whisper of your secrets escapes me. Are you done? Lin Ye shot her a sidelong glance. Boss, you may not understand the Guo family. Xiao Mo began, but Lin Ye interrupted her with a wave of his hand. In the meantime, a multitude of skeleton warriors fell to their demise, and a notification rang in his ears. Ding, death rebirth, all attributes 140,000. Boom. The energy within him erupted like a cataclysm, as his staff inscribed a mysterious array in the air. With a whoosh, a massive teal-green crosswind blade manifested. Wind blade magic. Xiao Mo and the others gasped in astonishment. In conventional understanding, even a boss-level crosswind blade would not exceed 7 or 8 meters in length. Yet this one measured nearly 100 meters. In the next moment, whoosh, the azure light flashed, and the distant dungeon peak crumbled effortlessly like tofu. Chapter 25. Hidden Profession. Godly Archer, 100% crit. And now? Lin Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Xiao Mo. Paired with the still collapsing mountain behind him, amidst swirling dust, he exuded the aura of a transcendent master. After a brief pause, Xiao Mo quickly comprehended. Ding. Loyalty 1. The loyalty character above her head was now fully rounded, transforming into the staunch loyalty level of 100. Now this is more like it. One by one, Lin Ye's face bore a satisfied smile. He flicked his fingers, and a drop of blood soared through the air, landing in Zhang Yu's mouth. Minutes later, the white healer designation above Zhang Yu's head, having endured numerous trials, finally transformed into the golden quality, fortune and misfortune dependence. The information read, Fortune and misfortune dependence, gold all attributes 500, your blessing spell will gain the influence of the fortune and misfortune dependence buff, with effects ranging from 40 to 60. Quite interesting. Now, let me see the effect of a blessing spell, Lin Ye said, his eyes gleaming. If the debuff could lower all attributes, it would be immensely advantageous. Alright, Zhang Yu nodded, producing her sacred staff and pointing it at Lin Ye from a distance. Blessing spell. With a swish, black and white energies surged into her body. A system notification appeared before her eyes. Ding. Total spell damage increased by 45, lasting for 5 minutes. Ding. Physical resistance decreased by 55, lasting for 5 minutes. Not right, try again. Lin Ye beckoned. After 5 attempts, they finally achieved the desired outcome. Ding. The total physical damage has been increased by 50 for a duration of 5 minutes. Ding. The Constitution attribute has been reduced by 45, lasting for 5 minutes. Quite satisfactory, Lin Ye nodded in approval. This effect is akin to a weakened version of the Evil Crown. As long as he draws the attribute that diminishes Constitution, the impact remains extraordinary. With a resounding crash, he had just expended 10,000 attribute points, leaving himself with a mere 2,000, shared with the skeletal warrior. It was only 100 points. The multiple debuffs stacked, the Evil Crown reducing by 50, the Weakening Potion diminishing by 30, and the Blessing Spell debuffing by 45. The skeletal warrior's health, originally at 110,000, plummeted to 742. Against the hellish tree demon, it was utterly akin to being instantaneously annihilated. With a swift slash, with another round of unparalleled mowing down ensued. Lin Ye felt a surge of delight as the death rebirth beneath his gaze was on the verge of exploding. In less than 3 minutes, the harvesting reached an unyielding crescendo. Ding. Death rebirth, total attributes 150,000. It's your turn. He directed his gaze towards Xiao Mo. She inhaled deeply, her emotions alight with excitement. Unlike Jiang Jingfu and Zhang Yu, she possessed a hidden class from the outset, but it required powerful blood to act as a catalyst. The stronger the blood, the more potent the awakening. Lin Ye's blood was, in her understanding, the most formidable existence imaginable, incomparable even to the world's strongest. Such magnificent blood, what tier of hidden class would it awaken in her? The thought filled her with both anxiety and exhilaration. Whoosh. A drop of crimson blood entered her mouth. In that moment, she finally comprehended the bittersweet agony experienced by Jiang Jingfu and Zhang Yu. Boom. A torrent of energy surged violently within her, enhancing her being. The sealing chains of the hidden class disintegrated under this overwhelming force, reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Clearly, Xiao Mo's constitution was markedly different from Jiang Jingfu and Zhang Yu. The required energy points were alarmingly high from the very beginning. In that brief moment, she drained over 1,000 of his total attribute points. This speed was visibly escalating. Unassuming, yet remarkable, Lin Ye felt elated. Now, Xiao Mo was fully loyal to him. The stronger her foundation, the stronger he became. Furthermore, the more total attribute points she consumed, the more he could accumulate. Soon after 2 rounds of death rebirth, she had consumed 270,000 total attribute points, finally satiating Xiao Missouri's hidden class. Buzz. A scarlet radiance erupted. Unparalleled. They gasped in astonishment. Both Zhang Yu and Jiang Jingfu rejoicing for her. Instantly, the green archer, above Xiao Mo's head vanished, replaced by the red, God Archer. The information was as follows. God Archer, red total attributes 800, critical hit rate of all arrows 100. Lin Ye squinted. This class characteristic, seemingly simple, was, in fact, extraordinary. A 100 critical rate. If she were to fervently stack accuracy and critical damage, there existed numerous viable builds. For instance, a single target arrow nuke or a crowd-damaging arrow rain build. Both were immensely powerful. Boss. Xiao Mo was equally exhilarated. Who could have anticipated her extraordinary luck in awakening the legendary God Archer? It was beyond her wildest dreams. The strongest in Dahan City was merely of the golden legendary class. Lin Ye chuckled softly. Having gleaned a basic understanding of Xiao Mo's class, he felt reassured. At this moment, his focus shifted back to himself. After enhancing Xiao Wolf, Xiao Leopard, Jiang Jingfu, Zhang Yu, and Xiao Mo, the total death rebirth count reached 6. This meant the skeletal warriors had perished 6 times. In those 6 instances, Xiao Wolf had sacrificed 200 skeletons, Xiao Leopard 300, Jiang Jingfu 000, Zhang Yu 000, and Xiao Mo had the highest at an astounding 120, 000. The total loss amounted to 500. Starting with 570, 000, only 891 remained. This was the final attempt. A significant strike was imperative. Lin Ye's mind raced. After 2 enhancements to Xiao Mo, his total attributes had dropped to their lowest point again. Compounded by the Evil Crown, Weakening Potion, and Blessing spell debuffs. Under the weight of these 3 diminutions, the remaining skeletal warriors faced a frenzied demise once more. Yet, it was still insufficient. Xiao Mo, draw out the Tree Demon King, Lin Ye commanded. Understood. Xiao Mo soared into the air. Her frostbow conjuring an energy arrow radiating with an icy aura. Buzz. The bowstring pulled taut, and she released the arrow. Whoosh. A blue arrow sliced through the air, striking a colossal tree in the rear of the redwood forest, one that could be encircled by 3 people. Splurt. Green blood spewed forth. 2,389. Critical hit 2,402. It could breach defenses at level 1. Astonishing. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled. Having awakened her hidden class, her level reset to 1. Yet she could inflict damage several times greater than her previous peak, overwhelming her with joy. Roar. From afar, the Tree Demon King, wounded, released an enraged roar. It uprooted itself, shaking the earth. The hidden tree demons, previously concealed in the shadows, were summoned forth, charging out in droves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of vine spikes doubled, pouring down like a torrential rain. The skeletal warriors' losses surged dramatically. 3,000, 6,000, 10,000. Ding ding ding. A cacophony of sharp sounds echoed as the vine spikes could no longer penetrate defenses. Lin Ye looked up at the skeletal warriors, now dwindling to just over 3,000. A glimmer of joy in his eyes. Chapter 26. A collective surge, annihilating the Tree Demon King. Ding. Death rebirth. Total attributes 210, 000. The system notification resonated in his ears. Lin Ye felt an infinite energy swell within him. Strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility were all maximized. His state surpassed any previous moment. He felt immensely powerful. With an average of 21,000 attributes, he experienced a sensation akin to becoming a superhuman. With a mere grasp of his hand, he could crush stones to dust. A flick of his finger sent shattered rocks hurtling like rapid-fire bullets, instantly penetrating several hell-level tree demons and reducing them to mere remnants. In terms of health, he reached an astonishing 220,000, several thousand more than the hell-level LV-20 Tree Demon King boss. His intelligence was equally extraordinary. With a staggering 220,000 mana points and exceptional magical power amplification, a single cast of the Cross-Wind Blade can effortlessly surpass 80,000 wind element spell damage, rivaling that of a level 40 Supreme Professional. For ordinary classes, a minimum level of 50 is guaranteed, with 60 being a distinct possibility. Regarding agility, after conducting tests, the results were astonishing. Boom. The air shattered, and in an instant, the figure appeared 200 meters away, over 200 meters in just 1 second. This speed is twice as fast as the record set by the strongest assassin in Dahan City last year, which was 110 meters per second. Lin Ye felt invigorated. In terms of the 4 fundamental attributes, he should be unmatched throughout the entire Dahan City. Since they could no longer keep up, they had become obsolete. Lin Ye commanded Xiao Mo and the others to lead the remaining 3,000 skeleton warriors in a counterattack. Charge! Jiang Jingfu laughed heartily, taking the lead. Despite his lower level, his legendary class naturally granted him an increase of 500 to all attributes, making him formidable even against the tree demons. As for Xiao Mo, she was a renowned archer, capable of breaching the defenses of the Tree Demon King in single combat and effortlessly eliminating ordinary tree demons. Zhang Yu, a blessing type or a master, significantly enhanced the skeleton army. In an instant, the tide of battle underwent a dramatic reversal. The skeleton warriors, previously mowed down by the tree demons, surged forth. Bone blades unleashed over 3,000 wind blades, resembling a colossal storm of wind blades, sweeping through like a tempest scattering leaves. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever they passed, the trunks of the tree demons splintered. Within a breath, hundreds of tree demons met their demise. Boom, boom, boom. Several golden lights of leveling up descended. Lin Ye advanced by 1 level, while Jiang Jingfu and his companions averaged an increase of 8 levels. Delightful. Jiang Jingfu laughed heartily, though his level reset after a rebirth. Each level gain now provided an astounding 50 attribute points, culminating in a total of 400 points after 8 levels, a significant boost. Zhang Yu, sharing the legendary class with him, experienced a similar increase in attributes. Xiao Mo surpassed them both, gaining 100 points per level, vastly more than before. After 8 levels, she gained 800 points, making her terrifyingly potent against ordinary tree demons, averaging 3 arrows per kill without having learned any skills yet. Once she acquired skills, her lethality would multiply exponentially. The subordinates, invigorated by the carnage, compelled Lin Ye to join the fray. In such a large-scale army battle, the corpse explosion technique would undoubtedly shine the brightest. At the heart of the battlefield, he had dispatched 50,000 skeleton warriors. Upon their demise, they automatically transformed into corpses, ready to be detonated by the corpse explosion technique. Lin Ye spread his fingers, clenched his fist, opened his hand, and repeated this motion. The distant corpses resembled barrels of gunpowder, exploding in succession. Thanks to the enhancements from several dungeons, the corpse explosion technique had already reached level 6, allowing for the simultaneous detonation of 5 corpses without any cooldown or mana cost. The efficiency of the explosions was astounding. Within minutes, thousands of corpses had detonated. The nearby tree demons were reduced to ashes, while those further away suffered grievous injuries from the shockwaves, their cries echoing in the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ye reveled in the mayhem, his proficiency in the corpse explosion technique soaring. After a full half-hour of relentless detonations, the technique had leveled up twice, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Corpse explosion technique. LV7 simultaneously detonates 10 corpses, consuming no mana, generating explosion damage of 300,320 intelligence, with a blast radius of 20 meters. Is this the effect of transcending the limits of levels? Lin Ye mused silently. Conventional skills have level limits, with most capped at level 5 below level 30. However, his Undead Calamity skill has no such ceiling. As long as there is proficiency, it can be upgraded infinitely. Reaching level 7 brought an overwhelming boost. With 10 explosions per second and 3-fold damage amplification within a 20-meter radius, the entire mangrove dungeon was transformed into a crater hundreds of meters wide. After a relentless barrage lasting half an hour, every ordinary tree demon had perished. Even the mightiest Tree Demon King, with its hundreds of thousands of health points, succumbed within mere seconds under the relentless barrage of corpse explosions. The immense experience gained propelled him to level 15, triggering a new supreme trait. Damage transfer. Supreme, any damage received is 100 transferred to summoned creatures. Incredible. A 100 damage transfer. Lin Ye was astonished. This implies that for every summoned creature, he effectively possesses an additional life. Terrifying. This supreme trait is undoubtedly the ultimate life-preserving skill. It would be nearly impossible to meet one's demise henceforth. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfu and his companions, benefiting from the substantial experience boost, also reached level 14, their strength surging dramatically. Thus, the battle concluded, leading to the aftermath of clearing the battlefield. Observing the glimmering treasures amidst the myriad of fallen tree demons, Jiang Jingfu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss, the drop rate in this hellish map at level 200 is no joke. So much equipment has dropped, including numerous exceptional and perfect grade items. If you find anything suitable, equip it, gather the rest for me," Lin Ye commanded. With that, the 3 transformed into diligent bees. eagerly diving into the piles of tree demon corpses to rummage for equipment. Oh, a wood element fist technique. Mine. It increases damage by 500, delightful, exclaimed Jiang Jingfu. This staff enhances casting speed. I can bestow more buffs upon the boss, declared Zhang Yu. This perfect grade explosive bow increases critical damage by 400, perfectly suited for me, chimed in Xiaomo. Meanwhile, Little Wolf and Little Leopard were also stirred by the chaotic bounty, one intrigued by the tree demon corpses, while the other was captivated by the scattered equipment. With corpses littering the ground, and the equipment yet to be sorted, Little Leopard had to wait. Little Wolf can go first, Lin Ye decided, allowing the former to feast. Instantly, Little Wolf transformed into a glutton. Opening its jaws wide as a vortex of devouring energy emerged, its terrifying suction drew in all corpses within a 10-meter radius. After ascending to the supreme bloodline, its devouring efficiency had increased 100-fold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One tree demon corpse after another was consumed by the black hole. The swirling vortex rewarded Lin Ye with a deluge of experience and energy. Boom, boom. Golden lights of leveling up cascaded down as Little Wolf's level surged at a visible pace. Chapter 27. Innate abilities, I can see luck values. Leveling up 4 times just by devouring? Observing the Little Wolf indulging in its feast, Lin Ye let out a soft sigh, profoundly aware of the creature's eccentricity. They had toiled exhaustively to vanquish the tree demons, while this Little Wolf could effortlessly ascend in rank by devouring corpses. Each level gained augmented all attributes by a staggering 500 points, for levels translating to 2,000 points, an absurdity compared to ordinary white-collar professions, which was 100-fold less. Moreover, the pace of its leveling was escalating rapidly. It was reasonable to surmise that once it had consumed all the bodies, including that of the Tree Demon King, it could soar to level 10 or beyond. On the other hand, Xiao Bao was in a bit of a quandary. While corpses could be repurposed, equipment, even the most trivial of white or green items, could fetch a price. Allowing it to feast on such items would indeed be a bitter pill to swallow, especially given the many mouths he had to feed. He pondered whether discarded equipment held any utility. If so, that could be promising. Lin Ye's gaze flickered as he unearthed a pair of white boots from the pile of corpses. Gripping them in a fierce fist, he unleashed a terrifying surge of power, resulting in the boots crumbling into mere remnants. Xiao Bao, consume this, he commanded. Xiao Bao, unabashed, conjured a vortex of absorption, swiftly engulfing the white remnants. A hum resonated as the vortex spun, tendrils of energy flooding into its form. The experience bar surged, almost reaching level 2. It was indeed effective. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. While he was reluctant to part with good gear, the abundance of discarded equipment in Dahan City was overwhelming. As long as one ventured into dungeons, there was no lack of discarded items. The daily outpouring of equipment in Dahan City could be measured in carts, which explained the sustained market demand for such items. Beneath him, Xiao Bao's eyes gleamed as it gazed upon the mountain of equipment collected by Xiao Mo and her companions. If it were to consume all of that, it could easily surpass level 20. Patience, he said, when we return, I shall establish a recycling station for you. He affectionately patted Xiao Bao's head. With a soft meow, the little one nodded obediently and transformed into a tattoo pattern to rest. In contrast, the little wolf was relishing its meal, occasionally emitting protective growls aimed at the hundreds of skeletal warriors nearby. The skeletal warriors, although unable to consume corpses, could pilfer the attributes of the units they had slain, before the little wolf could feast on the bodies. They seized the attributes of the tree demons and the tree demon king. The information was as follows: Vine spikes, armor penetration 40, siphon, attack lifesteal 10. True form of the tree demon king, doubles the number of attack skills. Lin Ye nodded. All 3 attributes were quite practical, especially the true form of the tree demon king, which significantly enhanced the skeletal warrior's capabilities. Skills like Windblade, Charge, and Leap could now be unleashed twice in succession. He then approached the heap of equipment, collecting all items into his spatial ring, before turning back to the fallen tree demon king. The creature had perished, leaving a bounty of energy crystals scattered about, including 10 perfect purple gems and a second-tier wood attribute boss core. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Killed Hell-level Tree Demon X 5827. Ding. Killed Hell-level Tree Demon King Boss X1. Ding. Time taken, 92 minutes. Comprehensive Evaluation, SSS. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first individual to achieve an SSS rating in the Hellish Mangrove Dungeon, earning a reputation of 200 and an additional reward of 1 second-tier legendary boss chest. The details were as follows: item, boss chest, level, second tier, quality, legendary, ultimate. Effect: opening the legendary chest may yield legendary treasures. Ding. Would you like to open the boss chest immediately? Before Lin Ye could respond, Zhang Yu interjected from a distance. Boss, let me open the chest for you. You're serious? Lin Ye glanced at her. Previously, Zhang Yu had claimed her luck was exceptional and offered to assist in opening chests. He had assumed it was a jest. Of course, my luck has always been good. I just never had the chance to open a chest, Zhang Yu replied, her tone tinged with grievance. This was a secret she bore alone, as her relatives and friends perceived her merely as a white healer. Even if she confessed, no one would believe her. Now that Lin Ye had turned her fate around, she was eager to reciprocate by sharing her deepest secret with him. Fine, give it a try, Lin Ye said with a smile, conceding the legendary boss chest to her. Do you need me to specify the desired equipment? Absolutely not. Just think about it, Zhang Yu quickly replied. All right. Lin Ye cast a skeptical glance at her. He was generally not a believer in such metaphysics, but with nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to humor her. He silently concentrated, Crown of Sin. Upon completing his thought, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and decisively opened the legendary boss chest. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the chest erupted with a plethora of treasures. Ding. Second tier legendary tree demon set X1. Ding. Shattered Crown of Sin X1. Ding. Second tier skill enhancement scroll X1. Ding. Legendary yellow gemstone X1. Incredible, it actually worked. Lin Ye sprang to his feet, utterly astonished by his first encounter with the metaphysical. The shock coursing through him was ineffable. Is that what you sought? Jiang Jingfu inquired, intrigued. The occurrence of such metaphysical success in opening a treasure chest was unprecedented. Step aside, Lin Ye dismissed Jiang Jingfu. His gaze intensely fixed on Zhang Yu. What is the meaning of this? If metaphysics holds true, this could be monumental. Well, Zhang Yu cleared her throat and whispered, I was born with a unique ability to perceive luck values. As soon as the number in my line of sight reaches 100, I experience a stroke of good fortune. I've tested it multiple times. When I was young, I always drew the highest prize in card games, and whenever I bought drinks, it was a guarantee to get another one. What a waste of such a gift. You should be playing the lottery. You'd be a wealthy woman by now. Jiang Jingfu lamented. I dare not risk it. In movies, people like me are often turned into lab rats. Zhang Yu shook her head vigorously. Besides, I awakened as a white healer, and my family is quite ordinary. No one can protect me. But if your luck is so exceptional, how did you awaken as a white healer? Xiaomo questioned, visibly puzzled. Well, Zhang Yu grimaced, explaining, on the day of my awakening, there was an incident where I saved someone and used up all my luck, resulting in a 0 luck value awakening, manifesting as a white healer. Fortunately, now that I have the boss helping me strengthen my class talent. What about the Suicide Squad? Jiang Jingfu probed, utterly perplexed as to why someone with such luck would end up there. The person I saved was a sinner, seemingly of some standing. Initially sentenced to 30 years. I used a stroke of luck to get him into the Suicide Squad, and it turned out quite well, as it led me to meet the boss, Zhang Yu chuckled. Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu exchanged silent glances, while Lin Ye's gaze burned intensely upon Zhang Yu. Chapter 28. The New Summon, Skeleton Archer. Boss. Perhaps feeling flustered under Lin Ye's intense scrutiny, Zhang Yu timidly spoke up. Fear not, Lin Ye replied with a warm smile. Can you see the luck values? Come, tell me what mine is now. In the past, I could only perceive my own, but having just evolved into a legendary class, it seems my abilities have strengthened a tad. Let me give it a try. Zhang Yu's eyes fell upon Lin Ye. After a brief pause, she exclaimed in delight. Boss, I can see your luck value now. Oh. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze, and she hesitated, saying, however, boss, it seems your luck is cursed, as your current luck value is in the negatives, indicating a streak of bad luck. From my years of experience, bad luck typically foreshadows unfortunate events. Cursed? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing the implication. He promptly stashed away the recently acquired shattered evil crown into his spatial ring and turned his attention back to Zhang Yu. Luck value, 52. Much improved, yet still encircled by a hint of cursed power. Is it that piece of equipment? Zhang Yu detected the clue. The evil crown was indeed more outrageous than anticipated. Lin Ye pondered, recalling that their encounter with Chu Jun and that group of assassins 2 weeks prior was likely a consequence of the evil crown. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in its future use. Little sister, how much luck do I have? Jiang Jingfu inquired eagerly. 99. Zhang Yu glanced over, instantly revealing an expression of disbelief. This fellow's luck surpassed even that of the boss. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Within the entire team, Xiao Mo possessed a hidden class. She herself had abilities, and the boss was a given. The only truly ordinary person among them was Jiang Jingfu. His inclusion was indeed remarkable luck. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Mo, she noted, 68. This brought her some relief. However, with Zhang Yu as their little lucky star, future boss treasure chests would surely be abundant. The only lament was that this individual's luck was uncontrollable, randomly soaring to 100. They would have to wait until she reached that threshold again to open the chests. At this moment, the little wolf accelerated its devouring process. Regardless of whether it was refining or not, it first consumed everything into the black hole, digesting later. After devouring all the corpses, the entire mangrove instance was thoroughly cleansed. Retrieving the little wolf, the 4 of them traversed through the spatial vortex and exited the mangrove instance. As they emerged, the original instance key shattered into ashes, disappearing without a trace. As their feet touched the ground, they found themselves in the master instance. bloodthirsty highway. Roar, roar. Upon their arrival, a swarm of zombies, sensing the scent of blood, rushed towards them. The hell instance does not satisfy me. You worthless creatures, perish. Summon skeletons. Lin Ye snorted coldly. Bang. The staff struck the ground, and smoke enveloped the area. 3,000 remaining skeleton warriors surged forth from the summoning space. Now, each of them boasted attributes averaging over 10,000, attack, defense, health, mana, and agility, all maximized. Charge. Windblade. Coupled with the recently consumed Tree Demon King's true form. All skills were doubled in frequency. In an instant, over 6,000 wind blades swept through, claiming the lives of thousands of level 15 zombies. Even those who narrowly escaped were ruthlessly trampled by the ferocious charge, akin to thousands of bulldozers racing through the bloodthirsty highway. Boom, boom. In the distance, golden lights signaling upgrades cascaded down within the safety zone. Upgrades? No way that fast. The swordsman and warrior suddenly realized something and turned to look towards the end of the instance highway. Alas, apart from the endless road and innumerable zombies, not a single figure was in sight. It must be Lin and the others. The little warrior lamented. What should have been a joyous occasion of leveling up now felt utterly disheartening. Damn. The most foolish thing I've done in my life is not jumping into the dung pit. The swordsman lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Observing the transformations of Xiao Mo and the others over the past few weeks compared to their stagnant state, he felt the weight of the saying, goods must be compared to be valued. People must be compared to realize the truth of life. Meanwhile, as the skeleton warriors rampaged forward, Lin Ye sat atop the little wolf and retrieved a new skill book, Summon Skeleton Archer, from his spatial ring. This was a new summoning spell that could only be learned at level 15 as a necromancer, and he had previously procured it from the market. Now that he had just reached the required level, it was time to test this new summon. Ding. Would you like to learn Summon Skeleton Archer? Yes. Lin Ye confirmed his choice. With a whoosh, the skill book transformed into a stream of light and surged into his being. Instantly, the incantation and formation for summoning skeleton archers appeared in his mind. The details were as follows. Summon Skeleton Archer. LV1 consumes 30 mana, summons 2 skeleton archers. Not bad. The initial skill could summon 2, which was superior to the skeleton warriors, but still too slow. Lin Ye shook his head and directly retrieved several skill upgrade scrolls from his spatial ring. He had been reluctant to use them during the recent dungeon runs. But now was the perfect moment. First, he used a first-tier skill upgrade scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll shattered, transforming into glimmering lights of upgrade that flowed into the Summon Skeleton Archer skill. Boom. The original level 1 value instantly elevated to level 2. Next, he utilized a second-tier upgrade scroll. Moments later, after exhausting all skill upgrade scrolls, the Skeleton Archer rose by 3 levels. Information updated. Summon Skeleton Archer. LV4 consumes 80 mana. Summons 4 skeletons, with a 20 increase in summoned attributes. Upgrade condition. Cast 5,000 times. Now that felt appropriate. Lin Ye smiled. After familiarizing himself briefly, he swiftly established a connection with the underworld using his current 20,000 spirit energy. The teleportation formation emerged. Buzz. Amidst the smoke, 4 skeleton archers materialized, opening the panel. The summoned beings were as follows. Summon, Skeleton Archer. Level, LV15, equivalent to the summoner. Strength, 10,000. Vitality, 10,000. Intelligence, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Attributes, influenced by the Lord of the Undead. All summoned beings share, Iron Skin, LV2. Charge, LV2. Blood Frenzy, LV2. Jump Trample, LV2. Gale, LV2. Windblade, LV2. Vine Spikes, Armor Piercing Penetration 40. Absorb, Lifesteal 10. True form of the Tree Demon King, doubles the number of attack skills. Intrinsic skills, Penetrating Arrow, Penetration 20. Volley, 2 arrows at once. Quite impressive. Upon reviewing the panel information, Lin Ye's face radiated admiration. Its growth attributes surpassed those of the Skeleton Warrior, and it possessed long-range capabilities. Additionally, it inherently featured the volley skill. A single shot could release 2 arrows, and if the effect of the true form of the Tree Demon King were triggered, it would result in 4 arrows from 1 shot. In terms of mowing efficiency, it would undoubtedly overshadow the Skeleton Warrior. As he spoke, he commenced the frenzied summoning of skeleton archers. The previous death had restored over 210,000 intelligence, equivalent to 210,000 mana, summoning 4 every second. After 10 minutes, 400 skeleton archers emerged. Chapter 29, Black Light Virus, Exemption Order. Let's test its power. Lin Ye snapped his fingers. All skeleton archers stepped forward, drawing their bows. Arrows flew. In an instant, tens of thousands of penetrating arrows pierced the air, raining down like droplets on the road of the dungeon. In less than a minute, the bloodthirsty road dungeon was breached by the army of skeleton archers. The good news was that the skeleton archers had acquired a new attribute. Coupled with the penetrating arrows, it proved to be quite effective. Black Light Virus. All summon entities attacks carry a viral infection. Upon inflicting damage, they cause the target to lose 1 of their health every 10 seconds. Enemies slain by the black light become zombies under the control of the summoner. Upgrade requirement: devour 300 zombies. To other professions, this attribute might seem worthless. After all, the majority of practitioners, even upon reaching level 40 or 50, possess health barely exceeding 10,000. A mere 1% translates to just over 100 points. And that is cumulative damage over 10 seconds, utterly trivial. Yet for him, it was different. The skeleton archer boasted a constitution of 110,000. The health multiplied tenfold, equating to 110,000. Thus, 1% accounted for 100 points. This was a special type of poison damage, difficult to resist with equipment. It equated to pseudo-real damage with 0 resistance. Most importantly, his attribute growth far surpassed that of other professions, even exceeding that of supreme classes by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. The dual growth of attribute levels and stats signified a truly formidable presence. With a whoosh, a devouring vortex appeared. Both the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers joined the plundering queue. The attributes from the zombies were consumed and plundered. The black light virus attribute swiftly leveled up. Devour 300. Level up. Devour 1,000. Level up. Devour 2,000. Level up. In the span of a tea break, the new attribute ascended 6 levels. The information updated. Black light virus, LV6. All summoned entities attacks carry a viral infection. Upon inflicting damage, they cause the target to lose 6 of their health every 9 seconds. Enemies slain by the black light can absorb the memories of their foes and transform into their likeness. Max level LV5. Next upgrade requirement: devour 20,000 zombies. The time reduced from 10 seconds to 9. Breaking limits, it can decrease fixed intervals. Lin Ye felt invigorated. Level 6 was already formidable, equivalent to a health loss of 600. Once reduced to per second damage, the strength would be unimaginable. Moreover, the status of slain enemy units had changed. Prior to level 5, slain foes would become zombies under his control. After surpassing the limit, they could directly absorb memories, even transforming into their appearance. This development opened the door to a comprehensive invasion. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, marking this aspect as crucial. Simultaneously, he resolved to collect more zombie dungeons to elevate the black light virus's level. Having mentally noted this, he entered the settlement page. The rating remained at SSS level, yet the rewards were rather meager. Better than nothing, perhaps. Before exiting the dungeon, Xiao Mo and the others concealed their professional information. Their circumstances were too unique. Any leak would be detrimental to their leader, only bringing harm. With a whoosh, the spatial vortex swirled, and their feet touched the ground. Xiao Xiaobo had been waiting for some time. How did it go? As he saw Lin Ye and the others emerge, he hurriedly approached. I'll take this back to inform Captain Liu. This time, I want 30 merits. Lin Ye tossed over the monster compendium he had prepared. Quite the bold claim. I shall see. Xiao Xiaobo teased, opening the compendium. The more he perused, the more astonished he became. This was not merely a record of monsters' weaknesses. It even detailed bosses' skills and strategies to counter them. With this compendium at hand, any team, no matter how inept, could efficiently clear the dungeon. A foolproof guide. Its strategic significance was monumental. Closing the compendium, Xiao Xiaobo patted his chest, assuring his companions, rest easy. Each of you will receive 30 merits without fail. Prepare to claim your exemption orders. So soon? The others exclaimed, overjoyed. In a place like the Death Squad, the mortality rate was exceedingly high. If 1 in 10 survived, it was a stroke of luck. They had never anticipated that their squad would accumulate 100 merits within a mere month, with 0 casualties. It was undeniably a miracle, and the architects of this miracle were well aware among each member of the Death Squad. The swordsman and the young warrior felt particularly disheartened. Though they had reaped great benefits, surviving the Death Squad, each glance at Jiang Jingfu and Xiao Mo left them feeling as though they had lost billions. The group returned to the camp without further conversation. Xiao Xiaobo presented the caretaker-level strategy to Lu Feng, who was equally elated. With this invaluable guide, the Bloodthirsty Road dungeon alone could generate millions in wealth for the camp, elevating everyone's strength to a new echelon. This was a significant contribution. 30 merits approved. Lu Feng waved his hand, signing the exemption application. Once the arbitration office stamped it, the exemption order could be obtained immediately. Simultaneously, he penned a special edict instructing Xiao Zhao, when the exemption order arrives, transfer Lin Ye and the others to our camp. Tell him that as long as he is willing, I will make him the squad leader. The squad leader? Xiao Xiaobo was taken aback. Captain, isn't that against the rules? Even the scions of prestigious families in the inner city do not receive such treatment. This is my territory. I make the rules. If anyone disagrees, they can complain to the city lord's office. Lu Feng snorted coldly. Although his talent was average, he was still a relative of the Lu family in the city lord's office. This privilege was not without merit. Understood. Xiao Xiaobo nodded with a wry smile, also grasping Lu Feng's rationale. Indeed, Lin Ye was extraordinarily powerful. In just a month, he had helped Lu Feng defeat formidable foes, rising from squad leader to camp leader. Now, he had presented the caretaker-level strategy for the Bloodthirsty Road dungeon. If every dungeon could be cleared with such ease, millions could be effortlessly earned. Such a fortune-bringer would be foolish to let go. The military's efficiency was remarkably high. In less than 2 days, the amnesty decree has been issued. Congratulations to you all. From this day forth, you are free men. As he distributed the decrees one by one, Zhao Xiaobo clasped his fists in congratulations. Ha! We've finally survived. The sensation of freedom is exhilarating. All except Lin Ye were filled with uncontainable excitement as they received their pristine amnesty documents. The swordsman and the young warrior left in high spirits. Zhao Xiaobo turned to Lin Ye and the others, smiling. Now is our moment. The camp commander has spoken. Should you wish to remain in the camp, he can offer you the position of company commander as a gesture of goodwill. What say you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfu, Xiao Mo, and Zhang Yu were astonished. In this era, the military hierarchy is a double-edged sword, simple in theory yet exceedingly difficult in practice. Just like Lu Feng. Even as a scion of the powerful Lu family, ascending to the rank of company commander requires substantial military achievements. Although the position of company commander may seem modest, it nonetheless bestows the status of an officer, granting mobility across the nation. This arrangement had been preordained, and Lin Ye had no intention of retracting his agreement. Yet, just as he was about to speak, a thunderous shout echoed from outside the camp. Chapter 30, Promotion to Company Commander, The Invasion of Darkness. Moments earlier, at the northern gate of the camp, 3 men clad in black samurai attire strode into the grounds. Their status was formidable, as their garments bore the emblem of the Chu family. They traversed the camp with ease, heading straight for the command center. The Black Warriors. Lu Feng's expression shifted. This was the insignia of the Chu family from the inner city, and their presence often heralded misfortune. Moreover, he had caught wind of recent developments, but he never anticipated they would reach the camp so swiftly. Lu Feng surrendered the transport driver Zhang Dong, along with the members of the death squad, Lin Ye, Jiang Jingfu, Xiao Mo, and Zhang Yu. Our young master of the Chu army has been slain, and these individuals are under grave suspicion, the middle-aged man leading them declared. Chu Xiang, your Chu family is overstepping its bounds, Lu Feng replied, his tone low. To the north of the outer city lies the territory of the Lu family. You've traveled a great distance from the west merely to breach the Dahan Accord. Haven to you? The Dahan Accord was a covenant established by the 4 illustrious families of Dahan City, delineating their respective territories in the 4 cardinal directions, with management rights being relatively autonomous and interference from one another prohibited. Any transgression could provoke a civil war amongst the 4 families. Lu Feng, cease your baseless accusations. I am merely executing official business, Chu Xiang retorted, his expression darkening. He dared not accept the monumental charge of violating the accord. Official business? Has the arbitration office issued a warrant? I was unaware, Lu Feng scoffed. Having previously lost a transport driver under mysterious circumstances, his ire was already simmering. Yet, considering Chu Hie's superior status, he had chosen to bide his time. Little did he expect the audacity of the other party to come directly to his camp demanding individuals. This was akin to them defecating on his head. Furthermore, Lin Ye had become his financial benefactor. Anyone daring to obstruct his revenue stream would face severe repercussions. Chu He may be formidable, but he remained within the bounds of the Chu family. This was Lu family territory, and it was not for the Chu family to act with impunity. Lu Feng, they are merely members of the death squad. There is no need for you to confront the Chu family. Hand them over, and let us become friends. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal, and this matter will be settled. How does that sound? Chu Xiang relaxed his tone, wishing to de-escalate the situation. The word from Captain Chu He was clear. On the day of the Chu army's demise, anyone departing from the northern market gate would be subject to investigation. Moreover, Lu Feng's report indicated that the transport driver had met his end due to a beast attack on the same day. There were too many peculiarities to overlook. Even the slightest possibility warranted investigation. Dining is out of the question. Go back and inform Captain Chu He that we have no suspects here. If he possesses the capability, let him procure an arrest warrant from the arbitration office. Otherwise, he shall not take anyone from my camp, Lu Feng asserted resolutely. This matter not only concerned the dignity of the Lu family, but also his personal fortune. Lu Feng, do not be ungrateful. Chu Xiang's anger flared. Are you truly unafraid of death? Lu Feng, fueled by rage, laughed mockingly. A mere 3rd-generation lackey of the Chu family dared to enter his camp and insult him, an act tantamount to courting death. Lu Feng, do not act recklessly. Chu Xiang's expression shifted, understanding the gravity of attacking an officer within the camp. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Either depart immediately, or be apprehended and sent to the arbitration office. Lu Feng bellowed. Chu Xiang's demeanor fluctuated for several moments before he coldly huffed, leading his 2 subordinates away. Once they departed, Zhao Xiaobo approached Lin Ye and the others. Camp commander, what transpired? Zhao Xiaobo inquired curiously, as the earlier shouts had echoed throughout the camp. Those rabid dogs from the Chu family, Lu Feng spat. Turning to Lin Ye, His expression softened as he cautioned, Chu He's brother has perished, and you had previously encountered him. You may be implicated, but fear not. As long as you remain within the camp, they dare not act against you. Thank you. Lin Ye nodded. By the way, have you considered my previous inquiry? Lu Feng asked. Of course, I choose to join, Lin Ye replied with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Lu Feng's smile widened. Prepare diligently. In a few days, I shall promote you to the position of company commander. Henceforth, our fire brigade's 3rd company shall be under your command. With that, Lu Feng hurried away, knowing he needed to take preemptive measures. Otherwise, he risked falling victim to the Chu family's schemes. Congratulations, congratulations, Commander Lin, Zhao Xiaobo expressed with envy. Congratulations indeed, Lin Ye responded, feigning humility. While secretly utilizing his limitless domain to command 3 skeletal warriors to trail Chu Xiang and his companions. The skeletal warriors, endowed with an agility of 10,000, swiftly caught up to Chu Xiang. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lu Feng has the audacity to threaten me. What insolence! Chu Xiang's expression darkened further as he raced through the woods. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that a so-called waste from the Lu family would dare to challenge him, pushing him back in such a manner. If this were to reach the Chu family, how could he maintain his standing? Captain, let us gather reinforcements and launch a surprise attack on the fire brigade tonight. We shall teach Lu Feng a lesson, one of his subordinates suggested. While Lu Feng certainly deserves a beating, not at this moment, Chu Xiang pondered. His cousin had become a vengeful specter since the death of the Chu army. Anyone even remotely associated with the incident was to be eliminated. The Chu family had already engaged in hostilities with the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families, the primary suspects, both overtly and covertly, resulting in no less than 30 deaths in just a few days. Such was the nature of grand families, and one could only imagine the fate of the ordinary populace. So what now? We failed to bring anyone back. How do we report this? Another subordinate lamented. The truth laid bare their inadequacies. Speak the truth. It will reflect poorly on us, regardless. Just convey the situation as it is. My inability to subdue Lu Feng does not imply others cannot. A venomous gleam flickered in Chu Xiang's eyes. He is certainly not the magnanimous type. Lu Feng has humiliated him. This matter is far from over. Captain, do you mean that the little brother has an inkling of what is happening? Just as this was mentioned, a fierce gust swept by. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared before them. Damn, that scared the life out of me. Just as Chu Xiang was about to utter a curse, he couldn't help but shiver when his gaze fell upon the 3 figures before him. Skeleton warriors? Are there necromancers here? The trio wore expressions of confusion, casting their eyes around, dismissing the 3 skeletal warriors altogether. After all, it is well known that skeleton warriors are the most inferior of summoned creatures. Given a minimal difference in levels, they can be dispatched with a single strike. However, in the next moment, the heavens shifted. Boom. The air erupted with a sonic blast as the 3 skeletons vanished, only to reappear right before them. What? The faces of Chu Xiang and his companions changed dramatically. Uft, uft. They had no time to react as the bone blades pierced through their hearts. With a crash, the black light virus invaded, swiftly seizing their memories. In their final moments, they were horrified to discover that the 3 skeletons had transformed into their likenesses, turning to walk towards the west. Chapter 31. Ruthless beating of the Chu family prodigy. West of the outer city, 10 miles away. This area was once under the jurisdiction of Qingstone Town, but was later decimated by the tide of ferocious beasts. After the Chu family secured the Great Han Pact, they established a camp in Qingstone Town. Through over a decade of development, they gradually reclaimed portions of management routes from the beast territories. Presently, Qingstone Town is illuminated, blossoming with talent. The Chu family army has fortified this place into an impregnable fortress. Even ordinary beast tides can be effortlessly managed. With a clatter, transport vehicles departed, while more returned, some laden with resources and others with suspects. Upon returning, Chu Xiang and his companions verified their identities and followed the familiar route back to their dormitory. Closing the door, the spatial ring on his finger rotated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of skeletal warriors descended, concealing themselves in the corners, with Chu Xiang orchestrating. They had spent considerable time infiltrating the core of the Chu family's various battalions using the black light virus. The biggest catch was undoubtedly Chu He's aide. Chu Yan, let me test the mettle of the Chu family's foremost prodigy. The skeleton, assuming the guise of Chu Yan, bore a human-like smile. With that, he led Chu Xiang to the command room. At this moment, a young officer was intently scrutinizing surveillance footage and testimonies, his eyes bloodshot. This man was none other than the face of the Chu family, known as the Little Overlord, Chu He. Damn it, after 3 days of rigorous investigation, there's still no lead. Chu He gritted his teeth. The Zhao, Bai, and Sun families, he had dealt them fatal blows, taking out 4 merchant caravans in succession and causing dozens of casualties. The uncles in the inner city had also cut off their resources, resulting in losses exceeding 10 million. Yet, despite this, the 3 families adamantly claimed that the Chu army was not harmed. Now, they had lodged a complaint with the Lord's mansion. The Lu family had yet to voice their stance, But word had come from the Chu family's uncles that he had one day left. Within a day, he must cease retaliation against the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families. One day, time is scarce. A flicker of urgency flashed in Chu He's eyes. To be frank, he was currently uncertain of the identity of the culprit. Over the past 2 days, he had mobilized all of the Chu family's connections to investigate every practitioner who had passed through the north gate of the market on the day of the incident. Regrettably, aside from the 3 families, practically no other practitioners possessed the motive or capability to commit the crime. The only promising lead lay in the surveillance footage and intelligence he held. The fire camp, transport vehicles, the suicide squad, forestry. And Xiao Mo, the driver of the transport vehicle that had taken the suicide squad, had also perished on the day Chu Jun died. The autopsy report cited a passing ferocious beast as the cause, but the Chu family's intelligence indicated death by a hidden weapon, which curiously originated from assassins trained by the 3 families. It is difficult not to speculate. Was it a case of silencing the witnesses? However, peculiarly, the silence did not extend to the members of the suicide squad, and Lu Feng seemed to have swallowed his pride, concealing this matter. There must be secrets here. He needed to capture someone for questioning. Perhaps they could unveil evidence of the 3 families' involvement in Chu Jun's death. This way, even if the Lord's mansion exerted pressure, he would have no reason to refrain from seeking revenge. Catching sight of his aide, Chu Yan, and his cousin, Chu Xiang, striding towards him, he inquired, "Did you bring them back?" Lu Feng was unyielding, his demeanor resolute. Chu Xiang recounted the truth. Oh, Chu He raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Lu Feng, a coward, timid and meek. In the past, upon seeing him, he would act like a sycophant. Yet this time, he was uncharacteristically bold, daring to offend him over a few members of the suicide squad. Such abnormal behavior surely hinted at something amiss. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chewie stood up. Although it was somewhat beneath him, given the circumstances, there was no alternative. Moreover, he only had 1 day left. He would not let any opportunity slip by. "Captain, I'll go summon the brothers," Chu Yan spoke. "No need. Just you and Chu Xiang accompany me. Too many people may alert the 3 families to our movements, leading to silencing." Chu He was decisive. Immediately departing Qingstone Town with the 2, the trio sped away, their pace far surpassing that of the military jeeps. Half an hour later, having distanced themselves from the camp, a glint of malice flickered in Chu Xiang's eyes. Swift wind technique. Charge. With dual speed enhancements, boom. The velocity surged dramatically as he crashed into Chu He. Simultaneously, he swung his long knife horizontally. Uffed. A 10-meter-long blade of wind sliced through the air. At such close range, there was simply no time to evade. Beast. Ultimately, as the foremost prodigy of the Chu family's younger generation, Chu He sensed the impending danger. A radiant glow flickered as 3 layers of shields manifested around him. Crossing his arms, a legendary quality combination shield materialized. In the blink of an eye, 4 layers of defense stood before him. Uffed. The first layer of the shield shattered instantly. How formidable. Chu He's complexion changed drastically. These 3 layers of shields were the ancient martial arts secret technique he had practiced since childhood, accumulating over 2 decades to achieve this level. Each layer's defensive power equated to that of a perfect grade battle attire at the 4th tier. Yet, the opponent's strike had shattered it outright. However, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. In just a heartbeat, the 2nd layer crumbled, followed by the 3rd. "You are not Chu Xiang. Who are you?" Chu He bellowed in fury. In his understanding, even if Chu Xiang were to harness extraordinary power, it was inconceivable that he could shatter his protective aura. "Survive first. Then speak," Chu Xiang scoffed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal wind blade struck the legendary composite shield. An explosion of fire erupted, and an immense force propelled Chu He backward, sending him flying several dozen meters, where he collided with multiple large trees before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, amidst the billowing dust, Chu He spat blood, his mind reeling in shock. Although he had managed to withstand this earth-shattering strike, the legendary shield in his grasp had developed several cracks. This was a legendary piece of equipment. Merely a single strike had breached 3 layers of his protective aura and inflicted such damage on the legendary composite shield. Most alarming of all was that the opponent not only bore a striking resemblance to Chu Xiang, but also mirrored his aura and lifestyle habits. Even he could not fathom this. The capability for such infiltration was truly terrifying. Boom. Just then, a sound like a breaking air current echoed above. A figure, moving with incredible speed, plummeted like a meteor, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Damn! Chu He cursed vehemently as he dove aside. His previous position was immediately obliterated, creating a 3-meter-deep crater. Still shaken, the figure executed a second leap, crashing down yet again. Bang! Chu He raised his legendary shield, feeling as though a massive boulder had struck him. The terrifying force left a deep dent in the legendary shield, and the accompanying inertia snapped his right arm. His body was propelled into the ground like a cannonball. This was monstrous. The strength, speed, and magical damage were all maximized. Such combat prowess was almost on par with that of the Lord of the City. Utilizing Earth Escape to mitigate the impact, Chu He, having miraculously survived, wore an expression of utter astonishment. He could not comprehend why such a formidable being would remain in this desolate backwater of Dahan City instead of seeking opportunities in larger cities. This individual was beyond his ability to contend with. Only the city lord could hope to defeat him. Resolute in his thoughts, Chu He tilted his head back and gulped down several vials of healing elixirs, fleeing desperately through the earth. Outside, Chu Xiang and Chu Yen stood firm, nonchalantly following as they watched Chu He make his escape. Chapter 32, Looting Skills, True Aura, and Earth Escape. Minutes passed. Yet there was still no sign of Chu He emerging from the ground. Unable to contain himself, Chu Xiang remarked, "This chap truly possesses exceptional survival skills." The prodigal son of the Chu family's current generation could not attain the position of leader without a few tricks up his sleeve. Chu Yen nodded in agreement. However, the more impressive he found Chu He, the more fervently their eyes gleamed with anticipation. If they could eliminate Chu He, they would acquire everything he possessed through looting skills. True Aura, Earth Escape, and all other secret techniques of the Chu family would be theirs. Glancing at his watch, Chu Yen estimated it was nearly time to wrap things up. He had long been prepared for this moment. Chu Xiang stretched his neck, and as soon as he finished speaking, the ground erupted, and Chu He burst forth. However, the current state of Chu He was drastically altered. One arm had been obliterated. His face was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his body was covered in dark, festering blood, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Despicable! Poisoning me amidst an attack. Chu He roared in fury. The bloodline above his head plummeted rapidly, losing 600 health every 9 seconds. Even with his relentless consumption of healing elixirs, having already taken over a dozen, he could not withstand the gruesome toxicity. In the realm of victors and vanquished, defeat was not shameful. At that moment, Chu Yen made his move. He opened his palm, summoning a bone bow and arrow, and without any unnecessary movements, drew the bow and released the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 4 arrows materialized before Chu He. They were too fast. Chu He's hair stood on end, and instinctively, he raised his damaged legendary shield. Puffed. Regrettably, against such terrifying arrows, the legendary shield's proud defenses were effortlessly penetrated. 1 arrow shattered the shield, and the second, third, and fourth arrows all found their mark in Chu He's chest. 7, 820, 8, 729, 8, 592. The already waning bloodline was instantly depleted. He was dead. With a leap, Chu Yen appeared before Chu He's lifeless body, fingers spread wide as a looting vortex materialized. Moments later, several new skills appeared. True Aura. LV3 generates 3 layers of protective aura around the body. Each layer is equivalent to perfect grade equipment of the same tier. Upgrade condition. Fusion. Consume 2 LV3 True Aura. Earth Escape. LV4 merge into the earth, allowing for movement underground up to 40 meters. With movement speed equivalent to that on land at 40. Upgrade condition. Fusion. Consume 2 LV4 Earth Escape. Overlord Spear. LV4 increases spear technique power by 400, with a slight chance to activate overbearing aura. Upgrade condition. Same as above. Excellent. All quite practical. Chu Yen nodded in satisfaction. He immediately shared all the looted skills within the infinite domain. Instantly, all skeleton warriors and archers acquired them. Once this was accomplished, he tossed a skeleton warrior from his spatial ring. Without wasting words, the latter activated the black light virus, invading Chu He's corpse. Seconds later, the body transformed into particles of flesh and blood, replaced by a brand new Chu He. Unfortunately, the legendary shield was broken. The new Chu He picked up the equipment on the ground, a look of deep regret on his face. What now? Chu Yen inquired. Wait a moment, Chu Xiang said, his eyes turning red. Within the infinite domain, he immediately received a command from Lin Ye. The master has sent a message, given Chu He's character. The more commotion this creates, the better. I'm adept at causing disturbances. Leave it to me. Chu Xiang replied with a smirk. Now possessing everything of Chu He, they knew that once this individual's character was set into motion, the matter of avenging his brother would escalate significantly. With that, the 3 hastened their pace. And before long, they arrived at the fire camp. Halt! Shouted the soldier at the entrance, raising his weapon. Have you lost your sight? Chu Xiang barked. We are from the Chu family. Upon getting closer, the young soldier recognized Chu Xiang's face and fell silent. Chu Xiang had visited once during the day, and aside from Captain Lu Feng, no one dared to offend him lightly. Moments later, the 3 of them stormed into the command room of the fire camp. Upon seeing Chu He in person, Lu Feng was filled with trepidation. Despite his earlier bravado in facing Chu Xiang, it was a different story in front of Chu He. In the inner city, Chu He was notorious for his tyrannical nature. He was a figure who could kill without hesitation, leaving even the city lord powerless against him. After all, to some extent, Chu He was considered the presumptive candidate for the next city lord, holding an esteemed position. Hand over Lin Ye, Chu He demanded, his tone unyielding. Lu Feng's expression shifted, caught in a dilemma. Brother Chu, it is not that I am unwilling, but the appointment from the arbitration office has arrived. Lin Ye is now the captain of the 3rd Battalion of my Liuhua camp, bound by duty. If I hand him over, The arbitration office will suddenly. A resounding slap interrupted him, leaving 5 distinct finger marks on his face. Yet, even in the face of such humiliation, he dared not express his anger. I have come personally. Do you still dare to leverage the arbitration office against me? If you continue to play such petty tricks, believe me, I will not hesitate to end your life right now. Chu He's eyes glinted with menace. Sensing the intense aura of death, Lu Feng completely capitulated. Brother Chu, take them all away. You need not concern yourself with the appointment, as it was appointed, so it can be rescinded. With that, he instructed his aide, Zhao Xiaobo, to summon Lin Ye and the others. In the end, they were provided with a transport vehicle to return to Qingshi Town. Upon reaching the command center in Qingshi Town, where only their own people resided, Chu He shed his imposing demeanor and knelt before Lin Ye, proclaiming, Master, what are your orders henceforth? This scene astounded Xiao Mo, Zhang Jingfu, and Zhang Yu. Before their arrival, they had secretly pondered whether to resist en route, to kill Chu He and flee with their leader. After all, heading to the Chu family's stronghold would be akin to walking into a trap. However, their leader forbade any rash actions, so they had no choice but to accompany him. To their astonishment, upon arriving at Qingshi Town, they witnessed such a grand spectacle. This was Chu He, the most formidable prodigy of the inner-city Chu family, and the notorious leader of the Tyrant Corps, known for his countless kills and illustrious military achievements. To see such a distinguished figure bowing in homage to their leader and acknowledging him was an instant elevation of their leader's mystique in their eyes. Your acting skills are commendable, Lin Ye remarked, expressing his approval. Thanks to the Blacklight virus, the intelligence of summoned entities had significantly improved, allowing them to maintain their original personalities and habits, with a marked increase in proactivity. Thank you for the praise, Master. I shall continue to strive diligently, Chu He responded, filled with excitement. Gaining Lin Ye's recognition was his lifelong honor. Chu Xiong and Chu Yin cast envious glances in his direction. Now, let us focus on the task at hand. Lin Ye clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and began to outline their objectives. First, seize the Tyrant Corps. Infiltrate all members of the Chu family and solidify Qingshi Town as an impregnable fortress. Second, launch an offensive against the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families, taking whatever we can. Third, acquire an unlimited stock of mana restoration potions throughout Dahan City. Chapter 33, Comprehensive Invasion of the Tyrant Corps. Having established the targets, Chu Yin retrieved a stack of documents from the command center archives and spoke. Master, here is detailed information about Qingshi Town. The town comprises 328 inhabitants, along with 69 animals including cats, dogs, cows, and pigs. Among them, 2,034 are regular troops of the Tyrant Corps, while the remaining 294 are either military families or merchants dispatched by the inner-city Chu family. According to your plans, there are 2 approaches available. 1. A complete invasion, targeting all 328 individuals in Qingshi Town. Given our combat prowess, we could easily dominate and unify them, but this comes with significant drawbacks. We lack stealth capabilities. Should any adept professionals detect us, our position could be easily compromised. 2. Target only the high-ranking officials of the Tyrant Corps, which would also allow us to control the organization while using ordinary citizens as cover. There is no need for deliberation. We choose option 1, Lin Ye decisively declared. Having absorbed the memories of Chu He, Chu Xiong, and Chu Yin, he clearly understood that the Tyrant Corps of Qingshi Town were nothing but beasts, burning, killing, and plundering without remorse. They may claim to be military personnel, but in reality, they were mere private soldiers of the Chu family. He felt no moral qualms about eliminating them. As for the argument regarding innocent families, utter nonsense. Those who benefited from the Chu family's tyranny must inevitably face the consequences. Moreover, the paramount goal was to transform this place into a stronghold, fostering development while ensuring every element yielded to this fortress. As for stealth capabilities, that could be managed easily through the Chu family's intelligence network, enabling direct plunder. Regarding the comprehensive invasion, Master, our warrior numbers are insufficient, Chu Yin raised a concern. Currently, the summoning space contained 3,000 skeleton warriors and 400 newly summoned skeleton archers, totaling 5,400. Faced with Qingshi Town's total population of 328, along with 69 small animals, they were outmatched. Do not worry about that. I will resolve it shortly, Lin Ye waved dismissively. With Chu He now under his control, he was confident that the vast Tyrant Corps could not possibly lack reserves of mana restoration potions. Then, I will need to request access to the summoning space. Allow me and Chu Xiong to handle the invasion of Qingshi Town, Chu Yin suggested. In truth, they had already begun preparations prior to their arrival, but at that time, they only had around 30 skeleton warriors, limited in number. Once they obtained access to the summoning space, he could summon all his comrades, significantly boosting their invasion efficiency. He was confident that a complete invasion could be accomplished within minutes. Very well, Lin Ye nodded, opening the infinite realm and granting Chu Yin the authority over the necromantic space. A red glow flickered in his eyes as Chu Yin felt the weight of the necromantic space's power. He promptly departed with Chu Xiang. After their departure, Lin Ye turned to Chu He and instructed, I require a substantial quantity of mana restoration potions. The more, the better. Let me check. There should be stock in the supply room. Chu He replied as he walked to the rear of the command center and opened a steel-plated storage facility. Inside, there was an abundance of supplies, mostly firearms and ammunition, along with various equipment for professionals, ranging from 1st to 4th tier, of diverse quality. Further inside, there were rows of vividly colored potions. Master, we have 829 bottles of mana restoration potions, Chu He reported after taking inventory. Give them all to me, Lin Ye commanded, striding forward and sweeping all the mana restoration potions into his spatial ring. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Jingfu and the others. Feel free to choose from the supplies. We will regroup in half an hour. Long live the boss, Jiang Jingfu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He was in urgent need of elemental fist techniques. Each additional technique would increase his power by 500. Previously, he only possessed the fire-based flame fist from the 5 elemental categories, which limited his combat potential. Here, in Chu He's stronghold, there were numerous skill books stored, and he hoped to find the elemental fist technique he required. Securing just one would guarantee victory. Beside him, Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu were equally exhilarated. After a jubilant cheer, they dove into the storage facility, embarking on a frenzied shopping spree. The focus of Lin Ye shifted towards Chu He as he spoke, prepare yourself. Once Chu Yin and his group conclude their invasion, I shall lead 10 brothers to Zhao, Bai, and Sun's establishments to wreak havoc. We shall demolish every martial arts school they own, showcasing our fury. They harbor guilt in their hearts and would hesitate to engage in a fatal confrontation with us. The greater the commotion, the better. Ultimately, the Liu family will undoubtedly intervene to mediate. Remember to demand ample resources, particularly blue recovery potions and keys for zombie-themed dungeons. Chu He nodded and departed. After his exit, Lin Ye retrieved a substantial quantity of blue recovery potions, drinking them fervently while simultaneously summoning. This time, he intended to treat both types of summoned creatures equally, each being summoned for 15 minutes. First, he summoned skeleton warriors at level 8, conjuring 6 every second, maximizing efficiency. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst swirling smoke, one by one, the skeleton warriors emerged from the hexagram formation. After 15 minutes, a notification chimed. Skeleton warriors, 5,400. Total count, 8,643. Next, he summoned skeleton archers at level 4, producing 4 every second. Although their efficiency paled in comparison to that of the skeleton warriors, they compensated with their ability to attack from a distance. Time flew by, and within half an hour, another notification sounded. Skeleton archers, 3,600. Total count, 6,000. The total number had exceeded 10,000. Observing the dense throng of summoned skeletons, Lin Ye smiled. This quantity was more than sufficient for Chu Yin and his group to achieve a full-scale invasion. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfu and the others emerged from the warehouse, each radiating with vitality, evidently pleased with their haul. Boss, I found 2 types of martial arts techniques, earth and wood. Now, the 5 Elements Fist sect has gathered 3 techniques, boosting our damage by 1,500. Jiang Jingfu laughed heartily. With his current combat prowess, he felt confident enough to take on Chu He in a duel. His gaze shifted to Xiao Mo and Zhang Yu. I discovered a 2nd-tier perfect quality explosive damage bow, along with a full set of 6 explosive damage gear. My explosive damage has now accumulated to 2,400, Xiao Mo declared, her eyes brimming with confidence. As a rare hidden class, sharpshooter, she boasted a natural critical hit rate of 100. By stacking critical damage, she could infinitely amplify her damage output, coupled with her recent acquisition of an explosive arrow skill, which inherently dealt a staggering 1,000 explosive damage. Her strongest explosive arrow now unleashed 3,400 times the damage. Within the entire camp, aside from the boss, no one could rival her single target damage. Lastly, Zhang Yu had acquired 2 sets of Blessing Master Gear, 1 2nd tier and 1 3rd tier. She learned 2 new Blessing Auras, one for group movement speed and another for group health regeneration. Both were highly practical. Simultaneously, Chu Yin and Chu Xiang completed their task, having successfully invaded all 8,328 humans in Qingshi Town. The gains in terms of attributes were monumental. Chapter 34, Soul Capturing Incense, the Beast Tide approaches. First, the core attributes of the Chu family. A plethora of attributes overlapped, transforming quantity into quality, resulting in consecutive upgrades. Ding. Bodyguarding True Chi upgraded. Ding. Overlord Spear upgraded. Ding. Earth Escape Technique upgraded. Information updated. Bodyguarding True Chi, LV9 forms 9 layers of protective chi around the body. Each layer equivalent to legendary grade equipment of the same tier. Max level LV5, upgrade condition, 3-in-1. Earth Escape Technique, LV10 merges the body with the earth, allowing for concealment within 100 meters underground, with speed equivalent to land speed. Max level LV5, upgrade condition, 3-in-1. Overlord Spear, LV9 increases spear technique power by 2,700. with a chance to activate Overbearing Aura, max level LV5, upgrade condition, as above. The enhancements were astonishing. Lin Ye was taken aback. It was worth noting that He was the prodigy of the Chu family. His bodyguarding true Qi was only at LV3, with 3 layers of Qi providing defense equivalent to perfect grade equipment. In contrast, Lin Ye's quantity had tripled, and its strength had broken limits, reaching legendary grade, equivalent to wearing 9 pieces of legendary armor at once. The defensive effect was nothing short of invincible. Next was the Earth Escape technique, which saw an unprecedented upgrade to LV10. Within 100 meters underground, speed faced no constraints, matching that of land movement. Truly a godsend for escape and assassination. Finally, the most unique, the Overlord Spear boasted a 2,700-fold increase in spear technique damage. Although it was ineffective against skeleton warriors, it would become invincible once he summoned Death Knights. Additionally, this skill had a chance to comprehend the special attribute, Overbearing Aura. Yet, at LV9, how could there be only a 1? One could only imagine how low the probability was for a normal person to comprehend the Overbearing Aura at maximum LV5. Let us give it a try. After all, I have plenty of skeleton minions. Lin Ye chuckled lightly. In the Infinite Realm, all summoned creatures shared the Overlord Spear. Ultimately, among over 10,000 summoned entities, only a solitary skeleton warrior grasped the Overbearing Aura. 1 out of 10,000? Was that truly accurate? Lin Ye felt perplexed. Perhaps the low comprehension probability stemmed from their undead nature. Fortunately, it had finally emerged. Through the Infinite Realm, it was shared instantaneously, and in an instant, all summoned beings acquired the Overbearing Aura. The information was as follows. Overbearing Aura. LV1 using one's own aura to intimidate or stun enemies. With a 50 chance to interrupt skills, upgrade condition, 2 in 1. This was akin to the overbearing color from anime. Lin Ye's expression was one of anticipation, hoping this ability could evolve into something even more formidable upon upgrading. Thus concluded the attributes and skills acquired from the invasion of all the Chu family's offspring. Other warriors contributed over 100 attributes, the vast majority being rather mundane, and some even inferior to the minor monsters and bosses within dungeons. Yet, there were exceptions. Amidst the detritus, some gems stood out that Lin Ye found quite satisfactory. Detection technique. LV6 constructs detection waves using mental power, with a detection range equal to 60 of intelligence. Upgrade condition, 2 in 1. Insight technique. LV9 when your eyes emit a purple glow. You can discern the hidden information and the 4 highest level attributes of the opponent. Note, your intelligence must exceed that of the opponent to perceive. These 2 were effectively high-end versions of radar and scanning capabilities. Lin Ye was extremely intrigued. However, these attributes were looted from the skeleton warriors. He did not possess them himself. Yet, he had ways to experiment. The Infinite Realm activated, and all summoned entities appeared in his vision like a grid. Each red dot represented a summoned creature, and he directly locked onto the red dot representing Chu Yin. As his consciousness descended, he observed Chu Yin commanding the Overlord Legion, instructing all successfully summoned entities to familiarize themselves with the rules of human survival. Sensing Lin Ye's presence, Chu Yin voluntarily relinquished control over his body. Detection technique. Lin Ye manipulated his physical form, and the bone bow clattered to the ground. Buzz. The ocean of consciousness surged forth, unleashing towering waves of astonishment. Subsequently, guided by the art of detection, the frothy crests departed from the realm of awareness, spreading forth into the distance, crashing against the shores of perception. In an instant, centered around Chu Yin as the focal point, a panoramic view within a radius of 6,000 meters unfolded before him. Although rendered in stark monochrome, the clarity was striking. He beheld the numerous houses of Qingshi town and the vehicles traversing in and out. He observed ants laboring beneath the great tree outside the village, transporting their sustenance. He even witnessed several skeletal warriors, having invaded a small dog, mimicking a pet's play fight. His gaze extended further, 3 kilometers away, where he discerned shadowy figures skirting about, each clutching an incense stick exuding a smoky aroma, hastening towards Qingshi town. 2 kilometers behind them, the earth trembled, as fierce beasts with crimson eyes fixated on the horizon, occasionally sniffing the air. Once they confirmed their direction, they charged forth in a frenzy, their numbers vast, countless, amounting to tens of thousands. Their levels were not negligible, commonly exceeding level 20. They emerged from the north, east, and west. Soul-capturing incense? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. According to the textbooks, the only incense capable of easily drawing monsters was indeed the soul-capturing incense. Their intentions were sinister. To attract such a multitude of creatures at this moment was audacious. In the past, Qingshi town might have withstood the assault, but with significant losses. Who had the audacity to strike against Chu He? Lin Ye's gaze glimmered with intrigue. With a whoosh, purple light flickered in his eyes. Through the waves of detection, he scrutinized those shadowy figures. The information was as follows. Name, Zhao Bo. Profession, Blood Cow Knight. Level, 32. Entry 1, Mastery of Writing. Entry 2, Top-tier monster attraction. Entry 3, Blood Knight. Entry 4, Charge. Name, Baikuin. Profession, thief. Level, 36. Entry 1, sleight of hand. Entry 2, stealth technique. Entry 3, advanced monster attraction. Entry 4, assassination technique. Name, Sun Li. Profession, scout. Level, 32. Zhao Bai Sun. They belong to the three prominent families of the inner city. Lin Ye squinted. Although the three great families could not compare to the Chu clan, they were nonetheless well known in the inner city. Chu He had intercepted their 4 merchant caravans, resulting in numerous fatalities and losses amounting to millions in goods. It would be a travesty if they did not seek retribution for this. Previously, he might have been indifferent, but now, Qingshi Town was his domain. He would not allow it to be destroyed. Chu Yan, Chu Xiong, summon all entities and activate the detection technique. There is a beast tied 5 kilometers away, along with the thieves from the 3 great families. I leave this to you. Lin Ye issued the command through the infinite domain. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of detection waves surged forth, one after another, encompassing all the beasts and spies within. Targets locked. Initiate the offensive. In an instant, all summoned entities burrowed underground. The level 10 Earth escape technique allowed them to traverse the subterranean depths with the ease of walking on solid ground. Covering 100 meters per second. Within mere seconds, they reached the forefront of the beast tide. Chapter 35, Underground Assault, Crushing the Situation. Qingshi Town, 3 kilometers away. 3 figures clad in black converged. Each wielded a soul-capturing incense, gazing at the throng of beasts behind them, a cold smirk gracing their lips. That fool Chu He dares to rampage in the inner city. We shall undermine him directly. Obliterating his tyrant group and teaching him that the 3 great families are not to be trifled with, Zhao Bo declared, brimming with pride. He had already informed the 3 families of the inner city to stabilize Chu He and prevent him from calling for reinforcements. This time, the tyrant group would undoubtedly face annihilation. It was inevitable. Chu He had grown accustomed to dominance, yet he failed to recognize the current era. The glory of the 4 families had long since faded. Give them face, and they would concede. Deny him respect, and they would extinguish him. Baikuin's eyes flickered with murderous intent. The 4 merchant caravans intercepted by Chu He included 2 belonging to the Bai family, resulting in the deaths of dozens. This blood debt demanded retribution. Sun Li glanced at the half-used soul-capturing incense and hastily remarked, enough with the idle chatter. The direction of the beast tide is stabilizing. Let's extinguish the aberrant soul-capturing incense first. Indeed, every bit saved counts. Zhao Bo agreed with a nod. This incense was notoriously expensive. A standard soul-capturing stick started at 2 million. The aberrant variety was an enhanced version, capable of not only attracting monsters, but also inciting the attracted beasts into a frenzied state, making it exceedingly costly. Even through special channels. One stick would still cost 4 million. To suppress Chu He, the 3 families had pooled together 6 sticks, spending 24 million to summon nearly 100,000 beasts. Eradicate all traces. Ensure we leave no incriminating evidence, Zhao Bo instructed, discreetly erasing his footprints while applying layers of concealing powder to himself, having prepared in advance. Baikuin shot him a sidelong glance. As a thief, he found such precautions unnecessary. His form shimmered, slipping into the shadows. Sun Li chuckled, donning camouflage attire that rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the forest environment. The 3 shared a knowing smile, poised to observe how the tyrant group would meet its demise beneath the assault of the frenzied beasts. In the next moment, the situation within the beast tide region underwent a dramatic shift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows erupted from the ground. Their numbers so vast they resembled the earth's own spears. In the blink of an eye, thousands of beasts in the front ranks were transformed into a sieve. What? Arrows shooting up from underground? And in such numbers? The 3 exchanged alarmed glances, suddenly recalling the Chu family's mastery of the earth escape technique. However, the Chu family was notoriously secretive about their techniques. Only direct descendants were permitted to learn them. The sheer volume of arrows was staggering, at least 7 or 8,000, if not more. This overwhelming quantity was beyond anything the inner city's main family could muster. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The frenzied beast tide remained undeterred. Even as thousands of corpses fell and stirred up clouds of dust, their crimson eyes remained unflinching as they surged towards Qingshi Town. This was the true might of the aberrant soul-capturing incense. In less than 100 meters, whoosh, 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 the ground erupted once more, unleashing a blinding storm of wind blades. The wind blades stacked upon each other, akin to a relentless scythe, cleaving a path and leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. This wind blade attack must have surpassed 10,000. Zhao Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling. Though the wind blade skill was common and many could wield it, what unfolded before him shattered his understanding of its capabilities. Not only swift, but also intensely concentrated. The power unleashed was beyond imagination. One blast of the wind blade storm obliterated over 10,000 ferocious beasts. As the wind blade subsided, thousands of piercing arrows re-emerged. Caught completely off guard, with no inkling of what was to come, thud, thud, the tide of beasts continued to collapse, dwindling rapidly. The mortality rate was alarmingly swift. How could this be possible? Before they even laid eyes on a human, a quarter had already perished? Zhao Bo and his companions stood frozen, their minds awhirl, struggling to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, a chilling presence loomed behind them. They felt the explosive force of three distinct intents, fiery, heavy, and life-affirming, crash into them in an instant. Boom. The rogue Baikuin was sent flying, blood spewing forth, unable to maintain his stealth. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. The scout Sun Li fared even worse. The conflicting forces within him erupted, shattering his meridians, leaving him in a state of uncertainty between life and death. Zhao Bo, the remaining Blood Bowl Knight, had formidable defenses and managed to withstand a punch, sustaining only minor injuries as he fled for his life without a backward glance. No sooner had he taken a step when, whoosh, two precisely aimed explosive arrows detonated at his ankles. The terrifying force not only tore through his heavy armor, but obliterated his lower half. Fortunately, as a Blood Bowl Knight, he barely clung to life. "You coward, come out and face me." Zhao Bo gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he bellowed in fury. Just as he thought to play clever, a cold laugh echoed in his ears. In the next heartbeat, another cold arrow flew forth, piercing through his abdomen while simultaneously destroying the locator and communicator on his person. In that moment, despair washed over Zhao Bo. At the same time, several figures emerged before him, none other than Lin Ye and his companions, towering above him, with beams of golden light descending intermittently. The number of beasts in this wave was simply overwhelming. Even sharing experience with Xiao Mo and the others, their leveling speed was astonishingly rapid. In the brief span of time, Lin Ye ascended 3 levels, reaching level 18 with his mana fully replenished. The others also swiftly attained level 17, and their advancement continued to accelerate. "You are not from the Chu family." Zhao Bo scrutinized them closely, noting their unfamiliar faces, and promptly declared, "Friends, what conditions has the Chu family offered you?" "We, the 3 great families, will more than double, no, triple their offer. What I seek, you cannot provide." Lin Ye chuckled. "Pray, do share your thoughts." Zhao Bo attempted to negotiate further. "No need. I'm not one for handouts. I prefer to take matters into my own hands," Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of his words. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Snap! Lin Ye snapped his fingers, and from the soil surged several skeletal warriors. Thud! The bone blade pierced through the unconscious Baikuin's heart. Buzz! The black light virus erupted. What? In Zhao Bo's horrified gaze, Baikuin's body disintegrated into ash, while the skeletal warrior transformed into a new Baikuin, identical in appearance, demeanor, and profession. Then came Sun Li, subjected to the same fate. The bone blade pierced through him, leading to the emergence of a brand new Sun Li. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Upon awakening, Baikuin and Sun Li's gazes locked onto Zhao Bo. 6 eyes meeting. Familiar expressions, yet voices that were strange. Baikuin spoke. "Bozi, you've wrought considerable havoc these past years. 3 years ago, the Wang family in Xiaohe town, none were spared, not even the 2-year-old child. And 2.5 years ago, in the Hekan village instance, you even killed your own kin, Zhao Xian, for the reward. You." In that instant, a chill crept over Zhao Bo. These were deeds known only to him and Baikuin. They had committed the murders together and buried the bodies side by side. But that was not the crux of the matter. The crux was that this intruder seemed to possess the ability to strip away memories. If this were to spread, the implications were terrifying. At the peak of his terror, a bone blade pierced through him. Chapter 36. The ultimate sharing of supreme attributes. Moments later, the invasion was fully successful, having also plundered several intriguing attributes. Monster pulling technique. LV3 utilizing movement and taunt techniques, it can greatly enhance your ability to lure ferocious beasts. Empty-handed. LV2 during physical contact. You have a 20 chance to steal items from your opponent's spatial ring. Stealth technique. LV3 bending light. Entering a pseudo-invisible state. Assassination technique. LV2 you have a very low probability of assassinating enemy units. Furthermore, Lin Ye uncovered several fascinating details from their memories. Connecting hearts and minds, Zhao Bo bowed and handed over half a mosquito coil from his spatial ring. Information data appeared before his eyes. Soul capturing incense. Anomaly, an enhanced version of soul capturing incense, capable of driving the attracted ferocious beasts into a berserk state. The item itself was unproblematic. The issue lay with the individual who had traded them the anomalous soul capturing incense. That person was, in fact, the most despised criminal among humanity. They had maintained business dealings for some time. The criminal supplied them with high-grade combat resources, while they aided him in laundering money and gathering various intelligence. To dare collude with a criminal, this alone was enough to condemn the 3 great families to death hundreds of times over. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the criminal, not merely for the greater good of humanity, but for personal vendetta. His parents had perished at the hands of the criminal. The grievance of his parents outweighed all else. This was also why he could not believe his brother would join forces with such a wretch. After a moment of contemplation, he altered his course of action. Initially, he had merely intended to leverage the Chu family's hand to extract some valuable items from the three great families. However, now he had devised a plan to deal with them. The optimal strategy was to invade them, usurp their positions, and annihilate them at the root. Casting his gaze upon Zhao Bo, Bai Kuan, and Sun Li, he commanded, "From this day forth, your task is to infiltrate all members of the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families. I have already granted you the authority to summon from the spatial realms. Proceed with abandon." Understood. The three nodded respectfully before vanishing into the ground. After their departure, two more beams of golden light descended from the void. Lin Ye smoothly ascended to level 20. In the distance, the tide of beasts was almost entirely eradicated by the skeletal warriors and archers. The few remaining ferocious beasts posed no threat. "Boss, we've struck it rich," Jiang Jingfu exclaimed, pointing at the scattered treasures with excitement. Indeed, Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at him. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield. Equipment was gathered by Xiao Mo and her companions, while the skeletal warriors and archers frantically plundered attributes, pushing the leveling efficiency to its peak. Ding. The iron skin attribute advanced to level 7. Ding. The charge attribute advanced to level 7. Ding. The gale technique advanced to level 8. Ding. The wind blade advanced to level 8. The information continued to update. Iron skin, LV7 reinforces the skin, increasing physical defense by 10, 050 strength. Charge, LV7 increases charge speed by 400, with a collision force equivalent to 200 strength, possessing a certain chance to forcibly interrupt spellcasting. Wind walk, LV8 consumes 30 mana per second, increasing movement speed by 200. Blade of wind, LV8 consumes 300 mana, unleashing a wind blade magic with an explosive power of 400, 500 intelligence. Enhancements to defense, attack, and movement speed abound. Lin Ye nodded. This wave of beast tide is a calamity for others. Yet for him, it is an unprecedented opportunity. Now at level 20, he has unlocked a new supreme attribute. Opening the attribute page, a cascade of colorful light shimmered. A brand new attribute emerged. Ultimate sharing. Supreme, you can share all skills of summoned creatures. And under the influence of the undead calamity, they automatically corrupt into undead type skills, enjoying a no cooldown effect. This is splendid, Lin Ye exclaimed with delight. Previously, he had relied on Chu Yan's body to utilize detection and insight spells. Now, with ultimate sharing, he can directly wield all skills acquired from summoned creatures, all while enjoying the benefit of no cooldown. With an average of 20,000 in all attributes, each skill becomes an explosive enhancement. Buzz. The detection wave beneath his feet was released. The ripples swiftly expanded to over 12 kilometers away, doubling from the previous 6,000 meters. Simultaneously, energy naturally coalesced around him, forming layered protective chi. In total, there were 9 layers, each radiating a dark sheen, with defensive power comparable to legendary equipment of the same tier. Beneath this protective chi, his skin was augmented by the LV7 attribute, Iron Skin, elevating his physical defense to an astounding 120,000, coupled with the supreme attribute, Damage Transfer. Whether for his own body or the summoned creatures, the defensive system surged dramatically. Even contemplating death would be a formidable challenge. After familiarizing himself with the skills acquired from his summons, he set off toward the inner city with Jiang Jingfu. The remaining beast corpses were entrusted to Xiao Mo and the Bawang army for disposal. Those they could handle would be dealt with, while the rest would be devoured by the little wolf. The journey to the inner city was smooth. A yellow aura enveloped Lin Ye and Jiang Jingfu as they swiftly burrowed underground. This was the advantage of surpassing 20,000 intelligence. The Earth Escape technique was no longer limited to oneself, but could also transport companions. His agility was already impressive, moving at 200 meters per second. And with the shared LV8 wind walk, his speed increased by 200, reaching an astonishing 400 meters per second. The speed was off the charts. Boom. Below the ground, the two transformed into yellow orbs of light, speeding ahead. They covered the over 40 kilometers in just 2 minutes. Upon arriving outside the inner city, Lin Ye intended to enter directly from underground. However, he was taken aback to find the entire Great Han City, including the depths of the earth, shrouded in a golden array of light. The strength of this formation was formidable. Forcibly tearing through the energy shield would surely alert the city lord's mansion. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, he summoned several skeleton warriors to gently touch the array. Zizi. In an instant, the skeleton warriors emitted black smoke, reminiscent of winter snow under the spring sun, hinting at signs of melting. Holy attribute. Lin Ye was taken aback. Summoning skeletons belonged to the dark type, and encountering holy energy would render them restrained. However, the high attributes of the skeleton warriors meant that even with attribute disadvantage, they could withstand the effects for a brief duration. This revelation sparked excitement in Lin Ye's eyes. Once the attributes of the skeleton warriors diminished to a certain level, this city defense array could serve as a free experience point for attribute grinding. Of course, That was a matter for another time. Now was not the moment. Emerging from the underground, they became legal citizens of Great Han City upon obtaining a pardon decree. Entering the inner city as ordinary individuals was a breeze. They swiped their cards and verified their identities, effortlessly stepping into the inner city. In stark contrast to the chaos of the outer city, this area was undoubtedly more prosperous. Towering buildings and bustling traffic filled the streets. Between the floors, a different world unfolded. Various billboards and neon lights floated in the air, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that adorned the city like a dream. Chapter 37, Water Fist. The inner city is truly delightful. In a street corner, Jiang Jingfu gazed with sparkling eyes at the passing young women dressed in light attire. Their long legs and slender waists exuded youth and vitality. Let's focus on the task at hand. Lin Ye nudged him with his foot. All right then. Jiang Jingfu chuckled sheepishly and quickly retrieved his phone, searching for the address collected by his girlfriend, Lingling. Happiness Community, number 235. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes as thousands of memories instantly appeared within his infinite domain. The vast majority were from Chu He and members of the Bawang army, all hailing from the inner city and intimately familiar with its every detail. Extracting, referencing, and cross-checking. A series of map information swiftly constructed in his mind, gradually piecing together a complete map. Upon opening his eyes again, Lin Ye felt as though he had lived in this land for decades, thoroughly familiar with every route. His gaze turned southeastward. Happiness Community, located on Juke Street, was 13 kilometers away. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, a thunderous explosion echoed in the distance. Everyone on the street turned their curiosity toward the sound. In the southwestern sky, a mushroom cloud erupted, and the air was pierced by the sharp crack of gunfire. Many paused to observe. Soon after, someone exclaimed, "Look at Douyin. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall is being challenged. The fight is intense, and that mushroom cloud was their doing. Isn't that Chuhi?" Someone remarked. Wait, didn't he go to the outer city to become a captain? Why is he back in the inner city fighting at the Zhao family's martial arts hall? It was quite the spectacle. Just days ago, for merchant teams in the outer city had been mysteriously slaughtered. The news claimed it was the work of criminals. But whispers suggested it was the Bawang army led by Chu He, motivated by the fact that his girlfriend had been taken by the young masters of the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families. That makes sense. Revenge for father and wife. If it were me, I'd certainly take down all three families. Before long, the city guards were dispatched. As Lin Ye spoke, he looked up at several swift figures soaring through the air. The Great Han Guards were the strongest defense force in the city, averaging level 40. Cultivated meticulously by the Liu family of the city lord's mansion. Each had trained in the Liu family's secret technique, the Sky Ascension technique, to a minor level, enabling them to fly. Their speed of support was unrivaled in the entire city. The secret technique that Liu Zhang was not even qualified to train in. Perhaps he would have an opportunity to acquire it someday. Lin Ye cast a fleeting glance and committed the sight to memory. He turned around and seized Jiang Jingfu, making their swift exit. Boom. The air erupted with a thunderous blast, leaving behind a series of ephemeral shadows. Holy smokes. A superhuman. Everyone present stood in awe, utterly astonished by such velocity. It surpassed even that of Liu Yong, the most formidable assassin in Dahan City. Yet soon, their gazes were drawn once more to the distant explosions, indicating an escalation in conflict, with even the guard team becoming embroiled. Meanwhile, on Juke Street, at the Happy Community, Lin Ye and Jiang Jingfu emerged from the afterimages. Here, far removed from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, the sounds of explosions were scarcely perceptible. The community exuded an atmosphere of ecological harmony. Ordinary folks sipped tea and played mahjong, while practitioners diligently honed their skills. Not far away, Lin Ye beheld an intriguing scene. Individuals engaged in mock combat with their dogs on the grass, some meditating cross-legged on branches, and others conjuring fireballs over the lake, all embodying a modern high martial arts concept. Opposite these aspiring practitioners stood a middle-aged man, one-armed yet eloquent, captivating the students with his discourse. Lin Ye paused, casting a deep gaze at the man. A wave of invisible detection radiated outward, revealing the professions and levels of those nearby. Yet, when the detection wave reached the middle-aged man, it shattered against him like waves crashing upon rocks, yielding no insight whatsoever. Lin Ye involuntarily gasped. Boss, Jiang Jingfu queried. Perplexed. It's nothing, Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. He lingered for a moment longer, observing the man's profound knowledge of various professions. His insights proving beneficial to others in refining their skills and enhancing their attributes. This garnered him immense respect from the community's aspiring practitioners. After a brief observation, Lin Ye decided to delve deeper, intending to locate his brother's colleagues to grasp the situation before further probing the enigmatic man. Navigating around several buildings, they arrived at room 235. With a flicker of light, they penetrated the wall and entered the modestly sized room, approximately 30 square meters. The space was simply decorated, featuring a bed, a desk, and a small kitchen in the corridor. The interior was impeccably tidy, with the bedspread meticulously arranged, each crease perfectly placed as if calculated with precision. The books on the desk were equally orderly, arranged either in height or by category. Some standing upright to showcase their exquisite covers, while others lay flat, as if slumbering like children. The entire scene radiated simplicity and freshness, imparting a sense of tranquil comfort. It was evident that the room's occupant led a highly disciplined life. He must be returning shortly, Jiang Jingfu remarked, picking up the extinguished ashes from the ashtray. No. He is here, Lin Ye replied, rising and directing his gaze toward the door. Although the detection wave revealed no signs of life, he could distinctly sense a human presence outside. In the stillness, a key turned, and the door swung open, flooding the room with light. A middle-aged man in a black shirt and military green trousers entered. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Jiang Jingfu, he appeared unperturbed. Close the door, he instructed, fixing his gaze on Lin Ye. After a moment of scrutiny, a smile broke across his chiseled features. Xiao Yi, you've come. You know me, Lin Ye squinted. Yu has mentioned you numerous times, claiming his younger brother is wise and powerful, destined to surpass him. Frankly, I was skeptical. The middle-aged man remained composed. Stepping closer to Lin Ye. Now that you've found your way here, I understand your inquiries. Follow me, defeat me, and you shall earn the right to know. With that, his figure darkened and vanished in the blink of an eye. Stealth technique? No, it's an afterimage. Jiang Jingfu exclaimed in astonishment. Within his consciousness, he failed to perceive the man's aura, signifying that the man's speed was beyond his comprehension, slipping effortlessly from his awareness in an instant. You go first, Lin Ye instructed, his form turning ethereal. The room was engulfed by a tempestuous wind, and in the next moment, he soared away. Holy smokes, boss. Jiang Jingfu blinked, just as he prepared to leave, his eyes gleaming with surprise upon discovering several skill books concealed behind the bookshelf. There were manuals on fist techniques, swordplay, and various other skills. As he opened the book on fist techniques and reached halfway through, joy illuminated his face. Water fist? Water-based martial arts. The fourth of the 5 elemental fist techniques. This is a treasure. He abandoned his perfect third-tier set and made his exit. Chapter 38. Shuangfeng Mountain, the second trial. On the street, 2 incredibly swift figures raced ahead, leaving vehicles in their wake as they dashed several blocks away. Good lad, impressive speed. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Although his speed was remarkable, his voice reached Lin Ye's ears with steady clarity, indicating he possessed some form of sound control technique. 130 meters per second. This guy is more formidable than I anticipated, Lin Ye mused, narrowing his eyes. While still inferior to his own speed, this individual had already surpassed the Han City's publicly acknowledged strongest assassin, and it was evident he was holding back. His speed was not his ultimate limit. In less than a minute, they reached the inner city gate. Kid, the next trial awaits. I will be waiting for you at the summit of Shuangfeng Mountain. 100 kilometers away. Remember, you have only 10 minutes. Once the time is up, I will leave this city entirely. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot upward like a cannonball, soaring towards the city's protective array. The moment he made contact, an eerie black light emanated from him, shimmering as he effortlessly penetrated the city's defenses without causing a ripple. Breaking the seal power, Lin Ye gasped in astonishment. The ability to decipher formations was extraordinarily potent and rare, something he had only encountered in textbooks, now witnessing it in reality for the first time. Moments later, he too reached the city's defensive barrier. He faced 2 choices: force his way through, which would certainly attract the guard team's pursuit, or proceed through the city gate and submit to inspection. This was likely the trial, Lin Ye surmised, shaking his head. For ordinary practitioners, this challenge would prove daunting. The guards possessed aerial techniques, and a forcible breach would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. Yet for him, it was still far too easy. With a swift motion, he burrowed underground. Without a moment's hesitation, the level 8 Gale technique enveloped him, augmenting his speed by 200. In a mere second, he traversed an astonishing 440 meters, a velocity surpassing the speed of sound. With a sudden whoosh, a wind blade extending 100 meters sliced through the air, unleashing a terrifying power that instantly cleaved a gash in the city's protective barrier. Golden beams of energy radiated forth, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Moments later, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the southwestern city gates. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A horn blared, summoning a dozen members of the guard from a distant watchtower. Where's he? Where's the enemy? The group hovered in midair, rapidly dispersing detection waves, scanning indiscriminately across land, sea, and air. After searching for several kilometers with no trace found, the matter was ultimately suppressed and hushed. It was best not to provoke a formidable being capable of breaching the city's defenses. Otherwise, should a battle erupt within the inner city, the losses would be catastrophic. For now, the only course of action was to seek out a formation master to strengthen the city's protective array. After some time, the guard returned to the city. 3 days later, the Lord's Manor issued a decree. All formation masters in the city were summoned, with a budget of 1 billion allocated to enhance the city's protective array. Of course, these developments were mere afterthoughts. Lin Ye, having breached the city's defenses, set his sights on the direction of Twin Peaks Mountain, sprinting at full speed. Covering a distance of 110 kilometers, he reached Twin Peaks in under 4 minutes. The towering mountains, awash with verdant forests, were once among the most famous attractions of Haunt City. However, with the advent of the game world, they had been overrun by countless ferocious beasts. Nowadays, only high-level bounty hunters dared to hunt here for resources. At the foot of the mountain, a group of bounty hunters was gathering, preparing to venture into the woods. 5 men and 3 women, 3 knights, 2 swordsmen, 1 archer, and 2 healers. Has that useless mage not arrived yet? The lead armored knight frowned. He claims to have an upset stomach. Who knows? The archer shrugged. Damn it. What a waste of my time. I want to bring him along next time. The knight cursed angrily, his gaze catching sight of Lin Ye's sudden appearance. Particularly the swirling greenish-blue wind elements surrounding him, which made his eyes light up. Friend, do you need a team? We are just short 1 mage for our group. Let us slay monsters and gather resources together. He offered eagerly. No, thank you, Lin Ye replied, shaking his head and glancing around. Since the others had yet to arrive, he decided to head to the mountain peak to wait. Friend, many of the creatures on Twin Peaks are toxic. We have 2 exceptional healers in our group who can assist you for free. The knight insisted, not willing to give up. Thank you, but I really don't need it, Lin Ye reiterated, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. The archer raised an eyebrow, astonished that his dynamic vision failed to capture how the other had left. Clearly an inexperienced young master. He regret not heeding our advice, the lead knight scoffed. Enough chatter, our mission is crucial. Look, the mage has arrived, the healer announced. Let us go, the knight said darkly, leading the team into the mountain. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, a middle-aged man strolled leisurely, his speed reaching an astonishing 180 meters per second, 1/3 faster than his earlier pace in the inner city. He glanced back at the desolate mountains behind him, where various beasts lurked, attempting to ambush him. Yet, he had yet to catch sight of the young one. I told you he wasn't as strong as you, the man muttered, slicing through dozens of beasts in frustration before continuing his swift run. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ye had already reached the mountain peak, employing Earth Escape to eliminate much of the hassle. 99% of the beasts could not sense his presence, and those that did fell victim to a single wind blade. As he waited, a notification illuminated his vision. Ding. Detection technique upgraded. Detection technique. LV7 constructs a detection wave using mental strength. Detection range equals 70 times intelligence value. Upgrade requirement. Fusion. Sun Li has begun infiltrating the Sun family. Lin Ye realized. This fellow was considerably faster than Zhao Bo and Bai Koan. Testing the upgraded detection technique, he found its range had significantly expanded, increasing by over 1,000 meters, with enhanced strength. The detection wave swiftly enveloped the entire Twin Peaks area, allowing him to see every scene clearly, including the bounty group he had just observed at the mountain's foot. Losing interest quickly, he then connected his consciousness to the infinite domain, surveying the current situation of Chu He. At this moment, chaos reigned within the martial arts halls of the 3 major families. Despite the guards maintaining order, the clashes were relentless. The Zhao, Bai, and Sun families were seething with rage, utterly unaware that their rear was already being infiltrated by Lin Ye. In the Zhao family's ancestral home, Zhao Bo stealthily entered his uncle's room. Why are you back so soon after sending the 2 brats from the Bai and Sun families to lure the monsters and deal with the Overlord group? Uncle Zhao Cheng just frowned. Uncle, the Overlord group has become a thing of the past, Zhao Bo chuckled. You won't believe it. I've cleaned out Chu He's warehouse. Really? Zhao Cheng's eyes lit up. That warehouse holds at least several billion in resources. Just as he turned around, a bone blade pierced through his heart, followed by the invasion of the Blacklight virus as a skeleton warrior emerged from nowhere, burrowing into his body. Chapter 39, Blood Ignition Technique and Shadow Clone. Ding. Acquired the plundered entry, Blood Ignition Technique. Blood Ignition Technique. LV4 sacrifices 40,000 health points, boosting attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 100 for 4 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. This was the core secret technique of the Zhao family. Lin Ye's interest was piqued. After a brief examination, he understood why Zhao Bo hadn't practiced this technique. His foundation was simply too weak. The Zhao family primarily focused on Blood Knight as their main profession, possessing health exceeding that of other classes. However, the threshold for this technique was 5,000 health points, equivalent to 500 constitution. Without a perfect rating or above, one needed to be at least level 40 to cultivate it. Yet for him, such concerns were non-existent. His constitution now stood at 20,000, equivalent to 200,000 health points. Even sacrificing 40,000 health was a minor inconvenience. Moreover, after plundering, it was entirely on cooldown for him. This technique was godly for him. His casting speed doubled. He could summon 6 skeleton warriors in 1 second. Now capable of summoning 12 within the same time frame, maximizing efficiency. Lin Ye then turned his attention to Bai Koan, comparing the efficiency of Zhao Bo and Sun Li. He was not so fortunate. Due to Chu He's provocations directed at his immediate superior, the situation escalated his desire to infiltrate the Bai family's core. Just as he was grappling with his troubles, a loud thud echoed through the air. The master of the Bai family's martial arts school was sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing through the hall's tables and chairs. Upon hitting the ground, his face turned ashen, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, fainting on the spot. Master! The Bai family members gasped in shock and hurried to surround him. Witnessing Bai Peng's chest caved in, leaving him with just enough breath to wheeze. The Bai family members glared at Chu He, filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming, Chu He, how ruthless you are! Ruthless? Compared to my brother's death, this is merely a minor inconvenience, Chu He retorted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you wish to challenge the school, do not escalate it to the level of murder, Commander Chu. Do not make it difficult for us. The guard team immediately intervened to halt the confrontation. I will kill him, and no one can stop me. Chu He glared at the guards. Then, in a swift motion, he fired a shot that shattered the plaque above the martial arts school. Chu He! The Bai family members' eyes widened in fury. Destroying their sign was tantamount to publicly slapping them in the face in front of the entire city. Let me make it clear to your elder behind you. Within 3 days, hand over a purple copper mine, or starting today, on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th of each month, I will personally dismantle all your martial arts schools. On the 2nd, 4th, and 6th, my tyrant group will block all your family's caravans. If I cannot live well, then neither shall you, Chu He declared with cold fury. At his words, a collective gasp escaped everyone present. The onlookers were astonished at Chu He's audacity. After all, the purple copper mine was worth billions and served as the trump card for the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families. As long as the mine remained intact, they could continuously extract ore, which, when forged by skilled craftsmen, could yield a significant production of standardized equipment. The monthly profits were staggering, and it was utterly unimaginable for them to relinquish such a resource. This unreasonable demand was evidently a call for mutual destruction. The guard team found themselves in a dire predicament. The Chu family was one of the 4 ancient clans, while the 3 families were newly risen powerhouses of the last decade. This was a clash between the old and new aristocracy, and should a real fire ignite, they too would suffer the consequences. Seizing the opportunity amidst the quarrel between Chu He and the Bai family, Bai Kuan forcefully dismissed the onlookers, hoisting the injured Bai Peng onto his back and rushing towards the hospital. On the way, he suddenly accelerated, reaching a dead-end alley. With a swift thrust, a bone blade pierced through, and the black light virus rapidly invaded, transforming him into a new skeletal warrior, masquerading as the wounded Bai Peng being carried by Bai Kuan to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's vision was graced with a new entry, Ding. Plundered skill, Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone. LV4 consumes half of all attributes to create a shadow clone that possesses all your skills and half your combat power. Duration, permanent. Damn it, my identity has been revealed. Bai Kuan's expression darkened. The memories of summoned beings were shared. He had already seen Bai Peng's memories. The blacklight virus had only invaded Bai Peng's clone, while his true self remained hidden in the underground lair of the martial arts school. Since the clone had perished, the original would surely be aware of it. No, there's still a chance. Lin Ye utilized his infinite domain and detection waves, quickly locating Jiang Jingfu. This fellow had not immediately returned to Qingshi town, but was still wandering in the inner city. And he was quite close to the Bai family's back door, perfectly positioned to intercept Bai Peng's true self, who was attempting to escape in secret. An excellent opportunity, Jiang Jingfu thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Ever since acquiring the Water Fist manual, he had swiftly mastered it, amalgamating the 4 elemental martial arts, resulting in a 2,000 increase in combat power. In contrast, Bai Peng, with his clone slain, had suffered backlash and was in poor condition. Furthermore, with his mind distracted, the moment their bodies intertwined, Jiang Jingfu unleashed the 5 elements fist. Seeking death, Bai Peng's rage surged. Before he could counterattack, he was sent flying by the force of that punch, crashing against the wall, his head twisting at an unnatural angle, dead beyond recovery. Moments later, another skeletal warrior emerged from the ground, the black light invading once more, allowing Bai Peng's true form to regain control. Fortunately, he was safe for the moment. At the summit of Shuangfeng Mountain, Lin Ye nodded to himself. This shadow clone technique was indeed formidable. If it weren't for the black light virus invading memories, Bai Peng would have surely escaped. However, it posed a significant risk. After all, Bai Peng had become the master of the Bai family's martial arts school, and his strength was unquestionable. Yet, training in the shadow clone technique, while seemingly enhancing his survival ability, detracted from his overall strength. After all, to cultivate such a clone, one must sacrifice half of their full attributes from the outset. For me, this is advantageous, as it can further diminish his capabilities, Lin Ye mused with a smile. Saying this, he directly severed half of his own attributes. With a flourish, light shimmered as a clone identical to him materialized. As he looked up, he noticed a swift figure rushing towards him from afar. In just a few breaths, the figure sprinted from one mountain peak to another. However, upon reaching the summit of Shuangfeng Mountain, just as he was about to retrieve a chair from his spatial ring to wait for Lin Ye, his expression froze. When did you arrive? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. He had exerted all his might after leaving the city, achieving a speed exceeding 180 meters per second. Such a terrifying pace was unmatched in Dahan City. How could it be that Lin Ye, who had clearly exited the city after him, arrived before he did? The contradiction was perplexing. He had not seen anyone surpass him along the way. What should I call you? Lin Ye knew that he had changed names several times. My current name is Zhang Mo, once a brother to your elder. The middle-aged man grinned. Though unable to comprehend how Lin Ye had arrived first, he accepted his defeat without seeking excuses. Then, he raised a third finger, continuing. Now comes the third test. Defeat me. Chapter 40. Transposition and Sealing Power. Defeat you? Lin Ye squinted. Currently, he was in the shadow clone state, while his true self had already burrowed underground 100 meters before Zhang Mo arrived. This clone possessed a total attribute value of 10,000, perfect for testing its capabilities. Then let the battle commence. He bellowed, unleashing his full power. As the wind elemental energies enveloped him, his speed surged by 200. Following that, he activated his newly acquired blood ignition technique. With a whoosh, his internal blood surged, igniting with an unnamed flame, directly consuming 40,000 health points. In an instant, a profound and overwhelming energy surged forth, granting him a divine blessing. His attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed all increased by 100, culminating in a total speed of 300. Even in his doppelganger state, the speed surged from 110 seconds to an astonishing 330 meters per second. Boom. The stones beneath his feet shattered. The figure of the doppelganger vanished, only to reappear, unleashing two wind blades aimed at Zhang Mo simultaneously. A fierce charge erupted, propelling the 9 layers of protective energy towards Zhang Mo's heart with unrelenting ferocity. What a little rascal. Zhang Mo laughed heartily. These two wind blades were terrifyingly powerful. Even through the air, he could feel a sharp sting. Surely, they had an output exceeding tens of thousands. In a state of shock, he opened his mouth to swallow the two wind blades, then promptly spat them back at Lin Ye with even greater speed. What the hell? Lin Ye exclaimed in disbelief. A reversal of fate? Before he could grasp the situation, he collided headfirst with his own two wind blades. Clang, clang, clang. Dazzling sparks erupted. The wind blades, formidable in strength, ruthlessly sliced through the first layer of protective energy, then the second, until they finally dissipated after breaching the third layer. Before the repercussions of this assault could settle, a chilling breeze grazed his back. Zhang Mo's figure reemerged, his dagger striking like a venomous serpent, aiming for Lin Ye's neck. Thud, thud. With but a single thrust, he broke through 2 layers of protective energy. In an instant, only 4 layers remained of the original 9. What a tortoiseshell, Zhang Mo quipped. He was renowned for his assassination prowess. Yet who could have anticipated that his most formidable assassination techniques would falter before Lin Ye's defenses? As he spoke, Lin Ye caught sight of his figure. Boom. With a sudden leap, he trampled down with overwhelming speed, crushing Zhang Mo's head beneath his foot. Bang. Yet, in the next moment, the body transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Kid, you strike hard. But if you try that again, your protective energy will be completely depleted. Laughter echoed in his ears. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The venomous serpent struck again, shattering 2 more layers of protective energy. With a swift strike, he retreated. Even when pursued, he could escape using the substitution technique, evading Lin Ye like a seasoned eel, granting him no opportunity to close the distance. Oh really? Lin Ye remained unmoved. His external protective energy swirled, shimmering brilliantly as layers of protective energy rapidly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, he restored his full 9 layers. No way. Zhang Mo gaped in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Short cooldown, formidable defense. This is absurd. It felt as if 1,000 divine beasts were galloping overhead. He had completely exited the assassination stance, his brow furrowed. However, upon reflection, this protective energy shield felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the Chu family's protective energy from the inner city. Yet, in terms of both strength and quantity, it far surpassed that of the Chu family. Logically, one would expect that the more powerful a protective spell, the longer its cooldown. Yet Lin Ye defied all norms. In merely a few seconds of combat, Zhang Mo had shattered 7 layers of protective energy, and Lin Ye's restoration was instantaneous. It was utterly monstrous. Damn it, could he possibly be an extraordinary class? Zhang Mo cursed inwardly. Such a terrifying talent. It was no wonder that guy you held him in such high regard. At that moment, he was fully convinced of his old friend's words. If this kid were to grow for a few more years, he might become truly unstoppable. In the fleeting moment of distraction, whoosh, 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 a deluge of bone spears came raining down, relentless and unyielding. There was no escaping. What the hell? Is this a basic attack? Zhang Mo's face turned green. It was understandable for him to think this way. As is well known, every skill has a cooldown, not to mention the mana cost, which is intrinsically tied to intelligence. Yet Lin Ye's stance had the overwhelming feel of 1,000 swords returning to their sheath. His transformation technique, though miraculous, had a cooldown of 10 minutes due to his insufficient level. Even if he were able to use it, deflecting a couple of these densely packed bone spears would be utterly futile. As he neared being turned into a pincushion, he gritted his teeth, retrieving a blood talisman from his spatial ring. Ripping it open, a radiant crimson light enveloped Zhang Yimou, transforming him into a pool of blood that flowed through the storm of bone spears. Blood magic, an immunity-type spell. Lin Ye became increasingly excited. This fellow was providing him with an abundance of surprises. The more they fought, the more exhilarated he became. Come on, he surged forward, wind blades in his left hand and bone spears in his right. Should Zhang Missouri close the distance, he would unleash a whirlwind of bone armor combined with innate protective energy, a perfect blend of offense and defense that forced Zhang Yimou to retreat step by step. Minutes later, Zhang Yimou, exhausted, waved his hand. Enough, enough. You're too wicked, kid. Unlimited skills, unlimited mana, and a terrifying defense. What is the point of fighting? Does that mean I win? Lin Ye chuckled. Of course it does. Zhang Yimou nodded, affirming their agreement. I will share everything I know with you. Before Lin Ye left, he only told me one thing. If you come looking for me, there's just one request. When you have the strength to defeat me, deliver this letter to you. I originally thought it would take you a few more years to achieve this. I truly underestimated you. With that, he retrieved an unopened letter from his spatial ring, tossing it across the air into Lin Ye's palm, accompanied by 2 dark, gleaming skill books. When he looked up again, Zhang Yimou had vanished, his laughter echoing distantly. Kid, in this lifetime, I've only believed in 2 people. One is your brother, and the other is you. Our first meeting had no other purpose. These 2 secret techniques are my personal sponsorship to you. When you achieve greatness one day, remember to grant me some benefits. What an interesting character, Lin Ye mused. He opened his elder brother's letter first. Dear brother, when you open this letter, I believe you have already acquired the strength to stand on your own. I know your character well, so I want to advise you. If you wish to help me, first take control of the Great Han City. When the Lin family crest rises above the city lord's residence, that will be the moment we meet again. The information was scant. Yet Lin Ye could sense that his elder brother was engaged in something perilous. Even with the strength to defeat Zhang Yimou, he could not truly assist him. Only by becoming the king of Great Han City would he be qualified to step into the game. The task sounded daunting, yet Lin Ye felt no fear. Brimming with confidence. With his current capabilities, he could achieve a complete invasion within a month or 2. No, I should focus on enhancing my strength first. The stronger I become, the more qualified I will be to be the protagonist of this era. A fiery determination flickered in Lin Ye's eyes as he stored away the letter, then turned his attention to the 2 skill books gifted by Zhang Yimou. Secret Technique 1, Transformation Technique. Secret Technique 2, Power of Sealing. Ding. Do you wish to learn Transformation Technique and Power of Sealing? Yes. Lin Ye nodded. The moment the words left his lips, the 2 skill books transformed into streams of light, flowing into his consciousness. Moments later, the skill panel emerged. Chapter 41, Treasure Map. The Mysterious Blood Pool. Flower Transference. LV1 harness the strength of an opponent to launch an attack, transferring once per instance. Upgrade requirement. 300 exercises. Sealing Force. LV1 restrict all forms of energy substances, currently capable of sealing only first-tier entities. Upgrade requirement. Self-exploration. These 2 skills are quite intriguing. Lin Ye squinted. He had witnessed the effects of these skills firsthand on Zhang Yimou. The Sealing Force, formidable as the defensive formations of the Great Han City, could not withstand its potency. As for Flower Transference, it too was remarkably powerful, capable of forcibly redirecting even his wind blade and counterattacking him in the process. In terms of impact, it matched the strength of his own release, rivaling the celestial maneuvers depicted in television dramas. While the skills are exceptional, it's unfortunate that he can no longer enhance their levels through devouring or plundering. The self-learning upgrade condition is rather stringent. Flower Transference necessitates 300 exercises, but fortunately, he possesses a no cooldown effect, which should expedite the leveling process. On the other hand, the Sealing Force is an immensely powerful skill, yet lacks a means for enhancement. The system's response was to seek it out independently, truly vexing. With a rumble, the ground began to quiver as his true self emerged from the depths. After perusing his brother's letter, he began to contemplate the direction of his future endeavors. First and foremost, and of utmost importance, was to enhance his strength and rapidly amass attributes. Currently, the only clear method for extensive attribute grinding is through the city's defense formation. Before that, he must summon forth an army. Both his true self and his clones are capable of summoning, and under the amplification of blood ignition technique, both can achieve 12 summons per second. Cumulatively, this equates to 24 summons per second, an unprecedented efficiency in strengthening. Secondly, he must gather all the mana recovery potions in the city to prepare for subsequent summoning. Thirdly, he intends to upgrade both Flower Transference and Sealing Force. He has a premonition that these 2 skills will grow increasingly vital as time progresses. To enhance them, he thought of a certain individual, the one-armed middle-aged man residing in the Happy Community. That enigmatic figure seemingly possessed some extraordinary power. capable of effortlessly aiding ordinary practitioners or student practitioners in swift advancement. If he proves effective, it would be most fortuitous. Fourthly, he plans a comprehensive incursion into the Chu, Zhao Bai, and Sun families. The protective aura of the Chu family, the Overlord's spear, and the Earth Escape technique all possess further potential for improvement. The blood ignition technique of the Zhao family is exceedingly practical, and he eagerly anticipates the scene that will unfold once it surpasses level 5. The Bai family also holds promise. Although the clone's shadow has permanently lost half its attributes, Lin Ye is more than willing to accept this trade-off. He would gladly forfeit even all of them. As for the Sun family, the enhancement of detection techniques is a boon. Once it levels up again, he believes that even if Zhang Mo were to reappear, his sealing force would be unable to thwart his probing gaze. Having contemplated these matters, Lin Ye intended to turn back. Just as he pivoted, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distant mountains. Rocks shattered, and the earth trembled. Simultaneously, frantic cries for help erupted. It was them. Lin Ye glanced over and recognized their identities as the bounty hunter team that had come to the foot of the front mountain. At this moment, they were in disarray. Of the 6-member team that had originally arrived, 3 lay dead, leaving only the knight captain, the archer, and the healer. Behind them, terrifying crimson beams shot forth, relentlessly attacking. The towering trees and scattered stones along the path exploded in a chaotic display. Upon spotting Lin Ye atop the mountain, the 3 felt a surge of hope. "Save us!" the healer cried out. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a bloodline pierced through her forehead. The taut line swiftly retracted, dragging her lifeless body into the depths of the forest. Witnessing this, the knight captain and the archer nearly lost control of their bladders. Initially, they had come merely to gather resources, level up, and perhaps earn a bit of coin on the side. Little did they know that the mage, in his folly, had boasted of possessing a treasure map. Blinded by greed, they had followed him to decipher the treasure, only to find themselves confronting the bloodline substance that attacked them mercilessly upon emergence. The other 3, now 4, had all met their untimely demise. Only the knight, with his robust constitution, and the archer, with his swift agility, had managed to narrowly escape. They rushed towards Lin Ye, a figure capable of ascending the mountain alone, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary strength. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, the bloodline attacks came again from behind. The knight and the archer's expressions shifted drastically. They hastily positioned themselves behind Lin Ye, using him as a shield. The sound of metallic clashing rang out as the bloodlines relentlessly battered against Lin Ye's protective aura, perhaps due to insufficient energy. No matter how fiercely the bloodlines attacked, they could not breach the protective shield. "Impressive, my friend, your shield is remarkable." The knight and archer rejoiced. As long as they could withstand the bloodline assaults, they would be safe. However, their elation was short-lived. Thud, thud, 2 bone blades pierced through their hearts. The blacklight virus invaded. In an instant, 2 skeletal warriors transformed into their forms, plundering and sharing memories. They immediately grasped the preceding events. Lin Ye became intrigued. A treasure map? In this era, aside from dungeon worlds, treasure maps represent an interesting gameplay mechanic. Practitioners who acquire treasure maps can excavate using coordinates. Everything hinges on luck. With good fortune, one might unearth extraordinary treasures. With ill fate, one might unearth terrifying monstrosities. The outcomes are unpredictable. Clearly, this bounty hunter team had not been favored by fortune. They failed to unearth the treasure and instead faced total annihilation. Following the source of the bloodlines, he noticed a faint crimson blood pool deep within the mountains. It was alluring and captivating. All the bloodlines emanated from this pool, exhibiting formidable power, voraciously consuming all life forms. In mere moments, not only had the bounty hunter team suffered, but hundreds of ferocious beasts in the vicinity had also succumbed to the bloodlines. How fascinating. Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the shadow of his clone. The latter immediately advanced, spreading out detection waves to swiftly lock onto the crimson blood pool. He was surprised to find that as the blood pool consumed living beings, its size visibly increased. Moreover, the intensity of the bloodline attacks rose significantly, subtly threatening to break through his protective aura. Not only that, but the closer one drew to the blood pool, the heavier the aura of death became. Flowers and trees withered, and birds and beasts fell lifelessly, causing the shadow clone to rapidly lose vitality as well. The protective aura proved ineffective. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The clone possessed all of his skills. Yet, in close proximity, the enigmatic blood pool could disregard his defenses, which astonished and thrilled him simultaneously. At present, he found himself unable to contend with this blood pool. It was a supernatural phenomenon. However, that did not impede him from utilizing the blood pool to enhance his own capabilities. Whoosh! The clone swiftly retreated. Upon distancing himself by 100 meters from the blood pool, the consuming sensation of life force abruptly vanished. The original and the clone stood still, exchanging a knowing glance. Their thoughts synchronized, and they immediately commenced their experimentation. Blood-burning technique. Blood-burning technique. Summon. Summon. Bang. 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 Amidst the swirling dust, 24 skeletal warriors materialized. 6 from each cardinal direction, advancing forward. Lin Ye manipulated the recently summoned skeletal warriors through the infinite domain. As they entered the 100-meter radius of the blood pool, it became visibly apparent that each skeletal warrior began to lose vitality. 342, 532, 724. The vitality depletion was indiscriminate, and notably, the closer they approached the blood pool, the swifter the loss became. After testing for the better part of the day, darkness enveloped the sky. This phenomenon was decidedly malevolent, Lin Ye concluded. He had exhausted all his means. Aside from the sealing power capable of restraining the blood pool, he had no other recourse at his disposal. Fortunately, this entity was inanimate and could not move. Otherwise, it would have manifested as a harbinger of death, rendering any life before it devoid of vitality. Reflecting on this, he spread his fingers wide and established a barrier of sealing power at the 100-meter boundary. Simultaneously, he left behind the clone, the shadow of evil, the crown of sin, the weakness potion, the healing potion, and the mana potion. With all debuffs applied, this place would transform into a sacred ground for stable attribute grinding. Upon completing these arrangements, Lin Ye turned to depart. Though it took him less than 4 minutes to arrive, returning took a full 10 minutes. After all, the clone's shadow had incurred a loss of half his attributes. Yet, the rewards were promising: 4 top-tier skills and the mysterious blood pool. It could be said that the journey was worthwhile. Just as he approached the entrance of Qingstone Town, a notification flashed before his eyes. Ding. Death rebirth. All attributes 2,100. Quite efficient. A smile graced Lin Ye's face, knowing that the blood pool was actively expending its might, and the efficiency was remarkably stable. As he advanced in power, the blood pool also grew stronger due to the sacrifice of life force from numerous skeletal warriors. Thus, both sides complemented each other perfectly. In the coming days, he would seek out that one-armed man. Lin Ye mused silently. He still believed that the initiative concerning the mysterious blood pool must remain firmly within his grasp. Since the sealing power could suppress it, it would be prudent to elevate his strength rapidly within a short span, keeping a trump card in reserve to prevent any backlash. Lost in thought, he returned to the interior of Qingstone Town. Along the way, both the tyrant army and the townsfolk regarded him with utmost reverence. Master, master, each stood straight, greeting him warmly. Lin Ye nodded, glancing at the vast expanse of Qingstone Town. Although he had started a bit late, the outcome was still commendable. At the very least, in this territory, he had established a domain uniquely his own. As for the Great Han City, he turned his gaze towards the southeast, observing the city ablaze with lights, resembling daylight amidst the night. A smile crept onto his face. His elder brother had designated him the king of Great Han City. Whether to stall him or to provide protection, he could not afford to disappoint. He set a modest goal: to seize Great Han City within 3 months. With this thought, his figure flickered and appeared at the command room entrance. At this moment, Jiang Jingfu, Chu He, Chu Yan, and Chu Si-Yang were all present. Buzz. A wave of consciousness sharing enveloped him, and Lin Ye instantly grasped the situation within Great Han City today. Due to the incursion of skeletal warriors, Chu He's combat strength had surged beyond previous levels. In the skirmishes against the Zhao, Bai, and Sun families, they had triumphed in all 3 encounters. The latest development was that the Liu family of the city lord's mansion had made a statement. No combat was permitted within the inner city. Beyond that, the Liu family would not interfere. This meant that starting today, they could confront the merchant caravans of the 3 families directly. A smile broke across Lin Ye's face. He had encouraged Chu He to stir things up precisely to compel the Liu family to yield. This situation was indeed favorable. Moving forward, all they needed to do was focus on safeguarding their foundational territory and prevent any underhanded tactics from the 3 families. With Chu family forces confronting them openly and covertly, Zhao Bo, Bai Peng, and Sun Li rapidly infiltrating, they would be subjected to a dual assault. The 3 families could not endure for long. Once they subdued them, Lin Ye's influence within the inner city would be second only to that of the city lord's mansion. Boss, we just received word from the Chu family in the inner city. Due to today's events, they fear the 3 families may send assassins. My uncle, Chu Zhongping, will be coming over tomorrow. What do you think? Chu He lowered his head to inquire. What is his strength? Do we have any information? Lin Ye asked. Yes, but it's not comprehensive. The combat prowess of the Chu family's uncles is formidable, and given our current strength, we may not be able to retain him. Chu He replied candidly. Ever since returning from the inner city, he felt that more than half of his power had dissipated. Their combat strength was intertwined with Lin Ye's, and he understood that something must have gone awry on the master's end. Hence the early warning to prevent any mishaps during the invasion of the Blacklight virus. Let me see. Lin Ye took the information. Chu Zhongping, the 6th of the Chu family, level LV-45, a perfectly qualified flame greatsword master, adept in fire-based sword techniques, had previously slain a late-stage Tier 4 boss with 3 sword strikes in the bloodthirsty forest 6 months ago. After reviewing the information, Lin Ye felt somewhat reassured. Nodding, he said, "Rest easy. By tomorrow, your strength will surpass his, and subduing him should pose no issue." Thank you for your graciousness, Master. Chu He and the others rejoiced. With Lin Ye's assurance, success was surely within reach. As they conversed, Xiao Mo, Zhang Yu, and Little Wolf also returned, each drenched in sweat. With Little Wolf's belly round and full. Evidently, the vast number of corpses from the beast tide had greatly benefited him, propelling his level directly to LV30 and significantly enhancing his combat strength, placing him just beneath Lin Ye. Perhaps fatigued, he transformed into a tattoo and vanished into Lin Ye's arm. How was the harvest? Lin Ye asked with a smile. We returned laden with spoils. Xiao Mo clapped her hands, followed by a dozen Chu family soldiers, each bearing a substantial amount of supplies. It was conservatively estimated that they had amassed over 1,000 potions, 300 to 500 pieces of equipment, and over 1,000 energy crystals. Lin Ye retained the potions and crystals for himself, while the remaining equipment deemed useful was distributed among the Chu family soldiers to bolster their combat strength. The useless items, along with the resources in the warehouse, were bundled together and handed over to Xiao Mo tomorrow. I shall venture to the armory to dispose of these items. The funds acquired, whether from the outer city markets or the inner city exchange, will be predominantly utilized to replenish our mana, restore health, and procure a substantial quantity of weakening potions. Understood. Xiao Mo nodded, hesitating momentarily before adding, Boss, once we conclude these pressing matters, I wish to return home for a while. Are you seeking vengeance? Lin Ye glanced at her. Indeed, Xiao Mo affirmed with a nod. In truth, she possessed the strength to exact her revenge now, yet she feared it might bring troubles to Lin Ye. Fear not, before we depart, I shall accompany you. It's merely the Gua family, and I happen to have my own designs on them. Lin Ye smiled, agreeing to her request. Thank you, boss. Xiao Mo expressed her profound gratitude, feeling as though she would willingly offer everything to Lin Ye. Very well, attend to your tasks. Lin Ye dismissed her and turned to Zhang Yu. I will provide you with a coordinate. Head immediately to Shuangfeng Mountain. My avatar is stationed there. From this day forth, assist my avatar temporarily, and upon your return, a grand surprise awaits you. I shall eagerly anticipate it. Zhang Yu replied, flashing her little fangs before happily receiving the coordinates and skipping away. As for Jiang Jingfu, he was merely a good luck charm, his fortune stat exceedingly high. Lin Ye intended to deal with Chu Zhongping and then take him to confront the one-armed man. Chapter 43, The Three Rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Man. Subsequently, Lin Ye and Chu He, along with others, devised strategies to counter the three prominent families. With the Lu family relinquishing their oversight, the opportunities for maneuvering became plentiful. The Zhao family primarily engaged in the transportation industry, operating with utmost secrecy. However, their core had an insider, third uncle Zhao Qinggang, making it relatively easy to ascertain the routes of their transport teams. Thus, by strategically laying ambushes at key transit points, they could inflict significant losses upon the Zhao family. This was hardly a concern. Next, the Bai family, known for their assassination endeavors, were undoubtedly concocting schemes to eliminate Chu He at this very moment. At this juncture, all present wore smiles at the thought. The territory of Qingshi town had long been overrun by summoned skeletons. From humans to cats, dogs, pigs, and sheep. Even the crows resting upon the trees at the town's edge had been transformed by their invasion. It could be said that it was an absolute stronghold. Any assassin attempting to infiltrate would be unable to evade their discerning eyes. Indeed, a few small Karami had arrived. Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance toward the outskirts of Qingshi town. At that moment, the moon was obscured and a chilling wind swept through. As a dozen shadows emerged silently like phantoms, clad in black night attire, they melded seamlessly with the darkness, their presence nearly imperceptible. Yet in the deserted corners, the wild dogs outside the village, the crows at the village entrance, and the wild boars in the pig pen, as well as the cattle and sheep grazing by the riverside, all watched with rapt attention, as if bemused by the sight of these assassins infiltrating Qingshi town. Merely moments after their entry, whoosh, 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 a flurry of arrows rained down, instantaneously claiming the lives of 8 or 9 individuals. What? This is impossible. The assassins were filled with shock and fury. We cannot retreat. To the command center. Although they were unaware of how their movements had been exposed, retreat was no longer an option. Capture the leader, Chu He, and there may still be a glimmer of hope. With that, the remaining 5 men, eyes ablaze, charged ahead. Despite lacking a map, they possessed an uncanny grasp of Qingshi town's layout, making a direct assault on the command center. However, they had scarcely covered 10 meters when they collided with a group of farmers returning home, wielding hoes and carrying vegetable baskets. Kill. The assassin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Having already suffered a significant setback upon entering Qingshi town, they were seething with rage. Unfortunately for the unsuspecting residents, they were about to face the brunt of it. As they advanced, the 5 assassins lunged forward with their daggers. Thud, thud. As their figures intertwined, the assassins' eyes widened in disbelief, clutching their bleeding necks. In their dying moments, they could not fathom how mere farmers could dispatch them with a single blow. In the next instant, their vision blurred. Collapsing into a pool of blood, their lives extinguished. In stark contrast, the earlier farmers continued on their way, as if nothing had transpired. After their departure, 5 skeleton warriors emerged from the ground. The blacklight virus invaded, causing the corpses and the blood on the ground to vanish at an observable rate. Within the blacklight, the 5 skeleton warriors rapidly transformed to resemble the assassins once more, their eyes flickering with a faint red glow, seemingly responding to some command before vanishing into the earth. Meanwhile, in the command center, Lin Ye sipped his tea and stated, "Do not concern yourselves with the Bai family. With these dozen assassins and the likes of Bai Kuan and Bai Peng stirring trouble, they have more than enough to contend with." He then turned to the Sun family, flipping through some documents. According to the intelligence provided by the Chu family, although the Sun family possesses the weakest overall strength among the 3 prominent families, they are also the most troublesome. The Sun family excels in detection arts, and most of their members are engaged in related professions. Thus, from the outset, the Sun family has been defined as an intelligence organization. They command the most robust intelligence system in Dahan City, with numerous spies. While other regions may be hesitant to claim this, within Dahan City, no other family can match their numbers. My lord, there is a prodigy in the Sun family named Sun Tzu, whose awakened profession is that of a monitoring master, Chu He interjected. The Sun family publicly asserts that they are of perfect caliber, but our intelligence suggests that they may possess legendary quality. If this proves true, capturing Sun Tzu covertly and leveraging his monitoring master abilities alongside our significant intellectual augmentation could swiftly locate all of Sun family's informants, allowing us to take control of their intelligence network. Such a person would undoubtedly require formidable protection. Do you have a detailed plan? Lin Ye inquired once more. Chu He nodded and retrieved 3 photographs from a file. The first depicted a youth of 17 or 18, the second a middle-aged man in his 30s, and the third an elderly gentleman in his 60s. He introduced them in order. This youth is Sun Tzu, currently a student at Dahan No. 1 High School. His personal strength is unremarkable, but his monitoring capability is exceptionally strong and requires careful attention. The second image is of the middle-aged man, a skilled protector hired by the Sun family from elsewhere, known as the Heavenly Wolf Arrow, Lei Bin, ranked 85th on the human ranking. His strength should not be underestimated. Lastly, the most formidable figure is the elderly gentleman, the principal of Dahan No. 1 High School, who is also ranked 13th on the Earth ranking and wields gravitational magic. The human ranking and the Earth ranking. Lin Ye wrapped his fingers on the table. These rankings were indeed well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. For practitioners, strength is categorized into 3 rankings: Heaven, Earth, and Man. The human ranking corresponds to the 108 strongest individuals below level 30. The Earth ranking encompasses those from levels 30 to 59, and the Heaven ranking pertains to levels 60 to 89. Those above level 90 are generally considered national-level powerhouses and do not appear on any ranking lists. Of course, these rankings reflect only the visible elite. Hidden among them are uncountable strong individuals and transgressors. Thus, while these rankings offer some reference, they should not be regarded as absolute. Zhang Xianzhu, I shall devise a plan. While Lei Bin is entrusted to Xiao Mo, the paramount issue lies in how to manage the guard team. Lin Ye cast a glance at Chu He. The guard team possesses the ability of aerial maneuvering, enabling rapid support. Should the Liu family set their sights upon us, they would gain an advantage under the enhancement of the city's defensive formation. Upon hearing this, Chu He pondered deeply, opening a virtual map of Dahan City on the command room's sand table. With a flurry of operations, he shook his head and remarked, "It is unfeasible, master. Dahan No. 1 Middle School is not far from the Lord's mansion, and should a large-scale battle erupt, the guard team's support would arrive too swiftly. Even if I create disturbances in the southern or northern parts of the city, I would only manage to attract a fraction of the guard team, while the main city's forces would still rush to the scene. In the most ideal scenario, we would have but 30 seconds. Exceeding that time frame would allow reinforcements to arrive. Of course, there exists another method, albeit one that is costly and time-consuming. We would need to recruit a master of formations to establish a concealment array in a designated area of Dahan No. 1 Middle School, aimed at minimizing the energy fluctuations caused by the conflict. However, such formations are exceedingly complex and typically require over a week for deployment, with the risk of being detected by Sun Tzu. A concealment array? Lin Ye squinted, and upon this suggestion, he recalled his own sealing power, which surpasses that of formations and can be constructed swiftly. Yet, his current level is somewhat inadequate. Suppressing the energy fluctuations caused by a master like Zhang Xianzhu is quite the challenge. He would need to at least reach level 2, if not higher. After much deliberation, he stated, "Leave the matter concerning Sun Tzu to me. You shall focus on infiltrating Chu Zhongping. Additionally, have the intelligence department provide me with a detailed report on the Guo family, comprehensive in every aspect." Understood, Chu He nodded. Let it be so. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Ye rose and returned to his chamber alone. Chapter 44. All attributes exceeding 30,000, power surge. Upon entering his bedroom and closing the door, a notification reappeared before his eyes. Ding. Death feedback. All attributes 2100. The duration has increased slightly. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Clearly, the enhancement rate of the skeleton warriors surpasses that of the blood pool. This is both a blessing and a curse. Alas, once Zhang Yu arrives, the pace should accelerate further. The most pressing issue remains the augmentation of summoned entities, whether for infiltrating the inner city as Chu family, the three great families, or the Gua family. A substantial number of summoned beings is required. Merely to invade Qingshi town demanded over 8,000 summons. Thus, conservatively speaking, we need at least 100,000. Time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. Lin Ye retrieved a potion. The potions in Chu He's warehouse had been allocated to his avatar, and these were salvaged from the beast tide, with Xiao Mo collecting over 1,000 vials, including more than 400 blue recovery potions. For the time being, they would suffice. Gulping them down, he stacked buffs. Blood ignition, activate. Boom. The spellcasting power surged by 100. Summon skeleton warriors. Lin Ye commanded, his staff unleashing a flurry of ethereal images. With a crash, the summoning array materialized, and one skeleton warrior after another emerged. With no cooldown period, the summoning array operated at an alarming speed. Bang, bang, bang. White smoke and dust enveloped the entire room in an instant. Fortunately, the undead calamity inherently possesses limitless summoning space. The newly summoned skeleton warriors, still unacquainted with this new realm, were promptly absorbed into the summoning space. He continued to summon throughout the night. When all 452 vials of blue recovery potion were expended, information data appeared before him. Ding. Skeleton warriors, 21,696. Simultaneously, joyous news arrived from his avatar. Ding. Skeleton warriors, 8,736. Ding. Death feedback. All attributes 160,000. Adding to the original 8,643, the total number of skeleton warriors reached 39,075. Skeleton archers, 6,000. Total attribute value, 310,000. Strength has returned. Lin Ye clenched his fist. The creation of the avatar had consumed half of his total attributes, yet he not only restored them to their former state, but surpassed them. In an instant, every red dot within the infinite realm received a bloodline enhancement. The entire Overlord army and residents of Qingshi town stood in unison, feeling the grand power surging from their bloodline, their four-dimensional attributes skyrocketing. Total attributes approached 20,000. Within the same level, they were undeniably superlative anomalies. How formidable. Haha. I feel invincible. Chu He, Chu Yan, and Chu Xiang were equally exhilarated. With this newfound power, when 6th Uncle Chu Zhongping arrives tomorrow, he shall undoubtedly receive a tremendous surprise. Their faces flushed with excitement, they found it difficult to sleep. Meanwhile, further within the inner city of Dahan, this surge of power incited notable changes. In the Zhao family's courtyard, 3rd Uncle Zhao Cheng abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. His level was already considerable, and now with an augmentation of over 10,000 attributes, his strength exceeded that of his elder brother Zhao Qingji and second brother Zhao Qingyuan. As long as he did not alert the Zhao family's ancestor, there was no one within the Zhao family who could rival him. With this power, why bother with subtlety? It was time to take direct action. Tomorrow, when his elder brother has a transport mission, he would accompany him, calculating that he could easily take him down. At that point, his second brother would be like fish on a chopping block. No. He needed to request permission from the master in advance. The entire Zhao family system requires no less than 20,000 personnel. Let us start with 250,000. With this thought, Zhao Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement. He immediately transmitted this to the master through the infinite realm. In response, Lin Ye granted approval. Currently, the Sun and Bai families were unable to launch a large-scale invasion. Zhao Cheng's confidence in this was paramount. The personnel on this side were sufficient. By the day after tomorrow, once Xiao Mo completed the procurement of blue recovery potions and the influx of summoned entities, there would be no need for restraint. Master, within half a month, I guarantee the complete takeover of the Zhao family. If I fail, I shall take my own head. After receiving Lin Ye's endorsement, Zhao Cheng was moved to tears and immediately issued a military order. I believe in you, Lin Ye nodded. A single phrase nearly brought Zhao Cheng to his knees. He closed the infinite realm, rubbing his temples. Having cast over 600 summoning spells, even his spirit began to wane. Through the eyes of his avatar, he glanced at the situation near Shuangfeng Mountain. There were still some blue recovery potions left, but not much. The blood pool remained stable, housing over 9,000 skeleton warriors, gradually consuming their vitality. Once they were all eliminated, he could expect a feedback of over 10,000 total attributes, confirming that there were no issues. He settled into a meditative posture, practicing a bit of minor yoga, which slightly enhanced his control over his power. After a moment, his thoughts drifted into a state of emptiness, entering a meditative phase. This state was particularly suitable for him at present, alleviating mental fatigue and allowing for rapid recovery of mana. A perfect balance. The following morning dawned clear and bright. On the official road leading to Qingshi town, a dozen imposing transport vehicles sped forward, filled to the brim with fully armed warriors. Roars echoed along the way as fierce beasts were roused from their slumber. Yet these soldiers responded with overwhelming ferocity, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that left a gruesome carpet of corpses in their wake. Inside the foremost transport vehicle, lavishly adorned and converted into a cozy mobile abode, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair reclined on a sofa, flanked by two bikini-clad ladies, one feeding him meat, the other pouring him drinks, all in a state of sheer indulgence. Moments later, the convoy came to a halt. "Sixth Master, we have arrived at Qingshi Town," a subordinate reported. "Already here? Haha. Come, let us go see my family's prodigy, Chu Zhongping exclaimed, giving one of the ladies a playful slap on her backside as he laughed heartily while stepping out. He was the youngest among his uncles, nearly the same age as Chu He, and shared the closest bond with him among all the relatives. This trip to Qingshi Town was not only to protect Chu He from assassination by the three great families, but also to undertake the task of attacking the Zhao family's transport convoy. The Zhao family was the wealthiest among the three, and each raid yielded considerable spoils. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of the Bawang army standing in two orderly rows, each soldier exuding an aura of vigor and strength. My goodness! Chu He has managed to strengthen the Bawang army to such an extent. Chu Zhongping's face glowed with delight. As he walked, he was astonished to find that not only had the Bawang army improved, but even the residents of Qingshi Town seemed to have ascended several levels. Despite being unable to gauge their true combat power, he could feel the palpable vitality of their hearts beating fiercely like roaring lions from a distance, robust and formidable, even surpassing the private soldiers he commanded. Incredibly, young Chu He harbored numerous secrets. Chu Zhongping squinted, feeling a surge of joy within. In this generation of the Chu family, few had achieved greatness. Previously, they worried that Chu He, despite his remarkable talent, might lack wisdom. However, it now appeared their concerns were unfounded. Under Chu He's leadership, the Bawang army was far superior to these old-timers. Lost in thought, he was approached by three familiar figures, Chu He, Chu Yan, and Chu Xiong, the trio of the new generation of the Chu family. Upon spotting Chu Zhongping, they greeted him enthusiastically. Good. Chu Zhongping laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling with happiness. "Dear, we need to use the restroom," the two ladies whispered. "Go ahead, I'll see you in a moment." Chu Zhongping waved dismissively. As the two women swayed their curvaceous figures and followed a soldier to the restroom, Chu Yan teased, "Sixth uncle, still going strong. And you found two new little girlfriends. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to some stunning beauties, fair-skinned, beautiful, and well-endowed, guaranteed to please you." "Ah, little Yan understands me well." Chu Zhongping chuckled, his desires igniting. Had it not been for pressing matters, he would have surely whisked Chu Yan away. "Let us head inside," Chu said, leading the way. As he waved his hand, the Bawang army immediately understood the signal. Just as the group entered the command room, in the restroom, two bone blades pierced through the two ladies. Simultaneously, the 10 or so soldiers accompanying Chu Zhongping were caught off guard. Swish, swish, swish. From below, skeletal claws emerged, dragging them down 100 meters underground. The immense disparity in attributes crushed their necks effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the black light virus invaded, replacing the entire armed Chu family soldiers with skeletal warriors. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled as hundreds of figures erupted from below, everything remaining untouched as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the command room, Chu Zhongping had barely settled when the two ladies returned, their faces beaming with smiles as they nestled into his embrace. "Chu He, Just as he began to speak, an excruciating pain shot through his left kidney and heart. Two bone blades impaled his body, blood gushing forth. "Damn it!" Chu Zhongping roared in fury. Had it not been for his protective energy, he would have been dead moments ago. He sprang to his feet with immense force, sending the two women flying away. Subsequently, he downed a bottle of healing potion, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the two ladies, gritting his teeth. What a brilliant transformation technique. Even I was deceived. Those wretches from the Bai family must have killed my women. He seethed. This debt will not go unpunished. I'll make sure to break your limbs and let my thousands of brothers outside enjoy a good time. Chu He, come with me, let us kill them. With that, he retrieved a blazing red sword from his spatial ring. As his palm made contact, searing flames erupted, warping the very space around him. "Sixth uncle, we're here to assist you." Chu He and his companions stood behind him. Bawang gun, gale sword, explosive hammer. Puff. The gun pierced through his heart. Puff. The sword's edge emerged from his body. Bang. The hammer struck his forehead. All three attacks landed on Chu Zhongping in rapid succession, severely injuring him and sending him crashing out of the command room, landing on the ground outside, utterly devoid of combat capability. "No, this is impossible." Chu Zhongping spat blood, his head buzzing. While he could fathom that Lu Ying and Fei Fei had fallen victim to the Bai family's schemes, he could not comprehend how Chu He, Chu Yan, and Chu Xiong could have done the same. To kill them is simple. I could understand disguising as them, but to possess their professions, skills, and attributes, this is absurd. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not grasp it. Before him, Chu He and his companions emerged, their expressions relaxed. Sixth uncle is a flame greatsword master, his strength formidable. If it came to a direct confrontation, there might be minor casualties. but now, having successfully ambushed him twice without sustaining injuries. The greatest credit goes to our master. Last night, he bestowed his bloodline's power, enhancing everyone's attributes to nearly 20,000. This morning, another wave of terrifying energy pushed our attributes to an astonishing 230,000. It was this immense boost that allowed us to effortlessly breach 6th Uncle's protective energy. Someone, come quickly to rescue me. Though stripped of combat capability, Chu Zhongping could still speak, calling out to the Chu family soldiers waiting by the roadside. These were all personally trained by him. There was no way they could fail. Had they acted swiftly, under the intense barrage of firepower, there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. With that thought in mind, the mercenaries seemed to hear a cry for help. They surged forward in a frenzy, surrounding him completely. Hurry, protect me, take me back to the inner city, Chu Zhongping roared. His gaze shifted to Chu He and the others, his eyes filled with malice. No matter who you are, just wait. When we meet again, I shall sever your heads and use them as balls to kick. Next time? There won't be a next time. Sixth Master, Lu Ying and Fei Fei approached gracefully. Shoot, kill those two wretches. Upon seeing the two women, Chu Zhongping's eyes turned crimson, and he barked orders furiously. However, in mere moments, he sensed something was amiss. The mercenaries surrounding him remained motionless, their expressions bizarre, looking at him as though he were a clown. No, it couldn't be. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, sending a chill down his spine. In the next instant, a bone blade erupted from the ground, completely shattering his defenses and piercing his heart. The black light virus invaded. Moments later, a brand new Chu Zhongping rose. A glimmer of red light flickered in the eyes of Chu He and the others as they smiled and said, "Welcome aboard." The feeling of rebirth was simply exhilarating. Chu Zhongping laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Lu Ying and Fei Fei's slender waists, exclaiming, "Brothers, I've received word from our master that the Zhao family's transport team has set off along the Dahikan route. Let us lay in wait. We shall ensure that the Zhao family patriarch meets a fate without a grave." Having spoken, the group boarded the transport vehicle and charged out of Qingshi town, filled with fervor. Meanwhile, beneath the official road leading to the inner city, Lin Ye sped along with Jiang Jingfu. He was not at all surprised by Chu He and the others successfully capturing Chu Zhongping. At this moment, his overall attributes had surged from 310,000 to 350,000. Such a colossal disparity in attributes meant that if he were to lose, it would be better to bury himself altogether. A few minutes later, he arrived at the underground city defense formation. With a hum, black mist surged within him, unleashing the sealing power. The protective formation instantly lost its potency in his eyes. In a flash, he slipped inside. Zeroing in on his direction, he swiftly descended upon the happy community. He exited the earth concealment technique. Having had the experience from the last time, he navigated easily, covering over 300 meters until he reached the community park. The sky was still bright, but diligent practitioners were already meditating on the grass. A probing wave swept through, and soon he located the person he wished to meet by the large rock by the river. This individual was no ordinary person, though seemingly weak. He could detect Lin Ye's probing wave. The instant Lin Ye activated it, the man opened his eyes and looked over. Their gazes locked, and Lin Ye beheld a pair of eyes as still as stagnant water. Chapter 46. The last heir of the Xiang family, Xiang Fanqing. Boss, that guy has a death wish. Jiang Jingfu swallowed. He was all too familiar with that gaze. It was reminiscent of the members of the former suicide squad. Don't speak recklessly, Lin Ye shot him a glance. A friend comes from afar. Since you're here, come sit with us. At that moment, the man with the severed arm spoke softly, his voice a thread, smoothly and orderly reaching the ears of the two. A transmission technique. Lin Ye was taken aback. He had seen this technique used by Zhang Yimou. Would you like to learn? As if sensing Lin Ye's thoughts, the man continued, I will teach you. Lin Ye nodded earnestly. In an instant, he appeared before the man. Jiang Jingfu followed closely behind. Not bad. Your speed is commendable, the man praised, casually retrieving 2 blank tomes. The next moment, golden light erupted from his hand. Using his finger as a pen, he elegantly inscribed the words transmission technique. The golden light infused the 2 tomes, bringing them to life. Artificial skill books. And you can create 2 at once. Lin Ye squinted. This was a supreme secret technique. Only by comprehending and cultivating a skill to level 5 could one use this secret technique to forge new skill books. Of course, it wasn't without its costs. It varied from person to person. Some could create a book in a few months, while others required a year or even several years. The vast majority fell into the latter category. This was also a primary reason why the core skill books of major aristocratic families circulated so slowly. As a token of our first meeting, I present these as gifts to the 2 young friends. The man offered the transmission technique, handing one to each of them. Boss. Jiang Jingfu looked toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded, accepting the skill book, though he chose not to learn it just yet. He sat across from the man and sincerely said, I came here to ask you a question. Please, go ahead, the man replied calmly. Just as Lin Ye was about to speak, a cacophony erupted around them. The sounds of combat among practitioners, children reading aloud, and the raucous barking of fighting dogs. No worries. The man waved his hand. With a hum, a layer of pale white energy shield descended, enveloping the two. Inside the barrier, they felt as though they were isolated from the world, with no external sounds able to penetrate. What is your relationship with Zhang Yimou? Lin Ye inquired. The transmission technique was one thing, but now he had also mastered sealing power. Living in the same happy community, these coincidences could no longer be mere chance. He, like you, is a student seeking to learn from me, the man replied truthfully. Are you implying that both the transmission technique and sealing power were passed on to him by you? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Not only that, but he also learned the secrets of creating artificial skill books from me, the man continued. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then asked, if I desire certain things, what must I offer in return? In this world, there was no such thing as unconditional love or benefits. He did not believe that this man would give freely. As expected, the man's eyes, as still as water, flickered with a glimmer of light as he spoke. All who study under me, regardless of the difficulty, need only agree to one thing. If the opportunity arises in the future, you must help me eliminate the Liu family. The Liu family in the inner city? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The Liu family was the ruler of Dahan City. Toppling them was no trivial feat, no. The Liu family in Dahan City is merely one of them. The man shook his head, his gaze turning northward with a hint of resentment. The Liu family I speak of is the Liu family from the capital. The Dahan City Liu family is merely a branch of the main house in the capital. Their influence is far greater there, and they are more despicable. A condition like that would be beyond the reach of an ordinary person, Lin Ye remarked. Those who can come to me for learning are hardly ordinary, the man countered. That is true, Lin Ye acknowledged. I agree. Will there be a contract? Or is a verbal oath sufficient? Neither is necessary. I believe in karma. Having taken my cause, a corresponding effect will surely follow. The man's gaze fixated on Lin Ye. Speculating, do you wish to learn the profound arts of sealing power? Indeed, Lin Ye affirmed with a nod. There are two methods, the man raised a finger. The first is to accept a memory inheritance. I will impart all my insights on sealing power to you. Consequently, you shall possess level 5 sealing power. The advantage is its simplicity and expediency, but the downside is that you will be influenced by my thoughts. The second method involves the gradual accumulation of experience in sealing power, which is akin to a slow but steady ascent. If you can gather a multitude of array masters and continuously break arrays, you will eventually ascend without limit. This method is stable and potent, suitable for someone of your earnest disposition. My suggestion leans towards the first option. No, there is a third method, Lin Ye interjected, his eyes gleaming. Since you are resolute in your intentions, why not lend me your body? From this day forth, I shall avenge your great enmity. Do you speak the truth? The man's expression brightened with hope. Most individuals would have fled at the mention of the Liu family of the capital. Yet Lin Ye not only stood firm, but also embraced the challenge. This was something he had not witnessed in many years. Certainly, Lin Ye nodded affirmatively. The man's expression shifted, his gaze oscillating between Lin Ye and Jiang Jingfu. After much deliberation, he slowly nodded. If it were anyone else, I would refuse. But you possess the ability to dominate those endowed with extraordinary fortune, coupled with unwavering resolve and formidable strength. You shall undoubtedly become a trendsetter in this era. Perhaps by entrusting my frail body to you, I may yet shine brilliantly in my remaining years. Very well, as long as you remember your promise to me. This body shall be yours. Upon uttering these words, he relinquished all resistance and faced Lin Ye directly. You shall not be disappointed, Lin Ye assured. As a skeletal warrior emerged behind him, with a swift thrust, the bone blade pierced flesh and blood, with the black light virus rapidly infiltrating. The man remained unresponsive throughout the ordeal, only revealing a glimmer of understanding in his eyes as death approached. He had comprehended the function of the black light virus. Amidst his shock, he felt a surge of joy. Only such a terrifying ability could warrant the downfall of the Liu family in such a short span. Ultimately, he departed with a contented smile, leaving behind ashes that transformed into a brand new man. His missing arm was restored, and his attributes surged at a visibly rapid pace. The pallor in his eyes faded, replaced by an infinite sharpness. From this day forth, I am Xiang Fanqing, he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye perused Xiang Fanqing's memories. Xiang Fanqing hailed from the Xiang family of the capital and had lost to the Liu family 20 years prior in the Divine Temple competition. Upon returning to reality, his entire clan had been annihilated by the Liu family, leaving him as the sole survivor. His survival was not due to exceptional strength. Rather, it was a deliberate act by the Liu family. Years ago, the Liu family's prodigy had uttered a phrase to him. He was to witness the splendor of the Liu family and live like a dog. Thus, they crippled his meridians and severed his most prized right arm, rendering him virtually devoid of combat capability and leaving him as a mere shell of his former self. Beyond that hatred lay Xiang Fanqing's repository of knowledge and a plethora of skills. Moments later, a system notification chimed in his ears. Chapter 47, Max Level Sealing Power and Max Level Overlord / Ding. You have acquired LV3 Good Teacher. Ding. You have acquired LV5 Sealing Power. Ding. You have acquired LV5 Sound Transmission Technique. Ding. You have acquired LV5 Fearless Charge. Ding. You have acquired LV5 Overlord /. The information is as follows. Good teacher, LV3 your teaching can enhance the abilities of others or beasts. Sealing power, LV5 seal all forms of energy and matter. Upgrade conditions, self-exploration. Sound transmission technique, LV5 control the lines of sound. With a transmission range equal to 50 of your strength attribute. Fearless charge, LV5 charge forward to repel enemies. Initiating a slicing attack that sends enemies flying at the end of the charge. Overlord /. LV5 consumes 1000 mana points in a desperate gamble. Grants invincibility during skill activation. After charging, unleash a blade of energy, dealing 15,000 physical damage based on strength attribute to enemies in its path, and forcibly stunning them for 1 second. Impressive. Lin Ye gasped. No wonder they hail from the grand city of the capital. These skills are all remarkable. Each one exceptional. Interestingly, good teacher is the only skill of Xiang Fanqing that has not reached level 5, and it is neither an offensive nor defensive skill, but rather a special auxiliary skill. He turned his attention to Jiang Jingfu and said, Little Jiang, learn the sound transmission technique. Understood, Jiang Jingfu nodded and complied. After testing it, he found it quite amusing. Under his control, the sound twisted like a serpent, slithering through the air. However, he was still somewhat unpracticed. As it scattered halfway through, you should do it this way, and then that way. Lin Ye activated the good teacher skill, imparting his experience of the LV5 sound transmission technique he had acquired from Xiang Fanqing. Instantly, a wealth of experience information appeared above Jiang Jingfu's head. Sound transmission technique proficiency 10. Sound transmission technique proficiency 10. Sound transmission technique proficiency 10. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Jingfu's sound transmission technique leveled up. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. Jiang Jingfu exclaimed in disbelief. Now at level 2, he could skillfully manipulate sound, transforming any noise within a 4-meter radius into threads, directing them wherever he pleased. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this skill would enhance both parties. While Jiang Jingfu reaped the benefits, Lin Ye also gained skill experience. Information appeared before his eyes. Good teacher experience 100. Indeed fascinating. A smile crept across Lin Ye's lips. It was no wonder Xiang Fanqing enjoyed teaching skills. Not only could it engender goodwill, but it also elevated his own abilities. Once it reached a certain threshold, the potential would be extraordinary. After some contemplation, he instructed Xiang Fanqing to teach the new professionals. After testing for a while, none could surpass Jiang Jingfu. The majority had proficiency in single digits, relying on luck to gain experience. Lin Ye pondered this individual S99 luck value. Perhaps that was the reason. However, through testing, he had glimpsed the potential of this skill, one that Xiang Fanqing could not tap into, yet Lin Ye could effortlessly harness. As they were soon to venture into the Great Han, he decided to leave behind a few seeds. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future. Next, his gaze shifted to the other skills. Undoubtedly, the most captivating were Sealing Power and Overlord /. The former was the objective of his journey. Upon reaching level 5, he distinctly felt the immense power of Sealing Power. With his intellect of 350,000, he could effortlessly construct a sealing array spanning over 30,000 square meters. Within the array, the ability to seal formations, suppress energy fluctuations, transmit sound, and conceal one's presence is at hand. The most immediate aspect lies with the doppelganger. At this moment, the summit of Shuangfeng Mountain is drenched in a sanguine hue, having continuously devoured over 10,000 skeletal warriors. The intensity of the blood pool has significantly increased, encompassing an area of 1,000 square meters. The original sealing formation has long since shattered, and without further suppression, the blood pool will continue to expand relentlessly. In the center of the blood pool, the doppelganger's demonic shadow glows with crimson light, united with the main body. The moment the main entity attained level 5 sealing power, he too acquired the same capability. In the next instant, he spread his fingers wide, and with a resonating hum, a sealing formation of over 10,000 square meters descended from the void. While it may not be as extravagant as the main body's 30,000 square meters, it still spans approximately 15,000. Such an extensive area renders the mere 1,000 square meter blood pool as inconsequential as a flickering candle against the full moon. Instantly suppressed by the sealing formation, which must now obediently serve as a means for enhancement. Having addressed the potential threat of the blood pool, the doppelganger's shadow conveyed telepathically. Main body, I require the complete evil crown. Otherwise, the blood pool will become ineffective within a few days. Indeed, the pace of Lin Ye's advancement is alarmingly rapid, driving the attributes of the skeletal warriors to soar. Fortunately, Zhang Yu has arrived, capable of maintaining multiple debuffs for suppression. Nevertheless, the mortality rate of the skeletal warriors has dramatically decreased. Understood, I shall gather it as swiftly as possible, Lin Ye nodded. The complete version of the Evil Crown necessitates a Shattered Grade Trinity for its forging. Currently, he possesses only 2 Shattered Grade semi-finished products, leaving one still needed for the complete Evil Crown. Regrettably, the drop rate for such items is exceedingly low, making acquisition a daunting challenge. reliant solely on the treasure pavilion and auction house for procurement. Boss treasure chests require a minimum of nightmare-level difficulty, rendering them rare and elusive, contingent upon luck. He must await Xiao Mo's return from procurement to reassess the situation. Returning to his thoughts, his gaze fell upon another formidable skill, the Overlord Slash. This is a signature technique of the Xiong family from Kyoto, an extraordinarily powerful offensive method. At its maximum level, it boasts a base attack of 10,000, augmented by a 5-fold strength attribute increase. If employed, it would be devastating. With a current base strength attribute of 350,000, multiplied by 500, it totals 175 million. During its duration, it also grants invincibility and a 1-second hard control. If it can disregard levels, it would be nothing short of divine. Moreover, this is merely at level 5. Once it surpasses its limits to reach level 6 or 7, the potential is unimaginable. At that moment, the system issued a notification. Ding. High compatibility detected between charge and fearless charge. Would you like to merge these two skills? Merge, Lin Ye affirmed with a nod. Purchasing the new over the old applies to skills as well. The resulting fusion is bound to yield greater strength. As anticipated, a congratulatory message appeared before him. Ding. Fusion successful. Charge, variant level 8 charge speed increased by 500, forward collision pushes enemies back, charge speed enhanced by 500, interrupts 100 skills, and upon completion of the charge, initiates a slashing attack that sends enemies flying. Multiple controls. How splendid. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The variant version of charge emphasizes collision speed and control, making it exceptionally useful for all skeletal warriors. Just imagine, tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers executing a collective charge, repelling, interrupting, and sending foes flying. An endless cycle of control. The spectacle would be nothing short of breathtaking. Beyond the enhancement of skills, Lin Ye has also made significant strides in knowledge. Chapter 48, Sky Soaring Technique. A mastery of spatial manipulation. The Lu family's greatest asset is not merely the sky soaring technique, but rather their mastery of dominance teleportation. Lin Ye squinted, drawing upon the memories of Xiong Fanqing. He has unearthed numerous secrets of the Lu family. The sky soaring technique is indeed formidable, standing as the absolute front line in support. However, the Lu family possesses an even stronger dominance teleportation, an elite skill involving spatial power. Once mastered, it allows for the disregard of terrain, enabling instantaneous teleportation to the side of any Lu family member. In the event of a long-range battle, they can rely on teleportation to systematically eliminate foes. It was this global ambush strategy that led to the annihilation of the Xiong family. While not the strongest, it is undoubtedly insidious, providing dual insurance for escape and support. This is also the reason Xiong Fanqing sought to learn sealing power. After the Xiong family's demise, he exhausted his wealth to acquire this secret art, dedicating over a decade to mastering it to perfection. Little did he anticipate that he would not live to avenge his family, being captured by the Lu family, who crippled him and severed one of his arms. Thus, the hope for revenge was extinguished. Revenge is a task for me, Lin Ye chuckled softly. Be it his elder brother's legacy or Xiong Fanqing's vendetta, he must surmount the Lu family. With Xiong Fanqing's memories at his disposal, he possesses a deeper understanding of the Lu family. Buzz. The detection waves spread outwards, rapidly uncovering 2 small insects. Xiong Fanqing, Lin Ye called out. Leave this to me. A cruel smile crept across Xiong Fanqing's lips as he vanished underground. What? He's gone. In the distance, 2 Lu family guards, who had been lurking in the shadows, were taken aback and immediately activated the sky soaring technique to pursue. Xiong Fanqing, a captive of the Kyoto branch, was deemed a worthless individual by the higher-ups there. However, the Dahan City contingent dared not relax their vigilance. Even if Xiong Fanqing was crippled, they were tasked with following him at all times. Should he escape, they would face severe repercussions. Bang, bang. Mid-flight, a translucent ceiling formation materialized, rendering the sky-soaring technique ineffective. The 2 guards plummeted from the air in a state of panic. Before they could collect themselves, a bone blade appeared out of nowhere. Overlord Slash. With a sickening sound, their corpses fell in twain. Subsequently, 2 skeletal warriors emerged from the summoning space, infected by the black light virus, transforming into new members of the guard. Moments later, Lin Ye received a notification. Ding. You have acquired level 2 sky soaring technique. Ding. You have acquired level 3 sun blade technique. Ding. You have acquired level 4 meteor step. Ding. Experience from 2 sky soaring techniques can be fused to upgrade to level 3. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Lin Ye confirmed. With a flourish, light flickered, and the information changed. Sky soaring technique. Level 3 you can soar into the sky, with a speed equivalent to that on land at 30. Is this the power of flight? Lin Ye's face radiated curiosity. As he wielded the sky-soaring technique, he felt 2 invisible gusts of energy rise beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. To accelerate, he merely adjusted the direction of the air currents, all easily controlled by his will. It was remarkably convenient. After a brief period of playful experimentation, mastery was achieved with remarkable swiftness. Although his speed on land was merely 30, The implications of this velocity, when applied to him, were profoundly formidable. With an astonishing agility attribute of 350,000, he was capable of averaging over 350 meters per second, when augmented by the level 8 Wind Fury technique. His speed surged to an impressive 700 meters per second. Even a speed of 30 translated to an impressive 210 meters per second in aerial maneuverability. Within the entirety of Dahan City, aside from the lord of the city himself, it seemed that no one could rival such prowess. That being said, he had no intention of confronting the Liu family head-on just yet. After all, one must eat their meals one bite at a time, and tasks must be tackled sequentially. He decided to leave 2 members of the Liu family as a diversion. Utilizing the capabilities of his artificial skill book, Lin Ye crafted a tome of aerial technique for Jiang Jingfu, enabling him to learn it, which in turn granted Lin Ye a gratifying 100 experience points in aerial maneuvering. With preparations complete, the trio burrowed underground en route to Dahan No. 1 High School. The distance was considerable, and they misjudged their bearings several times, ultimately arriving at a narrow alley outside the school, thanks to the guidance of the Chu family. A glance at the time revealed it was already 11:30. With the end of classes approaching, he entered the room that Chu he had arranged, where an informant emerged, presenting several documents and stating, "Master, we have observed Sun Tzu for some time, and this is his daily activity schedule, which is remarkably consistent." Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the information before him. Rising at 7 a.m., spending 20 minutes on personal hygiene, and half an hour for breakfast before beginning class at 8 a.m. He remained within the confines of the teaching building without deviation. At noon, he would dine at the teacher's cafeteria, showcasing a commendable routine. Lin Ye remarked on the regularity, but the informant lamented that such predictability left them with little opportunity to act. "That kid is exceedingly cunning, always hiding within the campus. The area is under the jurisdiction of Principal Zhang Xianzu. Without a combat strength ranking in the top 10, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed." "Leave that to me," Lin Ye replied, discarding the documents. He had memorized Sun Tzu's routine and now needed only to lay a binding array around the perimeter of the school to initiate their plan. However, this location differed from Shuangfeng Mountain, as direct array placements were unfeasible. Reconnaissance was required first. Before departing, he glanced towards Xiao Mo's position. Initially considering her assistance against Sun Tzu's bodyguard, the formidable Tianlang arrow, Lei Bin. Yet, the circumstances suggested otherwise. As the efficiency of identification at the outer city market was far too low, after selling the equipment, they would likely have to wait until nightfall or later. Since he had personally arrived, he could not afford to waste any more time on this issue. "Forget it, I'll leave it to Xiao Jiang. I can't simply act as a mere mascot," Lin Ye muttered, as the trio exited the intelligence point and stepped out of the alley. They indulged in some refreshments at a stall outside the school. After half an hour, they successfully established array points at the 4 cardinal directions. Suddenly, the school bell rang, unleashing a swarm of students from their classrooms. Those residing on campus raced towards the cafeteria, while others descended to ride their electric scooters home. Surging out of the school like a tide. In classroom 1 of the 3rd year, most students had already departed. Sun Tzu slowly packed his textbooks, a frown creasing his brow. "Young master, it's time for lunch." A figure bearing a white longbow emerged from the shadows, speaking softly. "Uncle Lei, something feels off." Sun Tzu rubbed his temples. "What is it?" Lei Bin responded, immediately on high alert. Sun Tzu's perceptive abilities were extraordinary, rivaling even his elders from the Sun family. "A few moments ago, the Chu family members monitoring me departed. That doesn't align with expectations." "I see," Lei Bin sighed in relief, smiling. "Isn't it better that no one is watching? We can act with more freedom." "Not quite, Uncle Lei," Sun Tzu replied with a wry smile. "From a surveillance perspective, a target that loses its monitoring value is either dead or deemed insignificant. As long as Chu he seeks revenge, my existence will always hold value. This current situation suggests they have devised a method to counter me, yet I cannot conceive a solution." "What?" At this revelation, Lei Bin understood and spoke gravely. "We must find Principal Zhang." "That's unnecessary. Xiao Su sent me a distress signal long before class ended." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground seemed to be cleaved by an unseen force. Although the distance appeared vast, in an instant, an elderly man materialized before them. "Principal Zhang." Lei Bin stood at attention, respect evident in his demeanor. With such an ability, if the adversary wished to eliminate him, they could do so in a heartbeat. "Principal." Sun Tzu became exceedingly compliant in Zhang Xianzu's presence. "Come, I will take you away. Let us visit the Lord's manor." "Even if the Chu family intends to make a move, they lack the audacity," Zhang Xianzu declared, conjuring an earth-based magic that enveloped the 3 of them as they began to traverse the distance toward the Lord's manor in a swift manner. However, just as they were about to leave the back courtyard, an invisible energy shield materialized, abruptly interrupting Zhang Xianzu's spell, causing the trio to tumble to the ground. "Sealing power? It can still suppress me?" Zhang Xianzu's expression was one of disbelief. The intricacies of sealing power were notoriously challenging to master. A common individual would require decades to achieve full proficiency. Moreover, even upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, Subduing him would necessitate an intelligence value exceeding 20,000. The multitude of complex factors had all conspired against him. The adversary had come prepared. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. Without hesitation, he led Lei Bin and Sun Tzu in the opposite direction. Yet, halfway through their escape, they encountered yet another sealing array. This area is far too expansive, Zhang Xianzu exclaimed, a lump forming on his forehead as perspiration trickled down his back. He attempted to breach both the northern and southern barriers, only to face failure on both fronts. This sealing array was absurdly vast, nearly encompassing all of Dahan No. 1 High School. Some students began to notice the oddities. Presently, Dahan No. 1 High School was a one-way street. Entry was permitted, but exit was impossible, and the outside world remained oblivious to the turmoil within. Once inside, mobile signals were lost, and various skills could not alter the situation in the slightest. Help! What in the world is happening? Panic engulfed the school as students sought teachers, and teachers sought the principal, resulting in utter chaos. What do we do now? In a corner of the southern garden, Lei Bin and the others hid among the foliage, whispering. Wait! Zhang Xianzu's expression darkened. The sealing array had severed all signals. They could only hope that a parent would notice the anomalies and report to the Lord's manor. Only in that manner could they find a glimmer of hope. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Sun Tzu's complexion soured as he spoke urgently. In his surveillance domain, 3 figures descended through the air with clarity. The art of aerial manipulation? Members of the Liu family. How could this be possible? In an instant, Sun Tzu's heart was thrown into disarray. Chapter 49, Gravitational Field, Overweight Cannon. Lei Bin. We have a tough battle ahead. Protect Sun Tzu. Zhang Xianzu was acutely aware that evasion was no longer an option. The opposing side possessed a detection technique akin to that of the Sun family. He had sensed their mental energies sweeping over him more than once. With such a technique in play, no concealment spells would prove effective. Having said this, he took the initiative to strike. Gravitational field. In a heartbeat, all firepower was unleashed. Boom. The gravity of this space underwent a terrifying transformation. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 figures opposite plummeted from the air. Had they succeeded? Lei Bin's face lit up with anticipation. This was Zhang Xianzu's renowned signature move, capable of altering regional gravity in an instant. With a maximum potential of 10 times gravity. Unless one specialized in melee combat, they could resist it to some degree. Casters, archers, healers, and other such fragile classes would be crushed into a pulp by the overwhelming gravitational force. It was not so simple. Sun Tzu shook his head. He could perceive that the adversaries were merely slightly unsteady. They were unharmed. At that moment, he heard the principal's voice in his ear. Xiao Su, when the time is right, I will create an opening in the sealing array. Do not hesitate. Use the teleportation talisman to escape. No matter where you end up, head straight to the Lord's mansion. If they dare to act within the campus, no other place will be safe. Do you understand? Sun Tzu's eyes reddened as he nodded emphatically. He could sense the principal's determination. For the principal to utter such words, the strength of the adversary must be exceedingly formidable. As expected, as the dust cleared, a formidable figure charged through the tenfold gravity, moving with a speed that was astonishing. The Earth Giant. Zhang Xianzu's expression turned grave. His staff waved as he summoned 2 3-meter-tall stone giants from the ground to shield him. The Earth Giants were capable of unleashing earthen armor and excelled in defense, boasting significant health as tank-like summons. Hopefully, they could hold out for a while, Zhang Xianzu murmured, incanting a spell, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Halfway through his incantation, the 2 Earth Giants were violently hurled away. In midair, their earthen armor shattered, accompanied by the furious roar of the man. Overlord slash. Boom. Unmatched sword energy surged forth. In the golden radiance, the assailant resembled a war god clad in golden armor. The golden light erupted as a dazzling slash swept horizontally. Blood-red characters appeared above the heads of the 2 Earth Giants. 25 million. 25 million. Boom. Their health was instantly depleted. The 2 Earth Giants crumbled into dust, scattering across the ground. Did it happen in an instant? Not only was Lei Bin dumbfounded, but even Zhang Xianzu, who had been charging his ultimate move, was left stunned. Where did this war god come from? One strike dealt 120,000 damage and even triggered a doubling of attack count. It was genuinely terrifying. As the residual sword energy swept through, the 3 adversaries fell into a state of dizziness. 1 for each. Lin Ye shouted. The 3 shared a tacit understanding. Xiang Fanqing lunged toward Zhang Xianzu, while Zhang Jingfu charged at Lei Bin. Lin Ye acted decisively, activating the meteor step he had just learned. Like a shooting star, he appeared instantaneously before Sun Tzu. With a mere gesture, a terrifying wind blade erupted. In less than half a second, all of Sun Tzu's exquisite equipment lay scattered across the ground. In the next moment, the wind blade sliced through his body, blood splattering 3 feet. Young master, Lei Bin exclaimed in shock. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? Prepare to die. Zhang Jingfu fumed, unleashing the full might of the 5 elements master. The intents of wood, water, fire, and earth surged in succession, amplifying his power by a staggering 2,000. He drove Lei Bin back step by step. Invade. Lin Ye tossed down a skeleton warrior. The black light virus enveloped Sun Tzu's body, poised to completely invade in a moment. Beast. On the opposite side, Zhang Xianzu was beside himself with rage. Sun Tzu was a once-in-a-century genius. Such a detection class would play a significant role in top-tier dungeons and future national wars. Boom. The gravitational field warped. Xiang Fanqing's figure was uncontrollably pressed into the ground, subjected to over 10-fold gravity. Is that all you've got? Xiang Fanqing roared. With a crash, an eerie black light emanated from his body as the full power of the sealing force erupted, barely allowing him to withstand the gravitational field. In the meantime, Zhang Xianzu completed his spell. Overweight cannon. He bellowed. A cylindrical barrier formed in his hands, aimed skyward. Boom. The barrier struck the surface of the sealing array, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Although it could not break the array, it created a small opening. Xiaosu, now's your chance. Zhang Xianzu shouted furiously. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. Below, the skeleton warrior attempting to invade Sun Tzu wore a perplexed expression. Bang. The corpse exploded in a mist of blood. A broken doll fell to the ground. A death doll? Lin Ye was taken aback. Such a special item was exceedingly expensive, with a starting price in the tens of millions. In the next moment, Sun Tzu's figure appeared not far away. Without a hint of hesitation, he produced a shimmering rune talisman and tore it apart. Teleportation talisman. Get down here. Lin Ye roared in fury, a flash of purple light flickering in his eyes. In his rage, he automatically triggered the overbearing aura. Buzz. In an instant, emanating from his form, the purple aura surged across the entire Dahani zone. All students and teachers were left dazed. Even Zhang Xianzu and Xiang Fanqing were affected. The gravitational field was disrupted, and the Overlord Slash lost its sword energy. Overbearing aura? A member of the Chu family? Zhang Xianzu was left speechless. The city of Dahan has long been steeped in legend. The Chu family's Overlord Spear had an exceedingly low probability of cultivating overbearing aura. However, over the years, aside from the original founder of the Chu family awakening it, no one else had ever done so. Gradually, this matter was forgotten. Yet now, the overbearing aura had re-emerged. Zhang Xianzu was first astonished, then consumed with rage. In his sight, Sun Tzu's teleportation talisman was interrupted by the overbearing aura. The space became chaotic, enveloping him halfway, leaving only one of Sun Tzu's arms to teleport away. While he himself screamed in agony, blood gushed from the severed arm. Uft! A bone blade pierced through his heart. This time, there was no death doll to save him. Sun Tzu was swiftly invaded by the blacklight virus. Beast! Zhang Xianzu roared. The aura of magical power surged profoundly throughout the surroundings. The incantation of spells resonated. Buzz. The cylindrical barrier in hand pivoted towards Lin Ye. PFF, PFF, PFF. Layers of protective energy, as fragile as balloons, shattered at an astonishing speed. 1 layer, 3 times. 5 layers. Within the blink of an eye, all 9 layers were annihilated. The Overlord Slash. Lin Ye nonchalantly drew a colossal sword from his spatial ring. With a whoosh, his body was enveloped in golden radiance. Like a divine warrior, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The energy barrier collided with him, igniting dazzling sparks. Yet, at this stage of the Overlord Slash, his body remained impervious to harm, utterly unbreakable in defense. In contrast, Zhang Xianzu was merely a mage, exceedingly fragile. Even clad in legendary armor, he was directly struck by the torrent of sword energy. Over 100,000 damage erupted, instantaneously shattering the defenses of the legendary set. Chapter 50. Plunder, Plunder, sees Zhang Xianzu. PFF. Zhang Xianzu spat blood, his body punctured by a gaping wound. The super heavy cannon spell promptly dispersed. As he was propelled backward, a fierce glint flickered in Xiang Fanqing's eyes. He dashed through the air, severing Zhang Xianzu's life with a single stroke. The blacklight virus invaded. A skeletal warrior swiftly burrowed into his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfu also concluded his battle. 1 arrow exchanged for a punch. Lei Bin's wolf arrow pierced through Jiang Jingfu's left arm. Jiang Jingfu retaliated with a fist imbued with 4-fold intention, momentarily penetrating Lei Bin's torso. The blacklight virus invaded. In a fleeting moment, the brand new Sun Tzu, Zhang Xianzu, and Lei Bin emerged. Lin Ye's vision was graced with plunder information. Ding, you have plundered the LV5 super heavy cannon. Ding, you have plundered the LV5 gravity field. Ding, you have plundered the summon earth giant. Ding, you have plundered the overseer field. Ding, you have plundered the wolf arrow. The information transitioned. Super heavy cannon, LV5 consumes 1800 points of mana, forming a malleable translucent barrier in hand that launches towards the opponent, capable of disintegrating them into atomic states and rendering them to ashes, generating a vast explosion. Inflicts 25,000 magical damage based on intelligence attributes to enemies in its path. Gravity field, LV5 releases a gravity field within the designated area, enhancing gravity 10-fold, at the cost of double consumption, capable of amplifying the gravity value. Summon Earth Giant, LV3 consumes 500 points of mana, summoning 2 Earth Giants clad in earthly armor. Overseer Field, LV3 monitors a designated area, amplifying detection waves fourfold. Wolf Arrow, LV4 transforms into a wolf, allowing control over the arrow's trajectory. Wolf Step, LV4 increases movement speed by 100. The first three belonged to Zhang Xianju, while the latter three were from Sun Tzu and Lei Bin. In terms of quality, all were exceedingly practical and powerful. Master, someone is approaching. Sun Tzu gazed towards the city lord's manor, speaking in hushed tones. I see. Lin Ye nodded. Having acquired the Overseer Field from Sun Tzu, his detection technique was now quadrupled in strength. Even amidst interference arrays, it posed no hindrance to him. He could distinctly sense the movements towards the city lord's manor. Clearly, during the recent battle, the abrupt disappearance of the severed arm caused panic, prompting the city lord's manor to dispatch a guard team for investigation. This is your responsibility. Additionally, in your spare time, infiltrate more teachers. I require several experiments. Lin Ye turned towards Zhang Xianju. Having plundered Xiang Fanqing's memories, he possessed a deeper understanding of the Lu family at the city lord's manor. The LV5 sealing power was not flawless. Even Zhang Xianju's super heavy cannon could breach it. It was prudent to assume the Lu family might possess similar spells. Thus, until they had thoroughly deciphered their dominion teleportation, it was wise to remain in the shadows for now. Rest assured, Master, within a day, I shall secure all teachers. Zhang Xianju proclaimed with unwavering confidence. There's no need for haste. The city lord's manor will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the school. Proceed cautiously, Lin Ye advised, then vanished into the ground alongside Xiang Fanqing and Jiang Jingfu. In an instant, they disappeared. As they vanished, the sealing power enveloping the outskirts of Dehen No. One high school dissipated entirely. This occurrence immediately drew the attention of the entire school. The strange power has vanished. Ha ha ha, I can leave the school now. What was that just now? My head is still buzzing. Who knows? Let's head home. The school isn't safe. Quick, quick, the guard team is coming. It's getting more troublesome. The students' terror persisted. Even with teachers attempting to soothe them, their desire to return home remained unyielding. Observing the situation, Zhang Xianju cast a gravity field over them. In an instant, every student fell to their knees. The crisis is averted. Return to class. A voice imbued with authority resonated throughout the campus. Everyone recognized it belonged to their principal, a formidable figure ranked 13th on the Earth leaderboard, the backbone of the entire school. This proclamation undoubtedly served as a morale booster. After a brief pause, thunderous cheers erupted. Long live the principal. The principal is awesome. With the principal here, we fear nothing. Unbeknownst to them, the true principal had already been replaced. After the brief uproar, campus security was subdued. However, the guard team had arrived. A dozen individuals soared through the sky. Led by Captain Lu Qian of the guard team, ranked 15th on the Earth leaderboard, a notch below Zhang Xianju. They were not easily deceived. Fortunately, inheriting Zhang Xianju's cunning, the invading skeletal minion remained unfazed, responding effortlessly and shifting all blame onto the sinners. Lu Qian, however, remained skeptical. Their heads were already spinning. Recently, the Chu family had engaged in conflict with the three major families. Just 2 days prior, the commotion from the challenge had settled, and this morning, yet another skirmish erupted at Dahikan. It was said that the sinners had seized Zhao family's transport vehicles, but who was unaware of the true perpetrator? It was the Chu family. Over this matter, the Zhao family patriarch had lamented at the city lord's manor for the better part of the day, exasperating the lord. Just as they had managed to placate the Zhao family patriarch, trouble arose again at the school. Fortunately, no one had been injured. Old Zhang, once things settled down, let us team up to take out a sinner camp to shake off the bad luck. Lu Qian extended an invitation. Absolutely, I'm at your service. Zhang Xianju readily agreed. All right, I'm off. Have the subordinates take statements. Just a formality, Lu Qian remarked before soaring into the sky. Let us head back and rest. Tomorrow we begin infiltrating the school. As he watched Lu Qian's silhouette fade, a crimson glint flickered in Zhang Xianju's eyes. Suddenly, he realized he had obtained the authority to summon from space. He chuckled softly, leading Sun Tzu and Lei Bin back to their dormitory. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and his companions, having attacked the school, did not depart. Jiang Jingfu had sustained minor injuries. It is not advisable to embark on a journey at this moment, as there are still matters that require attention. They hailed a taxi to the Bai family martial arts hall. Upon entering, they were warmly welcomed by the hall's master, Bai Peng, who guided them inside with an eager expression. Along the way, both apprentices and members of the Bai family displayed expressions of respect. Lin Ye glanced around and immediately discerned that they had all been infiltrated. Their movements were indeed swift. Lin Ye offered a compliment, which brought immense joy to Bai Peng. Since the successful invasion 2 days prior, he had resolved to capture the entire Bai family. The martial arts hall was merely the beginning. However, upon hearing the master's praise, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to orchestrate something significant within the next 3 days. The group proceeded to the backyard, where Jiang Jingfu was taken to tend to his injuries with Bai Peng's assistance. Lin Ye and Xiang Fanqing engaged in a study of the power of sealing in the courtyard. Through his recent sparring session with Zhang Xianju, he discovered that the level 5 sealing power was not flawless. Yet, This skill had already reached its maximum level, leaving no room for enhancement through plundering. He was utterly at a loss regarding how to break through the constraints and ascend to levels 6 and 7. After hours of research, the conclusion pointed toward the concept of being a good teacher. Chapter 51, Max Level Blood Burning Technique, Summoning 48 in 1 second. Solely relying on personal comprehension proved to be inefficient. However, being a good teacher was different. Teaching others would also yield stable experience for oneself. Lin Ye had contemplated this approach earlier, which is why he had instructed Zhang Xianzhu to infiltrate the school's teachers, allowing them to pass on knowledge to their students and receive feedback experience, an accumulation that could serve as a means to transcend limits. Master, can teaching others extend to instructing summoned entities as well? Xiang Fanqing's eyes gleamed, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. You truly have a knack for this. Lin Ye praised, sensing great potential in the idea. All summoned entities could share skills, each possessing sealing power and the essence of being a good teacher. If this could be effective, it would equate to an infinite exploit of capabilities. I shall give it a try? Xiang Fanqing exclaimed excitedly, diving into the summoning space. Lin Ye shook his head, connecting his consciousness to the infinite domain, quickly locating Chu He and the others. A throng of individuals was gathered, grinning broadly at the sight of several carts laden with supplies. These were the spoils acquired from their recent collaboration with Zhao Qinggang to ambush the Zhao family's transport team. The wealth of equipment and provisions was valued at no less than 20 to 30 million. Master, how shall we proceed? Chu He inquired, his eyes glistening with emotion as he communicated with Lin Ye across the infinite domain. What you have seized, allocate it to enhance the Bawang army's equipment, Lin Ye instructed. Thank you, Master. Chu He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need for such formalities among comrades, Lin Ye reprimanded lightly before continuing. I have taken care of Sun Tzu from the Sun family. I have shared the observer domain of Sun Tzu into the infinite domain. Those interested can download it. Once downloaded, you should know what to do. Excellent. Chu He rejoiced. The Sun family specialized in intelligence operations, boasting numerous personnel and maintaining tight secrecy. The Chu family had searched extensively, but aside from some inconsequential outposts, they had yet to uncover significant opportunities. However, with Sun Tzu's observer domain, everything would change. It was akin to implanting a GPS within the veins of the Sun family, rendering them utterly detectable no matter where they fled. Master, I will immediately have Uncle Lu prepare personnel. This time, we are destined for prosperity. Chu He's eyes sparkled with ambition. Once they could convert all of the Sun family's operatives into their own, the strongest intelligence organization in Dahanshi would undoubtedly be theirs. Do not underestimate them. The core members of the Sun family have learned the shadow clone technique, making infiltration far from simple, Lin Ye cautioned, choosing not to interfere further. He preferred independence, and if every matter required his oversight, it would be hardly enjoyable. He clearly delineated the tasks, leaving the rest to his subordinates to execute. Afterward, he turned to Zhao Qinggang. Although they had collaborated to take down the Zhao family transport team, both groups were preoccupied with their respective tasks. Chu He was responsible for managing supplies, while Zhao Qinggang was busy commanding a horde of skeletal warriors to invade the remains of the Zhao family transport team, particularly focusing on his elder brother, Zhao Ziqing. The results were promising. Lin Ye's vision was filled with the rising data of blood-burning technique experience. After successfully invading Zhao Ziqing, the blood-burning technique broke through to an unprecedented max level of 5. It was unprecedented because the ancestors of the Zhao family had the potential to surpass level 5, but had refrained from doing so. The reasons were unspoken, but upon breaking through, Lin Ye understood them. The information updated as follows. Blood-burning technique, LV5 sacrifice 80, 000 health points, enhancing attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 200, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. 80,000 health. It had doubled. Lin Ye nodded to himself, realizing that he could bear such an extravagant health pool. For other professions, barring exceptional Blood Knight warriors of legendary caliber, casting blood-burning technique would likely drain them before they could even utilize secret arts to defeat foes. Of course, the cost had doubled, and so too would the rewards. The 200 increase in 3 types of speed was undoubtedly a top-tier skill, whether for combat prowess or escape capabilities. However, Lin Ye was indifferent to these enhancements. His primary concern lay with the casting speed, as it directly influenced the efficiency of summoning skeletal minions. A 200 increase in casting speed equated to 24 summons per second. Considering the shadow clone aspect, it translated to an astonishing 48 summons per second, exponentially enhancing efficiency. How exhilarating. The grand spectacle that came to mind made it impossible for Lin Ye to suppress a smile. His gaze shifted toward Shuangfeng Mountain, and indeed, as anticipated, the increase in casting speed for his main body invigorated the shadow clones as well. Boom, boom, boom. With a single casting, 24 skeletal warriors emerged. In the blink of an eye, 48, 72, 96. Before long, the mountaintop platform was surrounded by skeletal warriors. This sight left Zhang Yu, who was nearby casting blessing, utterly bewildered. Was this summoning magic? It was akin to an explosion of troops. On the opposing side, the shadow clones, expressionless, commanded the skeletal warriors, who dove into the blood pool like dumplings, swiftly sealing off the pool's access. There was an urgent need to accelerate the collection of the Crown of Sin. Lin Ye sighed softly. The attributes of the skeletal warriors were excessively high, and the blood pool's absorption rate could not keep pace with the summoning speed. A complete Crown of Sin was urgently required to balance the attribute disparities. Moreover, he had just noticed that the mana potions for the shadow clones had run out, necessitating a substantial supply. These were all unfortunate tidings. Conversely, the good news was that a new wave of death retribution had arrived. Ding. Death retribution. All attributes 110,000. Total attribute value 460,000. A surge of mysterious energy engulfed him, wildly enhancing the 4 primary attributes within him. In an instant, power, health, mana, and speed all surged dramatically. In contrast, all the skeletal warriors received their master's bounteous gifts, each attribute soaring by 600. Amidst this formidable enhancement, every skeletal minion was invigorated with newfound spirit. However, the doppelganger faced a quandary. It was already struggling to sustain the blood pool prior to the rejuvenation. Now fortified, the situation appeared even more dire. The absorption of blood occurred at a rate of 7 to 8 points per second. For the skeletal warriors, whose health amounted to several 100,000, even under the weight of multiple debuffs, they still retained nearly 20,000 health. Consequently, it would take an average of over 40 minutes to vanquish a mere 100 skeletal warriors. Efficiency had plummeted. While one faction was beset by worry, another rejoiced. In stark contrast to the doppelganger's dismay, Chu He and Chu Zhongping burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Xianju was uplifted in spirit. Zhao Changgang brimmed with fighting spirit. Bai Peng was filled with martial fervor, and Sun Li remained as steadfast as ever. Xiang Fanqing engaged in bold innovations. Everyone was relishing the process of becoming stronger, and Lin Ye was no exception. After tending to some trivial matters, he immersed himself in his room for a brief session of yoga and meditation. As evening fell, a knock echoed at the door. He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Finally, it had arrived. His gaze shifted towards the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned a figure clad in a form-fitting black attire, merging seamlessly with the night. The garment enveloped her form, exquisitely delineating her tall and slender silhouette. She exhaled softly, her voice delicate, akin to a cat stealthily concealed in the shadows, standing silently in wait. Chapter 52. The Guo family in the inner city, masters of the explosive rankings. The visitor was none other than Xiao Mo, who dealt in equipment and resource procurement. I've come, Lin Ye announced. Boss, everything is settled, Xiao Mo replied respectfully, presenting a spatial ring. Ah, Lin Ye accepted the ring, and a wealth of information materialized before his eyes. Ding, Mana Recovery Potion X 5319. Ding, Weakness Potion X 2298. Ding, LV 20 Zombie Dungeon, Key X8. Excellent. 8 keys to the zombie dungeon, 4 for master level, 2 for nightmare, and 2 for hell difficulty. Admiration flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Dungeon keys were scarce and consumable. That Xiao Mo managed to procure 8 in such a short time clearly indicated her considerable effort. By fortunate chance, the treasure pavilion accepted 5 keys, which I was reluctant to use, and I acquired them at a price 15 higher than the market rate. The rest were purchased at the inner city trading post. But boss, there are only these mana recovery potions for now. As many students are scrambling to buy them with the looming college entrance exams, Xiao Mo recounted candidly. Very good, Lin Ye nodded. These 8 dungeon keys will undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative leap for the Blacklight virus, with a significant chance of elevating it by 5 or 6 levels, unlocking new supreme attributes and summons. As for the mana recovery potions, 5,319 bottles are more than sufficient, enough to summon over 200,000 skeletal minions. Not to mention invading the 3 major families. Even an incursion into the Lord's mansion would be feasible. Boss, I have a request. Despite feeling exhausted, Xiao Mo remained spirited. I know, as mentioned last time, Lin Ye said, stretching his shoulders. There's no time like the present, since I have nothing else to do. Let's pay a visit to the Guo family. The Guo family, one of the 4 major families in Dahan City, was situated in the Western Trade District, their power rivaling only that of the Liu and Chu families. Previously, Lin Ye had tasked Chu He with gathering information on the Guo family, thus acquiring a basic understanding of them. Renowned for their mastery of formations, the Guo family was responsible for the awakening and protective formations across various campuses. Their maintenance fees alone reached astronomical sums, rendering the Guo family exceedingly wealthy and formidable. This financial clout had fostered a new generation of heirs who were notoriously arrogant, rivaling the deceased Chu army in their audacity, engaging in numerous grievances. Yet, due to the Guo family's influence, they were often called upon to repair city defenses, with the Lord's mansion turning a blind eye. Over time, the Guo family had established themselves as the overlords of the Western District. Fortunately, their expansion was limited to the West, causing minimal conflict with other influential families. Before departing, Lin Ye summoned by Peng and entrusted him with 3,000 mana recovery potions to deliver to the doppelganger at Shuangfeng Mountain. He then glanced at Jiang Jingfu, whose left arm had nearly healed. Upon hearing about avenging Xiao Mo, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clamoring to join. Then let us go, Lin Ye chuckled. A yellowish light enveloped them, enabling a swift subterranean journey. As they traversed, he produced a skill book for the Celestial Wolf Arrow and Celestial Wolf Steps, skills he had crafted after plundering Lei Bin's abilities. Quickly learn these to enhance your strength. You will find great utility in them in the future. Lin Ye tossed the book to Xiao Mo boss. Xiao Mo exclaimed, filled with excitement, and immediately began learning the Celestial Wolf Arrow and Celestial Wolf Steps. With her unparalleled marksman class augmentation, the potency of both skills escalated dramatically. It is no exaggeration to say that under the condition of a 100 critical hit, a single arrow from her could instantly eliminate Lei Bin. Lin Ye was also deliberately nurturing them. Though the summoned skeletal minions could inherit the memories of the individuals they had plundered, they lacked inherent leadership capabilities. Initially, this was manageable, but as the scale of their forces grew into the tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions, each division would require a capable leader to manage them. Otherwise, he would be utterly overwhelmed. In his vision, Jiang Jingfu would command the skeletal warriors, Xiao Mo the skeletal archers, and Zhang Yu the skeletal mages. Even in the early stages, this would suffice. Half an hour later, at the villa district adjacent to the western riverbank, a realm of affluence. The residents here were predominantly from the upper echelons of society. The night was deep, yet the villa district shone brightly, bustling with figures. The tremendous sound waves reverberated across the river, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Boss, Gui Yuanshan is in villa number 7. Xiao Mo's eyes glinted with hatred. Let us proceed, Lin Ye affirmed. The three moved with the agility of swallows, crossing the Han River, landing just outside the villa district with a few nimble leaps. A faint hum resonated as a pale golden protective formation emerged, resembling a scaled-down version of the city defense array, capable of withstanding numerous beastly assaults. Yet, before Lin Ye, the ceiling power flickered, effortlessly tearing a massive opening. The dozen or so security guards at the entrance remained oblivious, only to be swiftly rendered unconscious by a pebble tossed by Xiao Mo moments later. The trio entered villa number 7 at a leisurely pace. Along the way, they faintly observed servants burning paper money on the ground. Upon seeing the three, especially Xiao Mo, their faces turned pale with terror. Young miss, what are you doing? Xiao Mo frowned. The master instructed to prepare it for the madam. To avoid any ill fortune, the servant replied cautiously. Madam, what on earth happened? Xiao Mo narrowed her eyes, her voice sharp with inquiry. The servant, unable to conceal the truth, quietly recounted the sequence of events. After she joined the suicide squad, Gui Yuanshan's injuries had healed, yet he reverted to his old ways, prone to violence and maintaining several mistresses. The madam, unable to tolerate this, confronted Gui Yuanshan multiple times. But tragically, she lost her life in the process. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo's gaze turned frigid. Although the bond with her mother had been severed the moment she entered the suicide squad, her return was driven by a desire for vengeance. The news of her mother's death at Gui Yuanshan's hands ignited her hatred to its zenith. At that moment, the villa door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a bathrobe, accompanied by a black-suited bodyguard, emerged. He reeked of alcohol and leered at Xiao Mo, jesting. I wondered who had arrived. It turns out to be my dear daughter. Indeed, a girl grows more beautiful with age. You surpass your deceased mother in looks. Come, let your father embrace you. He stretched out his arms in mockery. You're courting death. Xiao Mo's face turned icy as she drew her powerful bow, knocked an arrow, and released it in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The newly learned celestial wolf arrow soared through the air, transforming into a magnificent silver wolf as it hurtled towards him. Help! Gui Yuanshan jolted, the alcohol sobering him significantly. Having narrowly escaped death from Xiao Mo's arrow previously, he had prepared this time by hiring a formidable bodyguard. Retreat! The bodyguard leapt into the air, unsheathing his sword to strike the wolf's head. Clang! Sparks erupted as the two forces collided. In mere moments, the bodyguard's expression shifted dramatically. The celestial wolf arrow seemed to harbor terrifying power. The sword met the wolf as if it had struck a cannonball, shattering into pieces, along with the bodyguard's form, which exploded mid-air. Chapter 53, The Water Screen Array, Water Spirit Pearl. What? How is this possible? Gui Yuanshan's heart raced with fear. This bodyguard was a ranked expert, albeit at the very end of the list, yet still a legitimate force. To be defeated by a single arrow? Damn it, what a waste of my 5 million. In his shock, the celestial wolf arrow veered off course, heading backward. Yet in the next instant, it seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, redirecting mid-air in a reverse shot. What the hell? Gui Yuanshan swore, helplessly watching as the arrow pierced his abdomen. But in the next heartbeat, the space around him distorted, and his figure vanished. Teleportation after sustaining injury? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Having absorbed Xiang Fanqing's memories, his knowledge now rivaled that of the older generation of powerful beings. He immediately recognized Gui Yuanshan's escape technique. This method was more precious than Sun Tzu's teleportation talisman. It was a special formation inscribed deep within the bloodline by a master of formations. Upon taking a lethal blow, it would trigger a teleportation to what they deemed the safest location. Boss, Xiao Mo's expression shifted as she realized that, due to the bodyguard's interference, the arrow's potency had diminished significantly. She sensed that Gui Yuanshan was not yet dead. Don't worry, he won't escape, Lin Ye scoffed. Buzz. A wave of detection emanated from his consciousness. Enhanced by Sun Tzu's monitoring domain, the range quadrupled from 320,000 meters to 280,000 meters. With such an extensive surveillance area, they quickly pinpointed Gui Yuanshan's escape direction, the suburbs, Doyle Mountain. He cast his gaze toward the distance. The ancestral grounds of the Guo family. Xiao Mo's face darkened as she explained, the Guo family has been renowned for their formations for generations. Their ancestral grounds are safeguarded by numerous protective arrays, their centuries of accumulation making their smaller defenses stronger than city defense formations. Moreover, Doyle Mountain houses many of the Guo family's formation masters, making it easier to defend than to attack. Let's head over and see, Lin Ye stated. The three moved swiftly. Guided by his innate radar-like ability, they reached the outskirts of Doyle Mountain in no time. Boss, so many formations. Jiang Jingfu stood at the boundary marker. Before even crossing the line, he was repelled by layer upon layer of array energy. Let me give it a try. Lin Ye spread his fingers. Buzz. A black sealing force surged forth, sweeping across the entire hillside. Puff, puff. A dozen formations instantly ruptured, creating openings. The trio hurried inside. Within the formation, they found themselves surrounded by water, with a small hill rising over 50 meters in height at the center. Atop the hill, a few rows of houses were faintly visible, likely the living quarters of the Guo family. This water seems off, Xiao Mo murmured, releasing an arrow. Boom. The entire lake roiled violently, a terrifying water curtain rising. The celestial wolf arrow pierced through without causing a ripple. A water screen array. Lin Ye squinted. This type of array belongs to the water energy category, immune to physical damage. Even the mightiest strikes would merely skim across the surface. Stand back. He spread his fingers. Black energy enveloping the water's surface as he prepared to suppress the water curtain. Beneath the lake, a sky-blue pearl glimmered, spinning smoothly. With each rotation, it unleashed extraordinary energy, silently resisting the sealing force. The water spirit pearl. Lin Ye exclaimed in delight. The water spirit pearl is a treasure of the water element, imbued with abundant oceanic power. It can alter the owner's constitution, enhancing their affinity for water, providing water resistance, and boosting magical defenses. Absorbing and refining it might even allow one to break through the limits of sealing power. Furthermore, such treasures can serve as the heart of an array, strengthening it. The sealing force can affect the array but cannot influence the water spirit pearl. Thus, to dismantle the array, one must first retrieve the water spirit pearl. The strategist behind this formation is surely meticulous. Dismantling the heart of the array will not be simple. Jiang Jingfu tossed a chicken drumstick, pilfered from the villa, into the lake. Splash, splash. Dozens of water element crocodiles surged forth, jaws agape, scrambling for the food. Elemental beasts, this is troublesome. Xiao Mo frowned. Such beasts, like the array, have elementalized bodies and inherently resist physical attacks, unless one employs elemental counterattacks or high-level dominance. Otherwise, only it could strike you, and you were powerless to retaliate. The numbers were considerable. Lin Ye glanced around, struck by inspiration. He opened the summoning space and directly cast in hundreds of skeletal warriors. With a splash, a swarm of water elemental crocodiles surged forth from beneath the lake, launching a frenzied assault on the skeletal soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Underwater, their combat prowess surged. They unleashed a barrage of water arrows from a distance, and upon closing in, resorted to serrated bites and death rolls. Within mere minutes, over 600 skeletal warriors were vanquished. Ding. Death's retribution, a staggering 900 points to all attributes. Quite efficient, Lin Ye noted, his eyes gleaming. However, this was not the time for attribute farming. He had pressing matters to attend to. He promptly patted the hellish three-headed leopard tattoo on his arm. In terms of immunity to attacks, none could rival the supreme bloodline of the little leopard. Slipping into the shadow realm, it became completely immune. It was time to get to work. With a flourish, the tattoo transformed into a magnificent, three-headed hellish leopard. Having consumed a considerable amount of equipment and metal, it had evolved to level 10, though still inferior in level to the little wolf. Master? The little leopard, its mouth agape in confusion, looked up, expecting to be fed. Don't be impatient. Once we seize the purple copper mines of the three great families, everything will be yours. Furthermore, when we return tomorrow, I shall have Xiao Mo set up a junkyard for you, ensuring a month's worth of discarded equipment equivalent to several small hills. Lin Ye painted an enticing picture, nearly bringing the little leopard to tears with desire. Under his command, it charged towards the water spirit pearl, its eyes aglow. Splash. With remarkable speed, it dove beneath the surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, numerous water elemental crocodiles unleashed their water arrows. Yet, with a flicker of dark light, the little wolf vanished from sight. All the water arrows fell short, losing momentum before returning to the lake. The elemental crocodiles, lacking in intelligence, could not comprehend the concept of the shadow realm, merely assuming the monster that had invaded their territory had perished. They resumed their aimless swimming. From Lin Ye's perspective, he could clearly see the little leopard evade all attacks from the elemental crocodiles as it swiftly made its way to the location of the water spirit pearl. Splash! As the space shifted, a paw emerged from the shadow realm. Clang! The crisp sound echoed as the water spirit pearl was successfully plucked from its resting place. Instantly, the entire lake erupted in chaos as the elemental crocodiles went berserk, charging madly towards the little leopard. Humph! A bunch of fools. The three-headed hellish leopard sneezed innocently, clutching the water spirit pearl in its mouth. With a twist of its body, it vanished once more into the shadow realm. Chapter 54, The 1,000-Meter Giant Crocodile. The Path of the Heart. Boom! Hundreds upon thousands of water elemental crocodiles collided, unleashing a torrent of waves. Moments later, as the foamy spray settled, the lake lay empty. The water spirit pearl had vanished, along with the scoundrel who had stolen it. Roar! 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 All the elemental crocodiles' eyes turned crimson as they howled in frustration towards the sky. After their fury subsided, they remained stubbornly hopeful. 99% of the elemental crocodiles lingered nearby. The water spirit pearl held a fatal allure for any water-based life form, and they were no exception. Although they could not comprehend why it had disappeared into thin air, the lingering scent of the water spirit pearl still hung in the air, prompting them to guard the vicinity. This posed a dilemma for the little leopard. What are you still doing there? Hurry back. Lin Ye transmitted urgently. I can't return, master, the three-headed hellish leopard whined pitifully. This pearl is peculiar. Carrying it prevents me from moving in the shadow realm. Maintaining this state drains a significant amount of mana every second. I'm only level 10, and I can sustain it for just a few minutes. Once time is up, I'll be expelled from the shadow realm. That's simple. I'll draw the crocodiles away, and you immediately activate your speed skill to return. Remember, do not drop the water spirit pearl. It possesses sentience and will change direction upon encountering water. The next time you wish to capture it, it won't be so easy, Lin Ye cautioned carefully. Understood. The little leopard nodded vigorously. With that, Lin Ye opened the summoning space once more. In an instant, over 20,000 skeletal warriors descended, swiftly occupying a substantial portion of the lake's surface. Roar! The elemental crocodiles, enraged by the invasion of their territory, erupted in furious roars. They were already irate from the theft of the water spirit pearl, and now this horde of accursed skeletal beings dared to provoke them. Enough was enough. Upon sighting their new adversaries, the elemental crocodiles unleashed their most potent attacks without hesitation. Even if it meant sacrificing years of their lifespan, they were determined to impart a significant lesson to these undead beings. With a great splash, thousands of crocodiles merged into one, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long elemental giant crocodile, which charged furiously at the skeletal army. The giant crocodile whipped its tail, terrifying bites, death rolls, a massive tidal wave. Ding, clang, clang. The battle raged fiercely, the clash of forces reaching a fever pitch. Now, observing that the 1,000-meter giant crocodile had been drawn away by the skeletal warriors, Lin Ye noted its departure by several hundred meters. Seizing the opportunity, the little leopard dashed forth. Whoosh! It emerged from the shadow realm. The moment it did, it activated its speed skill. At level 1, it had already increased its speed by 400. Now at level 10, it surged even faster, gaining an additional 650 speed. Boom! A gust of wind erupted beneath its feet as it skimmed across the surface of the water. Its speed was astonishing. With a base movement speed of 50 meters per second, multiplied by 65, it could cover 325 meters in a mere second only to Lin Ye. The 1,000-meter giant crocodile possessed an acute sense of perception, especially within its own territorial waters. It immediately detected the scent of the water spirit pearl. Roar! Its visage twisted in rage as it unleashed a stream of foul saliva towards the little leopard. No way! Xiaomo scoffed, drawing her explosive damage bow. She pulled back the string and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh! 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 3 celestial wolf arrows soared through the air, shattering the foul spit. Damn crocodile! Just wait until I grow up. I'll devour you whole. The little leopard, amidst the shower of saliva, yelped indignantly. It was a magnificent supreme divine beast. Yet it was being bullied by these wretched creatures. As it cursed, it moved even faster. Whoosh! In less than 2 seconds, it was back in Lin Ye's embrace, instantly becoming obedient. Master, your water spirit pearl. With that, it opened its mouth and expelled a pearl shimmering with blue brilliance. Well done, Lin Ye praised, tossing it a shattered legendary set. This was the legendary set he had inadvertently destroyed while defeating Zhang Xianzu the previous day. Realizing it had become futile, he decided to put it away, considering it an exquisite reward. Thank you, master, he said, as the little leopard's eyes sparkled with countless stars. With a swift motion, it opened its cherry-red mouth and devoured the legendary set, subsequently reverting to its tattooed state to digest. After its departure, Lin Ye grasped the water spirit pearl suspended in the air. It felt icy to the touch. Visible wisps of vapor spiraled around his body as it rotated, with each turn bestowing a refreshing sensation. Between breaths, a profound comfort enveloped him. This power was truly remarkable. Lin Ye closed his eyes, sensing the water spirit pearl's energy transforming him. Over time, he might even comprehend water-based spells. Moreover, he discerned an immense cosmic force contained within the pearl, akin to the sealing power within him, yet entirely opposite. The sealing force represented the understanding and control of the cosmos, whereas this cosmic power embodied the greatness of water, embracing all things. If he could grasp the cosmic force within the water spirit pearl, he would be able to manipulate certain rules of the water realm. A strange light flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. At that moment, he seemed to glimpse a path beyond the limits of the sealing power. Of course, these were discussions for another time. He would have to return and explore further. With that thought, he raised his hand and sent the water spirit pearl into the summoning space, intending for Xiang Fanqing to study it first. His gaze shifted towards the lake, where the 1,000-meter crocodile was engaged in a fierce battle with over 20,000 skeleton warriors. To be honest, it was a one-sided affair. The majority of the skeleton warriors relied on physical attacks, and despite having acquired numerous magical skills, their skill levels were too low and lacked the attributes needed to counter the elemental crocodile. Consequently, no matter how powerful or densely packed their attacks were, they failed to inflict fatal damage on the colossal crocodile. Even when severely injured, it could simply dive to the lake's bottom, swim a circle, and emerge fully rejuvenated. Moments later, a system notification appeared before him. Ding. Death rebirth. All attributes 840. The speed of recovery was astonishing, surpassing that of the blood pool. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed. These were still fully stated skeleton warriors. Once they were augmented with the Crown of Sin, the Weakening Potion, and Zhang Yu's Blessing spell, the combined effects would likely be even more formidable. Lost in thought, a resounding crash echoed. The once mighty 1,000-meter crocodile suddenly collapsed, fracturing into countless small crocodiles that fled rapidly underground. This combo technique had a time limit. Lin Ye felt a pang of regret. If only it could be extended indefinitely. It might have become a stable sanctuary for attribute farming. With a grand gesture, he recalled all the skeleton warriors and turned to continue deeper into Duqiu Mountain with Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu. Without the enhancement of the water spirit pearl, the water barrier formation was but a mere shadow in the face of the sealing power. A flash of black light split the formation, creating a 3-meter gap in its center. The trio stepped through the water barrier, revealing a stone bridge stretching over 100 meters. Crossing the bridge, they found themselves at the foot of Duqiu Mountain. The ascent was not steep, consisting of only 365 stone steps, known as the Path of Reflection. Beside the steps stood a tombstone inscribed with 3 twisting characters. Lin Ye was certain this was not the work of the Guo family. He sensed a magnificent, righteous aura emanating from those characters. A person possessing such grandeur would never allow the Guo family to run rampant. Chapter 55. Enhancing Dominance, the Guo family ancestral temple. Indeed, it was not. Xiao Mo stepped forward to explain. This was inscribed by Yi Hong, the direct disciple of the sage of literature, Lin Ye. Yi Hong, Lin Ye exclaimed. Surprised, he recognized the name. This individual was quite renowned, ranked 9th on the heavenly list, a level 89 unparalleled Confucian hero, excelling in both poetry and swordsmanship. He often lectured at prestigious universities, including the one Lin Ye attended, Dahan Sanzhong, which had paid a handsome sum to invite him. He was a top-tier powerhouse known throughout the nation. The tombstone was no ordinary inscription. It was a monument to Yi Hong's enlightenment after entering the Tao, encapsulating the essence of the Great Way, which could aid practitioners of any faction in their cultivation with remarkable efficacy. Xiao Mo touched the tombstone with a sense of regret, recounting how the ancestors of the Guo family had once squandered their fortune to purchase this stone, intending to fortify their descendants by having them traverse the path of reflection daily to strengthen their spirits. Yet, in this generation, it had merely become a tool for the Guo family's pretense, with the number of times they had walked the path being few and far between. How did they ascend? Jiang Jingfu interjected. With identity plaques, Xiao Mo replied, rolling her eyes. Those plaques bear special runes that can negate the Great Way's aura of the path of reflection. Oh, I see, Jiang Jingfu murmured, stepping onto the stone steps first. Buzz. A unique mental pressure enveloped him, causing him to shudder slightly before regaining his composure. He ascended another step. What is happening? Lin Ye inquired. Mental pressure. Its current intensity is comparable to my mental power, but it may increase as I progress. Jiang Jingfu honestly replied. His pace quickened, and he ascended several stone steps in succession. Boom. As expected, the pressure intensified, yet he could still endure it. Seeing Jiang Jingfu unfazed piqued Lin Ye's interest. With the sealing power in place, there was no fear of Guo Yuanshan escaping. Let us go together, he called out, stepping onto the path of reflection. As his foot touched the ground, a terrifying mental pressure descended, as if an enormous divine mountain had landed upon his heart. Dizziness ensued, nearly toppling him. Damn it. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Observing Jiang Jingfu's ease, he wondered why it was so outrageous for him. Turning to glance at Xiao Mo, he noted she too ascended several steps effortlessly, much like Jiang Jingfu. Why the discrepancy in treatment? Lin Ye gritted his teeth, sensing an inexplicable malice. Stepping onto the second step, the pressure increased again. Glancing ahead at the remaining steps, 363 in total, brought forth a wave of despair. Boss, hurry up. This is surprisingly pleasant, haha. Jiang Jingfu laughed heartily. With each step he took, his martial intent solidified, making it an excellent training ground. Xiao Mo felt similarly. The mental pressure here could assist her in refining her heavenly wolf arrow. She had a premonition that once she traversed this path, she might master the 4-linked pearl or even the 5-linked technique. You two go ahead. I think I've stumbled upon something intriguing, Lin Ye said. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Despite being targeted, he was not one to be easily disadvantaged. After exhausting all his detection methods, he indeed discovered something peculiar. He realized that the greater the mental pressure, the more remarkable the enhancement it provided to his dominance. With each step he ascended, as long as he persevered for over 10 seconds, the imposing aura would fervently consume that mental pressure. Lo and behold, messages began to materialize before his eyes. Ding. Berserk experience, 100. Ding. Berserk experience, 100. How swift. Lin Ye was utterly elated. The Berserk power was a unique force extracted from the fully leveled Chu family's Overlord gun. He had scarcely utilized it before. The sole instance being during the incursion at Dahan No. 1 Middle School, where he thwarted Sun Tzu's attempt to use a teleportation talisman. The effect was quite remarkable. A single burst of Berserk energy rendered hundreds of students unconscious, with a 50 chance to interrupt spellcasting. Its priority was exceedingly high, capable of disrupting even spatial techniques. Since then, methods to upgrade this ability had been nearly impossible to find, and it had been earmarked as a research focus by Xiang Fanqing. Little did he expect that by following Xiao Mo for revenge, he would not only acquire the Water Spirit Pearl, but also discover a means to enhance his Berserk power. After ascending 2 more stone steps, a radiant golden light descended. The Berserk power had leveled up. The information updated. Berserk, LV2, based on one's own aura. It can shock or daze enemies, with a 60 chance to interrupt skills. An increase of 10, quite satisfactory. Lin Ye nodded in approval. At this rate, if he managed to ascend all 365 stone steps, his Berserk power might undergo a profound transformation, possibly rising by 7 or 8 levels. With such benefits in sight, Lin Ye was filled with determination, taking each step with purpose, ensuring not a single ounce of mental pressure went to waste. Devour. Devour. Ding. Berserk experience, 100. Ding. Berserk experience, 100. While Lin Ye joyfully ground up his Berserk levels, chaos erupted at the Guo family ancestral temple atop Dukkha Mountain. What on earth was happening? Who could say? It appeared someone had activated the teleportation array, directly arriving at the ancestral temple. Who was brazen enough to target our Guo family? Soon, pressure would be applied to the city lord's residence. The culprit must face a fate of dismemberment and the annihilation of their entire clan. Indeed, offending the Guo family is a path to certain death. A group murmured outside the ancestral temple. Inside, 6 elderly men clad in white surrounded an injured figure, while another, seemingly a healer, continuously cast healing spells to mend his wounds. The other 5 exchanged solemn glances. Gui Yuanshan's injuries were grievous. An arrow had pierced his body. What a ruthless act. The wound resembled a wolf's claw, likely inflicted by the celestial wolf arrow. The celestial wolf arrow? Something was amiss. Lei Bin from the human ranking should not possess such prowess, capable of delivering an attack that could breach Yuanshan's teleportation. It was rumored that Lei Bin's master had a gambling problem. Perhaps it was that old rogue Lei Dong who was responsible. Let us not jump to conclusions. We shall wait until Yuanshan awakens to ascertain the truth. After several minutes, Guo Yuanshan stirred awake, initially startled and shouting. Upon recognizing the Guo family ancestral temple and his elders, he burst into tears. Uncles, I implore you to avenge me. At his age, crying was unbecoming. What on earth was going on? Clan leader Guo Huai sternly reprimanded him. Hearing this, Guo Yuanshan seemed to cower before the clan leader, muttering, "It is all due to that wretched stepdaughter of mine. She somehow emerged alive from the suicide squad, and the first thing she did upon returning was attempt to kill me, accompanied by 2 accomplices. Kill you? What were their capabilities?" Guo Huai narrowed his eyes, pressing for details. Although he was aware of the misdeeds Gui Yuanshan had committed, he remained loyal to his kin. If their adversaries were strong, they could seek the city lord's residence for mediation, downplaying the severity of the incident. If they were weak, then it would be best to send that stepdaughter to the underworld to join her deceased mother. Chapter 56. The advantage is mine. I will surely slay him. The other 2 had scarcely engaged, but that little wretch was formidable. He could hardly react. Were it not for the teleportation array, he feared he would not have survived. Gui Yuanshan was filled with dread at the thought of that fearsome arrow. Didn't he? I just set up multiple arrays around your house. You should have had ample time to escape, questioned second Uncle Guoming, perplexed. I know not. Those individuals were exceedingly cunning, directly breaching my home. The defensive arrays provided no warning at all, Gui Yuanshan replied, his expression one of deep frustration. If there had been a warning, he would have fled long ago. Something is amiss, something is amiss. 5th brother, hasten to check the mountain guard arrays. Upon hearing Gui Yuanshan's words, Fourth brother Guagang's eyelids twitched. Fourth brother, you are overly timid. We reinforced dozens of layers of arrays outside, and the mountain lake is safeguarded by both the water curtain array and the water spirit pearl. Midway up the mountain, there is also the Heart's inquiry path. If all else fails, we have the ancestral temple for protection. Even if City Lord Lu Cheng were to come personally, he would have to retreat. Fifth brother Guoren, stroking his plump belly, retorted dismissively. Better safe than sorry. Fourth brother, go check. Guohuai shot him a stern glance. Guoren opened his mouth, but ultimately could not withstand the imposing authority of his elder brother and turned to inspect the array hall. The array hall was not far from the ancestral temple. A simple turn brought him there. He began with the outermost layers, inspecting each in turn. Protection array, 100. Soundproof array, 100. Illusion array, 100. Diamond array, 100. All layers of the arrays were, without exception, intact. The longer one navigated the Jianghu, the more cautious one became. Fourth brother was regressing in bravery. Guoren huffed and continued inward. Upon reaching the mountain lake, he found the arrays there to be simpler. With only the water curtain array in place, yet its power surpassed that of the preceding layers combined. As he focused on the water curtain array, he assessed its operational pathways. Minutes later, he confirmed the water curtain array was in perfect condition, no issues at all. His disdain grew. The water curtain array, along with the countless elemental crocodiles lurking beneath, made this barrier the most secure. Then, he conducted a cursory inspection of the water spirit pearl. It was gone. What was happening? Guoren was struck with alarm. Connecting to the array's heart, he found it utterly empty. This was dire. The water spirit pearl had been stolen. His heart sank instantly. Most concerning was that after such a long time, the array had shown no reaction whatsoever. He had no idea when the intruders had infiltrated. Surveillance, surveillance. He hurriedly rushed to the monitoring room, only to find it filled with static. They had come prepared, undoubtedly. Guoren's face turned pale. Such a bizarre situation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. By the time he returned to the ancestral temple, the younger members of the Guo family were embroiled in a heated argument outside. The reason was quite ludicrous. Bored while waiting outside, they had pulled out their phones to play games, only to discover there was no internet. They initially assumed it was a deliberate annoyance by the cousin managing the Wi-Fi, leading to near fisticuffs. Ultimately, they realized it was not that they lacked internet. Everyone was without connectivity. This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, even drawing the attention of the uncles inside the ancestral temple. No internet. Impossible. The internet on Dukkha Mountain was a dedicated line established by the telecommunications company, costing 300,000 annually. The city lord's residents might lose internet, but they certainly could not. Initially, Guohuai and the others were skeptical and tested it one by one. Their expressions turned exceedingly grim. As for ordinary mobile phones, that could be overlooked. However, their devices were the 8,848 titanium phones, which should have maintained full signal throughout any location within Blue Star. Under such circumstances, only one possibility remained. A large-scale isolation formation had been set up in the periphery of Jiuqiu Mountain, severing all waves of information. Just then, Guoren returned. The clan leader, Guohuai, hastily inquired, "Fifth, what is the situation?" "The formation is intact, all at 100 status," Guoren replied halfway. "Thank goodness." The others collectively sighed in relief. Yet, in the next moment, they were struck with a chill. "But the water spirit pearl is lost," Guoren revealed the harsh truth. "Impossible. The formation hasn't been breached. How could the water spirit pearl be gone? What about the thousands of elemental crocodiles? There hasn't been a single sound." A cacophony of voices erupted among the group. "Clan leader, I will take some people out to investigate. We cannot simply sit idly in the ancestral temple," Guoren proposed, raising his hand. "Do not act recklessly. Be wary of being picked off one by one," Guohuai cautioned, shaking his head. He turned his gaze towards the ancestral temple and ordered, "Let everyone inside." Clan leader, Guogang and the others were perplexed. There is no time to explain. The enemy's tactics are enigmatic. They haven't even breached the formation, yet managed to take the water spirit pearl right under our noses. Such methods are unfathomable. And with the enemy concealed while we remain exposed, lacking even the most basic information about friend or foe, a head-on confrontation could lead to disastrous consequences. Guohuai succinctly stated, "For now, we must remain immovable amidst the chaos. Everyone should stay within the ancestral temple. The spirits of the Guo family guard it, ensuring our safety. If we can hold out for 3 to 5 days, the Lord of the city will surely summon us to reinforce the city's defensive formation. And that will be our moment of salvation." "That makes sense, but I believe we should split our forces. The clan leader should remain with all the younger generations in the ancestral temple, while fourth brother and I scout outside. If anything arises, we can teleport back to the ancestral temple using our injuries as a conduit," Guoren insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Guohuai cautioned, "Be careful. Do not overestimate your abilities. If you discover that you are outmatched, teleport immediately." "Understood." Guoren and Guogang nodded. Subsequently, under Guohuai's direction, everyone orderly entered the ancestral temple, while Guoren and Guogang swiftly headed down the mountain. Halfway down, both men heightened their vigilance. In the midst of the Path of Heart, they spotted 3 unfamiliar figures: a fist fighter, an archer, and a necromancer. Casting a discreet glance at the titles above their heads, Guoren's eyes glimmered with suspicion. The combination of white, green, and green was indeed the epitome of a low-tier profession. Such individuals, capable of stealing the water spirit pearl and brazenly traversing the Path of Heart? To be honest, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed the scene before him. It's not that simple. They may have concealed their professional information, and what we see is merely an illusion. Guogang calmly analyzed. What should we do now? Should we launch a surprise attack on them? Guoren turned to fourth brother. Since we're here, we must test the waters. Guogang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Although he had aged and was not as ruthless as before, his nature remained unchanged. The audacity with which they dared to insult the Guo family left only one path: death. I will ambush the one at the back. If he is slow on the Path of Heart, his state of mind must be disrupted, giving me the advantage to eliminate him. Guorun declared confidently. I'll target the woman. She is moving the fastest and likely possesses the greatest strength. If we can severely injure her, we can annihilate them all, Guogang agreed. With that, both men grasped their insignias, unperturbed by the profound essence of the Path of Heart, and stealthily advanced. Chapter 57. Swimming in Explosive Symbols. Path of Heart. Level 99. Lin Ye halted. A tremendous pressure descended upon his consciousness. After enduring for 10 seconds, his dominance skill began to voraciously devour his mental fortitude. Ding. Dominance experience 100. Ding. Dominance experience 100. Moments later, a thunderous roar resounded as a golden light descended upon him. The dominance skill leveled up once more. Before he could even assess the situation, a violent gust of wind struck his forehead. Whoosh. The howling wind surged, as a massive hammer-like weapon descended upon him. Puff. 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 The immense destructive force shattered 8 layers of protective energy in succession. So sturdy? Guorun was dumbfounded. His ambush, combined with a lethal technique, had failed to penetrate even the necromancer's defenses. Is this a joke? Of course, he possessed a wealth of combat experience. After a brief moment of shock, he wasted no time giving Lin Ye an opportunity to react. One explosive symbol after another was hurled. Boom. In an instant, the last layer of protective energy shattered. Mushroom clouds erupted repeatedly, and flames exploded over 100 times. He should be dead now. Guoren's face revealed a triumphant smile. The Guo family may lack in many areas, but they were certainly affluent. However, as the smoke cleared, his expression stiffened. Opposite him, Lin Ye remained unscathed, as if he had not been affected by the explosions at all. And indeed, that was the case. Over 100 explosive symbols had breached the protective energy, and even a level 7 iron skin could not endure such a barrage. Fortunately, he possessed the supreme title that transferred 100 damage to summoned beings. After sacrificing dozens of skeleton warriors, he easily withstood the onslaught of those 100 explosions. Ding. Death rebirth. All attributes 158. Not bad. Bring it on. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, relishing the benefits. The Path of Heart unconditionally enhanced his dominance. And now a member of the Guo family was providing him an opportunity to rapidly boost his attributes. What the hell? Guoren's face was filled with disbelief. Yet, his hands moved even faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He hurled explosive symbols as if they were worthless. Initially, he threw them one by one. But upon catching Lin Ye's provocative gaze, he became enraged. Damn it. Die. Just die. Yura yura yura. He switched to throwing them in bunches. Boom. Boom boom boom. The blinding energy from the explosions cascaded, shattering the stone steps and creating a 3-meter-wide crater in the middle of the Path of Heart. He had thrown over 1,000 explosive symbols, yet Lin Ye remained unfazed, even giving him the middle finger while cursing. Haven't you eaten enough? Bring me another 10,000. Damn it. Guoren's face turned green. Just those few thousand had cost him over 10 million. Yet this guy stood in the center of the explosions, unmoved, as if he were invincible. Just as the thought of retreating crossed his mind, Lin Ye's mockery drew him back. I refuse to believe you have a cooldown. Guoren gritted his teeth. With both hands drawn back, he hurled explosive symbols with reckless abandon. On the other side, Guogang's situation was equally dire. Blazing fire array. He unleashed his ultimate move right from the outset. The banners fell around Xiao Mo, igniting in a roaring blaze. The flames were ferocious, even showing signs of melting equipment. Seeking death. Upon seeing the intruder, a murderous intent flickered in Xiao Mo's eyes. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for the members of the Guo family. These scoundrels were nothing but villains, deserving of death. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her bow and loosed her arrows. Bang, 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 bang. The bowstring released with a sharp twang, sending forth 4 arrows that soared through the air, transforming into 4 celestial wolves that shot toward Guogang from all directions. Having just climbed 200 stone steps, she had recently comprehended the 4-star conjunction technique, making it an opportune moment to confront the Guo family's wicked thieves. Celestial wolf arrows. It was you who wounded the distant mountains. On the opposite side, Guogang, possessing remarkable vision, recognized the celestial wolf arrows. As he bellowed in fury, his hands moved swiftly. Whoosh, whoosh. Several golden banners descended, conjuring several flawless protective formations around him. A humming sound resonated as a golden barrier materialized. Boom. The arrows collided with the barrier, unleashing a cascade of golden light. In an instant, a tremendous explosion occurred, and after a brief standoff, the protective formations shattered, disintegrating into countless golden particles that vanished from sight, along with the banners on the ground. Puff! The arrows tore through his legendary armor, leaving 4 bloody holes in his body. Fifth brother, retreat to the ancestral temple. Guogang's face turned ashen. Who would have thought that a mere girl possessed such terrifying combat prowess? He shouted to Guorun and activated the injury teleportation. With a whoosh, the space warped, and his figure vanished. Fourth brother has been defeated. So soon. What a monster. Not far away, Guorun was filled with trepidation. What terrified him even more was the sight before him. It must have been nearly 10,000 explosive talismans. His years of accumulation had been entirely depleted in these fleeting moments. Yet that young man was bathing in the explosive sparks, as if he had no care for life. In his despair, Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at him. Waste, come at me again. What the hell? If I do, I'd be a fool. Guorun cursed. Realizing the futility of the situation, he drew a dagger and plunged it into his thigh. PFF. Blood gushed forth, triggering the injury teleportation instantaneously. Confirm selection. Buzz. The space warped. Just as he was about to vanish, a voice thundered in his ear, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion that rendered the world unrecognizable. The heavens spun, and everything seemed to come to a standstill. Even the space teleportation was forcibly halted. Guo-Ren's eyes bulged, though his body was immobilized. He could clearly see that enigmatic young man approaching him. As he drew near, a strange black energy flickered at his fingertips, dancing like a demon. Merely a glance filled one with dread. Don't come any closer. Guo-Ren trembled, terror gripping his heart. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Ye pointed from a distance, and that stream of black energy penetrated Guo-Ren's body. We'll meet again soon, Lin Ye said with a smile, withdrawing his oppressive domain. Buzz. The teleportation formation activated once more, shimmering with light, as it whisked the terrified Guo-Ren back to the ancestral temple. Fifth brother, are you all right? A throng of concerned faces surrounded him. Guo-Ren remained silent, his mind in disarray. Although he appeared only slightly injured, anxiety gnawed at him. The black energy the young man had implanted within him did not seem like a good omen. Just then, clan leader Guohuai spoke up. Fifth brother, what is that dark light above your head? Are you poisoned? Dark light. Guo-Ren's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly checked his status. Poisoned. Continuous blood loss. I knew it. Guo-Ren's heart raced. This type of sustained blood loss was the most terrifying. Once the time was up, it would erupt instantly. 27,600. What the hell? So much. Guo-Ren was dumbfounded. He had barely over 70,000 health points. This venom was swiftly draining more than a third in mere seconds. 2 more times, and he would surely perish. Sisterly, help me. In desperation, Guo-Ren let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 58. Explosive Forces of 17,000. Limitless Dominance. Guoli, the only healer among the elders of the Guo family, was a level 59 priestess. Her healing capacity was enough to restore several thousand health points. After having saved Guo Yuanshan and Guo Gang, she found herself somewhat drained. Just as she had chugged a few mana potions, Guo-Ren's anguished cries reached her ears. What a soul-stirring wail. Guoli approached with a dark expression. Sisterly, help me. I've been poisoned. It's deadly poison. Guo-Ren hastily opened his status. But before he could finish, the 9 seconds elapsed, and he instantly lost another 27,600 health points. So fierce. Guoli's expression changed as she realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she cast a series of spells: enhanced healing, group healing, detoxification, holy light baptism, and divine radiance. After a flurry of activity, her face was ashen. Third sister, how is it? Guohuai inquired with concern. Not good. Guoli shook her head. Her complexion pale. I used all my skills, and I can only suppress the venom to a loss of 18,000 health every 9 seconds. My healing skills can restore at most 17,700 in that time, leaving a gap of over 300. If we do not find a solution in 10 minutes, fifth brother will not survive. Damn it. I'll go find that young man outside and get an antidote for fifth brother. Guo Gang, filled with urgency, attempted to rise but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Do not cause more trouble. Your injuries will take hours to recover fully. Rest. Guohuai scolded. Hearing this, Guo Gang reclined once more, not daring to push himself. I'll go with sixth uncle. Guo Ming's eyes flickered. Although he was reluctant, with the eldest brother unable to go, the third brother being a healer with insufficient combat power, and the fourth brother injured, he was one of the few capable of standing alone. Along with sixth brother Guan, forget it. No one needs to go out. The opponent is well prepared, and their methods are unfathomable. There is no need for a head-on confrontation. What's wrong with being a turtle hiding its head? As for fifth brother, I'll use the freezing technique to immobilize his bodily functions. Once this matter is settled, I will find an antidote for him. Guohuai spoke solemnly, casting several ice blue banners before Guo-Ren. Buzz. The freezing barrier condensed, encasing Guo-Ren within an ice pillar. Subsequently, a group surrounded Guo Gang, inquiring about the situation. As only Guogang had encountered the enemy, they sought to extract some information. Celestial wolf arrows? Are you saying that it was that wretched Xiao Mo who injured you? Upon hearing Guogang's words, Gui Yuanshan was left in disbelief. Who could have imagined that a mere waste entering the suicide squad would prove to be so formidable? In such a brief span of time, one could grow to the level of slaying foes with such ease. Foolish wretch. This is undoubtedly a precious gem. Yet you have transformed it into a bitter enemy. Gua Huai gritted his teeth, wishing fervently to deliver a fatal blow to this beast, even if she were a stepdaughter. If relations were handled properly, it would have been a source of pride for the Gua family. Now, alas, having killed her mother, an unending grudge has been forged. I did not foresee this. Gui Yuanshan felt utterly wronged. Had he known, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to act. At that moment, as the Gua family was dividing spoils, Lin Ye's vision was filled with data compilation. Ding. Death feedback. All attributes 8,826. With over 10,000 explosive talismans. Even after relinquishing resistance, the damage remained considerable. The damage transfer directly eradicated 5 to 6,000 skeletal warriors. With the addition of this over 8,000 in total attributes, the aggregate reached 550,000. As the attributes surged, the blood loss from the black light virus also intensified, escalating from a loss of 27,600 every 9 seconds to a staggering 33,000. In the corner of the ancestral temple of the Gua family, the precarious balance, barely maintained and just frozen, shattered in an instant. No one noticed. At this moment, Guo Ren felt the encroaching black light overhead, slowly corrupting his body. In desperation, Guo Ren hopped anxiously. But his entire being was frozen, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. He could only watch helplessly as his body succumbed to the assimilation of the black light virus. Observing all this, Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile as he continued along the path of heart. The previous 99 stone steps had greatly enhanced his momentum, allowing him to level up 4 times and reach level 5, maxing out his skills at 100 interruption points. With over 200 stone steps remaining, he was confident that he would break through limits and ascend to a higher echelon of might. As he advanced, his experience in momentum consistently increased. An hour later, Xiao Mo was the first to reach the summit. Her body glistened with fragrant sweat, trembling uncontrollably, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. After conquering the 365 stone steps of the Path of Heart, her transformation was immense. She had mastered the 5-star conjunction technique, and her fixed critical damage attribute increased by 500, culminating in a staggering total critical damage of 3,100. Under the 5-star conjunction, her damage became terrifyingly formidable. Following her was Jiang Jingfu, who finished in 1 hour and 10 minutes. This fellow was extraordinarily fortunate, having perfectly evaded 2 ambushes. During this time, the martial intent of the 5 Elements Fist School saw significant enhancement, with each form of intent increasing by 100. Once he comprehended the golden attribute of the fist technique, he would achieve an astonishing 3,000 in augmentation. After the fusion of the 5 elements, his combat power was only surpassed by Xiao Mo. Lastly was Lin Ye. The Path of Heart posed a greater challenge for those with formidable mental strength. His difficulty was estimated to be dozens, even hundreds of times that of Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu. However, the rewards were equally bountiful. The special attribute of momentum progressed slowly, yet through the rigorous training on this path of will, he saved over a decade of arduous practice. Thus, completing the Path of Heart took him a full 7 hours, far exceeding his expectations. During this time, Bai Peng had already delivered the mana recovery potions to Shuangfeng Mountain. His doppelganger was frantically consuming potions to summon. Half an hour prior, ding. Skeletal warriors, 144,000. Total, 175 million. The threshold of 100,000 had been breached. Lin Ye felt invigorated. This terrifying number was sufficient to invade the 3 major families, the Gua family, and even the Lu family of the city Lord's Manor. Prior to this, he need not worry about a lack of summoned entities. Concurrently, the level of the summoned skeletal warriors had also risen by 2 levels. Information updated. Summoned skeletal warriors, LV10 consumes 300 mana points, summons 8 skeletal warriors, and increases summoned entity attributes by 60. Now able to summon 8 at once, splendid indeed. Lin Ye laughed heartily. Considering the double casting of blood-burning technique and doppelganger magic shadows, a full summon could achieve 36 per second, a tremendous increase in efficiency. Lastly, during this time, feedback from the blood pool regarding deaths also arrived. All attributes, 5,213. Total attributes had surpassed 60,000. The blood loss from the black light virus became even more outrageous, reaching 36,000 every 9 seconds. This directly took Guo Ren from the ancestral temple. After his demise, the black light virus invaded. Although the skeletal warriors did not morph into corporeal forms, the essence of the virus persisted. Having already transformed into a zombie physique under Lin Ye's control, with just a command, they could break free from the ice. Of course, these were stories for another time. Lin Ye's current focus was entirely on the level of momentum. With over 200 stone steps remaining, he absorbed a vast amount of momentum experience. The momentum in its maximum state stirred restlessly, having brushed against the limits of its barrier. After repeatedly crashing against it dozens of times, he finally reached the last stone step. The will of all 365 steps coalesced into the war goddess spear. Chapter 59, The Domain of Momentum. Fusion technique of the ancestor crocodile. Whoosh. A spear pierced through as if it were a natural occurrence. The barrier dissolved into luminous particles, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Boom. The golden light of ascension descended. The momentum skill finally shattered its limits, stepping into a new realm beyond maximum level, reaching level 6. Information updated. Momentum, LV6 based on the intensity of momentum, establish a domain force field. Within this field, weak-willed individuals are collectively stunned, with 100 interruption points. And momentum inflicts 50 attack effects on entities immune to physical attacks, such as spirits and elemental beings. From quantity to qualitative change, a domain force field had indeed been birthed. Upon reading the description, Lin Ye was overjoyed. Once the domain force field was established, the effects would undergo a dramatic transformation. For instance, the interruption skill, previously single target, now shifted to a collective interruption within the domain. On a large battlefield, this single maneuver could withstand the onslaught of thousands. Moreover, the most direct enhancement of momentum was the transition from the ethereal to the tangible. The accompanying attack of momentum inflicted damage upon spirits and elemental beings. Though it only boasted a 50-point effect, it was still a significant gain. Immediately, this was shared across the infinite domain. In an instant, all summoned entities comprehended the newly revised momentum. Now, the elemental crocodiles in the surrounding lake could be dealt with. A smirk crept across Lin Ye's face. With a grand gesture, 10 skeletal warriors burrowed underground, swiftly arriving at the surrounding lake. Roar! Roar! A dozen elemental crocodiles roared, yet before they could approach, they were met by several blades of wind shimmering with purple momentum light. Puff! Puff! 840,000! 840,000! 840,000! Blood erupted from the heads of the elemental crocodiles, and in the blink of an eye, they all perished. The 50-point attack effect proved to be shockingly potent. Lin Ye was astonished. Although the double attack effect of the Tree Demon King contributed, the damage figures were indeed terrifying. If this were a full-scale assault, it would have surpassed at least 150,000. Professional fighters like Guo Ren and Guo Gang would be swiftly vanquished by the skeletal warriors in a one-on-one confrontation. Unbeknownst to them, the skeletal warriors had grown significantly stronger. While contemplating this, the deceased elemental crocodile's corpse was invaded by the blacklight virus. Its flesh decomposing as the skeletal warriors plundered everything it possessed, transforming into elemental crocodiles and mingling with the crocodile horde. Moments later, a plundering notification appeared before him. Ding. You have plundered a max-level water elemental body. Ding. You have plundered a swift water arrow. Ding. You have plundered the death roll. Ding. You have plundered the fusion technique. Crocodile ancestor. The information flashed by. Water elemental body. LV5 transforms into a water elemental, immune to physical attacks. As long as you are not dead, your life recovery speed in water is 500. Swift water arrow. LV5 manipulates water energy to unleash 10 rapidly flying water arrows. Death roll. LV5 a unique attack of the elemental crocodile, with a tearing and rolling motion, increasing strangulation power by 1000. Fusion technique. Crocodile ancestor. No level the more elemental crocodiles fused, the higher the attributes such as health, defense, and damage. Intriguing. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, having discovered two fascinating abilities. The first was the water elemental body, a special constitution that allowed his body to become elemental, rendering him entirely immune to physical damage. He decided to test this newfound skill. With a flourish, his body instantly transformed into a watery form. In a flash of light, he reverted to his human shape. Xiaomo, shoot a few arrows at me. Lin Ye called out. Oh, Xiaomo nodded, albeit somewhat puzzled, but complied nonetheless. She drew her bow and released her arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstring twanged vigorously, unleashing a quintet of dazzling celestial wolves that sped forth. This was the pinnacle of her current output. Each celestial wolf arrow accompanied by a critical damage of 3,100, with a base damage exceeding 2,000. The sharpshooter class guaranteed a fixed 100 critical hit rate, resulting in a single arrow dealing 620,000 damage, and 5 arrows totaling 1 million physical damage. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows sliced through the air, targeting Lin Ye's forehead, heart, left hand, and abdomen. He remained unfazed. The quadruple enhanced detection technique had long since captured the trajectories of the 5 arrows. Just before the arrows made contact, his body transformed into the water elemental body. Splash, splash, splash. The celestial wolf arrows sent up sprays of water as they penetrated through him, dissipating in the sky as mere glimmers of cold light, vanishing from sight. This is incredibly overpowered, Xiaomo remarked with a resigned smile. Her arrows boasted high damage, but against a skill that rendered one immune to physical harm. She was at a loss. Tonight, I'll have Xiang Fanqing teach you about dominance. The path of the heart is a shortcut to cultivating dominance. By repeatedly honing it on the path of the heart, one can break through their limits and imbue their arrows with the essence of dominance. This way, any elemental or spiritual entity before you becomes a fixed target, Lin Ye said with a smile. All right, I'm very much looking forward to it. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hearing her leader speak in such a manner, she felt a deep yearning for dominance. Once she acquired it, she would become more versatile, ultimately transforming into a top-tier hunter. Boss, I want to learn too. And me. Upon hearing of the benefits, Jiang Jingfu quickly raised his hand. You're not being left out. Lin Ye teased. Now, they were all capable of standing on their own. After taking down the Guo family, he could consider granting them certain privileges. This would allow him to concentrate on amassing troops and enhancing attributes. The stronger his power became, the faster he could seize control of Dehen City. With that, he tested the recovery capability of the water elemental body once more. Remarkably, it was indeed impressive. While standing in water and unless faced with attacks akin to the essence of dominance, it was nearly impossible to perish. Next, he turned his attention to the fusion technique. Crocodile Ancestor. This was the most intriguing skill he had encountered. By transforming into an elemental crocodile, he could harness a peculiar fusion power to merge an infinite number of elemental crocodiles, metamorphosing into an unimaginably colossal prehistoric crocodile. Previously, he had witnessed how nearly 10,000 ordinary crocodiles could amalgamate into a single elemental crocodile over 1,000 meters long, boasting terrifying combat prowess. This could serve as a reliable point for attribute farming. This was also the reason he had refrained from exterminating the elemental crocodiles. Regrettably, this fusion technique could currently only be utilized on elemental crocodiles. He immediately instructed the skeletal warriors, who had invaded the elemental crocodiles, to test it. Buzz. The fusion power erupted. In a flash of brilliance, 10 elemental crocodiles fused into a 20-meter-long crocodile ancestor, significantly enhancing their damage output. Any single attack could easily exceed 200,000 damage. Once the skill level surpassed LV5, or the number of fused elemental crocodiles surged, the damage would become even more fearsome. He needed to discuss with Xiang Fanqing about converting the crocodile ancestor fusion technique into a skeletal warrior fusion technique. This way, there would be no need to transform into an elemental crocodile to achieve fusion, allowing for limitless merging and growth. Lin Ye's heart brimmed with boundless ambition. The elemental crocodiles had an inherent numerical limitation, but his skeletal minions did not. Just imagine, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even over 1 million skeletal warriors merging into formidable skeletal war gods that could block out the sun. What an extravagant spectacle that would be. A single bone blade attack could potentially devastate an entire nation. Merely contemplating this prospect sent shivers of exhilaration through his mind. Chapter 60. The Ancestor Array, Sacrificing Souls. Meanwhile, at the summit of Duqiu Mountain, within the ancestral temple of the Guo family, dozens of individuals were barricaded inside. The resplendent ancestor array radiated golden light, enveloping the entire temple in a brilliant glow, ensuring the safety of all within. Brother, it's already been 7 hours. Is it truly wise for us to remain here? Guoming's expression fluctuated. The ancestor array consumed vast resources with each passing second. Rather than squander time here, they might as well confront the malevolent forces outside. Even if they were outmatched, with so many people, there was certainly a chance of escape. Put away your petty thoughts. The expenditures here at the ancestral temple will not hinder your precious grandson, clan leader Guo Huai scoffed, casting a glance at the fearful younger generation within the temple. He spoke solemnly. They may be damaged or useless, but they are still of the Guo bloodline. As long as we live, we must protect them. I understand. Guoming sighed. Deep down, he believed that drastic measures were necessary. The younger generation of the Guo family had already become useless. Aside from his grandson studying at a university in Kyoto, the rest were of no worth. Instead of investing in their feudal existence, it would be better to seize this crisis to eliminate some of the dregs, leaving only the essence behind, the hope for the future of the Guo family. This reasoning was clear to all, yet alas, no one possesses such audacity. We cannot place all our hopes upon the ancestral formation. Call for Lao Lu, and bring the frozen Lao Wu and the juniors to the dark chamber. No one shall open the doors of the dark chamber without our command. Guo Huai calmly issued the orders. I shall take care of it, Guo Gang volunteered, having already regained his strength. He hoisted the now ice-like Guo Run and called out. Anyone under 30, follow me to the dark chamber. With that, a significant portion of the crowd followed him behind the ancestral temple. The candlelight flickered as the gears beneath their feet turned. The floor opened to reveal a dark passage 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Upon traversing the passage, they found themselves in a small room spanning over 50 square meters. A throng of people surged inside. Just before the door closed, Guo Gang cast a glance at the shadowy figures lurking nearby and barked, Yuan Shan, you wretched brat. You caused this trouble, yet you dare to sneak in here? Fourth uncle, I'm here to look after fifth uncle, Guo Yuan Shan replied sheepishly, a grin plastered on his face. Get the hell out of here. Guo Gang seethed with fury. The sight of this scoundrel infuriated him further. Aside from stirring up trouble, he was utterly useless. In times of crisis, all he knew was to slip away. With such a cowardly offspring in the Guo family, they truly deserve to be punished. Oh, Guo Yuanshan's expression darkened. As he reached the door, he suddenly shoved Guo Gang aside and pressed the switch to the dark chamber-esque door. Guo Gang stumbled, turning just in time to see Guo Yuanshan's smug grin. Bang! The stone slab sealed shut. You beast! Guo Gang trembled with rage, ready to open the dark chamber and deal with that rascal. Forget it, fourth brother, let him be. Guo Huai waved his hand dismissively. Even if Guo Yuanshan was a disappointment, he was still of their bloodline. The elderly often could not bear to see their descendants perish. If they could hold on for a while longer, perhaps a miraculous child would be born one day. Yet, Guo Gang remained unconvinced. That good-for-nothing dared to assault him, to rebel against him. Rather than waste energy being angry with that scoundrel, it was better to contemplate how to fend off their enemies. Guo Huai returned to the main topic. Within the ancestral temple, the candlelight flickered, casting dim yellow light upon everyone's faces. Some wore expressions of uncertainty, while others remained sullen and silent. Guo Huai sighed. If we intend to defend the ancestral temple, we must hold out for over 3 days. Only then might the lord of the city discover our plight and send troops to aid us. The ancestral formation consumes 30 million resources daily, and it requires a soul imprint as a sacrifice. The imprint left by my father is nearly exhausted. If we find ourselves in dire straits later, I shall be the first to offer my soul, becoming a guardian spirit of the formation. This is my decision. The remaining slots are for you all to discuss. With that, Guo Huai strode toward the main doors of the ancestral temple, disregarding the heated discussions behind him, his gaze fixed on the mountains beyond. Through the moonlight, he vaguely discerned a few figures emerging from the path of reflection. An inexplicable sense of detachment arose within him. Meanwhile, having familiarized himself with his new skills, Lin Ye departed from the path of reflection under Xiao Mo's eager gaze. With the speed of the three, they reached the summit of the solitary hill in mere breaths. At the mountain gate stood the illustrious plaque of the Guo family. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, yet along the way, not a single figure was seen until they arrived at the innermost part of the Guo family ancestral temple. Golden runes flickered with an otherworldly light, safeguarding the entire chamber. At the center of the door stood an elderly man, clad in dark golden armor, his piercing gaze fixed upon the trio. 3 of you, so young. Guo Huai's pupils constricted in disbelief. The enemy capable of swiftly defeating Guo Gang and Guo Run was not even 30. The leader among the youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Unbelievable. As such thoughts crossed his mind, before he could utter a word, Xiao Mo swiftly drew her bow and loosed an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 celestial wolves tore through the air, crashing fiercely against the golden formation. The terrifying shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the entire ancestral temple. Deep within the temple, the spiritual brilliance was rapidly depleting. Such an assault could not be sustained for long. What formidable juniors! Guo Huai was doubly astonished. After a brief pause, he pondered, if I am not mistaken, you must be Xiao Mo. We deeply regret the circumstances surrounding your mother. If you are willing, my Guo family is prepared to offer tenfold compensation. Compensation? It is precisely because of you old beasts, who only know how to shield your own, that the Guo family continues to weaken. Rather than allowing you to endanger the world, it would be better to eradicate your lineage, Xiao Mo scoffed, leaping into the air. The 5-star alignment reappeared. There is no room for negotiation. Guo Huai sighed. In the next instant, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Boom. His eyes glowed with light, his form enveloped in golden radiance. Within the depths of his soul, an altar appeared. He glanced back at his siblings, then resolutely stepped forward. Crash. Instantly, the ancestral formation seemed to be infused with terrifying energy. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of soul light descended as 5 ancestral spirits of the Guo family emerged from the temple. Ethereal figures of pale gold, all clad in battle armor, some wielding swords, others bows, exuded an imposing aura. Upon their arrival, they charged directly at the celestial wolves. 1 spirit for each wolf. The celestial wolves clawed and bit, yet inflicted no harm upon the 5 ethereal beings. Instead, the Guo ancestors' counterattacks sent the wolves into disarray. Those were the ancestral spirits of Guozheng. Alongside Guohong, Guojing, Guozhun, and Guofan, for uncles, Guoming and the others ceased their quarrels, gazing in awe at the 5 ethereal figures, all astonished. To summon so many ancestors could only mean that the eldest had sacrificed his soul. A glance revealed Guo Huai lying on the ground. In the center of the formation, an ancient spirit gradually ascended, the spirit of Guo Huai himself. Chapter 61. The Guo family's desperation, righteousness over family. If we can survive this calamity, the Guo family shall be entrusted to you. A familiar voice resonated in their ears. With that, Guo Huai drew his sword and joined the fray against the celestial wolves. In a 6v5 battle, the celestial wolves were forced to retreat step by step. However, despite the apparent advantage, a sense of melancholy enveloped everyone. The sacrifice of a soul was irreversible. The esteemed patriarch of the Guo family had been cornered to such an extent. Yet, to endure for 3 days, none among them could escape the fate of sacrifice. In an instant, their spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. On the opposing side, witnessing the celestial wolves being suppressed, Xiao Mo furrowed her brow. The ethereal beings and elemental crocodiles shared a similar nature, immune to physical harm, highly resistant to most combat professions. Moreover, she had yet to master the domineering aura, nor could she entwine it. Facing ethereal and elemental entities, she was at a significant disadvantage. 5 celestial wolves were severed by 6 ethereal manifestations of the Guo lineage. Bravo! A commendable display. Within the ancestral temple, Guoming and others felt a slight resurgence of spirit. The ancestral spirits possessed overwhelming power. As long as they maintained their formidable presence, they might shatter their adversaries' morale, compelling them to retreat in defeat. In such a scenario, their salvation would be assured. You scoundrels, relying on numbers to overpower the few, and leveraging the strength of our ancestors. How shameless. Xiao Mo fumed. With foreign invaders at our gates, who cares for honor? Today, the Guo family will cast aside all pretenses. If you wish to exploit our fewer numbers, so be it. We, the Guo ancestors, number nearly 100 and fear not death. Come and face us. The ethereal form of Guo Huai had just manifested, retaining a flicker of consciousness, intent on exerting pressure to compel the enemies to withdraw. No sooner had he spoken than his soul energy depleted drastically. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of ethereal forms descended, totaling 13 this time. Including the previous 5 and Guo Huai himself, there were now 19 ancestral spirits present. Xiao Mo's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated this old fellow's resilience. Xiao Mo, do not be vexed. It seems that spirit cannot exit the grand formation. Let us sit outside, sipping tea and roasting meat, waiting for them to exhaust themselves, and then we shall rectify the situation one by one, Jiang Jingfu said cheerfully, retrieving a complete tea set, assorted snacks, and outdoor furniture from his spatial ring. Having spent considerable time on the road, he was famished. He arranged the chairs and tea set, grabbing some beef jerky to indulge in. Damn it, these bastards have no intention of charging through. TMD, how cunning. At this rate, the clan leader's soul will be sacrificed in vain. Inside the ancestral temple, the elders of the Guo family were frantic, cursing aloud. Guo Huai's spirit was taken aback. He had anticipated Xiao Mo's impulsive nature would lead to a reckless confrontation. When he unleashed his powerful strike, he expected the opponents to retreat upon realizing the futility of their efforts. Little did he expect to encounter such a scruffy band, armed with tea sets and barbecue gear, clearly intent on a war of attrition. Who could withstand such a battle? What was even more infuriating was what followed. Come, sit down. Eat while you watch. I shall avenge you, Lin Ye urged, pulling Xiao Mo to sit. The 3 formed a row. Xiao Mo, adept at brewing tea, patiently boiled water and prepared the tea, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lin Ye. Do not rush, Lin Ye smiled. In terms of numbers, who could rival him? With a wave of his hand, hundreds of skeletal warriors surged into the ancestral formation to test its strength. If they could vanquish the skeletal warriors, it would be worth his while to linger and play this game. If not, he would not hesitate to unleash his overwhelming might. Splash! As he entered the grand array, golden light descended, drastically diminishing the attributes of the skeletal warriors. The effect was no less potent than the crown of sin, and their movement speed and attack power were significantly suppressed. What was once a crushing advantage had now turned into a reversal. The 19 ancestral spirits of the Guo family unleashed their fury. Thud, thud, thud. One skeletal warrior after another was cleaved or shattered, meeting a gruesome end. Ha ha ha, ignorant wretch. The ancestral formation not only summons our illustrious spirits, but also bestows a protective light, enhancing the Guo bloodline while severely weakening those outside it. Entering is a simple task, but escaping is utterly impossible. Guo Gang bellowed with laughter as he witnessed the ancestors bravely combating the foes. However, Guoming interjected, esteemed one, your summoned undead appear formidable. Surely, they must have cost a significant price. If you would be willing to withdraw, we, the Guo family, shall hold no grudges. Second brother, have you lost your mind? They drove our elder brother to his death, and you would speak thus? How can you justify this to him? Guo Gang glared, seething with indignation. The others echoed similar sentiments. Guoming, unfazed, calmly replied, Fourth brother, your obstinacy is commendable, but when elder brother can no longer endure, you shall be the next to offer your soul. You. Guo Gang was incensed, yet upon contemplating the cost of a soul sacrifice, he swallowed his retort. Guoli, the third sister, and Guoan, the 6th brother, grasped the implication of the second brother's words and fell silent. It seemed they had reached a consensus. Guoming smirked, preparing to turn back and continue negotiations with Lin Ye when suddenly, a chilling wind brushed past him. Guo Gang and the others dared not breathe. Guoming sensed something amiss, his palm shimmering with crimson light. Without turning, he struck out forcefully. Boom. The crimson fiery palm surged forth, crashing into the ancestral formation with a deafening explosion. Spirit? Brother you. Guoming was astounded. He never expected the one attacking him to be Guo Huai. Second brother. Third sister, fourth brother, sixth brother, let us old relics go together. If we must leave, let us do so as one, following our elder brother into the ancestral temple. Gua Huai's gaze dimmed, his soul's will was waning. Before he departed, he needed to prepare adequately for the Gua family's future generations. He had initially believed that despite their cowardice, Guoming and the others would sacrifice themselves for the sake of their descendants. However, he was gravely mistaken, abominably so. As that young girl had said, the Gua family was a blight. It was time to eradicate it from the roots. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Gua Huai harnessed the power of the ancestral formation, nullifying the protective light surrounding the four. Deprived of this protection, their attributes plummeted drastically, their strength reduced by more than half. Elder brother, no? We are innocent. Elder brother, calm down. At this moment, Guoming, Guogang, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. It was clearly Guoming's fault. Why were they all being implicated? Regrettably, Gua Huai had already resigned himself to this fate. He intended to enact a familial purge, forcibly sacrificing his brothers to gain even greater power. In doing so, he could eliminate these invaders while rectifying the corruption of the previous generation of the Gua family. This was the true remedy. Thud, whoosh. Several formidable sword lights and blade strikes fell, devoid of the protective light. The ancestral spirits now regarded Guoming and his companions as adversaries. In mere moments, they were grievously wounded and rendered incapable of further combat. Come, offer your souls. Let us restore the glory of the Gua family once more. The profound voice echoed, amplifying with intensity. In the next moment, the ethereal figures expanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For golden rays shot forth, piercing their foreheads in an instant. Chapter 62, 100,000 in all attributes. An 18-year-old powerhouse of the heavenly rankings. Elder brother. No. I do not wish to die. Stop. Guoming, Guoli, Guogang, and Guan's eyes bulged with terror. Yet they had now lost their combat prowess. Utterly powerless against Gua Huai's strength, and could only submit to him as he extracted and sacrificed their soul energy. The process was painfully visible before their eyes. The power of the ancestral formation has significantly heightened. Its suppression, defense, and offensive capabilities have all intensified, with its range expanding as well. The golden light of sanctuary radiates outward, swiftly enveloping Lin Ye and his companions, circumventing the path of Heart's inquiry, and spreading towards the surrounding mountain lake. Simultaneously, a multitude of new spiritual entities materialize. Initially, the limit for Gua Huai was 19. Yet with the sacrificial offering of 4 additional brothers' souls, an unreserved and forceful tribute, the effect is magnified. In the blink of an eye, over 80 ancestors of the Gua family descend. This may very well be the most formidable summoning of ancestors in the history of the ancestral temple. Barely moments after their arrival, they obliterate hundreds of skeletal warriors. Invaders, it's your turn. Gua Huai bellows, his consciousness clouded. Yet the animosity he harbors towards Lin Ye and his group remains fiercely potent. Before his demise, he is resolute in his intent to annihilate all intruders. With a mere wave of his hand, he sends the 80-plus ancestors forth to engage. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye remains unfazed, taking a hearty bite of the chicken leg handed to him by Jiang Jingfu. With a stomp of his foot, the space for summoning opens, unleashing a torrent of skeletal warriors akin to ants, charging forth without an ounce of defense, lining up for the ancestors of the Gua family to slaughter. Puff, boom, crack. One skeletal warrior after another falls lifelessly, only for more to replace them, an endless tide. Gua Huai struggles to comprehend the magnitude of such formidable skeletal warriors. How could there be so many? What resources must have been expended to elevate such feeble undead to this level? Even more perplexing is the apparent indifference of the enemy, allowing him to kill unabated. Yet, it does not suffice. Lin Ye retrieves a weakness potion and drinks voraciously, reducing his attributes by another 30. Kill, kill. Confusion aside, Gua Huai's thoughts are consumed by the singular goal of exterminating all intruders. Thus, the scene before him grows increasingly bizarre. The 80-plus Gua family spirits align in a horizontal formation, each line backed by a dense throng of skeletal warriors. Slashing, striking, and shattering, they employ every method at their disposal. The mortality rate of the skeletal warriors escalates rapidly. Ding. Death reprisal. Total attributes 329. Ding. Death reprisal. Total attributes 235. Ding. Death reprisal. Total attributes 499. Exhilarating. Lin Ye laughs heartily. While the blood pool remains stable, the ancestral formation operates at peak efficiency, allowing him to relish the thrill akin to a beginner's village slaughter. Yet, he wonders how long this bliss can endure, after all. Each attack costs the souls of the Gua family. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days pass. During this period, the trio makes substantial progress. Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu, with the assistance of Xiang Fancheng, have mastered the art of houshing, fervently honing their skills on the path of Heart's inquiry, witnessing a meteoric rise in their prowess. Soon, they will grasp the concept of houshing entanglement. On Lin Ye's side, advancements are even more pronounced. With over 5,000 mana potions, he has allocated a significant portion to his doppelgangers, while retaining over 2,000 for himself. He consumes potions while summoning, distinguishing this session by primarily calling forth skeletal archers to compensate for the lack of ranged firepower. Ding. Skeletal archer, 120,000. Boom. Boom. A cascade of golden upgrade lights descends, propelling the skill level of summoning skeletal archers upwards, breaking through 5 levels. Ding. Summoning skeletal archer has reached level 9. Information updates. Summon skeletal archer, LV9 consumes 280 mana points, summons 8 skeletal archers, increases summoned attributes by 50. Excellent. Lin Ye nods in approval. In terms of efficiency, a level 9 skeletal archer now matches a level 10 skeletal warrior, while conserving 20 mana points. This showcases the benefits of high-level skills. He eagerly anticipates the advantages that skeletal mages and death knights may offer in the future, as he increases the summons of skeletal archers. The battle damage statistics for skeletal warriors are revealed. 99 Gua family ancestors, having endured tribulations and fought through 30-plus hours of relentless slaughter, have caused the demise of 290,000 skeletal warriors. Instantly, a reprisal notification appears before him. Ding. Death reprisal. Total attributes 410,000. Total value 1,010,000. Woohoo. He finally enters the 1,000,000 club. Lin Ye howls with elation, stretching his body, feeling invigorated. At the same time, his spirit and essence condense, transforming into a dragon shadow soaring into the skies. In terms of attribute values, he now ranks among the top tier of national powerhouses. Coupled with his skills of infinite upgrades, infinite plunder, and infinite cooldowns, he can more than compensate for the attribute amplification of higher-level skills and equipment. His attributes and skills are all in line. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now a top-tier powerhouse, an 18-year-old titan. If this were known in the outside world, it would undoubtedly become a sensational global topic. Beyond summoning, Lin Ye and Xiang Fanqing are delving into the water spirit pearl, making preliminary progress. In due time, they may be able to fully suppress the Lu family's dominance over teleportation. Another piece of good news arises. Over the past 2 days, Bai Peng and Bai Kuan have demonstrated remarkable ambition, personally investing over 30 million to acquire 2 gold medal assassins from the Bai family, following the invasion and plunder. This has allowed his doppelganger Shadow to break through its limits, reaching level 6. Information updates. Shadow Doppelganger, LV6 consumes half of all attributes, creates a second Shadow Doppelganger, both possessing your full skills and 60 combat power, duration, permanent. Damn. Upon seeing this, Lin Ye's lips twitch, just having breached the million mark, and now he must create a doppelganger. Each additional doppelganger exponentially increases summoning efficiency. With 2 doppelgangers alongside his main body, he can achieve a staggering 96 summons per second, a massive enhancement. Moreover, Duyo Mountain is a treasure trove he does not intend to overlook. He plans to leave a doppelganger stationed here, as the elemental crocodile ancestor in the surrounding mountain lake is formidable. Once the cooldown period concludes, he can immediately commence the onslaught. With a flourish, vibrant multicolored lights flicker as he expends an impressive 50,000 attributes, birthing a second shadow doppelganger. Meet the main body. The doppelganger greets. The two synchronize their thoughts, and Lin Ye nods in acknowledgement. The latter swiftly comprehends and vanishes towards the surrounding mountain lake. Meanwhile, the experience of the ancestral formation is drawing to a close. The ethereal souls of Gua Huai, Gua Ming, and others flickered in and out of visibility. As time progressed, even though Lin Ye had halved his attributes, their efficiency in vanquishing the skeletal warriors plummeted significantly. It was time to conclude this endeavor. Lin Ye sipped his tea, a peculiar shimmer flashing in his eyes. A hum reverberated as the boundless domain expanded, instantly infiltrating Gua Ren's sea of consciousness within the dark chamber. At this moment, although Gua Ren remained encased in ice from the freezing spell, his body had long been invaded by the black light virus, transformed into a zombie under Lin Ye's control. His eyes gleamed with a strange aura, and fine cracks appeared along the massive ice pillar. Not far away, in the dark chamber, Gua Yuanshan and other younger members of the Gua family were fraught with anxiety. After enduring 2 days and nights of torment, they were famished, exhausted, and drowsy, yet dared not venture outside. The nature of the battle above remained a mystery to them. They could only surmise the terrifying conflict based on the tremors felt beneath their feet. Remarkably, this trembling persisted for a full 2 days and nights. It was utterly terrifying. A look of dread crossed Gua Yuanshan's face. "It's all your fault." A chorus of voices echoed behind him, fervently blaming him. "If you hadn't caused this trouble, our Gua family wouldn't have to suffer such calamity." Gua Yuanshan retorted vehemently. "You all are no less culpable than I am. If you dare speak again, I shall eliminate you all." He was now fervently wishing for the demise of his uncles and aunts. In doing so, he would become the highest-ranking member of the Gua family and perhaps even inherit the entirety of the clan. With this thought, his gaze shifted to the frozen figure of his fifth uncle, Gua Ren, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. What do you intend to do, Guo Yuanshan? A perceptive descendant of the Guo family stepped forward, raising his voice in indignation. What are you doing? The clan leader is still battling above. It's time for fifth uncle to contribute as well. Guo Yuanshan's righteous stance left others speechless. With a sneer, he suddenly launched his attack, hurling dozens of explosive talismans at the icy prison. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions erupted as the massive ice shattered into clouds of smoke. Guo Yuanshan, what you are doing is akin to murder, someone shouted in outrage. Even if you wish to awaken fifth uncle, there are better ways to go about it. So what if I do? The battle above is nearing its end, and the city lord's men will arrive soon. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall be the next clan leader of the Guo family. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders shall meet their end. Guo Yuanshan's countenance darkened, revealing his ruthless nature. He thrived on preying upon the weak while cowering before the strong. In the presence of those more formidable than himself, he was submissive, but against those weaker, he showed no mercy, striking hard regardless of kinship. Strangely enough, he managed to intimidate those pleasure-seeking young lords. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill crept upon him from behind. Upon turning, he beheld his fifth uncle, Guo Ren, emerging from the icy mist. Fifth uncle? Guo Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. Guo Ren's pupils had turned milky white, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and inhuman growls escaped his lips. A zombie? Someone gasped in shock. Moments later, the dark chamber erupted in blood-curdling screams. Minutes passed, and the ancestral array fell silent. The sound of sliding mechanisms echoed as the floor of the dark chamber opened, revealing a scene of carnage. The zombified Guo Ren's eyes glowed red as he approached Guo Yuanshan, who was now soiled with fear. Along the way, skeletal warriors invaded Guo Ren, dragging with them the corpses of Guo Huai, Guo Ming, and other elders of the Guo family. Master! Master! The revived Guo Huai and others humbly bowed, kneeling in reverence. This cannot be. Guo Yuanshan went insane. As the last surviving member of the ancestral hall, witnessing this scene shattered his spirit. Hand him over to Xiao Mo, Lin Ye gestured. Yes, master. Guo Ren's grip, like an iron vice, seized the deranged Guo Yuanshan and took him to the path of reflection. Once calm, Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with skill notifications. Ding. You have plundered the ancestral array. Ding. You have plundered sacrificial souls. Ding. You have plundered the water screen array. Ding. You have plundered the fiery blaze array. Ding. You possess multiple max-level skills overlapping, automatically breaking limits. The information read as follows. Ancestral array, LV7 gain array blueprints, protective light, ancestral summoning, etc. Blueprints require resources to forge a new ancestral array. Protective light enhances various attacks, defenses, spells, and movement speed for bloodline bearers while proportionately suppressing non-bloodline bearers. Ancestral summoning allows summoned ancestors to retain 70 of their former strength, becoming spiritual entities immune to all physical attacks, currently bound to the Guo family bloodline. Sacrificial souls. LV7 gains self-sacrifice and plunder sacrifice abilities. Self-sacrifice enhances the ancestral array by 70, while plunder sacrifice enhances it by 100. The stronger the soul, the greater the amplification. The Guo family's foundation is quite substantial. Having acquired all of the Guo family's skills, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with joy. The Guo family was renowned for their formations, and the number of arrays he had just plundered reached an astonishing 70 or 80, including numerous defensive formations for city defense. This was indeed a delightful surprise for him. Moreover, the ancestral array before him represented his greatest gain, coupled with the sacrificial souls. It could become a third fixed point for long-term attribute enhancement. With this in mind, he turned his gaze toward the recently deceased descendants of the Guo family in the Dark Chamber. This territory was under the influence of the ancestral array, ensuring that the souls of all Guo bloodline members would inevitably be drawn in. With a flourish of his fingers, he activated the sacrificial souls. The souls of dozens were forcibly sacrificed to the ancestral array. Buzz. In an instant, golden light erupted. The ancestral array regained its impenetrable strength. Although it could not compare to the combined might of Guo Huai and others, it was still formidable. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of ancestral spirits descended. Continue the onslaught. Lin Ye rejoiced, directing the skeletal warriors into the fray. Hours later, ding. Death retribution. Total attributes 11,321. Among them, 4,800 retribution points are from the Grand Crocodile of Mount Ring. Total attribute value 610,000. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo had also dealt with Guo Yuanshan, and his corpse was discarded for the crocodiles of Mount Ring to dismember. The remaining Guo family descendants had all been invaded. Now, the territory of Duqiu Mountain had been entirely seized by Lin Ye. Having plundered the memories of Guo Huai and others, Lin Ye, along with his companions, ventured into the large warehouse adjacent to the ancestral hall, which housed the Guo family's treasures accumulated over centuries. "We struck gold," exclaimed Jiang Jingfu, as he was immediately captivated by the blinding golden radiance. So much gold, it must be calculated by the ton. Xiao Mo was equally astonished. Although she was aware of the Guo family's immense wealth, she never anticipated it to be this extravagant. Just in gold alone, there were reserves amounting to several dozen tons. Furthermore, the energy stones, all of superior quality, were a sight to behold. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with surprise. Energy stones are the core energy source that drives formations, consumables of high value, with ordinary ones fetching up to 10,000 per piece. For superior quality, the price starts at a minimum of 100,000. The quantity here, astonishingly abundant, piled high, was no less than 10,000 pieces, resources worth several billion. Beyond that, there were rows of bookshelves adorned with a plethora of skill books. Chapter 64. Ambush the captain of the guard team, Plunder. Fist techniques. Numerous varieties of fist skill techniques. Jiang Jingfu, having just emerged from the shock of the gold, was immediately submerged in the ocean of martial arts. There were also sword, knife, and spear techniques. Xiaomo's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she ventured deeper, discovering a vast array of archery skill books, many of which were quite suitable for her. Choosing for herself, she beheld the ecstatic expressions of her companions. Lin Ye, however, said nothing and continued walking inward. He could plunder infinitely and had no interest in such skill books. Moments later, his eyes brightened slightly. Before him stood a stone display cabinet, showcasing dozens of stone keys. Dungeon keys. A smile danced in Lin Ye's eyes as he instantly recognized the identity of these keys. He recalled vividly having snatched a hell-level dungeon key worth 20 million from Chu Jun before, which had yielded significant rewards. A few days prior, he had exhausted his fortune to acquire 8 dungeon keys, yet had not even utilized them. Now, the Guo family generously presented him with so many. Upon counting, he found there were 32, all of high quality, at least master level. Completing them all would elevate his level to a minimum of LV40. He collected them. The beams of light descended, gathering all into his spatial ring. Lastly, he glanced at the equipment collection. There were 6 pieces of legendary gear, 2 for melee, 1 for archers, and 2 for mages. None suited his attributes, except for the 6th piece, a spatial ring. Its capacity was 100 times greater than the previous one, boasting over 1,000 cubic meters. With a mere thought, he swiftly transferred all items from the old ring into the new one. While the 3 were in a frenzy selecting treasures, 3 figures suddenly soared into the perimeter of Duqiu Mountain. Someone was approaching, at the Huan Mountain Lake. The second avatar of the demon shadow opened its eyes, a flash of violet light igniting within. A terrifying aura erupted, instantly dispersing the 1,000-meter crocodile ancestor across the lake's surface, enshrouded in mist. With a wave of his hand, he silently withdrew the sealing power enveloping the outskirts of Duqiu Mountain. It was him, at the ancestral temple of the Guo family. Guo Huai and the others also spotted the 3 figures flying through the air. Leading them was a hefty man weighing 300 pounds. Searching his memory, Guo Huai quickly matched him to his identity. Lu Mao, captain of the 3rd squad of the City Lord's Guard. In midair, Lu Mao, with his pronounced belly, laughed heartily. Liu Zai, go knock on the door. Got it. The swordsman named Liu Zai drew his sword. With a clash, a 10-meter-long scarlet blade of light descended, instantly cleaving through the formations surrounding Duqiu Mountain. Amidst the immense explosion, the formation's gate swung open. Captain Liu, stop. If you keep this up, our mountain will be ruined. Guo Huai personally stepped forward, guiding Lu Mao inside. You old rascal, I've come all this way, and you still won't open the door? Are you trying to make me knock? Lu Mao cast him a sidelong glance, clicking his tongue as he walked. I say, old Guo, last time you promised me the Blue River specialties. You can't let me come empty-handed. Of course, it's all here. Guo Huai signaled to Guo Ming, who immediately produced a gift box and handed it over. Lu Mao glanced at it, noting the presence of several gold bars and pet eggs. Satisfied, he nodded and continued. I'm here again regarding the maintenance of the city's Great Formation. The maintenance task for the second half of the year requires 30 formation masters. Your Guo family's reputation is well established, and the city lord has great trust in you. The quota, as in previous years, will still be determined by you. Thank you for the city lord's kindness. Our Guo family will not disappoint, Guo Huai replied with a fist salute. Maintaining the city's Great Formation, though arduous, was also a rewarding endeavor. The specifications of the city's formation far exceeded those of the ancestral formations. While maintaining the formation, formation masters could also refine their own cultivation, potentially advancing several levels. This opportunity was rare for any formation master. Furthermore, once they accepted this task, it would create a brand effect. Developers needing to construct formations in various districts and schools would prioritize selecting the Guo family. Over the years, they had capitalized on this advantage, amassing substantial wealth. Thus, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember, gather at the city lord's manor at 8 tomorrow morning, Lu Mao tossed out, taking to the skies with his 2 subordinates. In the depths of the warehouse, watching the 3 depart, Lin Ye pondered. He now faced 2 choices. First, to intercept Lu Mao and invade to Plunder. A captain-level guard team would grant him deeper insights into the Lu family's resources. Second, to forego the invasion. If Lu Mao had cultivated the art of command and teleportation, and his sealing power could not suppress him. It might very well expose him prematurely, allowing the Lu family to prepare defenses. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye resolved to take the risk. His gaze flickered as several skeletal warriors slipped into the ground, pursuing fiercely. Once Lu Mao and his companions had distanced themselves from Duqiu Mountain, suddenly, waves of purple ripples cascaded down. All living beings along the way stiffened, either collapsing or seeing stars. What is this? Lu Mao exclaimed in shock. His two subordinates rolled their eyes, plummeting from the sky. His will was strong enough to endure the purple ripples, but at that moment, a chill shot through his brow as several wolf arrows pierced through the air. Puff! Puff! His two subordinates were effortlessly taken by the wolf arrows. Damn it, damn it! Move! Lu Mao's heart roared in fury. His body finally reacted, narrowly evading the arrows. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the arrows altered their trajectory mid-air. Puff! A cascade of blood erupted as a wolf arrow pierced through his brow, sending him plummeting from the sky. Buzzing, his corpse shimmered with spatial fluctuations, reminiscent of the Guo family's teleportation for injured individuals, but on a more advanced level. A gray teleportation shield materialized, warping the space around him. A faint call seemed to resonate in the air. In the next moment, 5 skeletal warriors materialized. With a crash, a dark force of confinement surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the teleportation shield. Crack! Crack! Within, a collision of sorts erupted, the sphere oscillating chaotically for a brief moment before settling into tranquility. Success! A glimmer of joy sparkled in Lin Ye's eyes. Had the operation failed, he would have concealed himself in the underground of Dahan City, emerging only with great caution. However, it appeared that the Lu family was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just then, at the instant the gray shield was obstructed, Lu Miao's phone rang. A cautious dog, indeed, Lin Ye muttered under his breath. The dark light virus invaded, instantly morphing into the likenesses of Lu Miao and his companions. Upon answering the call, an urgent inquiry ensued. Lu Miao, what is the situation on your end? How did the command teleportation activate? No worries, we were ambushed by some criminals, sustained minor injuries. Lu Miao replied nonchalantly, offering a feeble excuse. Those wretched criminals dared to attack the guard squad within the inner city. Next time, they should all be captured and executed at the market square. The other party exchanged a few coded phrases, all of which Lu Miao deftly navigated. Once confirmed, the call was concluded. Meanwhile, a plethora of plundered information appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. Chapter 65, Command Teleportation? No, this is Infinite Teleportation. Ding. You have plundered Sky Ascension Technique. Ding. You have plundered Sun Chaser Sword. Ding. You have plundered Meteor Step. Ding. You have plundered Command Teleportation. Ding. Skills overlap multiple times, automatically leveling up. The information continued to shift. Sky Ascension Technique. LV6 you can soar into the sky, achieving a speed equivalent to 60 on land. Sun Chaser Sword. LV6 consumes 1500 mana points, condensing sword energy to unleash a Sun Chaser sword attack within a range of 600 meters. All targets are blinded for 6 seconds and suffer 156,000 points of fire damage. Meteor Step. LV6 Combat Technique. Increases evasion rate by 60, speed by 160. Command Teleportation. LV for a range of 600 kilometers, can teleport any target of bloodline protection. The Sky Ascension Technique has shattered its limits. A smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Previously, he had plundered several Lu family inspectors in the happy community, but at that time, the Sky Ascension Technique was only at LV3, yielding minimal benefits. Now, however, things were becoming intriguing. With a speed of 60, his base movement speed was 600 meters per second. Combined with the LV8 Gale Technique's 200 increase, he could achieve 200 meters per second, and with 60, that equated to 720 meters per second. This was nearly twice the speed of sound. In mountainous regions, this surpassed even the LV10 Earth Escape Technique by a significant margin. Next, he considered the Sun Chaser Sword and Meteor Step, both of which were familiar companions. After breaking their limits, in terms of sheer power, they surpassed the Overlord Slash, accompanied by an impressive 6-second blindness control. This constituted a formidable attacking skill. As for Meteor Step, while it fell short of the Celestial Wolf Step in terms of speed, it offered enhanced evasion, making it suitable for close-quarters combat. The skeletal warriors would likely complement it perfectly. Lastly, the Command Teleportation, which intrigued Lin Ye the most. Much like Xiang Fanqing's memories, this ability was somewhat overpowered. At a mere LV4 level, it could traverse 600 kilometers for effortless teleportation. Such support capabilities could indeed attract formidable figures from the Lu family in Kyoto. Having consumed Lu Miao's memories, Lin Ye reconfirmed this information. The good news was that the LV5 confinement power could indeed suppress the LV4 command teleportation. The bad news was that the suppression was somewhat tenuous. The LV5 command teleportation would likely not be contained. According to Lu Miao's memories, the city lord Lu Cheng, deputy city lord Lu Ku, and the captain of the guard team Lu Qian had all attained LV5 command teleportation, with teleportation distances exceeding 200 kilometers. Therefore, To subdue the Liu family within Dahan City, the confinement power must break through its limits and reach LV6 or even higher. However, this was not an urgent matter. Lin Ye shook his head. There were still several months to go. With Xiang Fansheng as a technical advisor and the water spirit pearl at his disposal, a breakthrough in confinement power was merely a matter of time. Setting aside distractions, he began to contemplate the command teleportation. Buzz. The infinite domain activated, revealing a dense cluster of red dots within his conscious range. These represented the coordinates of all summoning entities from the invading humans in the main world. Previously, he could only descend in consciousness, but now, combined with command teleportation, physical teleportation could be achieved. With a whoosh, the protective teleportation activated and space warped. 3 seconds later, he found himself at Shuangfeng Mountain. Your true self. His first avatar and Zhang Yu opened their eyes, curiosity evident in their gazes. You carry on with your tasks. Lin Ye glanced at the blood pool, finding no anomalies. With a whoosh, the space twisted, and he teleported next to Chu He in Qingshi Town. At that moment, Chu He was still engaged in a meeting at the command center. Days prior, they had raided the Zhao family's transport vehicles, significantly boosting the strength of the Overlord army. Many had touched the ranks of the powerful on the human leaderboard. Now, they were strategizing a comprehensive ambush against the Sun family. After all, following their capture of Sun Tzu, they had all acquired the domain of the Watchers. After several days of investigation, they had gradually pinpointed the coordinates of the vast majority of the Sun family members and their informants within the inner city. The only issue was how to remain inconspicuous while descending into the inner city to plunder all Sun family members. Just as he was reflecting on this, he sensed Lin Ye's arrival. Master? Master. They all bowed in greeting. Do you have any blue recovery potions? Lin Ye inquired. Both avatars were currently in a state of depleted mana, and relying solely on meditation was proving inefficient. Only over 2,000 bottles. And that's from the Zhao family's transport vehicles, Chu He replied with a wry smile. In recent days, the blue recovery potions in both the inner and outer cities have been virtually depleted by the students preparing for the college entrance exams and Xiaomo. The resupply from other cities hasn't yet arrived. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Lin Ye shook his head. Now that I possess command teleportation, I have many ideas. Immediately, I instruct Chu He, from now on, dispatch 100 brothers, using Dahan City as the center, extending 600 kilometers in every direction. In each city, send 10 brothers solely to collect blue recovery potions. Once gathered, use command teleportation to send them to the 2 avatars. Command teleportation? Chu He questioned, perplexed. It hasn't been uploaded yet. You all are still downloading. A crimson glint flickered in Lin Ye's eyes as he uploaded the command teleportation and other skills within the infinite domain. All skeletal warriors and skeletal archers promptly downloaded the information. Buzz. Moments later, Chu He, Chu Yan, and Chu Xiang exchanged looks, their eyes alight with elation. Just moments ago, they had been fretting over how to silently infiltrate the inner city to execute a large-scale invasion of the Sun family. With command teleportation, this task would be effortlessly manageable. All right, you handle it. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Ye collected over 2,000 blue recovery potions. Once again, I ventured to Shuangfeng Mountain. I left half of my essence for my first avatar, while the other half returned to Jiuqi Mountain's surrounding lake, which I entrusted to my second avatar. The speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, I accomplished so much. Truly remarkable. Lin Ye marveled at the efficiency, especially when he utilized it himself. It surpassed anything the Liu family could offer by 1,000-fold. There was no cooldown whatsoever, an endless teleportation, exhilarating beyond compare. At this moment, Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu emerged, their faces aglow with triumph. Boss, I have found the metal attribute boxing technique. I now possess a complete mastery of the 5 elements, enhancing my combat power by 3,600. Once I reach level 40, I will undergo a second blood enhancement, effortlessly securing an unparalleled profession, Jiang Jingfu exclaimed with boisterous laughter. Xiao Mo, equally confident, added, I have learned several archery techniques that amplify critical damage. With my level on the rise, I am confident I can ascend to the celestial rankings. Furthermore, she had avenged her past grievances, her mind now perfected, devoid of any flaws. She was an absolute top-tier archer. Excellent, Lin Ye acknowledged, tossing out over 30 dungeon keys. He instructed, Xiao Jiang, from today forth, you shall oversee the skeleton warriors. Xiao Mo, you will guide the archers. Take these dungeon keys and seek out Zhang Yu at Shuangfeng Mountain. Within a month, all of you must attain level 40. Absolutely. The 2 responded, their spirits high. After all they had endured, they had longed to repay their boss. Now, they were eager to contribute, even willing to stake their lives for him. After dismissing them, Lin Ye made his way to the ancestral temple of the Guo family. Chapter 66, The Super Stitching Monster. Is this truly a zombie? At that moment, within the ancestral temple, everyone was bustling with activity. Clan leader Guo Huai held a list, meticulously selecting candidates for the array mages. Guo Ming, Guo Ren, Guo Gang, Guo Li, and dozens more were frantically making calls, summoning descendants of the Guo family from all corners of the nation. For each that returned, another would invade. The light from the ancestral array never ceased. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could enjoy a refreshing boost in attributes. Master, Master. The Guo family members expressed their admiration as they passed by. Do your own thing. Don't mind me. Lin Ye waved his hand and approached clan leader Guo, stating, 2 matters. First, establish a junk equipment recycling station in the 4 monster spawning areas of the outer city. I need to collect a large quantity of scrap gear. Paying by weight. Second, arrange a reasonable identity for me. I, too, wish to participate in the city defense array. The recycling station was a reward for Xiao Bao. A promise I had long made, and it was time to fulfill it. As for the city defense array, I had my sights set on it since my first visit to the inner city. This formation covers a vast area and inflicts significant damage. It is perfect for boosting attributes at this stage. Now that the Guo family had the opportunity to enter the city defense array, I could not let such a good fortune slip away. Rest assured, the Guo family has shops in various leveling zones. It's a simple matter. As for the city defense array quota, that can be arranged easily. I will send the information over shortly, and we can set off early tomorrow morning. Guo replied with a smile. Good, Lin Ye nodded, turning to the Guo family cafeteria for a delightful meal. To his surprise, the taste was quite exceptional. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved a hell-level zombie dungeon key. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to level up the black light virus. At present, this skill was of paramount importance. The higher the level, the better, to avoid detection by special abilities. With a crack, he shattered the key, and a vortex of space materialized. He stepped inside. The sky was dim, and the wind carried a gritty sandstorm. Before him lay a ravaged city, where towering skyscrapers of now stood as mere fragments, a sight of desolation. The broad streets were littered with various abandoned vehicles, some charred beyond recognition, while others were twisted and deformed from violent impacts. Beneath the wheels, atop the roofs, and within the shattered windows, one could see mottled bloodstains and ghastly severed limbs. What was even more chilling was the congregation of monsters lurking in the alleys. Their appearances were grotesque, as if stitched together by some arcane force. Some bore the heads of bulls with human bodies, others had multiple heads and arms, and still others had human heads atop pig bodies, all possessing formidable strength. They could traverse walls, become invisible, and even spew venom several meters away. Damn it, is this truly a zombie dungeon? Upon entering, Lin Ye momentarily doubted if he had stumbled into the wrong scene. Yet, the dungeon information clearly stated it was a hell-level zombie dungeon. By the stinking ditch, a creature with a toad's face shot forth its scarlet tongue, aiming for Lin Ye's brow with audacity. With a mere glance, Lin Ye unleashed a gravity field. The toad monster could not withstand the tenfold gravity and was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Several skeleton warriors rushed forth to consume and loot. Ding. Black light virus experience gained, 200. Huh. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Was this creature truly a zombie? He found it hard to comprehend, sensing that the theme of this dungeon's zombies had shifted. Whatever, as long as it can enhance the black light virus, he thought, shaking his head. Temporarily uninterested in investigating the anomaly, glancing at the scattered monsters, he waved his hand, summoning a multitude of skeleton warriors from the void. They flickered and vanished underground as Lin Ye took out a half-burnt incense stick from his spatial ring, igniting it and waiting in place. In a corner of the city, a group of individuals clad in black gathered in a circle. Although each bore some injuries, fervor radiated from their faces. Before them, they were fusing a 5-meter-tall, naked female zombie, adorned with dozens of large breasts, with several explosive spiders. This combination looked bizarre, but had truly melded into a single entity, drastically boosting their strength and granting them shared abilities. The bespectacled leader exclaimed, "The stitching technique is getting stronger. If we continue our research, we may create a new species." It's not that simple. Our materials are too scarce, and the outside world cannot accommodate us. The constitution of zombies fundamentally differs from that of humans, hindering our progress. Someone sighed. Those thick-headed fools, it was merely a matter of stealing a few professional corpses. They branded us as criminals for it. Damn it. How could research be considered a criminal act? This is science. They wouldn't understand. Once we save the world, they'll know who the true heroes are, another countered. Enough bickering. With that energy, we should focus on taking down the Eater boss to the east. I feel this creature holds more research value when fused with the motorcycle monster. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, excitement evident on his face. Let us forget about the boss. We've been trying to kill it for a month. It's too difficult. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from afar. Had other professionals entered the dungeon? Damn it. What are the odds of encountering them here? The three cursed under their breath, but moved swiftly, leaping toward a fractured high-rise building. Upon sighting, they were struck with awe. A man sat at the heart of the square, igniting a candle whose unique fragrance wafted through the air. In an instant, a horde of formidable zombies erupted from every corner, some crawling with arms extending several meters, others stealthily advancing, and yet more leaping through the air or transforming into grotesque war machines, an overwhelming multitude, conservatively numbering in the tens of thousands. They swiftly filled the square to the brim, soul ensnaring incense. This fool dared to employ such a potent essence here. How audacious of him. After all, this was a hellish-level dungeon. I wager 2 spicy sticks that he won't last 10 seconds, one remarked. Count me in, I bet 10. Another chimed in. Silence. He may possess some advantage, cautioned the one with keen eyes. His vision, enhanced to that of an eagle, allowed him to discern details from over 10 kilometers away. From the rear of the undead mass, he spotted a multitude of skeletal warriors, powerful entities that ordinary zombies could not even hope to breach. Their behavior was peculiar. They incessantly sought out elite zombies to deliver a series of slaps. Once aggro was drawn, they would lead a swarm of zombies toward the incense. Upon entering its range, the undead would charge forward in a frenzy, as if drawing aggro. How strange. The man with keen eyes felt a surge of curiosity. While his companions believed the man was doomed, he remained unfazed. The ability to elevate the most pathetic skeletal warriors into high-intelligence summons demonstrated a creativity that rivaled their own stitching skills. In that moment, everything before them shattered their worldview. Chapter 67, Unparalleled Scythe. The Stitching Squad. Boom. As the horde reached its peak, the entire square erupted in a dazzling purple light. All life within its reach succumbed to a state of bewilderment. Even these super zombies exhibited no resistance. Is that a domain-level control skill? That's absurd. The trio trembled in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Yet the true spectacle was just beginning. A hum resonated as he conjured a malleable, translucent barrier from his palm. Unleashing it upon the zombie tide, it swept across in a 360-degree arc, cutting through the undead like a laser. In an instant, these monstrous zombies were reduced to ash, resulting in widespread explosions. Within a 10,000-meter radius, thousands of zombies were annihilated in mere moments. Boom, boom. 2 beams of golden light descended. No way. He can reap them and still level up? The 3 observers felt a surge of disbelief. Typically, such unparalleled scything would stem from overwhelming levels, equipment, and skills, an effect only achievable through multiple forms of dominance. Yet those 2 beams of golden light revealed the truth. This individual S level had clearly not exceeded 25, and there was no sign of legendary or peerless equipment. Relying solely on skills and innate attribute enhancements, he had managed to achieve such an astonishing feat of slaughter. Such a remarkable accomplishment was a rarity indeed. Look over there. What are those skeletal warriors doing? One of the onlookers exclaimed, pointing towards the battlefield. In their line of sight, thousands of skeletal warriors extended their bony claws. A black vortex materialized, emanating waves of dark energy that consumed the corpses of zombies. This individual was no ordinary necromancer. The bespectacled man felt a chill run down his spine, casting a deep glance at the mysterious figure amidst the sea of corpses. Just as he was about to suggest they leave this perilous location, he was struck dumb. Where did he go? He exclaimed in panic. Who? His companion asked, bewildered. The one hanging there. The bespectacled man frantically scanned the surroundings, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. No, he has vanished. His companions soon grasped the gravity of the situation, astonished. Just a moment ago, he had been there. How could someone disappear from such a vast area in an instant? What kind of speed was required for that? Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a soft voice floated down from above. The 3 men froze, their necks stiffening. They were atop the highest point in the area. Even if the building's floors had collapsed, there was no higher vantage point nearby. This could only mean that the other possessed a flying skill, and at an incredible speed. They looked up, and indeed, in the sunlight, a figure floated in midair, radiant and blinding. Though they could not clearly discern his features, the voice indicated he was likely a young man. Friends, we are merely ordinary practitioners with no ill intent. The bespectacled man forced himself to remain calm and spoke slowly. The ordinary practitioner scrutinized them, almost bursting into laughter. These 3 were cloaked in darkness. One might have mistaken them for escapees from a coal mine. Moreover, each bore the unmistakable demeanor of a rogue, their bodies laden with an array of surgical knives and daggers. For such individuals to earnestly declare themselves ordinary practitioners was rather comical. Are these zombies related to you? He asked, casting a sidelong glance at the trio. Initially, he had intended to seize and consume them, but after some contemplation, he decided to proceed cautiously. Killing them would be simple, but if these stitched zombies were indeed their creation, they might possess some merit worth utilizing. Once he consumed them, his limits would be locked in place, thereby restricting their potential. Upon hearing his words, the 3 exchanged glances, an abundance of information passing between them. Run? How could you outrun someone who can fly? One questioned. So what do we do? Fight. Another replied. Can we win? Of course not. We can't speak the truth. Our research is a capital offense. I believe we should speak. Regardless of who he is, the greatest fear is being deemed worthless. Yes. His hesitation to strike immediately is likely due to this reason. Their gazes hardened in determination. The bespectacled man cleared his throat and nodded, confessing, indeed. These zombies are our creations. We are researchers from the Stitching Association in Jiangbei City, specializing in the techniques of stitching human and beast bodies. It is inconvenient to conduct our research outside, So we are utilizing this zombie dungeon. Jiangbei, the practitioner, raised an eyebrow. That city lay 2,000 kilometers north of Dahan City, boasting a population of approximately 12 million and an expanse twice that of Dahan City. Recently, it had often made headlines due to reports of researchers stealing corpses of frontline practitioners from graveyards. The specifics of their research remained unclear, but those researchers had been placed on the Alliance's wanted list and classified as criminals. Surely, they were not referring to those individuals? He scrutinized them closely. Scalpel, Suturing Association, Human Anatomy, and Beastly Suturing. Such labels affixed with remarkable precision. Amidst the conversation, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Almost immediately, a cacophony of metallic fractures ensued. Damn it! That beast has broken free from its chains. The faces of the three men turned pallid. With a thunderous crash, the building below collapsed. Through the swirling dust, a colossal figure emerged. As it drew nearer, four ebony blades, as dark as ink, split forth, targeting the faces of the four. Run! The bespectacled man and his companions hurriedly sought refuge. Yet, the speed of the creature's arachnid strikes was too swift, leaving them with various minor wounds. In contrast, Lin Ye remained utterly still, his protective aura undisturbed by any wind. Clang, clang, clang. His defenses effortlessly repelled all assaults. Rather than retreating, he advanced towards the monstrosity, revealing the full visage of the stitched abomination. Its lower half resembled a gigantic black spider, while its upper body was a grotesque amalgamation of zombies, predominantly female. Grotesquely bloated by viral energy to towering heights, with ample breasts that posed a formidable threat. A flicker of red light announced the arrival of a massive breast, hurtling through the air. Upon mere contact with his protective aura, a terrifying explosion erupted. Boom. A barrage of high-temperature rays collided wildly, exhausting immense effort to breach a layer of his defenses. Quite impressive, Lin Ye mused. Such an attack was nearing Goren and the others. Yet, it was crucial to note that these zombies were of an average level below LV25. Even with the enhancement of a hellish dungeon, they should not have been capable of breaching his protective aura. However, they had succeeded. The issue lay in the fact that these zombies had been fused with the bodies of other creatures, resulting in a mysterious chemical reaction that significantly amplified their combat prowess. To some extent, it bore resemblance to the ancestral form of the elemental crocodile, with the distinction that the elemental crocodile lacked a physical body, existing instead in an energy form. In contrast, these zombies and explosive spiders were corporeal beings, a cross-species amalgamation, undoubtedly presenting greater complexity. Contemplating this, his eyes glimmered slightly. Chapter 68. The Ascension of Dark Light, the Shock of the Beastly Technique. Roar. Frustrated by their inability to subdue their foe, the stitched monster erupted in rage, launching bomb after bomb of its ample form. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued unabated, creating enormous craters in the vicinity where Lin Ye stood. Are they dead? One of the subordinates swallowed hard, though it seemed not. The bespectacled man's pupils elongated into slits. Through the haze of smoke, he discerned a towering silhouette, radiating a golden glow, encircled in layers, resembling the protective aura of a Buddha, impenetrable and steadfast. Incredible. It has not been breached. The bespectacled man gaped. Disbelief etched across his face. This stitched abomination, a fusion of explosive spider and maternal zombie, was their most prized creation, its combat capabilities soaring beyond its tier, rivaling even the bosses of hellish dungeons. The sole vexation was its overwhelming consciousness, rendering it difficult to control, which was precisely why they had previously restrained it with chains. The more he understood, the more he felt the terrifying presence of the enigmatic figure amidst the smoke. With superior offense, defense, and control, he appeared nearly invulnerable. Roar. At that moment, the stitched zombie howled in fury. In the next instant, Lin Ye clenched his fist. Boom. An overwhelming force of gravity descended. Roar. The stitched monster shrieked in agony, unable to withstand for even 3 seconds. Crack, crack. Its gigantic spider legs buckled under the pressure, snapping audibly. Simultaneously, its skin began to crack extensively, and its head was forcibly pressed into the ground. Splatter, splatter. Black blood erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the massive corpse was crushed beneath the weight. In the moment of death, dozens of skeletal warriors rushed forth to devour and plunder. A plethora of information data filled his vision, encompassing the thousands of zombies he had previously slain, as well as the freshly vanquished stitched abomination. Ding. Experience from the Dark Light Virus. 1-200-000. Ding. Experience from the Dark Light Virus. 100-000. Boom. Boom. 2 streams of golden light signified an upgrade. This time, it was not for him, but for the Dark Light Virus skill itself. Dark Light Virus. LV8. All summoned entities' attacks carry viral infection upon inflicting wounds. They cause the enemy to lose 8 of their health every 7 seconds. Upon death, they automatically transform into zombies under the control of the summoner. This transformation cannot be discerned without legendary level insight skills. Excellent, excellent. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He had leveled up twice. The damage interval reduced from 9 seconds to 7. A full 2 seconds less, and the damage increased from 6 to 8, a significant improvement. Furthermore, upon reaching LV8, only those with legendary insight skills could detect the incursion of the Dark Light virus. In the entirety of Dahan City, only the prodigious talent Sun Tzu of the Sun family possessed such skills. Unfortunately, this genius had succumbed to the Dark Light infection mere days prior and had become one of his own. This meant that, at present, no one in Dahan City could unravel the Dark Light virus. Of course, it still wasn't entirely secure. Before entering the city defense array tomorrow, he needed to achieve an extraordinary level, perhaps even supreme. However, before venturing into the next dungeon, his gaze shifted towards the bespectacled trio. Under the scrutiny of his insight beam, their details became vividly apparent. Name, Zhang Chao. Occupation, researcher. Skill 1, Eagle Eye, insight information. Skill 2, research technique, study life information. Skill 3, suturing technique, capable of stitching various life forms, with a chance to create more powerful evolutionary beings. Name, Wang Liang. Occupation, surgeon. Skill 1, life scalpel, transforms vitality into a scalpel, maintaining life during surgery. Skill 2, enhanced body technique, strengthens healing energy, stabilizing the physical form. Skill 3, suturing technique, capable of stitching various life forms, with a chance to create more powerful evolutionary beings. Name, Zheng Chong. Occupation, evolutionary analyst. Skill 1, examination, inspects the subtle data of living entities. Skill 2, evolution, analyzes the subsequent evolution of skills. The stronger the information, the greater the chance to create new skills. Skill 3, suturing technique. Quite impressive. Upon reviewing the insight analysis, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled. Although none of the three were combat-oriented talents, they were all exceptional experts in the fields of research and creation, far exceeding Xiang Fanqing in authority. With the ancestral crocodile developed by them, efficiency is inevitably heightened. The esteemed leader? The trio spoke in hushed tones, intimidated by Lin Ye's penetrating gaze. Join me. Lin Ye extended an invitation. The three were momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by unrestrained elation. Their research, somewhat inhumane, had led them to be ostracized by the academic community in Jiangbei. Although some corporations expressed interest in their work, those individuals proved to be utterly ineffectual. After realizing they had been suppressed, they dared not utter a word. In their eyes, Lin Ye appeared shrouded in mystery, exuding strength, darkness, and fearlessness. Indeed, the perfect shield. What must we contribute? The bespectacled man inquired, exchanging glances with his companions. I possess a set of fusion skills, and I require your assistance to modify them into skills suitable for necromantic summons. As he spoke, Lin Ye retrieved a tome from his spatial ring. Through mental inscription, he conjured 3 skill books pertaining to the ancestral crocodile, which gracefully landed before each of them with a flick of his finger. Beast skills? Or perhaps the rare fusion type? The bespectacled man gasped in astonishment. The prowess of beast skills was formidable and ferocious. If they could be learned and deciphered, it would herald a monumental breakthrough for all humanity. However, progress was sluggish. The lower-tier simulations were manageable, such as Fireball or Windblade, but increasing the difficulty, particularly regarding Bloodline ultimate moves, rendered them utterly indecipherable. After all, the physiological structure and strength of humans and beasts were markedly distinct, making it impossible to revert to their original forms. This conundrum had eluded the academic community for centuries. Their stitching technique emerged as an alternative in the face of this insurmountable challenge. Since learning was unfeasible, they opted to fuse beast life into human bodies. This decidedly unorthodox approach preserved the beast skills, although it completely transcended human cognitive boundaries, ultimately branding them as outcasts, with no hope of returning home. Yet, the skills Lin Ye bestowed upon them were unmistakably beast skills, specifically a super-rare fusion technique among them. What did this signify? Lin Ye had already conquered a problem that humanity had grappled with for centuries. It is no exaggeration to say that, on a technical level, he surpassed all researchers globally. Witnessing this, their gazes toward Lin Ye transformed entirely. What was once reverence for strength morphed into a worship akin to that reserved for the divine. Boss, I'm with you for life. Me too, me too. Rest assured, boss, we will fulfill your requests. The trio brimmed with enthusiasm, dispelling their previous gloom. Excellent. Lin Ye smiled, and beneath his lowered gaze, he perceived the trio's loyalty message. Ding, loyalty 100. Ding, loyalty 100. Ding, loyalty 100. Chapter 69, Strategizing in Jiangbei. Rapid evolution. They became utterly devoted. Far quicker than Xiao Mo and the others. Lin Ye mused. These researchers, while seemingly eccentric, remained rather innocent. Now that they were allies, he could not neglect them. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what are your plans moving forward? The pressure from Jiangbei is overwhelming. It's not just research that's problematic. Survival itself is at stake. If you wouldn't mind, could you lend us some skeleton warriors? We could return and re-establish our research facility. The bespectacled man, Zhang Chao, spoke fervently. He understood the combat prowess of the skeleton warriors clearly. Each one was no less formidable than the top-ranked experts showcased in online videos, if not stronger. He was confident that with a dozen of them, they could not only shed their outcast label, but also reshape the academic landscape of Jiangbei. Would 10,000 be sufficient? Lin Ye's words were astonishing. Boss, 110,000? The trio gaped in disbelief. Who could have anticipated such an exaggerated display of power from Lin Ye regarding skeleton warriors of that caliber? Would I deceive you? Lin Ye chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of skeleton warriors descended from above. Currently, the total number of summoned entities reached an astounding 270,000, excluding those who had invaded the major factions of Dahan City. After gifting Zhang Chao and his companions 10,000, it felt almost effortless. This is more than enough. Observing the throng of skeleton warriors, as numerous as dumplings, Zhang Chao and his companions beamed with joy, their smiles almost splitting their faces. With such a vast array of skeleton warriors, after a period of management, he was confident in challenging the Lord's mansion. Do you require anything else? Lin Ye inquired again. Zhang Chao pondered for a moment, glancing at the beast fusion skill in his hands, and replied thoughtfully, Boss, our capabilities are limited. Skills of this level are too intricate for us to decipher in the short term. If we could obtain a similar series of ordinary skills, perhaps we might find a way to draw parallels and uncover a deciphering method. Indeed, this posed a challenge. Lin Ye nodded, turning to inscribe the water elemental body and death roll skills of the elemental crocodile. He continued, if we elevate your occupational quality to legendary or beyond, would that enhance the chances of deciphering? Elevate occupational quality to legendary level. The trio was taken aback. Heavens, is that truly possible? Their excitement was palpable as they swallowed hard. It was well known that altering occupational quality was an immensely daunting task, requiring extraordinary treasures. Had anyone else suggested this, they would have surely scoffed. However, with the boss making this claim, it was undoubtedly feasible. After all, he had solved problems that had perplexed the academic community for over a century and could effortlessly summon over 10,000 skeleton warriors comparable to top-tier experts. Altering occupational quality seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, stepping into the legendary realm would not only significantly enhance their combat prowess, but also amplify their research capabilities and stitching technique potential. With this thought, the trio nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at Lin Ye. Let me broaden your horizons, Lin Ye said with a light laugh. He squeezed out 3 drops of blood, each containing a wealth of 10,000 in all attributes. The extent of their enhancement would depend on their own luck. Furthermore, this would also prepare them for the impending defense of the city array to bolster their attributes. As per usual, he would first weaken them, then amplify their strength. With a flick of his finger, 3 droplets of radiant, multicolored blood shot through the air, merging into the bodies of the 3. This is, Zhang Chao cried out, his body soaring into the air as swirling strands of bloodline energy enveloped him. The immense power swiftly shattered his genetic locks, propelling his formerly exceptional occupational quality to new heights. Mid-exceptional, late exceptional, peak exceptional, boom. Breaking through to perfection. It's real, it's truly happening, Zhang Chao exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Upon entering the perfect tier, he could distinctly sense his vision and cognition evolving on all fronts. The capacity for research and analysis has surged by more than tenfold, with this trend continuing to accelerate rapidly. The genetic locks are still shattering, leading to evolution. Wang Liang and Zheng Chang are experiencing the same exhilarating transformation. The abundance of energy remains substantial. Who knows, they might genuinely ascend to legendary status, or even beyond. Upon returning to Jiangbei, they must deliver a little shock to those old-timers. The trio erupted into hearty laughter, embracing the exquisite agony of their newfound power. By the way, aside from diligently studying the skills of the ancient crocodile, could you also collect some mana potions, zombie dungeon materials, and irreparable equipment in Jiangbei? As for financial concerns, there is no need for worry. I will have the skeletal warriors deliver the resources shortly. Observing that the 3 still required time to evolve, Lin Ye found no reason to linger and waste time here. Before departing, he made this brief instruction. Yes, boss. Rest assured, we will handle it without fail. They replied, baring their teeth in determination. After all they had been through together, Lin Ye had become more dear to them than their own parents. Whatever the boss desired, they would brave mountains and seas to fulfill. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lin Ye discarded the skill books for the water elementals and turned to depart. He stepped through the spatial portal and returned to the Guo residence. The hour was still early, so he activated 2 zombie dungeons, sending in 10,000 skeletal warriors for each. Despite his current weakened state, with only 310,000 in total attributes, he could still easily handle level 25 zombies, albeit at the cost of more time. As time flew by, several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and dawn broke. The Guo family began to gather in the square. 29 formation masters eagerly awaited the arrival of their last member before setting off for the city lord's mansion. Who are we missing? Guo Huai inquired while counting heads. Just the master. He just sent a message from the infinite domain, stating he will arrive shortly, Guo Ren replied, puffing on his small joystick, exhaling clouds of smoke. Also, the master instructed us to prepare 10 tons of gold for transport to our brothers in Jiangbei. Jiangbei? Guo Huai's eyes widened in realization. The master has already begun to strategize for other cities. Of course, Guo Ren nodded emphatically. Earlier, he had already coordinated with his subordinates for the transfer. In the future, the research institute's formations in Jiangbei would be under his purview. Here, take this warehouse key and help yourself. Guo Huai's spirits soared as he tossed the key to Guo Ren. After Guo Ren left, each member of the Guo family gazed towards the mountaintop dormitory where Lin Ye resided. With a sudden distortion of space, a figure emerged, beaming with joy. After a night of hard work, he had finally conquered 2 zombie dungeons and leveled up to 24. Now just 1 level shy of unlocking new supreme attributes and summonable entities. Simultaneously, he had devoured over 100,000 zombies, causing the black light virus to once again surpass its limits, achieving level 9. Unless faced with an extraordinary class of insight, even legendary level perception would be unable to penetrate his defenses. As his feet touched the ground, a radiant golden light enveloped him. He had leveled up to 25. Chapter 70, True Death Damage and the Skeletal Mage. Discovering a new bug. Level 25? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. Through the infinite domain, he learned that the achievements of Xiao Mo and Zhang Jingfu had contributed to this success. Having successfully navigated over 30 dungeons, they had already conquered 2 master dungeons. And the shared experience propelled him from level 24 to level 25 almost instantaneously. The benefits were manifold. The new supreme attributes and summonable entities had been unlocked successfully. Upon opening his panel, a new supreme attribute appeared. True Death Damage. Supreme for each summoned entity that perishes, all summoned creatures inflict 1 true damage. Magnificent, Lin Ye exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The supreme attributes had never disappointed him. Each one was exceptionally powerful. This true death damage was rather formidable. As the game progressed, equipment would become increasingly sophisticated, whether for practitioners or monstrous beasts, leading to a diverse array of defensive systems. Physical resistance, elemental resistance, chaotic resistance, life shields, and more would all diminish damage significantly. However, with the presence of true damage, the equation changed entirely. This unique attribute could bypass armor, shields, and resistances, directly consuming true life points. When the values reached a certain threshold, combined with overwhelming presence, it could counter any defensive system. Naturally, a sacrifice mechanism had to be arranged. The more entities sent to their demise, the greater the true damage inflicted. After grasping the concept of true death damage, Lin Ye summoned a new skill book to call forth the Skeletal Mage. This was the only magic summon available to necromancers in the early stages, a classic high damage. Fragile unit. There was much to anticipate. With a swift motion, he tore open the skill book. Instantly, the system chimed with delight. Ding. Congratulations on learning the new summoning skill, Summon Skeletal Mage. The information was as follows. Summon Skeletal Mage. LV1 consumes 80 mana points to summon 2 skeletal mages from the underworld. At level 1, he could summon 2. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Bang, bang. He cast the Summon Skeletal Mage skill, and as the smoke dissipated, 2 dazed skeletal mages, their hands ablaze with fire, emerged. Opening the panel revealed. Summon Skeletal Mage. Level, LV25. Skill 1, Fireball. Skill 2, Explosive Fireball. The skills are rather lackluster, Lin Ye remarked with a shake of his head. He accessed the infinite domain and shared all summoning skills with the skeletal mages, particularly Zhang Xianju's Earth Giant and Gravity spells. The data surged dramatically. Are Earth Giants even considered summons? Lin Ye pondered, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He promptly commanded the skeletal mages to summon them. Bang, bang. 4 Earth Giants rose from the ground, transported to the surrounding lake, and were swiftly annihilated by thousands of elemental crocodiles. Ding. Death Rebirth, all attributes 6. Unbelievable. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a bug. Allowing summoned entities to summon more entities could exponentially amplify their numbers and attributes. With this realization, he immediately notified his 2 avatars to modify their summoning targets to the skeletal mages, aiming to elevate their levels. Otherwise, the effects would be indiscernible. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was nearly time to gather. He pushed the door open and headed to the cafeteria, grabbing several buns and 5 cups of soy milk. As they ambled towards the plaza halfway up the mountain, the host exclaimed, "You have finally arrived." Spotting his figure from afar, Guo Huai's face broke into a smile as he eagerly approached. "Has the gold been delivered to Jiangbei?" Lin Ye inquired, taking a bite of his meat bun. "It was delivered just a short while ago," Guo Huai replied candidly. "Excellent," Lin Ye nodded, providing some instructions regarding finer details before the team set off. They boarded a large bus, heading towards the Lord's Manor. Along the way, Lin Ye finished his bun and sipped his soybean milk, casting a glance at the spatial ring gifted to him by Guo Huai. Although the space was limited, it contained a considerable amount of mana recovery potions and essential supplies. According to Guo Huai, These were procured from the descendants of the Guo family who had returned from yesterday to this morning, totaling over 2,000 bottles. In addition, there was an abundance of beef jerky, beast meat, and functional beverages. This old fellow truly believes I am going to stay for half a year. Lin Ye chuckled to himself. He estimated that the city's defensive formation could withstand a week at most, after which he could easily find a skeletal warrior to replace him and slip away unnoticed. Clearing his mind, he transferred all the items into his spatial ring. Though physically present on the bus, his consciousness roamed the limitless realm, observing the actions of all summoned entities. He watched as the Zhangqiao trio completed their class evolution, all attaining legendary status. They had already led 10,000 skeletal warriors back to Jiangbei City, having just received the 10 tons of gold sent by Guo Run. Their manpower and resources were fully replenished, and they commenced the reconstruction of the Research Institute. Xiao Mo, Jiang Jingfu, and Zhang Yu were also diligently laboring. The 30-plus dungeon keys would not be available for some time. Meanwhile, in Qingstone Town, Chu He and others had secretly teleported into the inner city. In the upcoming week, they would launch a full-scale invasion against 30,000 of the Sun family's peripheral agents. In the inner city, the Bai family, Bai Peng and Bai Kuan, acted swiftly, having taken down 2 elite assassins, and were now plotting to seize the largest profit network of the Bai family, the Underground Assassin Guild. The Sun family, including Sun Li, was covertly assisting, gathering intelligence. At the Lord's Manor, Lu Mao appeared to be executing his duties while simultaneously monitoring information and records pertaining to the Lu family. In Shuangfeng Mountain, the first avatar remained as steadfast as ever. However, the blood pool seemed to be undergoing a transformation, entering a dormant phase in preparation for evolution. On Duzhou Mountain, Guohuai and others were still rallying the Guo family, engaging in plunder and invasion, while also extensively collecting broken equipment from the 4 major leveling zones. The second avatar was performing steadily, summoning skeletal mages, and as soon as the cooldown for the crocodile ancestor was completed, they commenced summoning. The ancestral formation had willingly sacrificed souls, allowing for a wave of harvesting. With the situation progressing favorably, Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. An hour later, the transport vehicle arrived. Swaying as it approached the outskirts of the Lord's Manor, the estate spanned a vast area of approximately 70 to 80,000 square meters. To the east lay the city hall, the location of the Lord's office. To the south, the quarters for the guards. Towering structures accommodated over 30,000 individuals. The west side housed the training grounds, while the northern section contained the formation hub, marked by the Guo family emblem, granting them passage directly into the northern area. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a small, elderly man in his 50s. I am Lu Sheng, the overseer of the city's defensive formation. From today onward, I shall be responsible for your daily needs, so please follow me as I show you the living quarters. Lu Sheng, displaying remarkable professionalism, first led Lin Ye and the others to the dormitory area. After they set down their luggage, he guided them through the cafeteria, bathing facilities, and entertainment amenities, all that one might desire. Here, even when weary, boredom would not be an option. Finally, they arrived at the work area. Chapter 71, Formation Node. A delightful surge of 130,000 attributes. Before them lay a deep passage leading underground, heavily fortified with preemptive formations and members of the guard. They boarded a vehicle akin to a sightseeing tram and traveled several hundred meters to reach a formation node. Suspended in midair was a colossal golden sphere, within which intricate formations were etched, depicting a miniature map of the city, reduced in scale by hundreds of times. Lu Sheng began to elucidate. This is a miniature of the North Street Formation, inscribed with 10,000 formation runes. This node requires 2 formation masters to maintain the city's defensive formation in this area. Who wishes to remain? For the next 6 months, this will be your worksite. I will. And I. 2 Guo family formation masters eagerly volunteered. Excellent, Lu Sheng acknowledged. Once the 2 disembarked, he led the others onward through 5 more nodes, including Mingda Street, Yucai Street, and Chaoyang Street, each node representing a distinct area within the city. After observing for a while and finding little distinction, Lin Ye disembarked at the 6th node corresponding to Cultural Street, accompanied by a younger member of the Guo family named Guozhen. As Lu Sheng departed, Lin Ye entrusted the task of repairing the formation to Guozhen. Yes, master. Guozhen nodded earnestly. You've worked hard. With that, Lin Ye ventured deeper into the node. Buzz. His figure vanished. Inside, the golden formation runes were densely packed, countless in number, each radiating a formidable energy. A single misstep could result in annihilation by the formation's power. Time to get to work. Lin Ye exhaled. Earlier, although he had broken through the 100,000 threshold, the creation of avatars had cost him half of his attributes. Furthermore, nurturing Zhang Qiao and his companions had resulted in another loss of 30,000. Currently, his total attributes stood at 30,000, necessitating a substantial surge. As per his usual practice, he began stacking buffs. Buzz. A shield enveloped his body as a skeletal warrior delivered the shattered crown of sin. Equipping it halved his attributes, bringing them to 150,000. A weakness potion reduced them by 30, resulting in 105,000. That should suffice, Lin Ye remarked with satisfaction. With just over 10,000. The attributes of his skeletal warriors had been compressed to mere thousands. With a clattering sound, one skeletal warrior after another descended from the summoning space. Upon entering the area of formation runes, they were bombarded by an overwhelming wave of energy. 490, 520, 494. Within less than 3 minutes, a row of skeletal warriors was obliterated by the formation. Ding. Death rebirth. All attributes 217. The speed was exhilarating. Lin Ye laughed heartily. Just from this wave, over 100 skeletal warriors had perished. After a brief wait, the 15 formation nodes are fully occupied, and all summoning space permissions have been granted. Each wave comprises 200 entities with complete attributes. Thus, 15 waves yield a staggering total of 3,000 attributes. This figure merely reflects a 3-minute attribute benefit, excluding the time spent on formation charging, maintenance, repairs, and basic necessities. In a single day, a minimum of 2 hours of exhilarating attribute farming can be achieved, resulting in a remarkable 12,000 attributes. Following the significant losses incurred yesterday, the potential for recovery today is immense. Furthermore, while attributes are being farmed, Lin Ye and his 2 major avatars are not idling. They are fervently consuming potions and summoning skeletal mages. The summoned skeletal mages join the summoning array, relentlessly calling forth earth giants, dramatically increasing the quantity of summoned entities. As time progresses, explosive sounds resonate. Boom, boom. Numerous golden rays of upgrade light descend, rapidly elevating the levels of the skeletal mages. Within just 1 hour, they attain level 3. By evening, the workday concludes, and their proficiency reaches its zenith at level 5. The information updates as follows. Summon Skeletal Mage. LV5 consumes 300 mana to summon 6 skeletal mages from the underworld, with the main body and both avatars combined. The blood igniting technique amplifies their capabilities, allowing for the summoning of 72 entities per second. Each skeletal mage can further summon 2 earth giants, culminating in an astonishing total of 144 summons per second. Theoretically, this already surpasses the efficiency of a level 10 skeletal warrior. Such is the grandeur of a mage's power. One can hardly fathom the efficiency of a level 10 skeletal mage. Before departing from the formation node, the system delivers a summary. Ding. Skeletal mages, 48,000. Ding. Earth giants, 96,000. Ding. Skeletal warriors, 12,900. Ding. True death damage, 108,900. Ding. Death rebirth. Total attributes, 130,000. Aggregate attribute value, 1,610,000. How exhilarating. The energy surging within him is as fierce as a dragon, and Lin Ye's mood is exceptionally buoyant. After a day of arduous training, the good news is that his strength has significantly increased. The bad news is that all mana potions have been depleted. Upon returning to his dormitory, after dining and freshening up, Lin Ye sits cross-legged on his bed, entering a meditative state. 10 mana. 10 mana. As his mana regenerates, he also contacts Zhang Chao, who is far away in Zhangbei City. The situation in Dahan City appears grim, given the larger area and population of Zhangbei City. Even with students scrambling for resources, there should still be some stock available. Boss, today has been overwhelming. I've spent most of the day selling gold, reaching out to over a dozen consortiums, yet I've only managed to sell a small portion, Zhang Chao reports. Hearing this, Lin Ye's hopes begin to wane. However, the next moment, Zhang Chao delivers a number that leaves him astounded. 5,000 bottles. So many. Boss, Zhangbei City is the epicenter for potion development in the 5 northwestern provinces. Give me another day, and I can procure tens of thousands of bottles for you. Zhang Chao assures confidently. Splendid. Splendid. Lin Ye is overjoyed. To ensure a daily yield of over 100,000 experience points, he requires at least 4,000 mana potions. With this new stock, he need not worry for tomorrow. With that, he commands the transfer. The main body transmits 2,000 bottles, while each of the 2 avatars sends 1,500 bottles, effectively resolving the mana potion dilemma. Lin Ye then connects his consciousness with Xiang Fanxing in the summoning space. Master, Xiang Fanxing rises. How is the research on the water spirit pearl progressing? Lin Ye inquires. The power of heaven and earth is exceedingly profound. My comprehension has been slow. However, through teaching, I have made preliminary gains. Please follow me, Xiang Fanxing replies, leading Lin Ye to a designated area within the summoning space. There, several hundred skeletal warriors and archers are seated in meditation, diligently practicing. They were selected from the 270,000 summoned entities based on their higher innate comprehension and intelligence, possessing the quality of self-training. Over the past few days, I have gradually imparted human techniques to them, and they have already mastered many, capable of self-improvement. Soon, they will be able to cultivate the power of sealing, Xiang Fanxing explains. I'd like to see, Lin Ye responds. Stepping forward, he envelopes the area in an infinite domain, instantly acquiring the experience of these hundreds of skeletons. Boom, boom. A multitude of golden upgrade lights illuminate before him. Ding. Leveling of flower transference reaches its peak. Ding. Masterful touch reaches its peak. Ding. Stealth technique reaches its peak. Ding. Aggro technique reaches its peak. Chapter 72, 1 million experience points, detection range, 560,000 square meters. Information updates. Flower transference, LV5 attacks using the opponent's strength, allowing for 5 transfers in a single instance. Masterful touch, LV5 during physical contact. You have a 50 chance to steal items from the opponent's spatial ring. Stealth technique, LV5 bends light to enter a pseudo-invisibility state. Aggro technique, LV5 utilizes positioning and taunting techniques to effectively draw aggro from fierce beasts. Finally, and most importantly, teaching others. Previously at level 3, it has now ascended to level 4, significantly enhancing his educational capabilities. If you have time, please enhance the overweight cannon and gravity field, Lin Ye suggests. After traversing through 3 zombie dungeons, he has found these 2 skills exceedingly useful. The overweight cannon wields immense power. A single wave of laser fire can clear entire screens. The gravity field is equally formidable, categorized as a property growth control skill. The stronger the mana, the greater the gravity. It is currently at 10 times the gravity. And once he surpasses 200,000 intelligence, it will reach 20 times. When the gravity field is deployed, ordinary minions are crushed into paste, while bosses and elite monsters are rendered immobile. Moreover, with the addition of skeletal mages, it may be possible to achieve multiple gravity fields. If the damage can stack multiplicatively, the potential would be terrifying. No problem. These 2 have long been on the shortlist, along with Overlord Slash and Dominance. Once teaching others reaches level 5, we should be able to tackle both the Water Spirit Pearl and the power of sealing simultaneously, Xiang Fanqing contemplates. I trust your abilities. Please also take a look at the skeletal mages. Nearly 50,000 new mages have been summoned, which could be beneficial for magic-based skills, Lin Ye reminds him. Subsequently, he withdraws his consciousness from the summoning space and returns to his room. A new set of data appears before him. Ding. Detection skill experience. 300,000. Boom. Boom. 2 rays of upgrade light descend. The detection skill rises by 2 levels. Detection skill. LV9 constructs detection waves using mental power, with a detection range equal to 90 times your intelligence. The Sun family has suffered significant incursions. Lin Ye realizes. Throughout the day, actions from Chu he have been swift. Upon closer inspection, at least 7,000 informants from the Sun family have been plundered. Had they not been wary of alarming the guards, the numbers could have been multiplied several times over. Following this trajectory, it seems that full domination of the Sun family could be accomplished within mere days. Subsequently, after testing the upgraded detection technique, he ascended 2 levels, resulting in a tremendous enhancement. His intelligence now stood at 160,000, and with a multiplier of 90, it amounted to an impressive 14 per million. This meant that under normal circumstances, his detection range extended to 140,000 square meters. Following the quadruple enhancement from Sun Tzu's specialized domain, this range expanded to an astonishing 560,000 square meters, encompassing the entire Lord's mansion and several surrounding blocks. All laid bare before his eyes. As the detection waves were released invisibly, he had scarcely ventured far from his dormitory when he encountered a dense array of early warning formations. The detection waves instinctively retracted. This contraption resembled a tortoise shell, and Lin Ye shook his head, concluding that his detection technique was still insufficiently powerful. He resolved to level up further. Perhaps he could overcome the early warning formations without triggering them. At that point, the Lord's mansion would hold no secrets from him. Suddenly, a golden light descended, signifying his own upgrade to level 26. There was no need for speculation. He knew it was the result of the efforts of Xiao Mo and the others. Upon leveling up, his state was fully restored. Time to rest. Tomorrow we continue, he thought as he turned off the lights and fell asleep. He slept soundly until the next morning when Lu Sheng, the overseer, shouted through a megaphone, calling everyone to breakfast before heading to the formation nodes. The Lu family's cafeteria offered a bountiful breakfast, steamed buns with various fillings, fried dough sticks, soy milk, rice rolls, and noodles, all in unlimited supply. Lin Ye's stomach growled with hunger. The higher his attributes, the greater his appetite. He felt capable of devouring an entire cow at that moment. He grabbed a dozen baskets of buns and settled down by the television to eat while watching the news. Halfway through his meal, a news segment caught his attention. Lin Ye, a contestant from Panlong Town in the Star Contest, had been attacked by criminals on his way to the inner city, sustaining serious injuries and was currently receiving emergency treatment at the first affiliated hospital of Dahan City. Whether he would be able to participate in the Star Contest 6 days later remained uncertain. These damned criminals, not even sparing children. Scoundrels. If we catch them, they should all be executed at the market square. The cafeteria erupted in outrage, particularly among the Lu family members, who were filled with righteous indignation. As Lin Ye munched on his buns, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The Star Contest was a hallmark event in Dahan City, held annually before the college entrance exams. The victors not only received extra points in their exams, but also garnered resource support from the Dahan military. Upon graduating from university, they could return to Dahan City and hold significant positions within the military. This was indeed a positive opportunity, but with the involvement of criminals. Ulterior motives were likely at play. In the past, he would have been indifferent, but now that his older brother was entangled with those criminals, he found it hard to remain unconcerned. His eyes glowed with intensity as he activated his infinite domain, swiftly locating Sun Li. Investigate Lin Ye from the star contest and the whereabouts of nearby criminals, he instructed. Yes, master, Sun Li responded eagerly. With 1/6 of the Sun family's intelligence network now under his command, it was the perfect opportunity to test his capabilities. After sending out the request, Lin Ye turned his attention back to his meal, spending half an hour eating. He was the first to enter and the last to leave. Moments later, the group boarded the transport vehicle and returned to their respective formation nodes. As per the usual protocol, Guozhun maintained the formations while Lin Ye stepped into the golden sphere. As he walked, his consciousness descended into the summoning space. After a night of rest, the cooldowns for all his skeleton mages had refreshed, allowing him to summon the earth giants anew. With 48,000 skeleton mages, each capable of summoning 2 earth giants per day, he would have a total of 98,000 free summons. With a flourish of his hand, over 100 skeleton mages emerged, squatting at the entrance of the formation inscriptions, each releasing their summoning spells one after another. Boom, boom, boom. One earth giant after another strode into the formation. Crackle. In an instant, lightning and thunder erupted as the powers of the various formations activated, ruthlessly annihilating all intruders. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages, having completed their summons, returned to the summoning space, ready to bring forth another batch. This repetitive cycle occurred across all 15 nodes. Lin Ye did not remain idle. He continued to consume potions and summon skeleton mages. Data flickered before his eyes as time flowed by. Hours later, as the second day's tasks concluded, Lin Ye's progress was remarkable, surpassing all expectations. A summary of data appeared before him. Ding. Skeleton mages, 54,000. Ding. Earth giant deaths, 150,000. Ding. True death damage, 150,000. Ding. Death rebirth, all attributes, 180,000. Total skeleton mages, 1,020,000. Total true death damage, 250,000. Total all attributes, 340,000. Chapter 73, Devouring Evolution, Exploding Troops, and the Third Shadow Clone. This was utterly exhilarating. Lin Ye was left wanting more. Ever since acquiring the skeleton mages, the sacrifice method required no consumption of his own skeletons. The summoned earth giants sufficed. If only the cooldown were shorter, once a day was far too long. Otherwise, with 100,000 skeleton mages, summoning would yield 200,000 earth giants, creating an explosive force right on the spot. At this rate, he was confident he could break the million total attribute record before his journey at the Lord's mansion concluded. Moreover, the true death damage was incredibly potent. In just 2 days, he had amassed 250,000, equating to an additional 250,000 true damage attached to the attacks of each summoned creature. As long as they hit, any being below the heavenly ranking would be vanquished, with even certain dungeon bosses unable to withstand the blows of ordinary minions. This was undoubtedly a heavenly ranking level of combat power, and he possessed a staggering 370,000 such summoned creatures. The thought of this invigorated Lin Ye. Soon, the third day arrived. Zhang Chao kept his promise and sent over 20,000 mana potions early in the morning, which were evenly divided among the 2 clones, each receiving over 7,000 bottles, enough to last 2 to 3 days. The mana issue was resolved, and he immediately activated his troop explosion mode. Boom, boom, boom. In the following 2 days, Lin Ye experienced a meteoric rise. By the evening of the 5th day, he had shattered level 30, unlocking a new supreme attribute with the following information. Devouring Evolution. Supreme summon creatures that consume corpses can gain various elemental resistances, with no upper limit. Incredible. Lin Ye raised his thumb in approval. This was undoubtedly setting the stage to cultivate a formidable frontline. Once he reached level 35, he could summon the Death Knights, and paired with this supreme attribute, it would be a wall-level divine ability. For now, it was merely a stepping stone. The forestry swiftly redirected its focus towards data summarization. With a rustle, a new data summary materialized before the eyes. Ding. Skeleton Mage, 150,000. Ding. Earth Giant's Demise, 280,000. Ding. True Death Damage, 280,000. Ding. Death Rebirth, all attributes, 320,000. Total Skeleton Mages, 160,000. Total True Death Damage, 550,000. Total all attributes, 680,000. Boom. Boom. Glorious light of upgrade descended. The skill to summon skeleton mages underwent continuous enhancement. Information transitioned. Summon skeleton mage. LV8 consumes 450 mana. Summoning 9 skeleton mages from the netherworld. In terms of sheer numbers, the mages had overtaken the warriors and archers. Clearly, the efficiency of summoning had improved. However, beginning on the 6th day, the efficiency of attribute acquisition experienced a significant decline. Presently, the total attribute value surged to 680,000. Even with the damaged crown of sin and the dual debuff from the weakness potion, one's own attributes stood at 380,000. When evenly distributed among the skeleton mages, each would possess approximately 130,000 to 140,000. Such elevated values resulted in a substantial enhancement of the summoned earth giants, whose health reached 300,000. Despite the defensive formation being capable of inflicting damage, each cycle of extermination now required a minimum of 24 minutes, extending the time by a factor of 8 compared to before. With merely 2 hours dedicated to buff farming each day, it was feasible to handle a maximum of 5 cycles, equating to 15 nodes and 75 cycles in total. Each cycle summoned 120 earth giants. By the end of the evening, merely 9,000 had perished, a stark contrast to the cumulative total of 280,000 from the previous 2 days. The disparity was nothing short of staggering. A new data summary emerged before the eyes. Ding. Skeleton Mage, 74,000. Ding. Earth Giant's Demise, 9,000. Ding. True Death Damage, 9,000. Ding. Death Rebirth, all attributes, 12,000. Total Skeleton Mages, 3,920,000. Total True Death Damage, 560,000. Total all attributes, 690,000. What a waste. Before concluding the day, the forestry lamented deeply. At that moment, the summoning space still harbored 770,000 earth giants. Ultimately, under the relentless passage of time, they would dissolve into mere grains of sand, for they were merely summoned entities of the skeleton mage and could not bask in the effects of the undead plague. They could only persist for a few hours before fading away. Having learned from this lesson, the forestry resolved to act with prudence. After careful consideration, 3 courses of action emerged. First, elevate the level of the Shadow Clone. Forge a 3rd Shadow Clone. Second, upgrade the Loyal Fan's professional level. Third, summon Zhang Yu back. Her blessing skill had a chance to create debuffs. Having leveled up consecutively for over 10 levels, the effects had significantly improved. With a stroke of luck, she might even summon a debuff that reduces attributes by 4,070. Fourth, obtain the complete version of the Crown of Sin. Previously, 2 fragments of the crown had been acquired. Only 1 remained for forging. Over the past 6 days, Xiao Mo and the others had conquered over 20 dungeons, amassing a plethora of boss chests. With luck on their side, it should not be challenging for the fortunate Zhang Yu to unveil a fragment of the crown from such a substantial haul. Contemplating this, the forestry shifted its gaze towards the infinite domain. At that moment, Xiao Mo and the others were still engaged in dungeon raids and had yet to emerge. Patience was required. During the wait, he glanced at the status of the Overlord army and other summoned entities. In recent days, as he soared to new heights, all summoned beings had also received a tremendous boost. The intensity of their mission execution had surged. Within the Overlord army, Chu Jun and others had thoroughly suppressed the Sun family. Just yesterday, they invaded 7,000, and today, they launched an assault on 150,000 individuals. If they continued this way, it was likely that no members of the Sun family would remain in the inner city. The good news was that with the invasion of 150,000, a vast amount of experience in detection was obtained. The skill once again broke through its limits. Reaching the domain of LV10, information transitioned. Detection, LV10 constructs detection waves using mental power, with a detection range equal to 100 times the intelligence value. Full range achieved. The forestry nodded. With an intelligence of 340,000, after a quadruple enhancement, the range equated to 360,000 square meters. Quite impressive indeed. At this stage, he could sense the boundary of the City Lord's warning formation. With just 1 more level up, the entire City Lord's residence would hold no secrets for him. Simultaneously, within the inner city, the Bai family, represented by Bai Peng and Bai Kuan, was experiencing even greater success. The Underground Assassin Guild was formidable. Initially, they had contemplated leveraging the Sun family's intelligence, taking a gradual approach. However, now, the notion of a gradual approach was utterly absurd. They directly launched an attack, pinpointing the lair, sealing the entrance with their prohibitory powers, and unleashing thousands of celestial-ranked summoned entities in a relentless onslaught. Just moments ago, they had triumphed in a series of blood-soaked confrontations, successfully infiltrating the Bai family's underground assassin organization and eliminating 5,000 assassins, thereby acquiring a wealth of skills and core techniques from the Bai family. Ding. Shadow Clone, 1,990,000. 000 experience. Boom, boom. The golden light of upgrades descended, breaking through limits. Moreover, it surged 2 levels, reaching LV8. The evolved Shadow Clone was immensely powerful. Information transitioned. Shadow Clone. LV8 consumes half of all attributes to create a third magic Shadow Clone. All 3 clones possess your complete skills and 80 of combat power. Chapter 74. Hidden Mission, 10-fold experience, a million-strong army rampaging. The third clone arrived at just the right moment. The forestry felt exhilarated. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed half of his attributes to create the third magic Shadow Clone. With a clatter, a cascade of gold coins echoed. Astonishing data appeared before his eyes. 3 for 150. 000 in total attributes. The instant the deduction occurred, a wave of weakness washed over him, and his body erupted with a torrent of energy. Amidst the shimmering light, a brand new Shadow Clone emerged. Dressed appropriately, it bowed to the forestry, saying, "I have met the true one." A smile graced the forestry's face. Just then, points of light from Xiao Mo and the others appeared within the infinite domain. They had finally emerged. The forestry nodded, discarding the remaining 1,000 mana potions and instructing the third clone to summon skeleton mages. He then utilized the dominance teleportation to appear beside the trio. "Boss, what brings you here?" Jiang Jingfu exclaimed in delight. "Just came to take a look," the forestry replied with a smile, scanning over the 3. After reaching LV30, their powers had surged dramatically. Especially Xiao Mo. The 5-star alignment, combined with the Sirius arrow and an aura of dominance, effortlessly inflicts colossal damage exceeding hundreds of thousands. Such prowess positions one firmly within the upper echelons of the leaderboard, potentially within the top 50. Jiang Jingfu is commendable, likely to reach the top 80. As for Zhang Yu, while his outward appearance shows no discernible change, his demeanor suggests he is no ordinary player. After assessing the conditions of the 3 individuals, Lin Ye inquired, "How many boss chests were dropped?" 35, Xiao Mo replied, gesturing grandly. A radiant beam cascaded down, depositing all the chests upon the ground. "Zhang Yu, as per our usual arrangement, I require only the Shattered Crown of Sin. Please expedite. It's quite urgent," Lin Ye urged. "Rest assured," Zhang Yu replied with a confident lift of his chin. He first cast a golden blessing upon himself, then proceeded to open 10 boss chests in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. From within the golden radiance, 10 treasures emerged in unison, showcasing an array of equipment. Among them, a dark golden shattered crown fortuitously appeared. "A splendid discovery," Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At the moment of acquisition, the system chimed with an announcement. "Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully gathered 3 Shattered Crowns of Sin." Triggering a special quest. Quest name, Redemption of the Sinful King Quest Level, Legendary Quest Content. Defeat the fallen Sinful King, Liok. Quest rewards, Blueprint for Crown Synthesis and 10-fold experience. Ding! Would you like to commence the quest immediately? A hidden quest, indeed? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. With time of the essence, he promptly initiated the quest. With a whoosh, a pitch-black portal materialized. In an instant, he slipped through. The sound of his footsteps echoed as he landed, revealing a vast royal city before him. The city was immense, nearly comparable to the urban expanse of Dahan in the main world. At its heart, a dark column of light ascended into the sky, within which loomed the silhouette of a 10-meter-tall giant clad in dark golden armor, wielding an unparalleled great axe. Its hollow eye sockets greedily absorbed the surrounding darkness, appearing to grow stronger with each flicker of the black light. "Is that the Sinful King? Quite an imposing figure," Lin Ye murmured. Moments later, his attention was drawn to a throng of heavily armored sword and shield soldiers emerging from the street. Their pupils were pitch black, as if possessed by demons from the abyss. Upon spotting the intruder, they rushed forward in a frenzied assault. "Outnumbered? I fear not," Lin Ye scoffed. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned an army of hundreds of thousands from the void. Among them were 100,000 skeletal warriors, 50,000 stationed outside, 120,000 skeletal archers, and 3,920,000 skeletal mages. Not stopping there, the skeletal mages immediately began summoning earth giants. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a cloud of dust, 780,000 earth giants gradually emerged. Within mere seconds, over 1,000,000 summoned units filled the battlefield, soaring through the air, burrowing underground, or standing resolute in the streets. In an instant, the landscape was teeming with summoned entities. "Attack!" Lin Ye commanded, invigorated as he led his 1,000,000-strong army towards the heart of the royal city. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as all summoned creatures surged forward, their speed unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the sword and shield soldiers on the primary thoroughfare. Clang, clang, clang. The front line of skeletal warriors executed a charge, inflicting a staggering 560,000 true damage. The entire battalion resembled a torrent of mud and stone, sweeping through, leaving countless bodies in their wake. Ding. Experience gained, 300,000. with a tenfold experience bonus. That's 3,000,000. Boom. A golden light of level up descended upon him. Having just entered level 30 before this encounter, he now ascended to level 31 in under half an hour. What a thrill. Lin Ye laughed heartily. In the distance, more black-armored cavalry surged forth like a flood from the streets. Behind them, thousands of black-armored archers drew their bows. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The black arrows flew through the air, akin to hellfire, targeting the rear-line mages. Roar. The earth giants bellowed in fury, raising their arms to form a protective shield overhead. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the dazzling flashes of light, black arrows pierced through rock-like arms, igniting flames upon some of the earth giants, steadily draining their health. Fortunately, the earth giants were sufficiently robust, boasting over 1,000,000 health points, enduring the onslaught of black arrows as they advanced. Interesting, they seemed to bypass defenses. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The more bizarre the abilities, the more delighted he became. Once the skeletal minions devoured the spoils, all these powers would be his. As he reflected, the subterranean skeletal archers launched a counterattack. With a terrifying number of 120,000, and aided by the true form of the Tree Demon King, they unleashed a volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 480,000 serious arrows shot forth from below ground. Each wolf-like figure erupted from the earth, pouncing upon the rear black-armored archers, tearing them to shreds. An ocean of experience flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, the heavily armored knights were embroiled in battle with the skeletal warriors and earth giants. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously, appearing evenly matched. However, as the 920,000 skeletal mages intervened, the tide of battle shifted abruptly. Boom, boom. A succession of gravitational fields descended, exerting over 20 times the pressure. Thousands of heavily armored knights moved as if encumbered by lead, while the skeletal mages maneuvered with ease. Their hand seals transformed, and with a hum, translucent barriers erupted from their palms, extending hundreds of meters, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Boom. The air ignited with fire as the heavily armored knight formation, renowned for their defense, was obliterated. 10 minutes later, a deluge of experience surged forth. Ding. Experience gained, 1,700,000, with a tenfold reward that amounts to 17,000,000. Boom, boom. Streams of golden light from level-ups cascaded down, elevating him to level 35. Chapter 75, Realm of Death. All skill ranges expanded by 999 times. Level 35. How astonishing. Lin Ye marveled. Having entered at level 30, he had surged to level 35 in such a brief span. This leveling efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. Not only did he unlock a new supreme attribute, but he also acquired 3 new skills. The details are as follows. Death Domain. Supreme expands the range of all skills by 999 times. Lin Ye's mouth fell open in disbelief. Such an attribute exists? A 999-fold increase in skill range, and that applies to all skills? This must be a mistake. For instance, with the level 7 corpse explosion, the explosion radius is 20 square meters. Expanded 1,000-fold, that becomes 20,000 square meters. Goodness. One corpse explosion would encompass a space of 200 by 100 meters, equivalent to 2 football fields or 7 basketball courts. Taking the detection skill as a reference, the effects are even more outrageous. With 345 million in total attributes, that translates to a detection area of 345 million square meters. Expanded 1,000-fold. It reaches 3.4 billion square meters. In the monitored area, the amplification is 4-fold, resulting in a staggering 13.6 billion. Billion? This is indeed a billion. To put it into perspective, the entire urban area of Dahan City is only 439 square kilometers, which is approximately 43.9 billion square meters. A single detection wave could nearly cover 3 urban areas of Dahan City. The thought alone is terrifying. Yet theory is merely theory. It is time to test the effects. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The moment had come. His fingers spread wide. Boom, boom, boom. Several corpse explosions detonated, turning thousands of square meters of the evil dynasty into a deep pit. Whether it was sword and shield warriors or heavily armored knights, they were obliterated in an instant. Next came the detection wave. A hum resonated as invisible ripples emanated from him, rapidly spreading in all directions. In less than 3 seconds, the entire shattered evil city was laid bare before him. At this moment, he could clearly see the grotesque visage of the evil king amidst the light beams, along with the gathering evil legion in the distance. A dark mass loomed closer, rapidly encroaching. Hurry, hurry. Lin Ye monitored the scene, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Once they entered the effective range, he would deliver a little shock to these evil legions. While waiting, he reviewed his 3 new skills. The skill books had long been purchased. After learning them, the information was as follows. Undead Bone Prison. LV1 consumes 100 mana to create a 2 square meter bone prison, controlling an enemy unit for 5 seconds. Undead Fire Sea. LV1 consumes 200 mana to create a 5 square meter sea of fire, dealing damage equal to 1 intelligence per second, lasting 1 minute. Undead Knight. LV1 consumes 100 mana to summon 2 Undead Knights from the underworld. The 3 skills correspond to Control, Area Attack, and New Summons, which is quite commendable. The first 2 skills, enhanced by the Supreme Level Death Domain, can unleash skill ranges of 2,000 square meters and 5,000 square meters, even at level 1. Once the Evil Legion arrives, testing them will be in order. Lastly, the new summon, the Undead Knight. Chanting the incantation, bang, bang. From the swirling dust emerged 2 towering skeletal knights mounted on a skeletal warhorse that emitted black flames. The orange-red flames of the soul danced, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A glance revealed the following information. Summon, Undead Knight. Level, LV35. Skill 1, Night Charge. Basic movement speed increased by 100. Skill 2, Undead Fire. A line of undead fire ignites wherever the warhorse treads. Skill 3, Undead Shield Wall. Fusion skill. All undead knights form a shield wall, with defense increasing as the number increases. Impressive, Lin Ye remarked. Particularly the third skill, Undead Shield, when combined with the supreme attribute of Devour Evolution, promises a bright future. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The Evil Legion was drawing near, fully entering the effective range. Perfect timing, Lin Ye laughed heartily, waving his staff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ground erupted with numerous bone spikes. The spikes encircled, forming successive undead bone prisons. The front line of the Evil Legion was instantly ensnared, unable to move within the confines of the prisons. Then, several undead fire seas were hurled forward. A roaring inferno erupted beneath the feet of the Evil Legion, instantly unleashing a cacophony of wails and screams. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the scent of charred flesh wafted through. Countless members of the Evil Legion were reduced to cinders within the sea of fire, creating a spectacular scene. Just as the front line of the Evil Legion was incinerated, the following warriors and knights rushed in like moths to a flame, undeterred. Ding, experience 50. Ding, experience 60. Leveling up to LV35. Although the experience gained from each small monster had significantly decreased, the sheer volume compensated for it. As time passed, the fire raged for a full 2 hours. The battle concluded. Ding, experience 3. 3 million. Tenfold experience. Ding, experience 33 million. Boom. The golden light of leveling up descended. He reached LV36. During this time, Lin Ye and his 3 avatars did not remain idle. They summoned Undead Knights with full force. Even at level 1, summoning together yielded maximum efficiency. As the skill level increased, the number of summons soared. From summoning 16 per second to 32, 64, and finally 128. By the end, the data appeared before his eyes. Ding, Undead Knights 13, 395. Boom. The golden light of leveling up fell. Undead Knight. LV4 consumes 400 mana to summon 5 Undead Knights at once. Thousands of Undead Knights materialized. With a clatter, they pulled on the reins, and all the undead steeds let out a roar. The visual impact was maximized. In the next moment, all the Undead Knights surged forth. Boom. The earth trembled, flames igniting beneath their feet. Instantly, tens of thousands of undead fire lines pierced through the sea of fire, creating voracious whirlpools in their wake. Above each Undead Knight's head, an array of data appeared. Physical resistance 10. Physical resistance 15. Dark resistance 12. Dark resistance 12. Slowly, let them devour. Lin Ye chuckled softly, allowing the Undead Knights to undergo their evolution. Meanwhile, he soared through the air, arriving at the city center within a few breaths. After vanquishing all the Evil Legion, the surging black light shot upwards, flowing into the towering 5-meter-tall skeletal king. With a hum, its eyes opened, consciousness awakened, and its gaze swept across Lin Ye and the entire evil dynasty. Roar. The flames of fury ignited his entire being in an instant. Huh. Across from him, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Mysteriously, black flames engulfed his body, reminiscent of the arrows wielded by the evil archer. They ignored defenses, and their method of attack was exceedingly peculiar. Without any indication of a projectile, he was suddenly ablaze. 2,390. 2,483. Damage transfer, all inflicted upon the Earth Giant. Such a negligible loss of health was nearly inconsequential. Chapter 76. Annihilating the King of Evil, the true crown of malevolence. Roar? The King of Evil tilted his head, his eyes betraying disbelief. The Eye of Evil and the Flames of Evil had undoubtedly struck their mark. How was it possible that no health was lost? With its intellect, it was momentarily unable to comprehend this anomaly, but soon it was cast aside. Die! It bellowed, leaping into the air. The colossal axe in its grasp was raised, cleaving through the air with a force akin to splitting a mountain, soaring over 100 meters high, aimed directly at Lin Ye. Not even close. Lin Ye's eyes shimmered with a violet glow. He unleashed a dual force of dominance and gravitational field. Boom. Mid-air, the King of Evil was momentarily dazed, succumbing to a state of dizziness. Simultaneously, he was beset by 35 times the force of gravity, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, crashing down and creating a massive crater. Not dead. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. His attributes were currently exceptionally high. Even a minor skill could easily inflict damage exceeding 1,000,000. Logically, it should have been sufficient to obliterate the king of evil. He was just preparing to let his summoned creature feast upon the spoils when, within his line of sight, the king of evil, Lin Ye, transformed into a tempest of crimson light, his form wildly contorting, enlarging, morphing into a spiked creature radiating black flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of spikes erupted, overwhelming the surroundings. Transition phase? This is intriguing. A smirk tugged at Lin Ye's lips. In the memories of Xiang Fanqing, such occurrences were noted. A select few rare bosses would trigger a transition phase when facing certain doom. During this transformation, they would be invulnerable, immune to instant death. Upon completion, they would gain unimaginable powers. Just like Lin Ye, who, after this phase, shifted from melee to ranged combat. Whoosh. His figure darted like the wind, bursting forth at several thousand meters per second, evading in an instant. At the moment of near miss, all spikes veered in midair, as if guided by a tracking system embedded within him, relentlessly pursuing. I'm done playing. Lin Ye halted, lacking the desire to evade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 9 layers of protective energy surged forth, amplified by the death domain to an astonishing 999 times. The golden halo expanded by several dozen meters. Within the circle, he stood as if bathed in the divine light of celestial beings. Clang, clang, clang. Flames erupted. Whoosh. A colossal bone spike cage erupted from the ground, immediately ensnaring Lin Ye. Super heavy cannon. A quick combo took off. He directed his palm towards Lin Ye. Buzz. A translucent barrier coalesced. In the next moment, whoosh. The barrier's beam pierced the air, slicing through the sky over 1 kilometer long, at an incredible speed. Trapped within the bone cage, Lin Ye was caught completely off guard. Visibly, his corporeal form began to collapse. In an instant, a substantial portion of him vaporized, turning to dust and vanishing. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer Lin Ye. You have successfully slain the king of evil, Lin Ye. Ding. Congratulations on completing the King of Evil quest, earning the special legendary equipment blueprint for the Crown of Evil. As the words faded, a blueprint radiating golden light emerged from Lin Ye's corpse, landing securely in Lin Ye's palm. The moment he touched it, data information unfolded before his eyes. Item, blueprint for the Crown of Evil. Level, legendary pinnacle. Effect, combine 3 shattered crowns of evil to forge a complete crown of evil. Ding. It has been detected that you have collected 3 shattered crowns. Would you like to synthesize them immediately? Synthesize. Lin Ye confirmed. Whoosh. The blueprint spontaneously ignited, revealing a golden void furnace. He cast the 3 shattered crowns into it. The furnace whirled. Moments later, it spewed forth a crown of golden hue. Information materialized. Equipment, Crown of Evil. Level, Tier 5. Quality, Legendary. Special attribute, Permanent 5-fold experience. -1, Cursed with misfortune. -2, all attributes suppressed by 80. Quite impressive. A smile graced Lin Ye's face, reflecting his satisfaction. An 80 suppression was extraordinarily effective. Simply donning, it would instantly reduce the total attributes from 345 million to 690,000. Coupled with weakness potions and Zhang Yu's debuffs, it could be diminished to just over 20,000. Spread across the Earth Giant, it would only be lower. It would also facilitate a smooth defense of the city. Before departing, a skeletal warrior invaded Lin Ye's body. Whether due to the fact that he was a boss or some other reason, the speed of the Black Light Virus's invasion was somewhat sluggish. Never mind. I'll leave it here for now. Lin Ye glanced at the distant army of undead knights still consuming and evolving, opting not to summon them into the summoning space. He turned and left the hidden dungeon with Xiao Mo and the others. Upon exiting, Lin Ye immediately took on the role of a carefree overseer, handing over the remaining 5 zombie dungeon tokens to the 2. After the invasion of Lin Ye, he sensed that the level of the Black Light Virus was still too low. When encountering powerful individuals or bosses, the effectiveness of the invasion would significantly diminish. As for what lay ahead, he would be preoccupied with enhancing his attributes, leaving no time for dungeon runs. He entrusted them to lead an army of 50,000 skeletal warriors to consume and plunder. Completing these zombie dungeons would at least elevate them by a level. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu, Lin Ye did not hasten back to the Lordess mansion. There was still ample time before the work commenced tomorrow. Furthermore, summoning a large number of undead knights. Although the overall strength of the Legion had significantly improved, the unfortunate news was that the mana potions had run out again. After contacting Zhang Chao in Jiangbei City, he confirmed that a minimum of 30,000 bottles would be delivered before work commenced tomorrow. Simultaneously, the equipment recycling station in Jiangbei had seen remarkable results. Due to the fact that no one had previously collected them, a substantial accumulation had occurred. In just 3 days, over 20 tons of equipment scrap had been collected. Along with the 12 tons gathered by the Gua family, the total reached 32 tons. Thankfully, with the leadership of the teleportation, It was loaded into the spatial ring and transported to Shuangfeng Mountain. As it was poured out mid-air, a rusted mountain of refuse was instantly formed. Little leopard, come out for dinner. Lin Ye gently tapped the tattoo on his right arm. The last time he had drawn a pie, now it could finally come to fruition. Little leopard was overjoyed, diving headlong into the mountain of refuse, voraciously consuming and refining. And there was also Little Wolf. Lin Ye smacked his forehead. He called out to Little Wolf from the tattoo state and tossed it out, instructing it to seek out Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu, who were off to tackle a dungeon. The monsters they would slay could provide ample nourishment for Little Wolf's evolution. These two supreme pets, once fully grown, would indeed be quite formidable. After settling these trivial matters, Lin Ye's gaze shifted to Zhang Yu. She had reached level 36, and he could distinctly sense that her bloodline power had ascended yet another notch. In this state, it was possible that Zhang Yu's profession level could be elevated to the supreme tier. However, he was uncertain. Achieving supremacy as a human was far more arduous than for pets, with greater consumption of resources involved. With this thought in mind, he squeezed out a drop of blood that shimmered with iridescent light. "Boss," Zhang Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having experienced the power of her boss once before, she understood the significance of this gesture. "Hold on. This time it's even stronger. If you can endure, you'll take flight," Lin Ye said solemnly. The reason for his insistence was that this single drop of blood was worth a staggering 100,000. "Rest assured, boss, even if it costs me my life, I will endure." Zhang Yu nodded resolutely. Whether for her own sake or to honor her boss's trust, she was determined to persevere. Chapter 77. Evolving to Supremacy. The Holy Pope, undercurrents stirring. "Excellent," Lin Ye nodded, flicking his fingers. The drop of blood pierced the air and merged into Zhang Yu's being. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of vitality surged within her, sweeping through her entire body. Moments later, anguished cries echoed throughout the Twin Peaks mountain, continuing through the night. By dawn, Lin Ye returned to the Lord's mansion, where Zhang Yu had completed her final metamorphosis. She was enveloped in a cocoon of colorful energy. The next moment, the cocoon burst open, and all the tricolored light seeped into her pores, fully integrating into her being. "Boss, I did it." Zhang Yu's face radiated joy. After her evolution, she had undergone a tremendous transformation. Her features were now exquisitely refined, her skin fair, and her figure alluring, a veritable goddess. "Put on some clothes." Lin Ye tossed her a set of loose garments. "Hee, thank you, boss." Zhang Yu, with her cheerful demeanor, donned the clothing in Lin Ye's presence. Once dressed, Lin Ye glanced at her personal panel. Name, Zhang Yu. Profession, Holy Pope. Level, Supreme, Tricolor. Skill 1, Holy Coronation, within the range of Holy Light. All teammates receive a 500 boost. Skill 2, Pope's Judgment. Cursed units suffer a 90 reduction in specified attributes for 15 seconds. Skill 3, Pope's Domain. Immunity to all damage for the entire team. 666. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Ye was overjoyed. Although she was merely the lowest tier of tricolor supremacy, her skills vastly outshone those of her previous profession as a blessing master. Especially the second skill, which aligned perfectly with his needs. Specified curses that reduced attributes by 90 would significantly enhance the efficiency of attribute farming. Perhaps today, they would break records. "Wait for me here. I will return shortly," Lin Ye instructed, teleporting back to the dormitory at the Lord's mansion. A few minutes later, Lu Sheng arrived punctually to fetch them. During breakfast, Lin Ye ate sparingly, having just a few steamed buns as a base. Using his infinite domain, he instructed Gua Huai to prepare some hot pot ingredients, intending to share a meal with Zhang Yu at the array node shortly. While dining, the television news replayed the same content as the previous days. The Star Battle event was on the verge of commencement, with criminals attacking participating students everywhere. The guards were nearly overwhelmed, with dozens of criminals executed at the market square. The Liu family, observing, erupted in scornful remarks. "These scoundrels." Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, finishing the last bun before heading to his work site. Along the way, he inquired about Sun Li's investigation. It was evident that the Sun family's intelligence organization was indeed formidable. Even without a complete infiltration, their efficiency was quite alarming. "Master, there's something amiss. We checked on Lin Lei's condition at the hospital. 99% of his blood essence has been drained, yet he was not killed, as if they were deliberately keeping him alive. We also visited the town of Panlong where Lin Lei resides. It had been thoroughly bloodied, with not even livestock left alive. There are 3 similar cases: Zhao Hu from the Tiger Village, Wang Xiaofeng from Shifeng Village, and Yang Xian from Black Turtle Town. All 4 had previously been practitioners of the 4 spirit beasts. The intelligence department analyzed that someone might be attempting to manipulate these 4 spirit beasts. Someone. Lin Ye noted the wording, suspecting the possibility of framing. Sun Li nodded, explaining, "The battle traces at the scene appear to be the handiwork of criminals, which might deceive others, but not us. Our operatives infiltrated several criminals within Dahan City and found no memories of the slaughter in these 4 locations." At this moment, information came in from his second avatar. "The blood pool has escaped. Truly troublesome." Lin Ye's gaze flickered. The blood pool was exceedingly peculiar. Only his exceptional skills allowed him to contain it. Yet now, it had managed to breach the seals he had placed. While its previous power was far inferior to what it was now, it was still no small matter. Given the convergence of these two issues, it was clear that something sinister lay behind them. Time was of the essence. Lin Ye stroked his chin, secretly dispatching 3 death knights to track the blood pool. The knights, mounted on their spectral steeds, possessed innate speed. Even if he weakened himself in the process of attribute farming, it would not hinder their tracking task. Half an hour later, he arrived at the 6th array node. After Lu Sheng departed, Lin Ye and Guozhen entered the node and began their work. Lin Ye clapped his hands. Guozhen, understanding the cue, diligently maintained the array. In the next moment, 2 beams of teleportation light appeared. One was the blue potions sent by Zhang Chao, 40,000 in total, with each of the 3 avatars and his main self receiving 10,000. The other was Zhang Yu. Boss, where's this place? Upon landing, Zhang Yu looked around with curiosity. The city defense array, Lin Ye replied hastily, immediately commencing his work, donning the crown of sin. He felt the attributes drop by 80. A total of 2.76 million. Next came the weakening potion, further reducing it by 32.07 million. The remaining total attributes were 4.83 million. Meanwhile, a day had passed. The cooldown for summoning the Earth Giant has concluded. Within the summoning space, 3.92 million skeletal mages collectively unleashed their summoning spells. Boom, boom, boom. A formidable army of Earth Giants, numbering a staggering 780,000, emerged. The summoning space imposes no limitations on the quantity of summoned entities. Otherwise, such a multitude would be impossible to conjure. Zhang Yu, unleash a judgment of the Pope. Quickly curse my constitution. Lin Ye shouted. As he called out, his hands were already in motion. With a rustling sound, a rift opened within the summoning space. Countless Earth Giants plunged into the energy of the formation. They have arrived. Zhang Yu was thoroughly prepared. Raising her staff as a spell radiating a spectrum of colors descended upon Lin Ye's head. In an instant, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have been cursed. Constitution reduced by 90. Ding. Constitution at 430,000. Boom. This reduction felt like severing a major artery, leaving his constitution barely above 4,000. When averaged across the Earth Giants, it amounted to less than 2,000, rendering their attributes pitifully weak. As they landed within the formation, they were annihilated within mere breaths by the overwhelming energy of the array, surpassing any previous efficiency. In about 20 seconds, an entire wave could be exterminated, 120 at a time, across 15 nodes, resulting in a maximum of 1,800 kills within that time frame. Ding. Death feedback, all attributes at 2,000. Delight surged through Lin Ye as he laughed heartily. He summoned a 3rd incarnation, sharing Zhang Yu's judgment of the Pope, seamlessly connecting without cooldown. This time, he directly took charge. Subsequently, his true self teleported from Guohuai, bringing along a prepared table, chairs, a gas stove, and hot pot ingredients. I'm here to assist. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled. She now played the role of a mere tool, handing over skills to her leader. Together, they leisurely prepared hot pot, while simultaneously monitoring the death toll. As time passed, and the end of the workday approached, a record-breaking summary of information appeared before their eyes. Chapter 78, all attributes surpassing 1 million. White Tiger Slaughter Formation. Ding. Undead Knight, 35,450. Ding. Earth Giant Deaths, 650,000. Ding. True damage from death, 650,000. Ding. Death feedback, all attributes at 710,000. Total Undead Knights, 48,845. Total true damage from death, 1.21 million. Total attributes, 1.05 million. Both true damage and all attributes have exceeded 1 million. Lin Ye was ecstatic. 1 million attributes represent a monumental threshold. Strength, health, and mana have all surpassed 10 million. Base movement speed can reach an astonishing 10,000 meters per second, enhanced further by speed-boosting secret arts. Agility surpasses 20,000 meters per second, truly extravagant. This is merely the augmentation of base attributes. The enhancements and skills are even more astounding. For instance, the detection spell now boasts a base range of 1.05 million square meters, while the domain of death has expanded 1,000-fold, reaching 10.5 billion square meters. The domain of the Overseer extends another 4 times, encompassing 4.2 billion square meters, nearly the entirety of a major city's urban area. Even if one considers rural and mountainous regions, it provides a glimpse of 1/5 of the whole landscape. Joining forces with 3 incarnations allows for surveillance of 4/5 of the territory of the city at any time, rendering an infinite domain unnecessary. A glance reveals 3 undead knights' corpses several dozen kilometers to the southeast. Inspecting the wounds, they have been deceased for some time. As for the blood pools, they retreated to the opposite direction, 80 kilometers away at the Yangaman Reservoir. At this moment, the topography surrounding the reservoir had undergone significant changes. Within a kilometer radius, all manner of concealment arrays sprawled about. However, to Lin Ye, they were nothing more than rubbish, easily discerned. Inside the formation, it appeared as though a fierce battle had transpired, leaving devastation in its wake. The water in the reservoir had been replaced by a pool of bright red blood. At the center lay the enormous corpse of a white tiger beast, surrounded by various bizarre inscriptions and blood-sucking formations, in overwhelming numbers. With each drop of blood absorbed, the inscriptions would embed themselves into the skin, enhancing the corpse's power. This creature seeks to usurp the white tiger's essence? Lin Ye pondered with intrigue. The mere mention of the white tiger led him to involuntarily recall the recent news regarding the fates of the descendants of the four spirit beasts. Conducting a meticulous search across the region, he soon confirmed abnormalities in all four cardinal directions. Some were at the reservoir, others in the mountains and lakes. Each blood pool contained the remains of ferocious beasts. To the north, a giant red bird. To the south, a large black-gray tortoise. To the east, an earth dragon. Coupled with the white tiger before him, representing the western position, the four spirit beasts, the vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon, had all made their presence known. The secrets concealed here are substantial, Lin Ye mused, a smile gracing his face. Master, it's almost time to clock out. Lu Sheng will be here to pick us up in no more than 10 minutes, Guozhen whispered. Understood, it won't take long, Lin Ye nodded. In the next moment, his true self and three incarnations moved out collectively, each taking a cardinal direction. Whoosh! Their figures vanished in unison. With an astonishing speed of 20,000 meters per second, they crossed dozens of kilometers within the span of a breath, arriving at the Yangamen Reservoir. The concealment array before him felt utterly insubstantial. With a single step forward, whoosh! It was as if he had teleported, soaring into the center of the reservoir, right above the massive white tiger corpse. As he drew near, crimson lightning crackled down furiously, accompanied by thunderous roars. The explosions were relentless. Bathed in blood-red lightning, Lin Ye remained tranquil, his garments undisturbed, leaving only a few ripples on the surface of his protective aura. Such feeble attacks hold no power over me. Lin Ye shook his head, and with a mighty punch, he shattered the blood lightning formation. Who dares impede my endeavors? The white tiger-esque corpse suddenly opened its eyes, filled with a ferocious rage. It bellowed in anger. However, upon glimpsing Lin Ye, an inexplicable sense of fear surged from deep within. It vanished as swiftly as it appeared. What is happening? I do not recognize him. Could it be a side effect of the blood pool state? The white tiger shook its head, uncertainty clouding its mind. The blood pool was its cultivation's ultimate blood magic secret. Though powerful, the side effects were equally terrifying, often leaving it dazed and susceptible to eternal slumber. Vaguely, fragments of this person flashed through its mind, but they were soon overshadowed by the dense swarms of skeletal figures. Forget it. No more thoughts. It wore an expression of irritation, its eyes gleaming with a golden light as it stealthily assessed Lin Ye's level. Level 36? Necromancer? Such trash dares to disturb my grand affairs. How dare he? The white tiger's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The blood surged violently, an overwhelming tide flooding into his body. His physical form rapidly strengthened. Simultaneously, golden radiance illuminated all directions, as ethereal images of majestic white tigers coalesced in midair. Countless in number, they amassed in an instant, reaching tens of thousands. The white tiger killing array. Lin Ye squinted. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the previous generations of the four spirit beast practitioners, namely the white tiger killing array, the azure dragon killing array, the vermilion bird killing array, and the black tortoise killing array. Each formation corresponded to a specific spirit beast. Individually, their might could be deemed legendary at level 89. Yet, once the four spirit killing arrays merged, their power would transcend legendary confines, rivaling some unparalleled forces. However, they remained worthless. Lost in thought, he took action. Though wielding a staff, his movements resembled swordplay. Tyrant slash. He uttered a low growl, and a golden war god image soared thousands of meters behind him, piercing through the heavens and earth. The visual spectacle was maximized. Heavens! What is this? The white tiger trembled. In his understanding, he could not fathom it. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed. The air ruptured. The golden phantom wielded its sword in a horizontal slash, an unmatched sword aura sweeping across the realm. It collided rapidly with the myriad white tiger killing swords. Boom! The point of contact erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The space trembled violently. The golden giant sword cleaved through the white tiger killing swords like a hot knife through butter, soaring into the distance and carving a sword scar nearly 10,000 meters long. Boom! The shockwave radiated in all directions. The entire reservoir at Yangamen felt as if it had been struck by a celestial meteor. Trees and houses along the banks crumbled. Blood surged from the reservoir. Thousands of golden killing swords vaporized at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, is this a level 36 necromancer? What a joke. The white tiger's worldview shattered. To be clear, this was the renowned white tiger killing array. even without collecting a plethora of blood offerings. Its power was still at the pinnacle of legendary status. In the grand scheme, it could easily rank among the top 50. Yet, such a formidable killing array appeared utterly feeble before the opponent, effortlessly extinguished like a child's play. Who, then, is truly level 89? A pure inversion of the celestial order. Meet your end. Lin Ye soared through the air, appearing before the white tiger. Don't come any closer. The white tiger was terrified. It leapt several times, attempting to evade. But could it escape? Lin Ye chuckled, fingers splayed wide. With a claw in the void, he struck. Uft, uft. The ground within a radius of several thousand meters trembled, raising a dense prison of bones. The bone cage constricted, instantly trapping the white tiger in place. Chapter 79. Explosive Slaughter of the Four Spirit Incarnations, the Mark of the Demon Palace. Scoundrel. Rogue. I will report this. The white tiger thrashed wildly. But the intensity of the bone prison was terrifying. Even with the power of the white tiger, it could not break free by a hair's breadth. It glared fiercely at Lin Ye, filled with rage. Trembling. Cold. Where did this killing star come from? It was simply horrifying. Looking back at everything that had just transpired. In a mere 3 seconds, it experienced more shock than in its entire life. It was clearly level 36, a weakling. Yet it could dominate this level 89 top-tier powerhouse on the celestial rankings. It was undeniably a necromancer, a sewer profession. Yet it could fly through the air and shatter the blood thunder array with a punch. It was unmistakably a mage. Yet it summoned a martial phantom thousands of meters high, cleaving through myriad white tiger killing swords. It was merely an ordinary necromancer's bone prison. Yet it transformed into a colossal bone prison thousands of meters high, suppressing all its abilities. If this wasn't cheating, it was as if it had been struck by divine luck. But no one cared. The thought of it brought tears to the white tiger's eyes. Whoosh. In the next moment, it saw a figure flying toward its forehead. Simultaneously, a transparent barrier radiating terrifying energy manifested in Lin Ye's palm. Super heavy cannon. Its pupils constricted. How could it not recognize this formidable earth-type spell? Yet, in the hands of the person before it, any spell seemed exponentially amplified. The barrier, flickering with distorted spatial energy, made it tremble in fear. Wait, I have something to say. The white tiger feigned bravado. No matter what you say, Lin Ye remained unmoved, raising the super heavy cannon to unleash a devastating blast. Boom. The white tiger was engulfed by the impact of the transparent barrier, its body rapidly bleeding profusely. 5. 32 million. True damage. 1. 21 million. The white tiger panicked. What kind of household is this? With its own defense. To sustain over 5 million damage from a skill was already unfathomable. Moreover, how could there be an additional 21 million in true damage? Heavens. It had absorbed blood for months, and yet this level 89 legendary boss, the blood-red white tiger, had a total health pool of only 89 million. In mere seconds, it would be slain. Absurd. Don't kill me. I am a messenger of the Demon Palace. If you kill me, you will be marked by the Demon Palace's seal, and in the future, when you enter the underground Demon Palace, you will be attacked by all the creatures of the Demon Palace. The white tiger spoke rapidly, employing secretive sound transmission to reach Lin Ye's ears in just 2 seconds. A messenger of the Demon Palace? Attacked by all creatures of the Demon Palace? Lin Ye chuckled. He had certainly heard of the underground Demon Palace's reputation. It was the largest dimensional space discovered by Long Nation within underground dungeons. Moreover, it was exceptionally stable. Internally divided into 99 layers of Demon Palace, each layer constituted a complete small world, teeming with endless demonic life forms. Their power escalated exponentially with each layer. Currently, even the world's strongest could only conquer up to the 32nd layer of the Demon Palace. Beyond that lay the unknown. If what the white tiger claimed was true, it could spell disaster for others. After all, at higher levels, to farm for unparalleled and supreme equipment, the underground Demon Palace was an essential battleground. If it were to be besieged by all the creatures of the Demon Palace, anyone would have to think twice. But for Lin Ye, this was splendid news. It hadn't mentioned it, but now, in Lin Ye's eyes, it was already dead. Sensing Lin Ye's murderous intent, the white tiger was filled with both fear and fury. It feared such reckless and unyielding youths, having already lost all hope. As it watched its health plummet, it contorted its face and snarled, "You foolish child, do you think slaying this incarnation of the white tiger can truly kill me? Wait for me. We have yet to settle this score. The next time we meet, I shall reduce you to ashes." Is that so? Lin Ye shot him a sidelong glance. The speed of the clones could not match that of the original, lagging by a full 20 seconds. Yet, they still boasted an astonishing velocity of 16,000 meters per second. At most, they would be a few seconds behind him. As anticipated, within the infinite domain, he soon beheld the 3 major clones arriving successively at the locations of the Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Boom. The clash of battle erupted almost simultaneously. What? You? In an instant, the white tiger perceived the situation through the other 4 spirit beast incarnations. Fear flickered in its eyes. unable to comprehend how the adversary managed to simultaneously lock onto the 4 spirit incarnations from all 4 cardinal directions. Even the most elite celestial patrol ships of the Human Alliance could not achieve such precise targeting. Moreover, through the other incarnations, it witnessed the sheer terror of the 3 major clones, identical to the individual before it, with even the skills used to defeat them remarkably similar. Clones? Unlikely. The combat prowess of clones was generally quite low, and there could only be one. Quadruplets? The white tiger's expression turned peculiar. Humans excelled in reproduction. This was indeed a possibility. Yet, a moment later, it was engulfed by rage. What the hell does it matter to me if you can reproduce? Why did you specifically target me? It howled in fury within. In the next heartbeat, the white tiger incarnation perished. At the moment of death, a black light virus infiltrated. That was a bit slow. Lin Ye shook his head. The king of sin from yesterday had been the same, and so too this white tiger incarnation. As he pondered, a strand of black lightning insignia shot forth from the corpse of the white tiger, moving with blinding speed, faster than he could react, and instantly entering his consciousness sea. It didn't deceive me. There truly is a mark of the demon palace. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he sensed the black lightning within his consciousness. This entity bore no lethality, akin to a positioning coordinate. It posed no threat externally, but once it entered the underground demon palace, it would likely be perceived by all beings within in an instant. Moments later, the other 3 major clones also subdued the Zhuke, Qinglong, and Xuanwu, similarly leaving behind marks of the demon palace in their consciousness seas. The individual who invented this positioning magic must be extraordinarily powerful. Lin Ye squinted. The technique that ensnared him could not possibly stem from a weakling. With this thought, the power of confinement surged into his consciousness sea, only to swiftly retreat. Good news. The power of confinement proved effective. Bad news. It could only seal 1/10. The strategy for the water spirit pearl must be expedited. He sighed inwardly. Although the lightning insignia would be immensely beneficial for his future infiltration into the demon palace, the unresolved issue lingered like an unshakable burden in his heart. With a swish, he collected the 4 spirit beast incarnations into his spatial ring. Before returning, he left several skeletal mages a kilometer away from the battle site to monitor any movements in the area. These beings from the demon palace were formidable. Previously manifesting in the form of a blood pool, they were nearly indestructible. No matter how they were attacked, they could not be slain, were it not for their greed. Seizing the 4 spirit beast incarnations and appearing in the main world, it would have been exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Now, having slain them, he could not allow the entities that aided them to escape unscathed. He was eager to uncover the identities of those traitors who dared to conspire with the beings of the demon palace. It was bound to be explosive. After all, the assistance in arranging the 4 spirit blood formations and even hunting down 4 level 89 boss beasts indicated a formidable force. They were certainly no mere nobodies. He turned his gaze toward the inner city of Dahan. A cold smile crept across his face as he temporarily concealed the mark of the demon palace with the power of confinement. The next moment, a flash of light heralded his return to the focal point of the city defense formation. Chapter 80. Plunder, the Eye of Sin, and the Fire of Sin. At this moment, within the city lord's mansion, in the central hall of the formation hub, Lu Sheng bowed and led Deputy City Lord Lu Ku deeper inside. At the innermost chamber, heavily guarded and lined with practitioners clad in perfect grade armor of level 50 and above, 2 peak experts of the earth ranking opened their eyes upon the arrival of the pair, their expressions respectful as they opened the door. This room served as the energy output chamber for the city defense formation. It was vast, encompassing over 10,000 square meters. At the center of the open space lay a mountain of energy stones, totaling in the millions, gleaming like a golden hill. Surrounding this energy hill were intricate lines of formation, weaving together and connecting to 15 outer formation nodes, extending outward like a spider's web. I heard from those in the monitoring room that there has been a significant abnormal consumption of energy output in the past 2 weeks. Do you know the reason? Luke, who circled the energy hill, noticing that the outermost layer of energy stones had turned white, clearly indicating depletion. Under normal circumstances, the outer layer consisted of approximately 300,000 energy stones, sufficient for the city defense formation to operate normally for 2 to 3 months. Yet now, in less than 2 weeks, it had consumed what would typically last for 2 to 3 months. Such a significant loss could either be due to flaws in the formation or malicious consumption by an outsider. It should not be a flaw in the formation. Lu Sheng frowned and replied, I just consulted the formation master from the Gua family for maintenance, and the maintenance department has been monitoring it closely. There have been no issues, and the city defense formation is functioning normally. Then it must mean someone is deliberately consuming it. Lu Ku's eyes glinted with menace. The Lu family's resources, regardless of how they were squandered, were their own affair. However, if an outsider dared to meddle, it would be a direct provocation to the Lu family. At this point, his gaze turned cold as he threatened, Lu Sheng, I give you 3 days to identify that scoundrel. If you fail to do so, do not blame me for disregarding your father's face. The position of overseer of the formation hub will have to be handed over obediently. Yes, Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, aware that this served as Lu Ke's warning. Though both belonged to the Lu family, they were ultimately of different lineages. If a problem arose, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be made a scapegoat. Upon exiting the energy chamber, he contemplated who might be the culprit behind the disturbances. Was it someone from the Guo family, Lu Ke, or perhaps someone coveting his position? All were possibilities. One by one, he would investigate. With this thought in mind, he returned to the formation hub and summoned a dozen members of the guard team. They hurriedly rushed into each formation node. Before long, the inspection team reached the 6th node. Where's Guoxiong? Lu Sheng cast a glance at the honest-looking Guozhan and questioned sternly. Quickly finish repairing the formation and come out, Guozhan said earnestly. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ye's figure emerged. Lu Sheng glanced over and coldly remarked, routine inspection, strip off your clothes and open your spatial ring. What does that mean? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Of course. It means you're being apprehended. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. The higher-ups informed me that a thief has infiltrated our formation hub, and I have 3 days to identify the true culprit behind the energy theft. Damn it. Don't let me catch you with any incriminating evidence. To bully me to this extent, I will make him regret ever being born into this world. Enough chatter, strip off your clothes and open your spatial ring. He urged impatiently. The issue had been discovered rather swiftly. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat expected. Over the past week, the city defense formation had eliminated countless summoned entities, amounting to a staggering 1,000,000. It was only a matter of time before the Lu family caught on. Yet, compelling him to open his spatial ring now was utterly unfeasible. Not only did it contain the corpses of the 4 great spirit beasts, but also numerous illicit treasures, all of which were best kept hidden from prying eyes. What are you stalling for? Could it be that the thief is you? Lu Sheng's gaze turned icy. With a rustle, the dozen or so guards behind him brandished their weapons, their eyes filled with murderous intent, clearly indicating that any hint of resistance would lead to immediate execution. Lin Ye sighed once more, realizing there was no other choice. He had hoped for a few peaceful days, but now trouble had come knocking, and it was imperative to resolve it. Are you contemplating resistance? Lu Sheng cautiously withdrew his protective shield and alarm device, sneering, don't think that just because you're from the Guo family, you can act recklessly on Lu territory. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must submit to me. Look over there. Lin Ye suddenly exclaimed. Lu Sheng turned around, only to find nothing. Damn it, trying to trick me. Fury surged within him. As he spun back around, a humming sound resonated. The black void flames erupted, and his vision darkened. In his final moments, he cursed the unscrupulous merchant. They said the protective shield would withstand any attack, yet I didn't even have time to react before being ambushed. Moments later, the black light virus infiltrated, transforming several skeletal warriors into facsimiles of Lu Sheng and his guards. Is this the power of the sinful fire? Lin Ye mused, finding it remarkably effective. Just seconds prior, the black light virus had finally deciphered the body of the sinful king boss. After plundering and devouring, it had acquired a wealth of skill information, which Lin Ye promptly tested on Lu Sheng and his crew, finding it even more potent than expected. Silently, and without regard for defenses, it displayed an exceptionally formidable special ability. A cascade of relevant information appeared before his eyes. Sinful Eye, LV5 view sinful values. The higher the value, the greater the chance of igniting the target, with a maximum enhancement of 15. Sinful Fire, LV5 your attacks have a 35 chance to ignite enemy unit sins. Sinful King, LV5 transform into sin, doubling all attribute combat power. Goodness. Igniting sin. No wonder it can bypass defenses. After reviewing the descriptions, Lin Ye began to grasp the terrifying nature of this skill. Known skills primarily inflicted damage via energy attacks, while this sinful fire took a unique approach, directly affecting the opponent's sinful value without needing to strike the physical body. Igniting sin equated to attacking the adversary, rendering it an eerie skill, capable of causing inexplicable demise, leaving no means of defense. Regrettably, despite its overwhelming power, the ignition probability was rather standard. At maximum level, it only reached a mere 50. If it could attain 100, it would be an unparalleled skill. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Ding, your skeletal warrior has acquired the sinful eye. Ding, your skeletal warrior has acquired the sinful eye. Ding, your skeletal archer has acquired the sinful fire. Clearly, after the black light virus conquered the boss, the minions had not been overlooked, as they too had plundered and consumed everything in sight. Soon, overlapping rewards flooded in. Ding, the sinful eye and sinful fire have overlapped multiple times. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Ye nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of golden upgrade lights descended upon him. The number was staggering, resulting in 10 consecutive upgrades before finally ceasing. Chapter 81. The Black Light Virus Super Evolution. Only the Supreme can break it. Information updated. Sinful Eye, LV10 view sinful values. The higher the value, the greater the chance of igniting the target, with a maximum enhancement of 30. Sinful Fire, LV10 your attacks have a 100 chance to ignite enemy unit sins. 100%. A smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Now his aura could also inflict harm, qualifying as an offensive skill. This meant that as long as he glanced at someone with his aura, he could, unbeknownst to them, ignite their sinful value at a 100 rate. Regardless of the damage dealt, as long as they lost health, it would trigger true damage. Every second, true damage occurs, amounting to a guaranteed 21 million fixed damage per second, with no range limitations. Wherever his gaze lands, it's a full-screen attack. Lu Sheng and the others had just fallen victim to this very mechanism. Next, he conducted a test with the sinful eye, directing his gaze towards Guozhen. Under the scrutiny of the sinful eye, faint tendrils of dark mist appeared above Guozhen's head. The value stood at 5, quite low. Such a value could maintain an ignited state for at most 5 seconds, guaranteeing an output of 5 million. His gaze shifted again to Lu Sheng and the others, who had been invaded. Their sinful values varied, ranging from 20 to 100, with the highest being a member of the Scar-Faced Guard, boasting a full 100. Compared to Guozhen, these individuals' sinful values were alarmingly high, their memories brimming with countless heinous deeds, oppressing civilians, plundering, murder, and smuggling, all commonplace occurrences. They were truly wretched beings, deserving of their fates. Lin Ye couldn't help but curse, testing further. He discovered that, aside from true damage, the sinful fire could actually interact with the blacklight virus, resulting in a terrifying simultaneous eruption of 3 types of damage. Finally, he focused on the sinful king's ultimate move, the sinful monarch. Transforming into sin, it doubled all attributes. A significant enhancement for him. With 1.05 million in all attributes, doubling it resulted in 2.1 million. The duration was unspecified, likely requiring personal experimentation. For now, however, he had time to explore. Lu Sheng and his companions successfully infiltrated, becoming one of their own. The entire area around the formation nodes became his domain. He immediately activated the state of the evil king. With a resounding whoosh, black void flames erupted. His form transformed into that of a colossal black giant. In this state, not only were all attributes doubled, but the potency of all skills was exponentially amplified. With his current combat prowess, a mere glance was sufficient to vanquish the white tiger. However, this state lasted only 3 seconds before he returned to normal. 3 seconds of true manhood. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, relying on the absence of cooldowns. He activated the evil king state once more. The second duration was even shorter, barely lasting 2 seconds. Nevertheless, Lin Ye discerned subtle nuances. In his incarnation as the evil king, he instinctively recognized a fervent desire for sin value. It appeared that the essence of his power stemmed from this very sin value. Bestow upon me your sin value. Lin Ye directed his gaze towards Lu Sheng and the others. They had invaded the original body, inheriting everything from it, sin value included. Master, we are unable to control the sin value. Lu Sheng and his companions chuckled wryly. I'll download it myself later. Allow me to take the lead for now. Within the infinite realm, Lin Ye uploaded 3 major sin-based skills, then proceeded to take matters into his own hands. With a flourish, he beckoned. The sinister aura emanating from his subordinates transformed into threads, penetrating into his body from a distance. In an instant, the sin value above his head surged uncontrollably. Sin 23. Sin 34. Sin 59. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 200. With an increase in value, the effects became apparent. In the absence of combat, he would consume an average of 3 sin points per second. In battle, this could potentially escalate dramatically. Remarkably, merely utilizing the detection technique resulted in a 1-point increase in sin value consumption. This was still manageable. In full state, his strength was formidable. The entire landscape of Dahan City was instantly laid bare before him, even allowing him to glimpse portions of the neighboring Jiangbei City. This filled Lin Ye with immense joy. With prolonged development, a single glance from him could survey the entire globe. For any faction, this constituted a dimensional strike. After testing the 3 major skills, Lin Ye deactivated the evil mode. The sin value that surrounded him transformed back into black mist, returning to Lu Sheng and the others. What is borrowed must be repaid. Further borrowing is not difficult, Lin Ye chuckled. Upon returning to his dormitory, while dining, he began to contemplate the events of 3 days hence. According to Lu Sheng, Deputy City Lord Lu Ku would come to investigate the results personally. This presented an opportunity. The formation hub possessed a naturally concealing formation, and its level was exceedingly high. Provided the sealing power was robust enough, invading Lu Ku could be considered. Previously, he had plundered Captain Lu Mao of the guard team. In his memories, Lu Ku, as Deputy City Lord, was no mere glutton. He boasted combat prowess within the top 50 of the heavenly rankings and had mastered the highest level of command transfer, allowing him to summon powerful allies from the capital city. Therefore, to engage him, one must comprehend the earthly powers within the water spirit pearl, thereby breaking the shackles of the sealing power and entering a new realm. Of course, the worst-case scenario would involve devouring Plunder. Resolute in his decision, Lin Ye devoted the next 3 days to collaborating with Xiang Fanqing to study the water spirit pearl. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo and Jiang Jingfu led tens of thousands of troops to sweep through all zombie instances. After devouring and plundering, the Blacklight virus underwent continuous breakthroughs, achieving super evolution and reaching level 11. Information updated. Blacklight virus, LV11. All summoned entities attacks carry a viral infection. When injured, they lose 11 of their own health every 4 seconds. Upon the death of enemy units, it can absorb their memories, transforming into their likeness. Once invaded, it cannot be discerned by non-supreme insight skills. Impressive. Lin Ye raised his thumb in admiration. The attributes were extraordinarily potent. Losing 11 of one's health every 4 seconds meant that with his attributes exceeding 1 million and health surpassing 10 million, the damage would amount to at least 110,000. During the continuous health loss, it could also trigger true damage. Exhilarating. Furthermore, at level 11, the chances of the black light virus being recognized were significantly reduced. Only those of supreme caliber could detect it. Supreme beings were a rarity, even among millions. They were primarily of the insight type, making it exceedingly challenging. With the enhancement of the black light's level, its efficiency in invasion and plunder increased dramatically. The previously sluggish consumption of the bodies of the white tiger, vermilion bird, azure dragon, and Xuanwu would now accelerate, potentially completing the invasion within a day or two. Just the thought of the 4 spirit beasts at level 89 was thrilling. Simultaneously, the benefits from the 3 major avatars were immense. A summary of information appeared before him. Ding. Undead Knight, 230,000. Ding. Earth Giant, 1,030,000. Ding. True damage from death, 1,030,000. Ding. Death Rebirth, total attributes, 1,220,000. Total Undead Knights, 278,845. Total true damage from death, 2,240,000. Total attributes combined, 2,270,000.